Hi guys, good afternoon. Okay, have you completed the homework? I had given you one page to write. Have you completed that? Okay, so let's quickly recall whatever we have studied yesterday. Okay, so if you remember, we started with group audit. There was a section number what I have taught you. Which section number tells me to do consolidation? 129. Okay, which essay number tells me that I need to do consolidation? Essay number. Essay 600. There's only one essay. What is the name of 600? Using the work of another auditor. Using the work of another auditor. Okay. Now there were exemptions, if you remember. Exemption were given under two cases. One was Companies Act, other one Ind AS. Which Ind AS gives me exemption? 110. 110 says if you are an investment entity, you don't have to do the consolidation. Okay. That means if 110 is not applicable to us, there's some other essay would be other Ind AS would be applicable. What's the number of other Ind AS? 109. That is, you have to route it via FVTPL, fair value through P&L accounts. Okay. Companies Act में there was one exemption. It is intermediary subsidiary. It is what? Intermediary subsidiary. Correct? Now, then we did an answer called as PCA and CPCA. PCA and CPCA. Okay. Permanent consolidation adjustment and current period consolidation adjustment. Correct? Permanent adjustment will be applicable when? Either on the first occasion or on a subsequent occasion whenever there's a change in the shareholding. Can you give me the code for that? ECG. What is E? Equity attributable to minority or NCI. CG. Capital reserve or goodwill as per applicable AS. As per applicable AS. Then CPC will be applicable when? When do you apply CPCA? Every year. Every year, because every year consolidation is mandatory. So whenever you do consolidation, CPCA is applicable. Okay, can you give me three CPCA? Any three CPCA? First one is intragroup interest paid or received or management fees. Intragroup profits on what? On assets acquired. Okay. And that was very simple. If there's a foreign subsidiary, gap conversion wherever applicable. Then was subsequent event. What's the definition of subsequent event? After balance sheet, but before audit report date. Correct. Then there was a significant transaction where the dates are different. So date of FS of parent and date of FS of component. I give an example: 31st December, 31st March. Okay. Then one common was equity attributable to minority. Okay. Then we did reporting wala part. In that, 2 points were very much important when the auditor is different. When holding co-auditor is different and component co-auditor is different. What he has to follow? First, you need to comply with SA 600. What is SA 600? Using the work of another auditor. Then he has to mention division of responsibility. Where you will mention division of responsibility? In other matter para. As per which SA? 706. Now you tell me, just for the fact that if subsidiary audit is done by some other CA, as a holding co-auditor, can I give qualified report? No, it is not a ground for qualification. So you will say it is not a ground for qualification. Okay. Then other one was when the component is not audited. Guys, if the component is not audited and if it is material, what do you have to do? You have to modify the audit report. For modification, guys, what is the essay? 705. Understood? So this was a very repetitive answer. Then there was one more question we had done where there are certain notes which will come in SFS but not in CFS. Give me any three notes. So bonus issue. Very good. Unutilized money ka details. Okay. Details. Proceeds of unutilized money. Value of imports on raw materials. Okay. And same way value of raw materials consumed. Then it was earnings in foreign currency, expenditure in foreign currency. Then payment of dividend remitted to non-resident shareholders. Remember that? So that was one more answer. What else we did? Okay, then we did SS 600 using the work of another auditor. There should be proper coordination between two auditors, PA and A. Who will give instruction to whom? PA will give it to A. He will give instruction regarding Q star, if you remember. What is Q? Questionnaire. Okay, what is S? Significant accounting and auditing reporting requirements. T. Timetable for completion of audit. A. areas requiring special consideration, and R was use of his report. Okay. And guys, what is the duty? What is the duty of the another auditor? Yeah, he has to just coordinate with the principal auditor on timely basis. So, principal auditor, you have to send Q star to the another auditor. Another auditor, you have to report on timely basis. Understood? So, with this, we have completed the first chapter. Every day, before we start with the day, we're going to revise whatever content we have done. I'm not asking you to remember exact content. Just have glimpse of the bits and pieces. Okay, we did this, we did that. Okay. So, first 5-10 minutes, we will be doing this every day. Okay. Now, online people, your chat is open. Okay, you can talk to me in the chat. So we have done chapter number 13. Okay. Now we are starting with a very interesting, very important chapter. We are starting with chapter number 19, Code of Ethics. We are doing Code of Ethics today. Okay. Please open Code of Ethics. There is one student who's watching us from Australia. She's in Australia currently. You know, I'm so famous. Thank you. Call me and send me visa also, please, for Australia. Okay. The marks ka weightage is 18 marks to 22 marks. Right there. Page number is 525. 525. Okay. Now, very important chapter, very interesting chapter, very logical, which none of us follow. Okay. You can imagine your boss here. Okay. You will realize that he also do not follow. Here I am here to teach you for the exam. What happens in practical life, even I do not know. Okay. Now it says code of ethics, or the other name is basically professional ethics. Okay. Now, so there is an act which is applicable to us. It is called as Chartered Accountants Act. What's the year for that? 1949. Chartered Accountants Act 1949. So here it says who can be a CA? Who can be a CA? Okay, once again. Annamalai, uh, your book will be reaching, I think, by tomorrow or day after. This chapter ka PDF is very difficult. Other chapters ka I can send. So whenever we write, you note it down, okay? I'll ask somebody to give you an encrypted copy of the book, okay? Thank you. Now see, who can be a CA? Very full time pass answer. A person who has completed final examination. Wow. Completed training. Which training? Articleship. Training means articleship. And GMCS should be completed. GMCS. Do you know the full form of GMCS? What is the full form of GMCS? I think you guys have done GMCS, right? Full time pass you guys had done there. 15 days. Some people fall in love also. Yeah. Best friend, besties. Okay. It is General Management Communication Skill course. General Management Communication Skill course. Now you tell me, will this be asked in the exam? No. So for the first 10-20 pages, like full understanding of what exactly our act is, okay? Ideally, there are certain clauses. On the question in the exam will be only on the clauses. Okay. Now see. One second. Now, a person who has cleared final examination, completed training, and GMCA should be completed is called as a CA. Where his name is registered. So his name is registered in a book called as ROM. ROM ka full form is Register of Members. Now, imagine Praveen became chartered accountant. Okay. So May 26 he appeared. July May result will come. 7th July result comes. 7th July 11 a.m. He is a chartered accountant. Now you tell me, can he use his name as CA Praveen? 11 a.m. result came positive. He saw those four alphabets. PASS. Fail is also 4. Okay. Okay. Can he use CA Praveen at 11:1 a.m.? Tell me yes or no. Ideally, no, he should not. But mad people, people who become chartered on the same time, they will first change WhatsApp ka status, then Instagram ka status, okay, then Facebook ka status immediately. Ideally, you are not allowed. See, CA can be used only by a person whose name is registered where? in a book called as ROM. Use your common sense. When will I say put your name in ROM? When? Not COP. When you pay fees to them. This institute government department it is. So you have to apply for membership. Once you got your membership, that means you have filled the form, you have paid the fees, your name would be there in the ROM. Then only you are allowed. Then only you are allowed to use the word CA in front of your name. Okay. See, I agree you have cleared final examination. Very good. You are a chartered accountant, but can you use the word CA? The answer is no. CA can be used by a person only whose name is entered in ROM. Okay. But remember, when I'm teaching this chapter, you will not point out on me. I will not point out on you. Today you will not understand. As and when the chapter moves, you will understand why I have said this line. Okay. No finger pointing on each other. Okay. Peace, everybody. Now. So there's a book called as ROM. So ideally, your name is registered in this book. It is called as Register of Members. This is kept by the institute. Now, who are disqualified from the members as per Section 8? Is Section 8 of which act? Companies Act. Today is second day. Mummy, please help me. Which act I am teaching you? Chartered Accountants Act. Yesterday I told you one thing. You're gonna be the most funniest chartered accountant which the country has ever produced. Okay. So we are basically learning CA Act only, which is who are disqualified from the register of members. First one, I did not say anything. Okay. It says person of unsound mind, basically idiots. Okay. So now imagine you became chartered accountant, your name is there in the ROM. So you are a member of the institute, but what you became? You became unsound mind person. So what will happen? You will be called as disqualified. Even though you are a chartered accountant, but you became unsound mind person. Number two, minor. Minor means age less than 21. Like Nandini, she became chartered accountant at the age of 19. So she was a chartered accountant, but she was not a member of the institute. When she turned 21 in 2023, then she applied for membership. Okay. So your minor ka definition is age less than 21. Then B is what? Bhikhari. Bhikhari in English means basically insolvent. There are two kinds of insolvent people. One is undischarged, other one is discharged. Now, imagine if a court has given me an order that based on the evidence obtained, we declare Shri Abhishek Bansal as insolvent. That means court has declared me as insolvent. That is basically discharged insolvent. Undischarged basically means I have applied to the court for I have applied for insolvency, but they have not yet declared me as insolvent. Why would I apply for insolvency? Why? Why would an individual go and go to the court and say, "Okay, give me insolvency certificate"? I don't want to pay the money to others. So I have lot of debt on my head. It's better. I go to court, I take the certificate of insolvency. So if you imagine you guys are the creditors, you have given me money, okay, and I owe you. I'm supposed to pay back. I'm not paying you. What will you do with me? File a case. File a case. Then what will you do? Harass? What kind of harassment you're talking about? No touching, only talking. So basically, when you come to fight with me, I'll say, "Okay, boss, don't touch, no touching, only talking. Application is pending." So when application is pending, you can't file a case also on me. Why? Because my application is still pending in the court. Then C is convicted by court. What is convicted by court? Convicted by court means somebody has been found guilty by court. Have you heard about Yaqub Memon? Yaqub Memon, no. He was a mastermind behind 1993 Mumbai blast. He was a mastermind. And the best part, he was a chartered accountant. I'll show you. Can you read this para? So Yakub Memon was a chartered accountant. Okay, I'll show you his photo also. You can remember him like this guy. So he was involved in 1993 blast. Okay, so he was a chartered accountant, but he surrendered his membership before entering terrorism. Like people shift jobs. Okay, he found out his idea. I'm not for normal people. Okay, he joined terrorism. So he was involved. He was a chartered accountant. So he's convicted by code. So even though if you are a chartered accountant, but if you are convicted by code, you will be disqualified from the ROM. D is basically dhakka, that's basically removed by the ICI due to misconduct. And you tell me, why would ICI remove you? Why would ICI remove you? They're saying it is removed by ICI due to misconduct. Like Yaqub Beman, okay? Once he was categorized as terrorist, so ICI do not want to keep any relation with those people. They will be removing them. Okay. So till now, I think hardly anybody has been removed from the members register. ICI scold them, punishes them, take some penalty from them, but very rare they remove it because it takes a lot of effort to become a member of the institute. You can see with a lot of efforts to become a chartered accountant. If you have done some misconduct, it should not be very much severe. Okay, like terrorism, it's a very severe offense. Okay, but imagine if you have done something wrong, they will take penalty, they will scold you, they'll punish you, but they will not remove you. Okay, so here we are saying that these people are chartered accountant, but they have done IMBCD. IMBCD. What is I? Idiot. M, minor. B is because that's basically insolvent. C, convicted by court. D, that is Zakka, that's removed by the ICI due to misconduct. So can all these people be the member of the institute? No. Yes or no? No. They were the member, but they will be removed. Okay. Now, status after becoming CA. What's the first status you would like to change after becoming CA? Instagram status or Facebook. So generally, post CA, people have three options. Either you go for practice, or you go for service, or you become just a member. Okay. Is anybody from Big Four? Anybody? Big Four article? Nobody. Anybody? Parents, chartered accountant, parents, father. Practice job, practice. Rich. Okay. Now listen. So 90% people in India, once they become chartered accountant, you also, okay, which includes you guys also. What would you like to do in life? It's a question mark. I'm not in video. Talk to me. Huh? What will you like to do? So when I teach this chapter, I be very blunt with people. Okay. See, if you have some financial struggle at home, maybe if you are the sole earner, father has taken a retirement, okay, and you don't have any siblings, you should definitely go for service. Day one, you become chartered accountant. From that moment, your salary is approximately 1 lakh rupee per month. Currently, as per current scenario. By the time you become chartered accountant, it could be 1.2, 1.5 also. Now, so from day one, you do service. Because whatever happened in the world, Russia fighting with UK, I don't care. US fighting with Pakistan, I don't care. India fighting with Pakistan, I don't care. On 30th of the month, I will get my packet in the bank account. So ideally, what happens when you go join a basic MNC, okay, good MNC in India, if you join, so you have to work only for 22 days, 8 days off, okay, party. On that days, you are also off, okay. So Monday to Friday, you work. So with the toxic environment, you work in Monday to Friday. On Saturday, people go for detoxifying. Okay, people chill on Saturdays. And Bombay and Bangalore is almost same. Okay, full party hub it is. So people who become chartered accountants, they go for jobs. So I also advise boss go for a job. Okay, if you have a financial struggle at home and see for a normal middle class person like me, okay, earning 1 lakh rupees is a very big amount. Okay, very big amount. So you should join service. But if you have somebody at home, maybe your brother is there, sister is there, who can take care of the expenses of the household. Okay, maybe like your household expense around 40K, 50K, 70K, but that has been taken care by somebody. Okay, you should go and explore yourself. When I say explore yourself, that means you should opt for practice in the first initial stages of your life, like first 5 years of your life. Huge struggle. You will be like regretting why the hell I did CA, why the hell I chose practice. Why? Because everybody around you would be earning a lakh rupee per month, but you will not be earning even 10,000 per month. Because see, at the start, nobody would trust you, right? So we need to find clients. We don't say customer in our language. Huh? Customer is a very cheap word. Imagine one of your client is coming to the hotel and your mom is asking, where are you going? Mom, I am going to a hotel. Why? Customer is coming there. So customer looks very cheap. So you say client. So so clientele basically are your family, friends, relative, via. So it takes like 2 to 3 years to establish that clientele. But trust me, after third or fourth year, you just require one listed client. If you get one listed client, that means the entire annual expense of your house will be taken care of by that listed client. Because listed client audit fees is approximately 5 to 6 lakh rupees. That's minimum. Because you are auditor of a listed company, all the certification mandatory has to be done by start auditor. Every certificate like general in Bombay, we charge around 20 30K per certificate. In totality, around per year, cuts around 30 32 certificates have to be given. If the client, we will tell to client, take loan. You don't want to take loan, but you take loan, sir. You take loan, it will be helpful for business. Why? Because he will require turnover certificate, loan certificate, we will certify. Mandatory it is there. Okay, when he will take loan, they have to prepare projection. Client is so dumb. We are CA student, we know how to prepare projection, so we'll charge for that projection also. So because if after qualification, everything is money. There's nothing from heart or from like I care for the client. Nothing. It's bullshit. Okay, we don't care. Okay, everything is money. You must have seen that in your office also. I think you will be from the small size or a large size or mid-size firm. Okay, there was a deduction of ATC. ATC. If somebody is coming to my office and saying, "Yes, I need to save tax," as a chartered accountant, what I would advise, sir, take LIC. When I say take LIC, am I selling LIC policy? No, we are not allowed. I'll be teaching you today. Okay, we are not allowed to sell LIC policy. But you can think of your office, your boss may be having a LIC ka code, not on his name. Generally in Bombay, they take on wife's name or a brother ka name. Why? Because all my clients would need to save tax. My first thing would I will say, sir, take LIC. When he goes and take LIC, he will hunt for an agent. I will tell him, sir, counter number two. Who's sitting? My wife. But ideally, wife is not coming to office. Article is sitting. Because on first premium, you get a kickback of 35,000. 35% kickback. If you imagine, the premium is 1 lakh rupee. 35% is the first year ka kickback. It's standardized, huh? 35%. Every year, till the time he's alive, he's paying the premium. 5% I will get automatically. Now, every year, renewal will come. My office people will call the client. Sir, your LIC premium is due. You need to pay your premium. So client will say, okay, sir, what will happen if I don't pay? Sir, you will have to pay tax and we need to save your tax also now. So client will say, oh, what a nice CA it is. He is saving my tax. He's caring for my life also. He's making me remember thrice, 4 times I need to pay premium. But that mad fellow do not know. We don't care for his life. We care for our kickbacks. Because in one family, imagine if the husband is taking policy, we'll try to pitch for wife also, then family also. And in first premium, it is 35% kickback. Imagine if I have a client whose salary is on a 40, 50 lakh rupees an annum, obviously he'll be taking around 2 lakh premium ka policy. 2 lakh ka 35% is 70,000 rupees. Every year, 555%. And the best part, the premium amount do not remain same throughout his life. As each age increases, the premium also increases. And the premium increases, our kickbacks also increases. I am not teaching any illegal things. Huh? Ideally, it is not allowed. We are not the agents. I am not selling LIC policy. Am I selling LIC policy? No. What am I helping? I am advising to my client. You take LIC policy, but I'm not selling LIC policy. So when I say when you opt for practice, one listed client will take care of all your expenses. One listed client. The first 4 5 years of your life is a struggle, but after 5 years, you will be earning 5x, 10x, maybe 20x of what your friends are earning. Your friends will be hunting for leave. If they want to leave, they need to put a mail. You must have done in articleship also if you're from a very good firm. Imagine some puja is at house. You need to first take an approval. Sir, tomorrow puja is there. I will not come. That manager will send to the senior manager, then to the director, then to the partner. That hierarchy they have to follow. But imagine if you are in practice, you don't have to take any leave. You are your own boss. You are chilling at anywhere, like I'm in Bangalore. Still, I can manage my office from my phone. I can see what my articles are doing, what everybody is doing, what CAs are doing. I can manage it out. I'm chilling here. They're working there. That's the beauty of practice. But yeah, first 5 years is very much struggle. But after 5 years, huge quantum of money you will earn. Remember your boss. He's your biggest inspiration. I know you feel like killing him, okay? abusing him. I know that that frustration is always there. But trust me, he's your biggest inspiration. Because if he can do it, you can also do it. At times you must have felt na, that your boss do not know anything. Have you got that feeling at times? Maybe when you were working on Tally or Excel, or maybe some IT cut you did was there. So it's a very natural feeling as an article. Everybody gets that feeling. Hey, my boss do not know. You know it. Imagine that mad fellow, that poor fellow, even if he do not know, still he has his own empire. Okay, he has his own office, own house, own wife. Sorry, one wife. Okay, kids, family, everything is there. Why? Because the degree gives us that power. Patience is there, struggle is there, no doubt. Obviously, you need to hunt for the client, you need to pitch yourself to the client, you need to maintain the client relationship. But yeah, one listed client, trust me, 25 to 30 lakhs is basic minimum. Big Four, when you join Big Four, okay? So Big Four is also basically CA in service. So Big Four ka minimum audit fees. You know how much they charge? What's the minimum fees they charge? They start at 25 lakh rupees minimum. They will not take any audit which has a fee of below 25 lakh rupees. Like EY to in Bombay, they have raised their standard 40 lakh rupees minimum, not below that. Our firm ka total turnover is 40 lakh rupees. There they charge minimum 25. Obviously, that standard is there. So you will also raise your fees slowly, slowly. So if you have somebody at home who can take care of household expense 2 years, explore yourself. You know, do not know. See, once you become chartered accountant, you will not know what you want to do in life. Okay. See, because technology is so much evolving, AI has come up. Okay, so many tools have come up. Whatever audit you learned, it's waste. You had went to the client place, days and nights you have spent with him. I mean, at the client place, okay? It's totally waste. Because right now everything is AI. It's a remote audit. Nobody goes for audit. Everything is on papers. You do it virtually. That's over. Like we learned long back in 2008 and 9, I'm talking about. My boss, we had a lot of VAT audits, okay? Waste. Today, VAT is not there only. You know, VAT was their value added tax. Okay. So our office had more than like 1,000 VAT audits. So it was a big firm. More than 1,000 VAT audits we were supposed to do. So our all team, entire team was doing VAT audit, VAT audit, VAT audit. Finished. Today VAT audit is only not there. So by the time you become chartered accountant, you will not know what will be good for you. So you need to explore yourself. So once you become chartered accountant, either you go for service or you go for practice. That means you take certificate of practice. Or you just become a member. When I say just become a member, basically you are neither doing practice nor doing job. You want to explore yourself. Now, what do you mean about explore yourself? Business. Bangalore being a startup hub. I want to start my startup and Jayanagar outside the Yeshas Academy selling idli vade. 1,000 kids are there. Even if you sell like 30, 40 rupees mein one idli, every day 1,000 kids coming down during the break. I'm giving a business idea, okay? So 1,000 kids, imagine every attempt, and now there are 3 attempts. So it's a huge opportunity to earn money here. So, but you want to keep a relation with institute. You are not doing service. You are not doing any practice. You are just a member of the institute. Okay? There is one more category also, which is not covered by this act. It's basically there are a lot of people who become chartered accountant. They say, I don't want to keep any relation with institute. Okay, they abuse ICA, they abuse teacher, they abuse book, everything. I don't want to keep any relation. So they go abroad. They settle abroad. So they become chartered accountant. They got the degree. So you are a chartered accountant once you have that final ka examination mark sheet. Okay, so you are a chartered accountant. So either they do their father ka business. Okay, they handle father ka business, or they settle abroad. So people who want to do MBA. Okay, so if you are just first attempt chartered accountant, like when you have done foundation in first level, inter in first level, and final in first level, so you become C at the age of 21. So I tell to everybody, boss, study study more and more. Because see, the time you will become chartered accountant, the competition is dead tough. You go for CFA, you go for MBA, you go for IAS, you go for LLB, CS, whatever is your interest. But study something else. So there are a lot of people, a lot of my students who do CA and then they shift to UK for MBA. So they do their MBA there and then they get settled there. But are they chartered accountant? The answer is yes. Are they a member of institute? No. Because they have not paid membership fees. The question is, whatever content I'll be teaching you today and tomorrow in this entire chapter, will this be applicable to them? People who are abroad? No. This chapter is applicable. Very simple, very important rule. This chapter is applicable to people who are the members of the institute. Now imagine if somebody became member and got settled in Dubai, will CA Act be applicable to him? He became the member in India and he settled in Dubai. Yes or no? Yes. So if your name is in the ROM, wherever you stay on Mars or Pluto or Neptune, wherever you want to stay, Act is applicable to you. So the main evidence is your ROM. What's the full form of ROM? Register of Members. Then, so majorly this chapter is applicable for practicing CA. Okay. So you practice either individually or in partnership. Individually also you can practice in your own name, or you can start your own proprietorship. Now, for example, I can practice under my name for Abhishek Bansal. So I am practicing individually, but I am practicing in my name. So what is the difference in proprietorship in your name? See, all the companies will not give audits to the individual. They generally give it to a firm. So when I'm practicing in my name, this is Abhishek Bansal. When I practice in my proprietorship firm, this is a firm. So when I apply for bank audit, I don't get score for individual practice. I get for proprietorship firm. So there are a lot of criteria which when you start your practice, you will get an idea on this. Okay? So here very less audits, here more audits are there. See, my PAN number is same, my GST number is same, everything is same. The only difference is my constituency. Here I am practicing in my own name. Here I am starting in my own proprietorship firm. Now imagine I, Niranjan, and Praveen, we start our own firm. So we made as PAN, Pan and Company. So we made a partnership firm. We made a partnership firm. So you can practice either in your proprietorship firm name or you can practice in your partnership firm name. Now, when I say partnership firm, in intermediate, you must have learned this. To make a partnership firm, how many people should be CA plus COP? How many people? If imagine three persons are there, three partners are there. So you say majority. Majority of partners should be CA plus COP. Acha, imagine if four partners are there, majority will come at three. Three partners should be CA plus COP. It's a mandatory rule. Okay. So you can practice in your proprietorship firm or in your partnership firm. Okay. At your office, what was it? Partnership or proprietorship? Majority people do it in partnership only. Okay. Now, next, who are the members who are deemed to be in practice, assumed to be in practice? So if you do haram ka kaam, what we say is if you do haram ka kaam, what is H? If you hold himself in the practice of accountancy or you engage himself in the practice of accountancy. Now, the difference is when you are doing accounting services, it is assumed to be in practice. But I am not doing, I am asking somebody else to do on my behalf. Still, you are called in practice. Or if you render professional services or assistance in accounting procedure, if you are helping a client there. A, if you perform audit and other related services. M, if you render management consultancy services. So if you are doing all these kinds of services, you are assumed to be in practice. Okay, not an exam content. Next, there's a question here. A practicing CA has opted to select and recruit personnel. Personnel means employees. Conduct training program to the client. Can he do so? I'm a practicing CA. One of my clients said, sir, can you give some HR services for me? As a chartered accountant, tell me, my main core service is accounts and audit, but they're asking me to give HR consultancy. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed, because it gets covered in management consultancy. So you will say it is valid as he's providing MCS. What is the full form of MCS? Management consultancy services. Please underline this management consultancy. Then, so people who have got handouts, okay, you do the marking right now only with me. When the book comes, then you copy those marking, okay. Put this point number 1 in box and write that important. September 25, no, May 25. May 25 exam question was from here. Put this as important point number 1. Now, let's understand this by an example. Niranjan, you were born and brought up in Bangalore. Okay. Now, imagine Niranjan became chartered accountant. CA Niranjan. His uncle, okay, real uncle, father's brother, called him. Niranjan, you became chartered accountant. So once you become chartered accountant, trust me, we have some people called relatives. They will call you for sure. Oh, you became CA. For the next question will be, you say, okay, yes, yeah, I became CA. How do I save tax? That's the next question. Very obvious question. Everybody would ask you. So his uncle called him, Acha Niranjan, you became chartered accountant. You tell me, how do I save tax? So Niranjan told him, Uncle, do one thing. You do LIC. Okay, 80C ka deduction. You take Mediclaim, 80D ka premium you will pay. Okay, auntie ka you can take benefit in 80U. If you know what is 80U. What is 80U? Disability. Okay, you take deduction that. Okay. So he gave full ideas. Now Niranjan is giving advices to uncle. So he's giving advice in personal capacity or professional capacity? Personal capacity, because it's a family relationship going on. It's a personal capacity. Now, uncle told to his friend, oh, my nephew Niranjan, he became chartered accountant and he gave me advices and I have saved lot of tax. So uncle ka friend, he called Niranjan. Let us assume they both met at some family function. So the friend of the uncle said, Niranjan, your uncle was saying that you have saved his tax. Can you give me your advices? How do I save my tax? Now, Niranjan removes his visiting card and give it to that uncle. Uncle, you take this visiting card, you come to my office. Now, uncle ka friend is ours also uncle. He came to Niranjan ka office. Niranjan was sitting on the chair. The uncle friend was sitting opposite. He started giving advices. Now Niranjan is giving advices to the friend. You tell me he is giving advice in personal capacity or professional capacity? Here he is giving advices in professional capacity. Now, when he is giving advices in professional capacity, can we assume that Niranjan is in practice? He is giving advices to uncle ka friend in professional capacity. Can we assume that Niranjan would be in practice? Yes or no? Yes. Only a practicing CA can give advice. Okay. Now, let me put one more example for you. Praveen became chartered accountant. Praveen was doing job in Reliance Industries. Okay. Now, there was his one neighbor. The neighbor uncle went to Praveen. Praveen, you became chartered accountant. Praveen said, yes, uncle, I became. Same question. How do I save tax? Now, Praveen is giving advices to the neighbor uncle. Neighbor uncle. Personal capacity or professional capacity? Personal capacity. Okay. Now he says, uncle, you come to my house. We'll sit on the sofa. Okay. I'll give you advices. And I will charge 2000 rupees. So he is giving advices to the neighbor uncle. And he is charging 2000 rupees for that advice. You tell me, he is a CA in service because he is doing job in Reliance? The question is Praveen allowed to give advice to the neighbor? Yes or no? No. But trust me, most of you will be doing the same thing. 90% CA who become chartered accountant and they do service. Monday to Friday they do job. Saturday they are free. What they do? They roam in the entire building. Advice. They earn money. Legally it is not allowed. See, because understand, if CA in service, you people will give advice, what will the practicing CA do? Oh, mic went down. Oh, it's working. It's working. So ideally, people who are in service, see, if you wanted to give advice, you should have taken COP, came in the market, started our own business. But these people, what they do Monday to Friday, see, because when you become chartered accountant for the first 1.5, 1 year, 2 year, life is very much easy. Because when you join a company for 2 to 3 months, you will be going for training. And in that training, they will pay you. And you guys are very much expert in training. The trainer teaches, you sit. And you have a talent of sleeping in the class with the eyes open. Okay. So understand, imagine you are sitting in the office. Okay. You don't have to do any work. You don't have to do any work. You listen to the nonsense shit of the client, not mine, client. Okay. The your employer, somebody will come and teach you. You have learned GMCS, you have done ITT, you know how you have attended those. Imagine if your salary was 1 lakh rupee per month, 3 months, you are chilling there in the office, earning 3 lakh rupees, not doing anything. And imagine if you get a job at a very good MNC like Godrej, okay, or maybe McKinsey, JP Morgan. The best part, their offices are very much cool. You have chess, they have those carom boards, foosball, unlimited coffee. No coupon system. Okay. Plus on Friday, they have Friday fun. Fun Fridays are there. So Friday they will play games with you. You must have seen on Instagram. So all those corporate offices are very much chill office. And they're very chill. Like, and they have a policy also. Like after office hours, no colleague will call to each other. So no headache of office. Like as compared to CA firm. Even if you're sleeping, your boss will wake you up. Even if you imagine shitting, bathing, your boss will call you. But in big MNCs, there's a rule. No call to colleagues on holidays, weekends. Plus, if you're in an MNC, okay, all MNCs are settled in US. Okay. That month of December is the most coolest period there. So around 10th or 15th December, all US people go on vacation. So if the Indian offices are in India, okay, if those Indian types are in India and you're working there, so from 15th December, you have your winter vacation, like school times. But you are sitting at home and you're getting paid from 22nd December till 5th of Jan, okay? These people don't work. All my students who are there in Bangalore, I messaged them, okay, let's meet. Sir, we have come home. I said, why? Sir, because it's a winter vacation going on. Then I Google, what is winter vacation? So all the offices are closed. So people who are like in EY Global, EY GDS, okay? So EY GDS is closed for 15 days. So people who are working in Bangalore for EY GDS, they are not doing anything. They are sitting at their home, chilling, and they'll get money for it. And money, not small peanuts, are not stipend. Somebody's at 3 lakh rupee per month, somebody's at 2 lakh rupee per month. Imagine you are sitting, chilling at home, you are making money. So that's the beauty of job when you join a big MNC. But again, as compared to practice, you will not get that vacation. You have to decide when you have to go for vacation. Okay. Now, so ideally, the rule here is CA in service, you can't give advices. Okay. Only a practicing chartered accountant can give professional advice. Now, one more example. You need to answer. Niranjan. He became chartered accountant. He took COP. He went to Reliance Industries Limited. Mukesh Ambani told him, so there's a GST ka case going on. Can you handle that? Now you tell me, can Niranjan give advices for GST to Reliance? Yes or no? Personal capacity or professional capacity? Professional capacity. He charged 2 lakh rupees for that. He got 2 lakh rupees. Mukesh Ambani said, wow, 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 Niranjan, wow, what advice you have given. Do one thing. You come and sit every day to our office. You come at 10 a.m., you go at 6 p.m. You sit every day. I will give you 5 lakh rupees per month. And you give advices to me. So Niranjan is giving advices every day to Mukesh Ambani, sitting at Reliance office 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. You tell me. He is giving advices there in personal capacity or professional capacity? Professional capacity. But now can you tell me that whether he is in practice or in service? He is going at 10 a.m., leaving the office at 6 p.m. every day of Reliance, and he is getting 5 lakh rupees per month. He is giving advice in professional capacity. But is he in practice or service? Service. See, because if you're in practice, you don't follow client ka timetable. We follow our own timetable. I'll not come at 10 o'clock, I'll come at 2 o'clock. I'll not come every day, I'll come only twice a day. I mean, twice a week. So that is our rules. So if you are giving advices every day, sitting in client ka office, following client ka instruction, so it becomes an employer-employee relationship. If it's an employer-employee relationship, you are not termed in practice, you will be called as CA in service. Now see. So when a CA accepts any of the following in professional capacity, please underline professional capacity, he will be termed to be in practice. He will be termed to be in practice. Now what are the things? Can a practicing CA become liquidator, guys? Liquidator. Yes. He can become trustee, executor, arbitrator, advisor, receiver, and represent tax and costing financial matters. Number two, he can be appointed by central government, state government, court, legal authority. Do you know there's a department called MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs? I am a practicing chartered accountant. Can MCA people appoint me as a role in MCA also? I am a practicing CA and they're appointing me. So now I have to go to MCA ka office. Now when I go to MCA ka office, you tell me, I'm a CA in service or practice? I have my own COP. Department is appointing me. So I'm on the panel of MCA. You tell me, I'm a CA in practice, CA in service. Still you are in practice. Same way, have you heard about ITAT? ITAT, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. In Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, there's a board. In that board, mandatory 3 chartered accountants are there. So I'm a practicing CA. I am on the board of ITAT. So I have to go income tax department every day almost. Okay. Now you tell me, I am in CA in service or practice? Practice, because I have been appointed by central government or state government or court or legal authority. Then C, secretary. What does secretary means? What does the secretary means? Which secretary? Secretary to the department of the government. Like you must have seen your exam form, your registration letter. It is addressed to secretary BOSICI. Same way MCA you send all the letters to secretary. So it's basically department of the government. If a practicing CA is appointed as a secretary to the department of the government, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. But if such appointment is on salary or full-time basis or in personal capacity, I give example of that uncle, or employee capacity when Reliance was appointing us, he will not be deemed to be in practice. Read that line again. If the appointment is on salary, full-time basis, or in personal capacity or in employee capacity, you will not be termed to be in practice. Now see, the summary of above. Members accepting ABC. What's ABC? What is ABC? That liquidator, trustee, appointment by CGSG and secretary. If you are accepting in personal capacity, are you in practice? No, you are not in practice. If you are accepting in employee capacity, are you in practice? No. So you are accepting in professional capacity, but you are accepting on salary come full time. Like Reliance for example. Are you in practice? No. Else you will be deemed to be in practice. Understood? One more example. Uh, Praveen became chartered accountant. His neighbor is telling him to file the ITR. File the ITR. Can Praveen, a CA in service, file ITR? He's a CA in service. Tell me, yes or no? Yes, ITR can be filed by anybody. CA is not required. No? Now his neighbor uncle tells him, Acha, I have got a notice from the department. Okay, you go to Reliance co office. So Reliance co office is near to income tax department in Bombay. Okay, it's just near to income tax department. So Praveen, when you go to Reliance, you have that lunch break now. Do one thing. Can you go and handle my case in income tax? So Praveen said, Uncle, yeah, I'll go and do. I'll charge 10,000 rupees. So Praveen is working in Reliance Industries. He is going and handling uncle ka case. Uncle is the neighbor. He is charging 10,000 rupees for that. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Because to represent in front of department, it is whose power? CA in practice. If you wanted to stand in front of department, you could have left service and joined practice. Understood? See, practically what happens, I'm not teaching you that. Practically, people do that also practically. Like people who do job, they handle cases also. Okay? But I'm teaching what is there in the book. Understood this much? Cool. Just go through once the first and the second page. In the meantime, I'll charge my pencil. Okay? Read page 525 and 526. Finished? Have you understood this important point? Okay. So this came in the exam. Now, the next part. It says class of member. So the day you become a chartered accountant and you pay membership fees, your name would be entered in ROM. And once the name is entered in ROM, you first become ACA. ACA ka full form is what? Associate Chartered Accountant. Associate Chartered Accountant. So it says any person on being entered in the ROM may become an associate member. So till first 5 years of your life, you are called as what? ACA. Associate Chartered Accountant. After 5 years, what do you become? FCA. FCA का full form is what? Fellow Chartered Accountant. So you can write there ACA, FCA. Right there ACA, FCA. Associate Chartered Accountant, Fellow Chartered Accountant. Now, so for fellow chartered accountants, says an associate members in practice for minimum dash years. Please mark that, for minimum 5 years, or an associate members for minimum 5 years and who possess such qualifications as may be prescribed by the council, with a view to ensure that he has an equivalent experience to the experience normally required as a result of continuous practice for a period of 5 years as a CA. Understand, all the chartered accountants, when they enter their name in ROM, everybody becomes ACA. What is ACA? Associate Chartered Accountant. Practicing CA after 5 years will become FCA. What is the full form of FCA? Fellow Chartered Accountant. But CA in service never become FCA. CA in service, it says they need to have more such qualification which council will prescribe, which is equivalent to the experience which is normally required for a continuous practice. What is that qualification? It is not given in the study syllabus. It is not there in the module. Okay. So basically, you should have handled big clients. Okay, or you would be a director of a company. So there are a lot of criteria they have given. So then you can use the word FCA. Practicing CA mandatorily after 5 years. What you have to write? FCA. Okay. Everybody, once you become a chartered accountant, ACA. Okay. So a lot of people must have asked you a very funny questions. You must have come across a question. Are you doing CA? You would have said yes. Which college? Which college? Okay, because people do not know that we don't have a college. Okay. And the next question comes, which year? Uncle, every year. Okay. So once you become chartered accountant, a lot of people will ask you, are you a CA? You'll say, yes, I am a chartered accountant. Acha, have you not done FCA? So a lot of people think that FCA is also a degree. FCA is not a degree. It's a bifurcation between junior CA and senior CA. If somebody is writing ACA, I would know, acha, he has just become CA. Like not even 5 years have passed. Once you write FCA, that means is a senior CA. That means 5 years have passed for him. Okay. Now, services allowed by council are number one, management consultancy and other services, and B is other specified services. Can you see other specified services? There I have written refer point 61. Refer point 61. On the previous page, can you see this 6? This one. This box, what we did? Liquidator, arbitrator. So if you are a practicing CA, can you become liquidator? Can you become trustee? Can you be appointed by the government? Yes or no? Yes. So it is allowed or not allowed? Allowed. So these are services allowed by the council. Okay. If you want to map, you can map this box like this so that by next day you remember it. This is this services basically. Other specified service if you want to map it. Now, management, consultancy, and other services. Now, if you see this list, what is permitted for a chartered accountant? He can give all the services. Guys, all means sub. Sub means every. Every means yella. Yella means all. You can give all kinds of services. Do you remember inter ka costing? Have you cleared intermediate? Some centuries ago, right? So in intermediate, you had costing syllabus, right? In costing, you had lot of chapters. Can you give me some chapters ka name? Standard costing, ABC costing, marginal costing, budgetary costing, joint and byproducts, service costing was there, material costing, labor overheads, right? Acha, you had FM also. Can you name some FM ka topics of intermediate? Ratio analysis, capital budgeting, leverages investments, investment decision was there, cost of capital, capital structure, all those, right? Working capital cycle, all these are your services only. So this, whatever costing, whatever FM, whatever accounts you have learned, all services you can do. You don't have to mug it up. You don't even have to read. So these are the services. How many services they have given? 26 services you can give. 26 services, okay? Now you will read it later on. Come to service number 17 and mark that as important. 17. What it says? Acting as an advisor to the issue. Acting as advisor to the issue. Guys, issue means which issue? Issue means problems. You will be an advisor to the problems of the client. Which issue they are referring to? Public issue. Public issue of two kinds. IPO, FPO. What is IPO? Initial public offer for the first time when they come up with. And subsequent offer is called as FPO. So, can you help the client in drafting the prospectus? Yes or no? Yes. Can you help them plan, okay, what should be the IPO ka size? Yes or no? Yes. So you can be an advisor to the issue. You can help them in drafting the prospectus or a memorandum containing features of prospectus. Or you can help them in drafting the listing agreement. Now, listing agreement is not there. Basically, we have LODR. LODR ka full form, anybody? Listing obligation disclosure requirement. It is replica of listing agreement only, basically. Now, what you can't do? Three things you can't do: broking, underwriting, portfolio management. What you can't do? Broking, underwriting, portfolio management are not permitted. Not permitted means it is restricted or prohibited. English medium students, it is restricted or prohibited. Prohibited. As a chartered accountant, you can give all kinds of services except three services. We call it as pub. What is the full form of pub? Portfolio management, underwriting, broking. What will you say? Portfolio management, underwriting, broking. Guys, what does broking means? Broking. Broking means what? I will be selling your shares. You give me 2% of that. I will go and tell to everybody, buy the shares, buy the shares, buy the shares. You give me 2%. Institute says you are a chartered accountant. You have high value in life. And on the top of that, you are a practicing CA. That means you are a highest value person. And on the streets of Bangalore, you are selling share. Just for 2%. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Same logic is for underwriting also. Underwriting means you take a guarantee that, okay, company, if public is not subscribing your shares, I will subscribe and you give me a commission for that. Institute says not allowed. Third one, portfolio management. Sir, I have learned FM. I can predict. I am the next Warren Buffett of India. So I will manage your portfolio. I will give you 30% return. Whatever return you get, we do 50-50 of that. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Three things are prohibited. Three things. What are the three things? Portfolio management, underwriting, broking. But now you will say, okay, sir, there are a lot of CA who does portfolio management. Understand what am I teaching you? I am teaching with regards to practicing CA. If you are working in a, let us assume, investment banking firm, if you're working, let us assume, McKinsey or JP Morgan or any other investment banking firm, so your job, you're doing job there. It is your service. It's a part of your employer relationship. Obviously, you will be giving portfolio management services. But if you are a practicing CA, are you allowed to give these three services? No, it is prohibited. September 25 or I think May 25, question came on this point only. So ICA will not ask you direct question. They will take you here and there, left and right, full story. But answer was this only. Three things are prohibited. What are three things? Portfolio management, underwriting, broking. Broking, okay? So for the first and the last time, read this part A services. That's page number 527 till 528. All these services. Read. If you're not understanding any services, please ask me. Can you act as a liquidator if you're a practicing CA? Okay. Now the new amendment, the new term was called as insolvency professional. So can you also become insolvency professional? Yes. Okay. Can you give them typing, word typing services? Can you prepare some bill for them? Yes or no? Yes. As a practicing CA, you can give all services except three services. What are the three services? Portfolio management, underwriting, broking. Understood? Okay. Now turn to the next page. It says manner of signing certificates by CA. In your office also, there were a lot of certificates must have come to your boss to sign. Imagine if this is a certificate like loan certificate, turnover certificate, some confirmation certificate. So this is the certificate ka content. So ideally, what the people do? So somebody will write here for Abhishek Bansal and company. Okay, sign, place, date is this side. Okay, somebody would write on the opposite side, this side for Abhishek Bansal and company. He will just sign, put place your date on the left side. So there was no uniformity on signing. So ICI came up with the notification. It said, "Hey boss, you can choose either of the side, left side or right side, but make sure you write all these details." What are the details? Number one, name of the CA form. Number two, FRN. What is FRN? Form registration number. Then you will write name of the member signing. Like whoever is signing, if I am signing, they will write CA Abhishek Bansal. Okay. Then designation, whether I'm a proprietor or I'm a partner. Then membership number. Add one more, unique document identification number ब्रैकेट में यूडिन यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर ब्रैकेट में यूडिन. So either of the side you can write down. There is no condition on the side, but make sure you complete all these details. Now, what institute can do in MCQ, they can ask us to choose which will not form part of the signature requirement. They can give extra things also. So make sure you remember these things. These things should be mandatorily there. What's the first one? Name of the CA form. Number two, FRN. FRN. Number three, name of the member who's signing it. Then designation, whether you're a proprietor or partner. Then membership number and then UDIN. What's the full form of UDIN? Unique document identification number. Understood? So this was the fun part. Now the other part was not there prior to your attempt, like May 24 people. So May 24, when the syllabus got changed, Institute added this part. So from here, we'll be studying a second part of the chapter, wherein you have done lot of content at intermediate level also. Now, you must have heard about threats. As a chartered accountants, we have five kinds of threat. So write a code there, IRAFI. Please write a code there, IRAFI. 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 So please mark I is basically self interest threat. Self interest threat. R is self review threat. A is advocacy threat. F familiarity threat. And I intimidation threat. Okay. So institute says generally to a chartered accountant, not chartered accountant, professional accountant. When I say professional, means basically both CA in service also and CA in practice also. You may come across these five kinds of threat. Okay. The code is IRAFI. What is I? Interest. R. Self review. A. Advocacy. F. Familiarity. I. Intimidation. Once more. I. Self interest threat. R. Self review threat. A. Advocacy. F. Familiarity. And I. Intimidation. Okay. So let me make you understand the terms. Then you read from the book. Okay. Interest. Interest basically means your greed is there. My interest is there. Basically, which greed? Monetary greed. So I have some money greed there. So there are chances that I may succumb to the pressure of the client. Now, for example, if I'm earning 100 rupees, out of 100 rupee, 80 rupees is coming from Reliance only. Now, out of my 100 rupee ka fees, total fees, 80% of the fees is coming from one client only. I went for audit, I did the audit, and as per my opinion, the opinion would be adverse opinion. But look at my face and tell me, Will I give adverse opinion to the client? Why no? Because if I give adverse opinion this year, see, adverse opinion is a very big problem for the client, correct? So next year he will not reappoint me. If he will not reappoint me, out of 100 rupee, my 80 rupees will be going off, correct? So it is which kind of a threat? Self-interest threat. Institute is not pointing out on us. They are not saying that you will do this. They are saying that it may happen. That is called as what? Self-interest threat. So they have not explained what are they said. They have given examples. So let's discuss one by one. First one is having close business relationship with the client. Close business relationship means, any example? Close business relationship. There has to be a monetary transaction with the client. Any example? Giving or taking loan. But giving or taking loan ideally is not allowed. But up to 5 lakh it is allowed. If you remember, auditor. Up to 5 lakh now you can be indebted. So up to 5 lakh a transaction is there. Imagine if I have given loan to the client and I gave adverse opinion to him. Will you get the money back? No. So it's an interest rate. Okay. Number two, potential employment with the client. Number two is what? Potential employment with the client. I was in practice. Okay, one day Mukesh Ambani said, AB sir, what practice you are doing? Leave this. I will make you the CEO of the Geo. I said, how much will you pay? Sir, 50 crore rupees per annum. I said, okay, tomorrow only I am closing my practice and coming to you. Now this year we are doing last year audit, okay, of Reliance, then we will surrender our COP. Now I found out adverse opinion is coming. Now you tell me, look at my face and tell me, will I give adverse opinion? Why no? My interest is in it because if I give adverse, next year will he make me the CEO of Reliance Jio? No. So that's potential employment with the client. Third example I gave you, undue dependence on the total fees from the client. So wherever you have your financial interest, it is which threat? Self-interest threat. So in MCQ they can ask. They will give you the example, ask us to identify the threat. Or they will give you the threat ka name and give options. Like examples, choose which one is threat, which one is not that threat. R. Self-review threat. Self-review threat. Now, one example I will give, other one you explain. Now, imagine I was auditing Reliance Industries. Okay, Niranjan was working in Reliance previous year. He left Reliance and he joined me as a partner in my CA firm. Now he's in practice. Niranjan came to me and said, "Okay, sir, what opinion are you giving?" I said, I'm giving adverse opinion. So Niranjan is telling me, sir, don't give adverse opinion. I asked him why. He said, sir, because if you give adverse opinion, Mukesh uncle will get angry. My sir, FNF is pending, sir. Sir, my gratuity is pending, sir. My bonus is pending from there. I wanted to give adverse opinion, but I was stopped from giving it. I'm being very independent, but when I was reviewing it, somebody stopped me. It is which threat? It is a review threat. Which threat? Review threat. Self-review threat. Okay. The other two example you explain me. The first and the second one. The basics are not clear. How can you do accounting? If you are an accountant, you can't become the auditor then. No? It's a prohibited service. Any example? You're close, but any other example? Again, it's a prohibited service. If you're an internal auditor, how can you become a shadow auditor? Have you cleared intermediate? How? Any other service? Stock audit. We are just the stock auditors. So stock audit is allowed except where it is prohibited. Like in banks, you can't be the start auditor of that bank and do the start audit there. Okay, but rest other companies, I can be the stock auditor and I can be the start auditor. Now I found out a lot of mistakes are there in the stock. I want to give adverse opinion on stock audit. But if I give adverse opinion on stock audit, what will happen? It will hamper my main audit, statutory audit. Okay, so I will be stopped from giving the whatever opinion I wanted to frame. That is called a self-review threat. One more example is there. Discovery of significant error during re-evaluation of the work of professional accountant in public practice. Means significant error during re-evaluation. Any example? No. See, when you finalize the report, you don't directly finalize. You check it again. Imagine somebody else have done the audit and you are the senior partner. So the partner comes in the firm, you discuss and you decide. Now you found out an error there. So if there's an error, can you give clean opinion? No. But your partners are saying, okay, sir, let's give clean opinion only. So you have discovered an error, but you were stopped from giving clean opinion there. Okay. It is called as what? Self-review threat. A. What is A? Advocacy. Advocacy means what? You are advising on behalf of client. Have you heard about a word called canvassing? Like you praise the client in front of others. Last night, Mukesh Ambani called me. Said, Abis, you have a class tomorrow? I said, yes, I have a class. Tell to your students that to buy my shares. Said, I will not tell. I know you are doing fraud here. Price will fall. I know that. He says, if you don't tell, I will remove you from auditorship. Next day morning, I came to the class and said, okay, Reliance is an amazing company. Very nice person, very nice human being. You should invest 30 days mein money double. Lakshmi Chit Fund. Invest there. Now, I am advising, okay, I am canvassing client in front of public. So it is called which said advocacy thread. Which said, guys? Advocacy. One more. Imagine some dispute was going on of Reliance and somebody else. So I am praising Reliance in front of that party. So it is basically which thread, guys? Advocacy thread. Read both the examples. Understood both the examples? What was I? Self-interest thread. R. Self-review thread. A. Advocacy thread. F. Familiarity thread. So familiarity is basically you are knowing the client somehow. Okay, your relationships happen there. Okay, that's familiarity. So first one is very interesting. Accepting gift or preferential treatment from a client unless the value is clearly insignificant. So I was giving adverse opinion. So client came to me, okay, sir, what opinion are you giving? I said, I'm giving adverse opinion. So let's do one thing. I'll buy a iPhone 17 1 TB gold collection for you. I said, no. I teach to students that you should never accept gift. I will give adverse opinion only. He said, sir, okay, for your wife also, sir, 2 TB iPhone 17 gold collection. The costing is around 3 4 lakh rupees of that phone. Okay. I said, no. He said, sir, let's do one thing. Along with the iPhone, I will sponsor a 15-day trip business class to Switzerland, fully sponsored by us, sir. I said, okay, give me the report. So it is which thread basically? Familiarity thread. Okay. One more is there long association of a senior personnel with a assurance client. So it's very quite common. Imagine, generally, boys, you may had fallen in love at some time ago, some years ago, and as usual, she went. Okay, and coincidentally, you became chartered accountant. She did not. She became a officer or a director in one of the company, and by the God's grace, you got the audit of same company. Okay, now revenge is revenge, right? So even the company is good or the company is bad, you want to give adverse opinion. But boys, we have a problem. Soft corner. I'm not telling you any real story of my life, huh? Okay. So imagine if you know the director of that company by some other mean, maybe your friend or maybe your ex or maybe your loved ones or maybe your relative, okay? Will you like to give adverse opinion? No. Okay, it's which thread, guys? Familiarity thread. Instead of saying that you don't do all this, it may happen in your life. Okay, it is called familiarity thread. So it's a long association of a senior personnel with the assurance client. Assurance means what does assurance means? Audit. Assurance word is used specifically in Big Fours. Like when we went for audit, we said we are going for audit. We are going to client place for audit, right? Big Four, they don't say audit. They say we are an assurance team. We are going for assurance engagement. So assurance in simple word is basically audit only. Audit. Okay. I, intimidation threat. So intimidation is basically you're scaring somebody. Okay. Now I was in my office, two goons. Okay. They came to my office. Where is Abis sir? Where is Abis sir? I was like, I'm also searching. Where is Abis sir? Those goons slapped me. Yeah, black became. He said, "Ki, sir, what opinion you have given to Reliance?" I said, it is adverse opinion. They are doing a lot of fraud. I'll give adverse opinion. One more punch. Here also black. I said, why are you punching again and again? Change the opinion. I did qualified now. Punched on the nose. Here red became now. I said, why are you punching me again and again? Make it clean opinion. I said, I will not give clean opinion because see, they are doing wrong things. I am like very truthful person, honest person. I will give adverse or qualify opinion. They said to me, sir, if you don't give clean opinion, we will leak your videos. You know, video getting recorded. Video. I said, which video? MMS. Which MMS? MMS videos. I said, okay, give me the report. I will give clean opinion. Now they are threatening me. If they are threatening me, it is which threat? Intimidation threat. It is which threat, guys? Intimidation threat. So every threat has a different level. So this is a code for Irafi. What is I? Self-interest. What is R? Self-review. Okay. A? Advocacy. That means you are giving wrong advice to others. F? Familiarity. You are familiar to the person. I? Intimidation. You are threatened with litigation or threatened with removal. Okay. That is called as intimidation threat. Okay. Now, what are the safeguards for the threat? See, institute is not saying that this will happen. Okay. It may happen. I have a question for you guys. Can I audit, like I'm a practicing CA, can I audit my father ka company? Can I audit my father ka company? No. Because law में it is not allowed. Correct? Relative Companies Act में it is clearly written you can't do father ka company ka audit. Can I audit my father-in-law ka company ka audit? Father-in-law. Tell me, yes or no? I can't audit my father's company. That's very much clear. It's written in Companies Act because it's not allowed. Can I audit my father-in-law company's audit? Yes, I can do. As per law, it is allowed because the moment it is prohibited, you can do it. But institute says, sir, your ethics. Ethics in Hindi we say Siddhant, Usul, Adarsh, Parampara, Pratishta, Anushasan. All these are Hindi words, okay? So, boss, now you tell me if I'm auditing my father ka company, father-in-law ka company, okay? Because law mein it is allowed. Now, if they are doing wrong thing, look at my face and tell me, will I give adverse opinion? No. Why no? If I give adverse opinion, I will have a problem of night dinner problem, okay? So out of that threat, you tell me which threat is getting attracted here? Which threat? Father-in-law. Which threat it is? Familiarity threat because you know the client, right? That is called as familiarity threat. So you will say, "Okay, sir, that means you will not do only. No, my firm will be the auditor. I can't go and do the audit now, but my partners can go and do the audit, right? There's a prohibition on me because it's a familiarity threat. I will not do the audit, but somebody else can do it. So it says, what are the safeguards for the threats? So they have given an example here. So please mark from here examples of actions. So what you can do? So there are 5 safeguards. First one, what you can do? Assign additional time and a qualified personnel to required task when an engagement has been accepted. It might address your self-interest threat. Imagine if I'm saying undue dependence on fees. Okay. So somebody would say, sir, you're depending. That means you are not independent there. So what we can do? We can appoint somebody else with us. Okay. He will handle the client. So it will address your self-interest threat. Number two, having an appropriate reviewer who is not a member of the team. He will review the work. So if he's reviewing my work, it will address which threat? Self review threat. It must address self review threat. See, using different partners. I will not do my father-in-law audit. Okay, using different partners, an engagement team with separate reporting lines for provision of non-assurance service to an assurance client might address which threat? Review, advocacy, family. All three can be taken care of. D, involving another firm to perform or reform perform. Acha, can you audit your best friend ka company? Yes or no? Legally it is allowed, correct? But ethically you tell me, should you go and do the audit? No, because it is a threat to you. Which threat will come? Community threat will come. So I to can't go and do now. I will send my partners. Acha, you will say, no, sir, partner ka also interest would be there. Let's do one thing. Let's appoint one more firm. So we will do the audit. They will another firm will check, and we will be very independent there. So it says involving another perform to perform or re-perform the part of the engagement might address all threats. IRAFI, all threats. Acha, separating teams when dealing with matters of confidential nature might address self-interest threat. So you have different teams, you put additional times, you appoint somebody else, it can be overcome. Can you tell me, can you reduce the threat to zero? No, you can reduce it to an acceptable level. Understood? Okay. Take 5 minutes time, do the threats again and the safeguards. Threats are important for the perspective of MCQ. Huh? How many threats are there? Five. What's the code? Irafi. I, interest. So how do you identify money transaction? R, review. While giving opinion, you were stopped. It is called review thread. A, advocacy. You're canvassing in front of others, giving wrong advices to the clients. F, family. You know the client. You know the client. I, intimation. Somebody is threatening you. Okay. Remember this code words. Okay. Read. Threats and safeguards. Finish reading. Five threats. What is I? Self-interest. R, self-review. A, advocacy. F, family. I, intimidation threat. Okay. Can you see this overview of the code of ethics? Please cancel this. Waste. Vassa. Cancel this. On the next page, can you see this part 4A, 4B? Cancel till here. And draw a line above fundamental principles. Now, besides fundamental principles, write there OIPCC. OIPCC. Besides fundamental principles, write there OIPCC. Now, so there are basically five principles which a professional accountant must follow every time. The code is OIPCC. What is O? Objectivity. I, integrity. P, professional behavior. C, professional competence and due care. One more C, confidentiality. So guys, what is the code? OIPCC. What is O? Objectivity. I, integrity. P, professional behavior. C, professional competence and due care. One more C, confidentiality. The code is OIPCC. O, objectivity. I, integrity. P, professional behavior. C, competence and due care. One more C, confidentiality. The code is OIPCC. Okay. So let's discuss one by one. Out of this five, one, two, three. Three have come in the exam for a 4 mark question. So every attempt may one question they're asking from this OIPCC. Okay. So let's take first one is O, objectivity. So first let's read objectivity. Very small. Now they are using the word subsection 112. Guys, subsection 112 of which act? Chartered Accountants Act 1949. Okay. Now, can somebody tell me objectivity means what? Like, you, a chartered accountant should be objective. I mean, he should follow the principle of objectivity. Means what? He should be unbiased. There should be no conflict of interest. That means he should be basically independent. So it says a professional accountant shall comply with the principles of objectivity, which requires him not to compromise professional business judgment because of biasness, conflict of interest, or undue influence of others. Now imagine he went, Niranjan is a chartered accountant, he went to a client place. Okay. The client place made the director or the accountant was a female. Okay. So the female came to Niranjan. Niranjan, sir, what is the opinion you have framed? Niranjan is a very polite guy. He said, Madam, as per me, the opinion is coming to adverse. So I'll be giving adverse opinion. AB sir has taught us five fundamental principles. What are five fundamental principles? OIPCC, objectivity, integrity, professional behavior, professional competence, and confidentiality. It is adverse opinion. The female came very close to Niranjan. Niranjan, what is the opinion? Madam, OIPCC, it is adverse opinion only. Niranjan said, I mean, the madam said, Niranjan, what are you doing tonight? Niranjan said, after the class, I don't have any work. She said, today Saturday night, full tide, nobody's at home. He said, okay, let's have, I'll give clean opinion. Now you tell me, has he compromised any principle? Yes or no? Yes. Which one? Objectivity. Why? You got influence. Boys, remember, whatever they are offering you, whatever means whatever. Whatever means whatever they're, oh, sorry. I will not take anything. I will not take objectivity. Babu, 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 yeah. So whatever they are offering you, should you accept or not accept? Not accept, okay? So professional accountant shall comply with the principle of objectivity, which requires an accountant not to compromise professional business judgment because of biasness, conflict of interest, or undue influence of others. So he should not undertake a professional activity if a circumstance or relationship unduly influences the accountant ka judgment regarding that particular activity. So please underline biasness, conflict of interest, undue influence of others. So ideally, this should not come in the exam because it's a very small answer. All the questions are either 5 mark or 4 mark question. So you should make sure that okay, all the big answers which are 5 or 4, they can come in the exam. Okay, that's O, objectivity. Now, what was I? Integrity. Integrity. So whenever you are reading the principle of integrity it's on the previous page, always remember my face. Look at me. Honest, sincere, straightforward towards the work. So the auditor, I mean the professional accountant, should always be honest and straightforward towards all his work. So basically, let's talk about honesty, sincerity. Now, a professional accountant shall not knowingly be associated with any report or return or communication or the other information where he believes that the information contains what? A materially false or misleading statement. Guys, materially false. False means untrue, a wrong statement. Materially means important significantly. Or misleading statement. That means something is wrong there. Or contains a statement or information provided negligently. That means they have not checked anything. Or omits. What is this word? English medium student. Pronounce this word. What does this mean? Omits or obscures required information. Obscures means leave. Omit only. Okay, information where such omission or obscurity would be misleading. You are not checking the data. A report which is not checked, report which is omitted, or report which contains some false statement. Should you be associated with those reports? No. Then now imagine if a report is misleading. Okay, we just learned a principle called as integrity. We should not be associated with that particular report. But if I have given a qualified opinion or an adverse opinion on that same report, have I contravened the principle of integrity? No. So ideally, you will give something. No? See, if you are writing clean opinion, then you are wrong. But if the report is wrong, you came to know and you gave a modified report. Which report, guys? Modified report. So you have not contravened. Acha, you don't want to give any opinion only. You want to withdraw. Can you withdraw? Once you have withdrawn, have you contravened the principle of integrity? No. So either you give a modified report or you withdraw from the engagement. It's written there. However, when a professional accountant will not be considered to be breach of matters mentioned above, that's integrity principle, if he provides a modified report in respect of the above matter. Guys, modified report means qualify adverse disclaimer. Or where a professional accountant become aware of having been associated with the information described in that integrity, the accountant shall take steps to be disassociated from the information. Disassociated means withdraw. So either you withdraw or you give modified report. Please underline both modified and disassociated. What was O, guys? Objectivity. What is I? Integrity. P, professional behavior. Come to professional behavior first. Professional behavior. That's E wala point. Now, how do you identify professional behavior? See, because of me, like because of a chartered accountant, if something is wrong name or bad naming is happening on the entire profession or the institute, that means I have contravened the principle of professional behavior. Like I showed you Yakub Mehman. So Yakub Mehman was a chartered accountant. Now everybody who came to know that Yakub was a chartered accountant, so they said these mad people are CA only. Full time they will study, they'll get frustrated. They have to remove frustration somewhere. So he became terrorist only. So because of Yakub, what happened? The people started bad mouthing the entire profession. So that means you have contravened which principle? Professional behavior. Okay. So in the MCQ, if they're making a story here and there, just see if the situation is leading to that because of one person, the entire community ka name is getting spoiled. That means he has contravened which principle? Professional behavior. Okay. So it says a professional accountant shall comply with the principle of professional behavior, which means that he should comply with relevant laws and regulations and avoid any conduct that accountant know or should know might underline that discredit the profession. Please underline that. Then or conduct that might discredit the profession, same line it is coming, includes the conduct that a reasonable and informed third party would be likely to conduct adversely affects the good reputation of the profession. Again, same line they are repeating. He should not knowingly engage in any employment or occupational activity which impairs or might impair what all? Integrity, objectivity, or good reputation. Underline that reputation of the profession. And as a result, would be incompatible with fundamental principle. Then, one, two, three. Next three line, please cancel. Read the last point. Just read this. A professional accountant shall be honest. Please read that. Last point and sub points A, B, C. Guys, as a chartered accountant, can you tell to somebody I can make your money double in 30 days? I am a chartered accountant. I have learned FM. Can you tell him? No. You're giving exaggerated claims. Are I am a chartered accountant. I can save your tax. Zero tax. I am a chartered accountant. I know all the tax ka loopholes. You must have studied DT, right? So I can save your tax. Can you give that claim to somebody? No. So what is happening here? Basically, you are making exaggerated claim. So because of you, the entire profession ka name is getting spoiled. It is which principle you are breaching? Professional behavior. Understood? What is O? Objectively. That's basically biasness. I, Integrity, that means honesty, sincerity, straightforwardness. P, professional behavior, that means something wrong happening with the profession. Okay, now two C are there. Come to the first one, that is basically professional competence and due care, page 532. And right there, important, it came in the exam. Professional competence and due care. Okay. Now, this is basically your common sense, okay, your intellectual level. So you have to be very much competent and work with diligence. Now, for example, imagine a company was there. To them, Ind AS was not applicable. But in the phase manner, this year, say Ind AS became applicable. Now you have prepared the audit report because you are an intermediate student and you have taken FR very lightly. You do not know Ind AS. So you prepared the audit report based on AS. MCA ka notice came, the penalty came up to 10 lakh rupees. Now, the client is saying that chartered accountant, you should know what is applicable to us. AS was applicable, Ind AS was applicable. Now, you being a chartered accountant, you did not do the audit properly. So, which principle you have breached? Competence and due care. Same way, if it is a listed company, now I want to check your common sense. If there's a listed company, ideally in listed company as an auditor, how many times we have to submit a report? I'll give you option one, two, three, four. Four. Why? Every quarter. It's a mandatory thing. Unaudited results, audited results, you have to submit it every quarter. Mein. Now you are very lazy bum. Okay, you said, "Eh, sir, it is not applicable. Sir, I am telling na, sir, it is not applicable. I have studied everything. Even though law was in SPOM, I know law. Sir, it is not applicable to you. SEBI sent a notice of 25 lakh rupees to the client. Which principle have you breached? Competence and due care. So, being a chartered accountant, you should know what laws, what relevant laws are applicable to the client, what tax rate is applicable, what benefits are applicable, what exemptions are applicable. Okay. If you're not doing your work properly, you're contravening which principle? Competence and due care. So, these are 5, 6 points. It came as a direct descriptive answer. Explain competence and due care. Rather than important, read all the points. Even if you don't write all the 6 points, you write around 4, 5 points, you'll get marks for that. Have you heard about something called CPRs? CPE. Chartered accountant needs to comply with CPRs, no? It is called as continuing professional education. That means after becoming CA, still you have to study. So imagine there's a 3 hour ka seminar. So ideally, how much hours ka seminar? 3 hour ka seminar. So you should get 3 hours ka credit. No, they'll give you 1 hour, 2 hours. Such credits they will give. So every year we have to complete 60 hours of education. Now if there's a 8 hour ka seminar, ideally you should get credit of 8 hours. No, they'll give you 4 hours, 5 hours. Full time pass these people are. So this is mandatory. Every practicing CA, they have to go and attend those seminars. I think you must have also attended on behalf of boss. Yeah. Articles are very much very happy. I'll tell you why. First one, reason you get AC auditorium. Second, you get amazing food. Breakfast, lunch, snakes, sometimes dinner also. Snakes, okay. Third, the best part, you don't have to do any work. Why? Because you're studying, attending seminar. So you get freedom from the jail and the jailer there. Okay. Because boss will not disturb you. So a lot of articles go and attend. They're very happy. Okay, sir, who will go and do the work? Use brain, common sense. Here, we will play mobile play game. Who's there to attend? Because everybody needs this attendance. Because it's a mandatory requirement. And generally, the cutoff is 31st December. So they follow CPRs, people follow calendar year. So from Jan to December, you have to complete 60 CPRs. It's a mandatory requirement for every practicing CA. So once you become chart accountant, it will be told to you. Now, being a chart practicing CA, so how would I come to know what is happening in the technology, in the world? So I have to go and attend those direct tax ka seminar, GST ka update seminar, because I need to be very much updated so that I can give services to the client. So that's the reason we say it is competence and due care. Understood? This came as a 4 mark answer. Then one more principle was confidentiality. Now let's quickly recall. How many threads were there, guys? Threads? 5. What's the code for threads? Graphy. Okay, how many principles are there? How many principles? OIPCC. 5 principles. The code is OIPCC. Okay, the last one is confidentiality. I have two clients. One is Taj Hotel, other one is Hilton Hotel. Okay. So when I went to Taj, I take all the details from the Taj. What are the schemes? What are the benefits? What offers they are coming up? And I went to and told to Hilton people. Hilton Taj is coming with all this offer. I took Hilton ka data and I gave it to Taj. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Which principle I have contravened? Confidentiality. Boss, the talks of one client to another client, should you go and disclose? Boys, should we go and do it? No. Whose job is to do all this? I'm asking you, whose job is? I did not say girls. I absolutely did not say girls. Okay, these people are saying. Sorry. So obviously, as a chartered accountant, you need to follow principle of confidentiality. Now understand. I am the auditor of Reliance. Mukesh Ambani called me and said, AB sir, bank people will call you. They will ask you, how do we determine the profitability? The determination of a profitability of a company or of a client is a confidential or non-confidential matter. How, like imagine this bottle manufacturing, okay? Distillery people. So the cost would be like 2, 3 rupees. They're selling at 20 rupees. How does 2, 3 rupees comes? How do they determine the profitability? It's a confidential or non-confidential matter. It's a confidential matter. Now, bank people called me and I told him, this is the costing of Reliance ka product, this is the selling price, this we add, this we ignore, and this is the profit. I gave confidential detail to the bank. Am I guilty? I'm the auditor of Reliance. Am I guilty? Yes or no? Yes. No. Yes. No. Tell me yes or no? No. Who told me to give details? Reliance. Client has given me permission. If client has given me permission, you are not guilty. One more example. Praveen was working in Reliance. So Mukesh Ambani told him, okay, bank people will call you for giving details of confidential nature, profitability. Same example, okay. Praveen is a CA in service. He gave confidential detail to bank. You tell me, is he guilty? Yes or no? No. Because who permitted him? Employer. Who permitted? Employer. When I say client, I'm talking from the perspective of practicing CA. When I say employer, I'm talking from the perspective of CA in service. Understood? So always you need to maintain principle of confidentiality. But if it is permitted by client, or it is permitted by employer, or it is permitted by law, in intermediate you must have done something called section 143.12. I'll be teaching on Monday or Tuesday ka class. 143.12. It is basically reporting of fraud. If there is a fraud of some amount, you have to go and report to CG. Anybody, any amount? 1 crore. Any form number if you remember? 4. ADT 4 is the form number. Okay. You need to go and report it to CG. So when you go and report to CG, obviously you'll be giving all the details of the client. So I am given my confidential details of the client with regard to fraud to central government. Am I guilty of this principle? No, because it is permitted by law. So 3 exception. Permitted by client, permitted by employer, permitted by law. Fourth one. Please use your common sense. Okay. Income tax people have come to your client. Okay. So you were filing returns for them also. You know that client has not paid taxes. Is it your duty? Because you heard like few days ago on Independence Day, now in future also on Republic Day, you will hear Modi ji ka speech. Modi ji praises all the chartered accountants. Chartered accountants, you are the youth of the nation. The entire country is only dependent on you. You are the young star of the country. You got highly motivated. Now you tell me, is it your duty to go and tell to income tax, uncle, this boy not paying tax? You tell me as a chartered accountant, is it your duty to inform to the department that my client is not paying tax? Yes or no? Should you help the country in that way? No. It is not our job. Understand? Imagine if we have done LLB wala course. LLB, no? Lawyer course, okay? Now imagine Niranjan has done murder of somebody. Okay? I am the lawyer. Will he come and confess to me? Tell me. When he comes to me and say, "Okay, sir, please save me," I will ask him, "What have you done?" "Sir, I committed a crime." "What crime?" "Murder." How? He will obviously explain me. Now imagine I'm very smart. I recorded everything. Okay, when the judge came, so everybody stood up. I was standing there. The judge said, "Okay, sit down, everybody sit down." I said, "Judge, wait, hold on. I have the full recording." He had only committed the crime. You tell me as a lawyer, is it my duty to save him or to punish him? Save him, correct? Because it's your job. So it is not you're going against the country or against the law. It is my job to save him. Same way for the client also, it is not your job to inform to the department that the client has not paid tax. Okay, but there's an exception. So obviously you're lying there. You're lying to the department, right? Correct. Now imagine if raid has happened. You know, raid, income tax ka raid. Raid has happened. So the first thing when raid happens, the income tax or any department will say only one thing: call the CA. You went. Yes, sir, you called me. So the department say, "Who are you?" Chartered accountant. First attempt. Yeshas Academy student. AB sir student. Yeah, afternoon batch. Yeah. Tell me what happened. The department says, "Shut up and sit down there." Okay. Now, has your client stolen any tax ka money from the department? No, sir. Because you remember my conversation. OIPCC. It is not your duty to inform to anybody. So client has not paid tax. You know it. Okay. But you are not admitting it because we follow principle of confidentiality. I will not tell. Okay. Income tax people have full authority to slap you. He slapped. Still you are saying, "No, sir. Oh, IPCC. No, sir. No, sir." He has not paid. Okay. So imagine then later on, if they conduct a lie detector test. You know, lie detector test you must have seen in movies. Okay. And they say, "Okay, boss, we are putting this on media. We are filing a complaint against institute that you have not clear intermediate properly. Okay. Your basics are not clear. So if there's a question on your degree, then you can obviously tell to the department what your client has done blunder. Generally, we are not duty bound to give any confidential data to any department. But if there is a question on your degree, imagine some investigation is going on. Okay, some investigation, some fraud has happened. Then, if you are telling confidential details of the client, have you breached the principle of confidentiality? No, then you have not breached. Okay, so all this falls in the exception. Have you heard about NAFRA, NFRA? National Financial Reporting Authority. I'll be teaching you all this, okay? So it's a department which is behind chartered accountants. Okay. Client is doing something wrong, call the CA. So if NAFRA ka inquiry is going on, okay, NAFRA people are asking you, you are a CA, has your client done something wrong? No, sir. Principle of confidentiality. Oh, IPCC, AB sir student. NAFRA will tell you, boss, if you don't tell me what your client has done, I will punish you. No, sir. OIPCC. Punishment, sir. Forget that punishment. See, punishment is basically monetary penalty. So we earn fees, sir. We will pay the fees. The other problem is NAFRA has a power to debar you. Debar means not, see, they can't remove you from the institute. They will debar. That means you have that COP, but you can't sign any audit report. If NAFRA is telling you, okay, you want to keep a OIPC, you keep OIPC. See, I will make sure you do IPCC again. We will debar you. Now, when the question comes on your degree, if they're debarring you, and you tell me, will you admit all the details of the client? Yes or no? Yes. At that time, you have not breached the principle of confidentiality because there's a question on investigation. Understood what is confidentiality? So, competence and due care and confidentiality both have come in the exam back to back attempt. I think May 24 and November 24 back to back it has come. Write important and read. Online people, you read from the screen. Okay. I'll scroll slowly, slowly. On the bottom, can you see the following are the circumstances? Right there, heading as exceptions. Those are basically exceptions where it is permitted. The first one is by law. Second one is by law, authorized by a client or the employing organization, that's employer. Third one, where there's a professional duty or a right to disclose. So where to comply with the requirements of peer review board, quality review board of the institute. Then number two, to respond to an inquiry or investigation by any department, to protect the professional interest of a professional accountant in any legal proceedings, or to comply with technical professional standards. If some inquiry investigation is going on, if you are disclosing confidential data of a client, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Understood the exceptions? So guys, remember my five threads. What are my five threads? Five threads. Graphy. I, interest. R, review. A, advocacy. F, familiarity. I, intimidation. Okay, five principles. OIPCC. O, objectivity. I, integrity. P, professional behavior. C, competence and due care. One more C, confidentiality. Understood? Let's do one more answer and then we'll take a small break. It says, come to page number 535, KYC norms for CA in practice. KYC norms. So KYC is basically know your client. So there are a lot of terms for KYC. Know your consumer, know your customer. So here we use know your client. So it came in way back in 2017-18. So you must be having in your office, one Excel file where you keep the basic records of the client, like the date, serial number, and the name of the client, the type of work, the PAN number, the TAN number, or the GST number, and then the box file number. Okay, do you keep data in box files like bills of client, purchase files, sales files? The question mark. Have you gone to office? Have you done articleship? So you maintain one client folder, right? One master file is there. In that master file, you keep all the details of client. So that is basically KYC. Okay. So, so Council of Institute has approved following KYC norms. It says where the client is an individual proprietor, what details you will keep? Name of the individual, PAN number. Please make a typo error is there. Aadhaar card. It's a Aadhaar card number. Mistake. PAN number, Aadhaar card number, business description, copy of last audited FS, and what is the type of engagement, whether it's audit, return, GST consultancy, whatever it is. This is for individual. Now, when it is a corporate entity, can you give me example of corporate entity? No, what does corporate entity means? Company. Which company? All company, na? Public, private, listed, unlisted, plus LLP. LLP is also corporate if you know. It's a body corporate, okay? So we'll keep the name, address of the entity, their business, any parent, any in case of subsidiary, the latest audited FS, and what is the type of engagement. Because it's a company, you will keep what else? Company ka PAN number, SIN number, director ka name and DIN number. What is SIN number ka full form? Corporate or company identification number. DIN ka director identification number. Now, when the client is a non-corporate entity, give me example of non-corporate. Partnership firm, HUF, trust, society. So it's a non-corporate entity. Same, you'll keep name and address of the entity, the PAN number, the business description, the partner ka name, address, latest audit FS and type of engagement. So long back this question used to come now because it become very common. In 17-18 they'd ask lot of times. Now because it has become common, KYC now has become common. Every CA needs to maintain this. So it's very rare in the exam. Maybe in MCQ they can ask. Okay. With this, we have completed around 20% of this chapter. Okay. Can you see this NOCLAR? NOCLAR, NOCLAR. Leave for timing. This we're gonna do towards the end. Towards the end, okay? On the page. Page number 540. Can you see recent decisions of the institute? This is also will be doing towards the end. Once we do the entire ethics, then we come to the decisions. Okay. Towards the end. Page 541. Come to page 541. From here, we do after 10 minutes. Okay. So let's take a small break of 10 minutes, then we'll continue. Okay. Have you understood ethics? The basics of the ethics. Still now, chapter has not yet started. What is coming in the exam, we have not done it yet. It's just the basic of this chapter. In the exam, only clauses will come. We'll be learning clauses later on. Okay. Let's continue after 10 minutes. Resume. Where are others? Hmm. Now, come to page 541. Okay. So we are left with NOCLA and we are left with the guidelines. Okay. So once we do all the provisions of the chapter, then we'll come back again to those guidelines. Okay. Now, so it says there are certain questions. These are very old questions. Now, see, first question. It says Mr. SRK is a member. When they're using the word member, you'll always assume they're talking about practicing CA. Okay. Can he act as an insurance agent and arrange the business for insurance companies? Can you become agent? No. But can you become insurance advisor? Yes or no? Yes. I am giving advice, but I'm not the agent there. Okay. So it says, no, you can only give financial advisory services. I mean, insurance financial advisory. Marketing or processing business is not allowed. Just write the word not allowed there. Marketing processing business is not allowed. Then, number two, CAAB stays in London. The question is Code of Ethics applicable to him? Tell me yes or no. Yes. See, you always assume that the person is registered in India and his name is there in the ROM. If his name is there in the ROM, that means wherever he stays, Code of Ethics is applicable. Okay. Yes, Code of Ethics is applicable to all members, even outside India. Just right there, assuming his name is entered in ROM. Assuming his name is entered in ROM. Assuming his name is entered in ROM. Third, can a member in practice permitted to undertake the management of NRI funds, fund management? Tell me, allowed or not allowed? Why not allowed? Portfolio management, it's prohibited services. So no, it is not allowed since it is prohibited. Okay. Then, can Mrs. Baby, a member in practice, provide? Tell me, portfolio management service. Can she provide? No. Can she be a collection agent? Collection agent. Broking, not allowed. Okay. Can you give entire range of services regarding public issue? Yes, except three services. Pub. Pub is what? Portfolio management, underwriting, and broking. Rest all services you can give. Okay. Then, can you give insurance advisory services? Yes. Can you procure business for insurance companies? I mean, can you promote them and get business for them? No, you are giving advisory. Advisory is allowed. Getting business for them is not allowed. Okay. Mr. E, who is not in practice. Now, when I say he's not in practice, that means he's in service. Can he provide a service where no attestation is required? No attestation means no certification is required. Like for example, standing in front of department. Now, if you are a chartered accountant in service, you tell me, can you stand in front of department? No, because standing in front of department is a power given to whom? Only a practicing CA. Only a practicing CA. Okay? No. One more question. CA Katrina was removed from membership for professional or other misconduct. Can she represent herself before various tax authorities? Yes or no? No. Why no? She is disqualified. Then, CA ACP Pradyuman in practice. Can he accept a professional assignment of investigation by insurance company? Now the question is about insurance company. But what are you doing in insurance company? You are giving investigation service. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Yes, it is allowed as per council. Understood? All these are very old questions. Now they are not asking all this. Just remember pub. You can give all kinds of services except pub. What's the full form of pub? Portfolio management, underwriting, broking. Understood? Now, how much is the penalty? Now, please cancel that number. I think by mistakenly I have written this numbers. Please cancel this number. 8. Just cancel the number, okay, numbering part. Now, penalty. Any person who is not a CA, represents a CA as a CA, or uses designation as a CA, or is a CA without COP, represents in practice, or practices as a chartered accountant. So, see, there are a lot of people who are not CA, still they say themselves as a chartered accountant, okay? So, if they are caught, how much is the penalty? Very huge penalty. First conviction, how much penalty? 1000 is wrong. Up to 1000 rupees. You paid 1000 rupees. Again, you went and said to everybody, I must see, I must see here. Second conviction, how much is the penalty? Up to 5000. Up to 5000. Okay, or imprisonment up to 6 months or both. Imprisonment up to 6 months or both. See, it's very old penalty. 1000 rupees today's time it is very less, no? Like 1000 rupees. But the penalty have been updated. Council have decided last year only, but it is not yet made part of our syllabus. From which attempt that penalty will come, even I do not know. Okay, so don't go on Google. Wait for ICI ka RTP. In RTP, it will be very much clarified where what amendments are applicable. Right now, we are studying as per module. In module, this is a penalty. First conviction, how much penalty? Up to 1 lakh. Sorry, up to 1000. Up to 1000. Subsequent, up to 5000. And in case of imprisonment, how much it is? Up to 6 months or both. Then designation. Can you see designation? Please cancel that number there. Designation. So it says section number 7. If you are a member, one you are in practice, otherwise means service or just a member. So if you are in practice, boss, it is mandatory for you to use the name, so to use two alphabets before your name as a prefix. It is mandatory. So if you are in practice, mandatorily you will write CA so and so. Now imagine, like I have done CS also. So can I write CS Abhishek Bansal? Not allowed. Institute is very much clear. The Godfather is only one. Which is the Godfather? CA. Whereas other degrees, obviously those are institute, reputable institute. Okay, you have earned those degree. You can write not those alphabets. You can write your degrees below your name, not beside your name. Beside your name, only one thing will come. What is that one thing? CA. Okay. Now, so you can't use any other designation other than the chartered accountant, whether in addition or substitution. You can write down the letters below showing membership of the approved bodies. That is, they can write down the degrees after their name. So I can't write CSAB, I can't write CACSAB. I can write only C. Abhishek Bansal. Now, if I have got other degrees like BCom, very important. Can I write BCom Abhishek Bansal? No. Godfather is only one. What is that Godfather? CA. Now, looking up to us also, you must have seen on Instagram people write ER. ER is for engineer. Okay, architect is AR. They write that also. But those mad people are just copycats. Okay. Godfather is only one. What is that Godfather? CA. So now imagine you have done BCom, you have done MBA, you have done CMA, you have done plumbing course. Whatever course you have done, everything should come below your name. Okay, below your name. Okay. You can't write down company secretary in addition or in substitution of CA as you are a CA in practice. So this rule is mandatory applicable to whom? CA in practice. Before your name, you will write CA. You must have seen a lot of vehicles also. No? People put a CA ka sticker. CA stickers, that's a CA logo ka sticker, okay? On bikes also, people put CA ka sticker. Like it's full show off. Obviously, one thing is like, okay, you have to show off because it's a highly reputable degree. Percentage is around 10% passing. So out of so many people, we are dinosaurs. Right? 140 crore population. Means we are not even like 6 lakh people. Okay, in the entire country. Not even 6 lakh people. Okay. So obviously you have to show it off. So recently, not recently, I think few years back, I got an invitation card. Okay. I don't know whether what's the culture here. In North, not in Bombay. Okay. North, like Rajasthan side. People write CA so and so. Weds CA so and so. Okay. They write the name. Okay. And plus, they write their other degrees also. So I was just fascinated by the visit. I mean, that invitation card of a marriage. I was just seeing that CA so and so. In the bracket, they have written BCom also. Okay, and the bride was CS intercleared. So for them, the bride clear they have written CS so and so BCom, comma CS intercleared. It was also written. So it's basically like that is show off. That is show off. Okay. What's the culture here? People write those CA and all. I mean, on the bride and groom, on the marriage invitation. Some people write, some people don't. It's both basically, okay? But I think majority would not be writing it all. Okay, few people will be writing. But in North, it's full. Like 90% people will write. Plus, now imagine you will definitely become chartered accountant. So whenever you're attempting, you'll become chartered accountant. So you are happy, your family is happy, your relatives would be very happy. Okay, done, dusted, finish. But in North, it's a highly reputable degree. So what happens? They remove a procession of the chartered accountant with those garlands of that marigold flower. Okay, they remove proper procession. Okay, so and so person have become chartered accountant. Forget that. The next day in the newspaper, the entire newspaper will be with the photo of the student and the entire family congratulating them. Heartiest congratulations to so and so person. The student ka name is only one, two lines. Okay, one word, one line. Okay, the entire family, like the grandfather, grandmother, brother, sister, first cousin, second cousin. Imagine he has a married brother, brother's wife, their children, everybody congratulating. Imagine that tiny tot. He do not know what exactly a C is because we even do not know. He is also congratulating. So when I went for the first time way back in 2014 to take a batch, okay, so I was teaching this chapter. So I told them that this has to be done. So somebody from the batch said, "Sir, you do not know our culture." I said, "What is our culture?" "Sir, we publish this in the newspaper when we become CA." I said, "What nonsense? In Bombay, like you became CA, it's okay. It's a very normal thing. You became chartered accountant. Everybody's happy. It's good. Keep it to yourself." Because it's very commercial. Na? Bombay is like all communities are there. It's okay. You have earned a degree. Even like person who sell fruits, he also earn money. You are a chartered accountant. You have not done something great there. I know for us it is very great, but in terms of others, it is okay. It's a degree. That's it. But in North, it's a super degree. So I was arguing with that person. So that student said, "No, no, sir, we have a proper thing. Like in the next day, the entire newspaper, I mean, all photos are there." So I said, "Show them, show me the proof." And the person showed me the proof. I was in shock. So after two, three attempts, one of my student sent me a photo. Okay, him with the said so and so student is there, and he became CA in the first attempt. I immediately messaged him. "Boss, three times you have taken my batch only. Why it is written that you have become first time? Like heartiest congratulations to our son-in-law." Okay, it was son-in-law. So son-in-law on clearing in first attempt. It was written in Hindi. So I messaged him, "Boss, three times you have taken my batch. Why the hell you have written first time?" "Sir, Papa." I said, "Which Papa?" "Sir, Papa in law." He said, "Nobody will ever come to know." So I wanted to understand the logic. Why do these people do all this? The only reason is marriage. Marriage. Okay. So once a student become a child accountant, so he becomes at the age of 21, 22, 23. It's an invitation for others. Our children have become chartered accountant. If your child has also become chartered accountant, let's do amalgamation together. Because on the bottom, you will find the phone numbers also. If it's a congratulation, it has to come from the heart. But below that, there was a congratulation phone number also. Okay, with best compliments, number is there. So out of my curiosity, I asked why people are giving numbers here. No, generally, when you are young, boys, you must have seen people writing phone numbers in the washroom. So out of my curiosity, I asked why people are writing phone number here. So they said, "Sir, it's an invitation for marriage. It's an offer. You must have learned in contract, like, it's an invitation to offer." So that's the logic there in North. Okay. I think I have a photo also. I'll show you post break. I'll find out. So somebody ka marriage invitation ka photo is also there, and that person who became chartered accountant also. So if you're a practicing CA, you have to mandatory write CA before your name. Okay. Otherwise, if they don't use designation CA, they may use any other expression like big four people. Okay. So big four people are very much clear. When you join big four, you become a manager or a director or a partner there. They don't even write CA. They don't even write CA. They just write their name on the visiting card. That's it. See, because if you're working in Big Four, ultimately it is assumed that you're a chartered accountant, okay? But they don't want to show it off. So Big Four people, big MNCs, like big firms, they don't write CA also. There are a lot of my friends who have given up their membership. There are a lot of my students who have not even taken up the membership. So you see, GMCS is a mandatory requirement right now, correct? When we became CA like 15 years back, at our times the rule was after appearing CA final exam, you can appear for GMCS. Okay. So imagine if somebody became chartered accountant, he did not do GMCS, he started earning. His salary is around 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees per month. Now, GMCS is a requirement to become member at that time. So somebody said, why the hell I want to become a member of the institute? Because I am earning 2 lakh rupees. Now, 15-day ka leave I have to take. So imagine you stay in a place called as Bombay, which is very much expensive. Leaving that 15-day, like I mean, taking a leave of 15-day, okay, deducting our salary, who will join GMC? So a lot of my friends, they are chartered accountant. Today they're at a very good position, maybe earning 40, 50 lakh rupees, but they are not the member of institute. They are least bothered. What is happening in the institute? See, because we become chartered accountant, we are connected. I teach, you are a student. Once you also, after 2, 3 years, you will also forget what is ICA because you do not know where you will be working. Imagine you shifted to Dubai. You're working with some sheikh. Now, what do you want to do with ICA and sheikh? Sheikh has a different business. So it has nothing to do. So a lot of people they don't take membership because every year you have to pay membership fees, and it's of as such for a CA in service, it's of no use because you will be reporting, you'll be understanding the business model, the working of the company where you are working. Now, for practicing CA to be updated with the technology, taxation, GST updates because of seminars, we are very much updated. So we need to be connected with the institute. But as a CA in service, a lot of people don't do. If you're a CA in service, even if you don't write CA, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Practicing CA mandatory, what you have to write? CA before your name. Any other degree below your name, like BCom, MBA, CS below your name. The only exception is PhD. So if you have done PhD, you will get an alphabet called as doctor. So can I write Dr. Abhishek Bansal? Yes or no? I am a practicing CA. Yes or no? Yes. Can I write Dr. CA Abhishek Bansal? Yes. CA Dr. Abhishek Bansal? Yes. You can play with doctor word anywhere. See. So three rules are there. Practicing CA mandatory. What you will write? CA. Service in CA in service, anything you can write. Okay. The only exception is PhD. When you do PhD, what you get? You get a doctorate, DR. Okay. Read the answer. Read otherwise and that extra wala part also. Can you use the word lawyer below your name? Lawyer. No, lawyer is not a degree, it's a post. Can you use BLLB? BLLB, like Bachelor in LLB. Yes or no? Yes. You can't use the word lawyer there. Acha. Can I use cost consultant? Income tax advisor? No. All these are post. It is not allowed. You have to use the degrees there. MBA. Can you use the word MBA? Yes or no? Yes. Can you use the word BCom? MCom? As a prefix? No. Below your name. Prefix is only one. See, understood this much? Now, acha, one more thing. Point number 3. Can I write my name? My name, I mean, name and the address of the chartered accountant or firm should not appear prominently as an advisor or consultant to the issue. IPOs come up. IPOs mein prospectus is there. So I helped the client in drafting the prospectus. So they will be writing advisor to the issue or consultant to the issue, Abhishek Bansal and company. They're writing my firm ka name and they're writing chartered accountants. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Allowed, allowed. But imagine if they're putting in like color, golden color font size 20. Not allowed. It should be in a reasonable font. Now, what is reasonable depends upon case to case. So my name should not be prominently highlighted there. Please mark that point. It will again come back. It will again come back. One second. This is what I was talking about. It's a very old photo. It's written in Hindi basically. Okay. It's Hardik Badhaya basically means congratulations, Rajnish Soni. That means the son of so and so. Okay. को CA बनने की खुशी में हार्दिक बधाई. That means basically he became CA. Okay. Now see the people. How many people have congratulated him? Ji, Mahavir Ji, Bajrang Lal Ji, okay. All these are like 4 grandfathers were there, okay. So everybody. Now imagine in the family there was some CA Nitish. So they are not writing Nitish, they're writing CA Nitish. Monica is MBA. What a show off. Kirti is MBA, okay. Ayush is also MBA, okay. So everybody ka name they write. Now if you see below, what is this? These are the firm ka details, firm name. Okay. Nand Kishore Babulal Soni, something, okay. So they have given the address and they have given phone numbers. Tirupati Traders, Tirupati Trading Company, written in Hindi. So all details they have given. What are they trying to show? That we are a very good family, business family, different, we have sectors, my business is there. So it is an invitation for the would-be daughter-in-law. Okay. So this is an actual thing happening today's time also. This is, I think, 2016 or 17 ka photo. We are in 26 right now. People who became in September 25. I saw those people ka photo also on the newspaper. So the culture is still there. It's full show off. Full show off. Okay. So that in marriage invitation, I'm not getting in my iPad. It's in my phone. I'll search and get it. Show it tomorrow also. And you know what? The best part. That person who invited me for the marriage was a CA teacher. I mean, he left teaching. Yeah, he left teaching 2 years back. He was a very good teacher. He invited me, writing CA so and so, Veg so and so. And the person whom he married, or the bride, okay, she's on a chartered accountant. She's an MBA. So in the return, in the bracket, BCom, MBA, CS Inter. Okay. And he himself was a chartered accountant. He's a teacher. He teaches not audit subjects, some other subject. But yeah, it's funny world. People still do it. I think this culture is not here, right? So Bombay, it doesn't matter also. Like my neighbor, they will say, okay, you became CA, it's okay. Be happy at your house. It doesn't matter to them. But yeah, in North, it's a very big thing. Now, so from here, your actual chapter will start. The exam questions come from here. It says maintenance of branch offices by a practicing member. Maintenance of branch offices by a practicing member. See, predominantly the chapter will be applicable to a practicing CA. 90% provisions are applicable to a practicing CA. Only 10 is applicable to CA in service. Okay. Now, what do you mean by the word office? It says office is a place where the name board of the firm is affixed or which is described as a place of business on professional stationery. So office is a place where you put your name board of the firm. My question is, can I put the office ka board at outside my office or outside my home? My house is there. Can I put Abhishek Bansal and Company Chartered Accountants outside my home? Yes or no? No. Then it will be termed as office. Name board of the firm has to be outside office only. Okay. Now understand one more question. Outside my house, can I write CA Abhishek Bansal? Yes or no? Obviously, we'll show it off, right? Because you're a chartered accountant. So it says name board of the firm. Name board of the firm is name board at home allowed. It says name board of firm, it's not allowed because it will be deemed to be office. Name board of himself, yes, containing his name, degree, and designation, CA, it is allowed. Then, very important line, how many branches you can open? How many branches? It says any number of branches. How many branches, guys? Any number of branches, provided each branch must have a separate CA in charge who is a or a partner in whole time employment of a CA concern. So, can you give me one city which is close to Bangalore? Mysore. Okay. Now, I have a head office in Bangalore. Okay. I want to open one more office in Mysore. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. One more in Kurg. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. One more in Chandigarh. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. You can open n number of branches. Provided every branch must have what? Separate CA in charge. Who is a separate CA in charge? Either he is my partner. Okay. Either he is my partner. Guys, how do you become a partner in a firm? How do you become a partner? By getting into partnership deed. But what is the qualification to be a partner in a CA firm? CA plus COP. He should be CA plus COP. So you either become my partner or you are a separate CA in charge. Now, what is in charge means? Person who attends a said office or resides in the city where such office is situated for how many days? At least 182 days in a year. Either he stays there only. Okay, for how many days? 180 days. Either he stays there or he attends the office for minimum 182 days in a year. Then he is called as separate CA in charge. Now imagine somebody from Mysore became my partner. Okay? So he is handling that Mysore ka branch. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. But if I want to open in Kurg, I don't have a partner there. So I will send somebody from here for staying in Kurg for how many days? 182 days. So the rule is very simple. You can open n number of branches, provided every branch must have a separate CA in charge. Either he is your partner or who attends the office for how many days? 182 days. 182 days. Okay. So example, AB and Co. Chartered accountants can open 10 branches in different cities of India, provided each one is under a separate in charge of a CA who may either be a partner or who may be the employee of AB and Co. So if he is my partner, he would be staying there. Or if he is my employee, I will be sending him to stay there for minimum how many days? 182 days. Now, this is a very simple rule. Every branch must have a separate CA in charge. Of that, there are two exceptions. First exception is temporary office. Write there A, temporary office. B, second office. So there are two exceptions. So I just taught you that was every branch must have a separate CA in charge. Okay, it's mandatory rule. But in these two cases, you don't require separate CA in charge. Okay, my first one. First one is temporary office. Now imagine Kurg is a hilly area, right? Kurg is a hilly area. Have you heard about Dehradun? Do you know Dehradun? Okay. Have you heard about Masuri? So Masuri is a hill station. Okay. Let's say Kurg ka example only. Now imagine you were practicing in Mysore. No, sorry, you were practicing in Kurg on a one hilly mountain. Okay. You are Gen Z culture. You want to do something offbeat. You started your own CA firm on one mountain of the Kurg. Okay. Now during rainy season, okay, heavy rainfalls happen. Okay. When heavy rainfalls happen, so there are landslides. So obviously you'll be coming to plains from the mountain, you'll be coming to plains. So you came to Mysuru. Now, so you have one office on the mountain, Kurg. Second office you're opening in Mysore. What was the rule I just taught you? If you have a branch, what do you have to open? What do you have to have? Separate CA in charge. Now, Institute says if you're coming from mountain region to a plain region, you don't require separate CA in charge, provided you follow all these six conditions. First, it says for members practicing in hilly areas. Temporary office may be opened in plains only in which season? Winter season only. For how many months? 3 months. Not in rainy season. Only which season? Winter season. Rains may mountain is going down. It's okay. You have to stand there only. You can't open a new office. And how many months, guys? 3 months. Acha. Temporary office not to be mentioned as a place of business on professional stationery. That means on your files, on your pencil, eraser, stapler, you will not mention your firm ka name, the temporary office ka address. D. Correspondence may continue at permanent office. Correspondence means correspondence may continue at permanent office. What does the word correspondence means? Some letters are coming. You want to send letter. Some courier is coming. Where it will go? Kurg or Mysore? Kurg is my permanent, no? Okay. But the question is, I have a problem of asthma. I too can't go there. Who will go? Article. Poor article. He has to climb the mountain and go. Okay. And trust me, when I talk about articles, the first year article are the most honest, sincere people. Okay. Because they have not seen the world. So, first year article, whatever the boss says, he will do each and everything. Okay. Till the boss has not left the office, he will be there in the office. Okay. If boss is walking on the floor, he will stand. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. From behind the third year article, Teri Maka, sit down. Okay. Because third year article is very much senior. He has seen all the things. Okay, the first year article want to put all of his energy, efforts in solving one problem. The senior article is chilling. Do my friend, do whatever you want to do. So that's the difference. So the article will go there. Okay. So it says correspondence may continue at permanent office. Very important line. It says before coming to Mysore and at close of such temporary office, please inform institute. I am coming down. Okay. Once your winter season is over, you pack your bags. I am going up. Please inform institute. Acha. Name board of the firm. So you will dismantle the name board from Kurko office. Okay. Boss will sit on the front. Then articles will sit. First year article will sit on the last part. Okay. And they will climb down. It says name board you have to bring down to the Mysore office for how many months? 3 months. So name board of the firm to be displayed at temporary office only during these 3 months. So all this is six. Sorry, all this six is and condition your or condition and your and. So this rule is applicable only for members practicing in hilly areas. You will come down to a plain region for 3 months. Which season? Winter season. Correspondence may take place at permanent office. Before coming down and going back again, you need to inform ICA. Then name board should be displayed only for 3 months. B. Second office, no separate CA in charge is required. First one, if it is situated in the same premises, can you walk every day? One office is on second floor, other one is on fifth floor. So two offices there. I just taught you there are two offices. You require separate CA in charge. You tell me, can you handle both the offices? Yes or no? Yes, no CA in charge is required. Number two, if it is in the same city. So in Bangalore, I know only two places. One is Jayanagar, other one is Seshadipuram. Okay, for the obvious reasons. So my office, one is in Jayanagar, other one is in Seshadipuram. Now, can I visit every day that office? Yes or no? Separate CA in charge required, not required? Not required. Third, if it is within 50 kilometers, within 50 kilometers from the municipal limit of the city in which first office is situated. Now, what does this mean? This is city A. 30 kilometers, there's a border of city A. Then city B, to reach city B, there's a difference of distance of 20 kilometers. This is city B. Now, when you enter city B, you have to go more 15 kilometers inside and you will find my office. So one office is here, one office is here. Now, this is city A, this is city B. The distance between city A and city B is 20 kilometers. Now, it says if it is situated within 50 kilometers, within 50 kilometers from the municipal limits of the city in which first office is situated. That means when you count 50 kilometers, you have to count from the border of first city, that is 20 kilometers plus 15 kilometers. How much it is coming? 35 kilometers it is coming. Is it within 50 kilometers? Yes or no? Yes. So in the second office, do I require separate CA in charge? No. Understood? You have to ignore this distance. You have to come to the border. Border is a city B ka distance. From border of city B till the office, whatever the distance, you add it up. If it is coming within 50 kilometers, no separate CA in charge required. Understood? Very, very important answer. I think the drawing is there in the book. But is it proper? No, please draw the circle there. So I've given an example of Mumbai and Pune. Complete this drawing. The effective 50 kilometers you will see from where? From first office या first city का border. First city ka border, then distance till city B. Then from there you will take till your office. Whatever the distance is, if it is within 50 kilometers, no separate C in charge required. Done? So total four exceptions I would say. One is hilly wala, okay, hilly region wala. Second में three exceptions are. That was the first one. Same premises. Number two, same city. Number three, within 50 kilometers from the municipal limits of the first city where your office is situated. Okay. Now I'll just take one MCQ which came in the exam. See the level of MCQ, what it is coming. So it came in May 25. Like this question will come in the exam. I'm not saying same, similar will come. Okay. So it says DG and Co is a firm of CA consisting of two partners, CAD and CAG. The firm operates its main office in Delhi and has established branches in Gurgaon and Shimla. DG and Co had applied for exemption with regard to Shimla office due to hill area location, hill area. The permission was granted to them, allowing a temporary office in Chandigarh during winter months. The temporary office in Chandigarh displayed its name board year round and use the address on firm stationery. Then the firm is concerned with the compliance of provision section 27, that is of the CA Act, regarding branch offices. Exemption has been given to members practicing in hill areas. What are they asking? You are required to identify the correct condition from the following. See the length of the question. Full one page ka question is there. Marks ka weightage 2 marks. Okay. So that's the reason at final level things become very little difficult because it is very time consuming. But if your concepts are very much so, you can quickly answer. Okay. Read all the six, sorry, all the five. Then I'll show you options. You have to see which one is correct. Identify. Main office is Shimla, temporary is Chandigarh. Huh? Shall I show you the options? Okay. So A means 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means they are saying fifth is wrong. B 1, 3, 4, 5. That means they are saying second is wrong. So I'll write here only so it becomes easy. 1, 3, 4, 5. C is 1, 2, 4. C is 1, 2, 4. D 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Tell me apple, ball, cat, dog. Apple, ball, cat, dog, ball. So that means you're saying 1 is right, 3 is right, 4 is right. Fifth is right. What is fifth? What is second? Shimla office should be closed during winter. The logic of coming down to I mean, Shimla should be closed during winter, and all the correspondence should be made at Chandigarh office only. Where are the correspondence? Shimla only. You have to do it Shimla only, correct? So second is wrong. So if second is wrong, that is falling in B. Let's check the answer. 1 ka B. 1 ka, it's right. Understood? So if your concepts are clear, like this level MCQ will come. This MCQ question is not there anywhere. It is not there in the module. Nowhere it is there. No teacher will be having it because it's all conceptual. Now they can frame similar to something like this. Okay? Understood? Now, how many branches I can open? Any number. Provided every branch must have a separate CA in charge. Okay? Or a partner. Separate CA in charge means a person who is staying there for how many days? Minimum 182 days in a year. But there are four exceptions. What's the first exception? Hill station. Okay? So it'll come to plains for how many months? 3 months. Correspondence will take place at permanent office only. Okay? Before coming down, after going back, I mean at the time of going back, you have to inform ICM. Okay? Can you bring down your notice board? Yes, you can display on temporary office. Second exception was same premises. Third, same city. Fourth, within 50 kilometers from the municipal limit of the first city. Understood? Now, the main crux starts from here. Okay. So whatever we had done the basic of CA Act 1949. We have covered almost in module it is around, I think around 130, 140 pages. Around 40, 50 pages of module we have covered. Okay. Now the entire chapter, if there are 18 question, 18 mark ka question, that means close to 4 questions are there. 99% all the 4 questions would be on this clauses, what you see on the screen. Or else what they can do, 3 to 4 sure will be on clauses. One will be either from IRAFI or OIPCC or NOCLAR, what NOCLAR is pending, okay? But maximum part will be from this clauses only. So today's time and tomorrow's time, okay? Tomorrow also, or maybe Monday also, some part. That's my guarantee. All the clauses would be remembered by you. The game is on clause number. If your clause number is wrong, teacher will give you 0. Huh? There is no step marking in ethics. If it is right, 4 on 4, 3, 2, 2.5, depends upon how you frame the answer. But if it is wrong, it is flat 0. Okay. First, so it says institute may they have written misconduct. Misconduct means what? Misconduct means what? Misconduct means wrong things. As a chartered accountant, if you are doing wrong thing, then the Godfather is sitting there. He will punish you. The punishment is written where? In the schedules. How many schedules we have? Two schedules. First schedule and second schedule. Now, they have bifurcated the misconducts. Like in first schedule, there is part 1, there is part 2, there is part 3, there is part 4. In second schedule, there is part 1, part 2, part 3. Now, in part 1, it is talking about professional misconduct. Here also, if you see, they are talking about professional misconduct. Here also, they are talking about professional misconduct. Here also, they are talking about professional misconduct. Here also, they are talking about professional misconduct. But here it is what? Other misconduct, other misconduct. So basically, I'll just summarize this. So my misconducts. So guys, my misconducts are basically of how many kinds? Two. One is professional misconduct. Other one is what? Other misconduct. Can somebody tell me what does professional misconduct means? Conduct done by professional. Which Godi eat you guys eat? Ashirva, change it. It's not working. Okay. Professional misconduct. What does professional misconduct means? As a chartered accountant, what is your main job? What do you do as a chartered accountant? Audit. If you are practicing CA, if you are doing audit, you did not do the audit properly, you gave a wrong report, that is which misconduct? Professional misconduct. If you are a CA in service, so you have to follow that employer ka instruction. If you are not working properly with employer, so you are guilty under professional misconduct. So regarding your work, if you have done some contravention, you are professional misconduct. Other misconduct. Now, what is other misconduct? Which is not related to your profession. For example, Niranjan. Okay. So Niranjan was he teasing boys also. He was teasing girls also. Now boy ka parent filed a complaint on Niranjan. Now he went to jail. So the police guy, okay, the policeman, the inspector, he was in jail. He asked Niranjan, "Who are you?" As usually, started his introduction. Chartered accountant. First attempt CA. Yeshas Academy. AB sir student. So the other police guy was listening. He said, "Oh, you are a CA." So the other one more police guy asked, "What contravention he has done? Why is he in jail? Why is he in lockup?" He said, "He was teasing girls also. He was teasing boys also." So the police guy said, "Obviously they will be confused now. Full day they are sitting, they are studying. They do not know what to do in life. They will get confused only." So now because of Niranjan, that police guy is bad mouthing the entire profession. So now you tell me, eve teasing, is it a good thing? It's a bad thing. Is it a professional misconduct? Does anybody teaches how to do eve teasing? Is there a crash course for that? No. So it is which misconduct? Other misconduct. Now imagine he's in love with somebody. The girl, the father is not getting ready. So he kidnapped that girl. But the girl, ka father is a politician. In the next 2 hours, he was caught. They asked, "Who are you?" Again, he said, "Okay." Now, you tell me, this is which misconduct? Professionally, other misconduct? Other misconduct. So, because of your personal life, okay, because of your personal life, if you are bad mouthing the entire profession, it is which misconduct? Other misconduct. If related to your work, then it is your professional misconduct. Now, so part 1 is applicable to CA in practice. Here, part 1 is also applicable to CA in practice. Here, part 2 is applicable to CA in service. Then here part 3 is applicable to CA in general. CA in general basically means both practice and service. Here part 2 is applicable to CA in general. Here it is other misconduct. Here it is other misconduct. Now there has been a change here. There has been an addition here. There's an amendment here. Now what has happened? Can you see second schedule? Second schedule. Can you see part 2? Can you see 4 clauses here? Now they have added one more. It is now 5 clauses. Please add their 5 clauses. Now below. Here it is total 19 clauses. Here it was previously 15. Now it is how many? 16 clauses. And here it is 35 clauses. People appearing in May, this amendment is applicable to you also. Okay. So total how many clauses we have? Right now we have how many clauses? 35. See in future if any amendments come, that's a different story. Right now there are how many clauses? 35 clauses. Okay. This is a full table. This table we should remember. Now I'll teach you how to remember this. So basically all the misconducts, they have bifurcated into 2 schedules. What are the name of schedules? FIRST. You have to write full FIRST. You can't write that Roman first. Teacher will give you 0. First schedule. Here it is second schedule. Now in first schedule, guys, how many parts are there? 4 parts. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Here, part 1, part 2, part 3. Please check how I have written. Then, this is applicable to CA in practice. This also applicable to CA in practice. This is applicable to CA in service. Here there is no service. Here it is applicable to CA in general. Here also CA in general. Here it is others. Here also others. So you bifurcate this. Now, how many clauses are there in first part? One, please see how I'm writing. 1, 2, 3. What will you write? 1, 2, 3. 2 up, 2 down. Again we do. 1, 2, 3. 2 up, 2 down. Total how many clauses are there in first schedule? 12 plus 2, 14 plus 3, 17 plus 2, 19. Total is 19. How much is my grand total? 35. Balancing figure? 16. Now 12 minus 2, how much you will get? And wow, you have to think 10. Now this because it is amendment now, 10, 5, 1. There's no shortcut for this. Okay. 10, 5, 1. This diagram should be there in your mind every time. In the exam, they will be asking clause, part, schedule. You have to write like clause 6 of part 1 of first schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act 1949. All three things should be correct. If either of it is wrong, zero. The full game is on this clause, part, schedule only. Okay. Let's do it one more time. How many schedules are there, guys? Two. What are the two schedules? First schedule and second schedule. In first schedule, how many parts are there? Four. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. In second schedule, part 1, part 2, part 3. Practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general. Others, others. Now let's break the clauses. 1, 2, 3. 2 up, 2 down. Total 19. Grand total 35. Balancing 16. 12 minus 2, 10, 5, 1. 10, 5, 1. This diagram should be there in your mind every time. For the next whatever days we are meeting, I'll be revising this diagram every day. I'm giving you 5 minutes time. Quickly revise this table. It's very important. Okay. Because the entire game is on this table only now. Done? Now see. How many schedules are there? Two. First, second. First schedule, how many parts are there? Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. This side, part 1, part 2, part 3. Practice, practice. No practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general. Others, others. Clauses 1, 2, 3. 2 up, 2 down. Total 19. Grand total 35. Balancing figure 16. 10, 5, 1. 10, 5, 1. So every day we're going to revise this so it will fit into your head. Okay. Let's do one more time. How many schedules are there? Two. First and second. First May, part 1, 2, 3, 4. Here 1, 2, 3. Practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general. Others, others. Clauses. 1, 2, 3. 2 up, 2 down. Total 19. Balancing. Grand total 35. Balancing is your 16. 10, 5, 1. 10, 5, 1. You remember this? Okay. Now, so the first schedule of offense is always referred to a department in institute called as what? Board of Discipline. And second schedule is referred to a department called as disciplinary committee. Underline that for the purpose of MCQ. So first schedule is referred to Board of Discipline. Second schedule is referred to disciplinary committee. These are the department of in the institute. Now, it says some illustrative examples of other misconduct. So always remember other misconduct basically means a misconduct which is not related to the profession. Okay. Now without looking up to this, can you tell me under which clause, under which part, under which schedule other misconduct is written? Without looking up to the any book, any table. What is 4? So you will always start first with the clause. Which clause? Clause, clause 2. No, I have not taught you clauses. Sorry, my mistake. So it's basically written in clause number 2. Part 4 of schedule 1 is 0. You will write first schedule or clause 1 of part 3 of second schedule. So first always will be a clause, then will be part, then will be schedule. Part you have to write in Roman numbers. Schedule you have to write FIRST, SECOND, no 1, no 2. Teacher will give you 0 there. Okay. Now, so it is called as other misconduct. So in the module they have given lot of examples. I mean, these examples they have given long back. They had asked for 4 mark. Give examples of other misconduct. So rather than using your brain, anyways we don't have it. Okay, it's better whatever is given in the module you write that in the exam. Okay? It says where a CA retains the BUA and the documents of the client, and fails to return this to the client on a request without a reasonable cause. Now imagine you did the audit, the books were with you, audit is completed, you gave the report, you got the fees. You are saying to the client, I will not give you books. Now, institute says, boss, you are a chartered accountant, you are a practicing CA, what nonsense you are doing it. It's a misconduct. Which misconduct? Other misconduct. Number 2, where a chartered accountant makes a material misrepresentation. What is material misrepresentation? Where a CA makes a material misrepresentation. What does misrepresentation means? So he is saying something to somebody, but whatever he is saying, it is false. Okay. Imagine in case of departmental inquiry, he is giving all false statement there. So in case if he is proven, he will be guilty. Guilty of which misconduct? Other misconduct. Third, very common, where a CA uses the service of his article or audit assistant for purpose other than professional practice. Have you ever been a victim of all personal work? What work you had done for office? Like what? But your the father is only CA, na? Okay, you are indifferent from. Okay. So there he is asking you to do your family work or his family work. Like what example can you just tell these people because they are not aware of all this? Dropping children, very common. Pick the children from the playgroup, drop it to the house. Congratulations, you can be hired on Urban Clap. If CA does not happen, Urban Clap is there for you because your experience is there. So it's very common. So all the bosses, okay, so drop the children. Imagine there's a female article. The duty and the responsibility becomes very much high there. Imagine my wife has gone out for some work. The children are in playgroup. The male article will go pick up the children. The children will come to the office. Now they need entertainment also. They need feeding also. First year article, female article. And she is so very much honest. So what generally the bosses do, they will first praise you. You know what? This female article, okay, XYZ, whatever her name is, okay, is very amazing. He's very brilliant. The article feels so nice. Wow, the boss is praising me. But after some time, acha beta, come to my cabin once. So my children are coming. Do one thing. Your ma'am is out for some work. Do one thing. Cut the fruits and feed them. So generally, it happens. It happens. Have you ever been experienced all this? No. Then, have you ever made tea in the office? Tea? No. What articles have you done? Share. Have you removed printouts? Boss is going on a trip. Flight ka printout. Very common. Very common. So lot of work is there. So more important in Rajasthan side, what they do is imagine as a marriage. Okay. So see, 90% CAs are done by Marus and Gujus, like Marwaris and Gujaratis. Okay. So if the marriage is there's a very big thing. So what happens? They have a round table conference first. First year article, you will go on bus stand, pick up the guest. Second year, when 3 year article she was there. Second year article, you will go on railway station, pick up all the guests. Senior article, airport. Because he's more sophisticated guy, right? Okay, and yeah, BCom graduates, direct entry, you sit and coordinate it. Okay, so they do a proper planning. So distributing wedding cards, distributing sweets, picking up the guests, and articles also enjoy. I have picked up Jaipur wala guest. Where to drop? Hotel number A. So dropping there. From there, he will click a selfie. Sir, guest picked. This is my personal experience. I'm telling you. So we have also done all this. So it happens. It actually happens. So in my office, like my all articles, okay. So we have scooty in office, okay. So whenever they don't want to do work, sir, I think in at house, auntie has called, like my mom, okay. Scooty में petrol नहीं है, sir. So I'm going to the house. I will drop this paper also and fill up the petrol also. So he will take office ka scooty, go to my house, pick up house ka scooty, okay, and he will roam for 2 3 hours here and there. I am to at office. He will roam 2 3 hours with somebody. Okay, then I'll ask my mom, where is the scooty? So mom said, okay, the scooty is taken by the article. Okay, I called up my article. He's not answering as usual. Phone is on silent mode. He's very busy pressing the brake in between. Okay, he's very busy. He will not come on that day to the office because he know he's caught now. Next day he will come very silently and he will start doing his work. But I am the boss. I don't know what he has done. So then he will give me an explanation. Sir, I went to the actually your house. Auntie said petrol is not there. So I went to fill up at the petrol station and petrol pump. But in that petrol pump there was long queue. So I went to the another petrol pump which was like 5 kilometers away. In between I got some my personal work also. So I thought if I've come till here I will do that work also. It's very common. All the personal work is done by articles only. You should not do all this, huh? When you become a CEO. You should not do it. I mean, you should not allow any article to do your personal work. Where it is written? In the book. Practically, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Okay. So one of my friend, long back when we were articles in 2009, okay. So I studied from a very good college of Bombay. It's HR college. Have you heard about HR? No. NM, have you heard NM? So there are 4 colleges of Bombay which are very topmost. So our college is like opposite to Marine Drive. Like you walk out, you see Marine Drive opposite. So, and like Bangalore also have colleges, very strict. There also colleges very strict. So one of my friend, okay, she had joined one office. So I called her, okay, okay, let's go back home together. So she's like, okay, no, I have to have some work at office. I said, what work are you doing? She said, I'm at a store. It is called as Asiatic. It's a very famous store in Bombay where you get all greeting cards, gifts. I said, what are you doing at Asiatic? It's just near to my college. She said, I'm buying a greeting card. I said, for whom? Boss. I said, why? There is no Father's Day, no Brother Day. Why are you buying greeting card for him? He said, no, the boss wants to give a greeting card to the girlfriend. So I am buying a greeting card for his girlfriend. So I said, okay, where are you? She said, I'm in the store. I said, okay, I'm also coming. So we both bought the most expensive greeting card. Most expensive, okay? The bill was around, I think, 1300 or 1400 rupees at that time, 2008, okay? But 1300 rupees. We had 2 articles. We were hungry also. We had to go back home also. So, the fraud thing we learn from where? Articleship only. So 1300 ka bill was there. I told her, let's do something. So we made a bill of around 2200. and she submitted. She bought one bouquet also. The bouquet cost at that time, I think, was around 200, 300. We inflated the bill there also. So we took approximately whatever amount was actually paid. We took that much amount from the boss also. Because you know what? Men are blind in love. So we took the advantage. Okay. I am not teaching you to do all this. Don't do all this. Okay. So personal work is very much common. Very much common. Fourth, very easy. Conviction by a competent court of law for any offense under Section 8 of CA Act 1949. Now imagine if you're guilty under Negotiable Instrument Act. You know negotiable instrument. So imagine if you're giving on a check, okay, and the check has got bounced thrice in a 30-day period. It's a criminal offense under Section 138 of Negotiable Instrument Act. So we have given check and the check got bounced. Law says if Negotiable Instrument Act you're guilty under our act also. It's a professional misconduct or other misconduct? Other misconduct. Fifth, misappropriation. Misappropriation of money by the office bearer of a regional council of the institute and utilization thereof for his personal use. You know all those RCM, regional council members, central council members of the institute. Like you, here it is SIRC, right? Like we have WIRC. Then NIRC is there, EIRC is there, and central CIRC. There. Five zones are there. So all these council members, they took money from the institute and they're using for personal. So they are also chartered accountant. So they will also be guilty. But which misconduct? Other misconduct. Not replying within a reasonable time and without a good cause to the letter of public authorities. Income tax people have sent you a letter. Dear so and so, please reply. You are not replying only. So if you're not replying without a good cause, it's a professional, sorry, it's a other misconduct. Then, this is my favorite, point number 7. Please read this. Where certain assessment records of income tax department belonging to a client of a chartered accountant were found where in the almirah, has been cupboard, okay, the wardrobe of the bedroom of the CA. Wow. You understood the case? You're a chartered accountant. In your bedroom, there's a cupboard. In that cupboard, there are some assessment records of the income tax. Okay. Now, generally, income tax people first not rate the client place, they rate CA office also at the same time. So because all the records are with CA basically. This CA was master. Where did he keep? Bedroom. Bedroom may be where? In the almirah. Okay. It's which misconduct? Other misconduct. It's a very actual case of 1970 or 80s. Actual case that has happened. Okay. Last point. Eighth. Where a CA has adopted a coercive method on a bank for having a loan sanctioned to him. So Niranjan is a chartered accountant, went to HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank gave me loan or else I'll kidnap your daughter. Now you tell me, this is which misconduct? Other misconduct. Okay. So these are 8 examples. They had asked, I think, 4 or 5 in the exam. So you can use any of it. All these are not your professional misconduct. This is which misconduct? Other misconduct. Understood? You want to break right now or later on? Huh? What time will be back? So because now we have to start with clauses. All 35 clauses will be started now. So we are done with like 40-50% of the content. Only clauses part is pending now. Okay. It's for 5:45 right now. What time will be back? 6:10 we start. 6:10, 6:15 we start. Okay, come back. Okay. Have you understood the chapter? So around 40% we have done. Now we are left with clauses. See, once we do with the clauses, then we'll be doing questions on the clause. How to answer how to write the answers. But for that, we need to understand what is there in the clauses. Okay. So basics we have completed. Only clauses part is pending. Cool. Around 6:10, 6:15 we meet. Okay. Bye. Shall we start? Okay. Now see, before the break, we had done 2 schedules were there. It is first schedule and second schedule. First schedule mate was part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. It was part 1, part 2, part 3. Practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general. Others, others. 1, 2, 3, 2 up, 2 down. Total is 19. Grand total is my 35. Balancing is 16. 10, 5, 1. So this is my entire diagram. Now we are left with? We are left with 35 clauses. Nuclear and ethical guidelines of the institute. That much is only left. Okay. Now see. So today I am teaching you all easy wala part. Okay. So tomorrow we will be doing the main classes. Tomorrow what time we'll be meeting? We meet tomorrow at 2:30 because I'll be taking inter till I think 1:45 approx. So we meet at 2:30 tomorrow, 2:30 onwards till the last breath. Teacher or student, whichever is earlier. Online people tomorrow 2:30. Okay. Now let's do the easy wala part. So first we are starting with 1 second. Come to page number 566. 566. Now see, so for all chapters will be writing notes, okay? 95% will be writing notes, okay? But for 1 or 2 chapters will not be writing notes, like ethics. So ethics has been drafted very nicely in the main book only. So towards the end, I'll be giving you this. This is the entire shortcut to remember the clauses, okay? So this is for first schedule. So part 1 में so many clauses are there, part 2 में these 2 clauses are there, part 3 में 3 clauses are there, part 4 में 2 clauses are there, okay? So towards the end, we'll be writing in the notes this diagram. Okay, towards the end. Now, first let's quickly recall. We are first starting with first schedule. First schedule, mein we are doing part 4. Part 4 was professional misconduct or other misconduct. It was your other misconduct. Now, guys, when I say other misconduct, it basically means not related to your personal work. Sorry, not related to your professional work. Basically, your personal attributes. Because there were something wrong things in life, you have done something wrong. It is called as other misconduct. Now, see. Now, in other misconduct, it says other misconduct in relation to the members of institute generally. Now, guys, when they are saying other misconduct in relation to the members of institute generally, when I say members, it's referred to practicing or service. Other misconduct in relation to the members of the institute generally. So it refers to both. So this is applicable to both. See, if it's written practice, then practice. Service, then service. If nothing is written, to always assume it is both. Always assume it is applicable to both. Other misconduct. People who are searching page here and there, I'll help you out, don't worry. Right now, you look up to the screen first. Other misconduct. Now, so we are doing first schedule mein part 4. Part 4 mein there are 2 clauses. Clause number 1, it says, a CA is held guilty by any civil or criminal court for an offense which is punishable with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. For a term not exceeding 6 months. Imagine in some other act, like negotiable instrument act, you are held guilty. They said you are imprisonment for 4 months. So you are guilty under negotiable instrument act for 4 months. Institute says because you are guilty in NI Act, negotiable instrument, you are also guilty under R Act. As per which clause? Clause number 1. Part number 4. Schedule 1 is wrong. First schedule. Okay. Clause 1, part 4, first schedule. Only this much is there. So the entire chapter, you just have to remember clause, part, schedule. Obviously, you have to match this line also. You have to say a CA will be held guilty. Sorry, if CA is held guilty by any civil or criminal court for an offense which is punishable with imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, so the chartered accountant would be guilty as per clause 1, part 4, first schedule. Number 2, clause 2. How do you remember? Clause 2, disrepute. Go with the sound. Clause 2, disrepute. Clause 2, disrepute. If in the opinion of counsel, if you bring disrepute to the profession or the institute as a result of his action, whether or not related to his professional work, means as a chartered accountant, okay, as a chartered accountant, if you are doing something wrong, whether you are doing it professionally or whether you're not doing it professionally, but because of you, the ICA ka name is getting spoiled or the profession ka name is getting spoiled, then you will be guilty as per clause number 2, part number 4, first schedule, 241. So here we say like this, 141. Here we say 241. 241. Now this example we have already discussed. What are the examples? Use of article clerk for personal work, correct? Then misappropriation of insured money by the member of council. Then third, dishonour of a check issued by a CA. So this in personal capacity, if you are giving all these things, it is which misconduct? Other misconduct. Understood? So my part 4 is over. Part 4, how many clauses were there? Two. Applicable to which CA? All CA. All CAs basically. Okay. Now, how do you frame the answer? So let me just first show you a question, how the question comes in the exam. Have you understood both the clauses? Now, the short form of this I have written here. One second. So part 4, other misconduct. It's very simple. If you are guilty under civil or criminal code, okay, if you are guilty as per civil or criminal code for an imprisonment less than equal to 6 months, so guilty under clause 1, part 4, first schedule. Clause 2, to disrepute. If you bring disrepute to the profession or institute, whether or not related to his professional work. So you're guilty under clause 2, part 4, first schedule. So towards the end, we'll be writing this in short. Now see the questions. So in the question bank, what I have done is, so when you're studying, so you first do the clause from the main book, understand the clause, mug up the clause, then jump to the question bank. I have segregated all the question as per clauses. See, in the exam, it will not come in the sequence. They will ask random shit, okay? But when you are studying for the first time, so whatever questions have come, let us assume on clause number 1. Okay. So I have put all the questions here, like A was there, only one question came. Now, when you talk about clause 2, there was A question I put here. Then there's a B question. Then there's a C question. Then there are D question, E question. So total 5 questions have come on clause 2. So I have segregated this as per clause wise. Okay. So you do the clause, jump to the question bank, do the questions. Okay. If you have become little pro in clauses, so you do 2, 3 clause from the main book, then jump to the questions together. Okay. Now let's do this other misconduct ka questions. Now see, first schedule part 4. As for clause 1, there is zero question. No questions have come till it. What was the first clause if you remember? If you are held guilty by any civil or criminal code for an offense not exceeding 6 months, then you are also guilty as per clause number 1, part 4, first schedule. Okay. So, but no questions have come. So, ideally, all the questions have come on clause number 2. Now, see the question. So, this is a pattern of the question. It says a chartered accountant, sorry, ex a chartered accountant has availed a loan against his shares held as investment from a nationalized bank. He issued 2 checks towards repayment of the said loan, but both the checks were returned back by the bank. It was returned back by the bank with the remarks refer to drawer. Both the checks are returned by the bank. What does that mean? Check have bounced. So CA has given the check, but check have bounced. Only this much question will come. And they will write comment as per CA. So your brain should start processing. CA issued the check, it got bounced. It is which misconduct? Other misconduct. Where other misconduct is written? Clause. Clause 2, part 4, first schedule. Clause 2, part 4, first schedule. Now I'm teaching you the way how you write the answer. Now see, imagine this question came as question number 4C. So I write on the top 4C. So leave 2 finger space and write as per CLAUS clause 2 of PART part 4 of FIRST first schedule to the full form you will write Chartered Accountants Act, comma 1949. Now, whatever is your clause number, you put this in a box. Whatever is your part number, you put this in a box. Whatever is your schedule, you put this in a box. You underline the ACCA name. Now, if you remember, this part 4 is applicable to which CA? Both. So, you will say a member of the institute, whether in practice or not, shall be, use this word, deemed to be guilty. Deemed to be guilty of which misconduct? Other misconduct. Shall be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. If the question is on professional misconduct, you will write shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. See, a lot of students make a mistake here. They write he shall be guilty of misconduct. You are no one to tell him that he will be guilty. You will say he shall be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct or professional misconduct if I'm changing the ink. In the exam, you are not allowed to change the ink. You have to write all the answer with black pen only. Okay. So for your reference, I'm changing. Shall be. This is a common line which you will write every time. So first you write a clause, then part, then schedule. Okay. Then you write CA ACA name. Then you write a member of the institute, whether in practice or not, shall be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct if. Now from if you have to write the clause. Now you tell me what was the clause? How do you start? What is the clause? Clause number 2. Please, but how do you frame it? If he brings, what he brings? His repute to the profession or institute, whether or not related to his professional work. So here you have to copy the entire clause. See, institute says you have to match it. Suggested says you have to match it. But I'm telling you, see, practically it's not possible to match the entire wordings. 90% just match it. See, you also know your grammar. I also know your grammar. Is the is of the. You can interchange here and there grammatical words, but don't change the meaning of the clause. Now, see, it's very much clear. You paper checker, what he sees, whether the student has written correct clause, the part, the schedule, whether the answer it is other misconduct or professional misconduct. These are the 3 4 things which he will check. So this becomes my first point. Then leave one line. Number 2. In the above case. What is in the above case? You copy the question. Dot 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 dot. X is a CA who has taken loan against shares and he issued 2 checks, but the checks have returned to the bank. I mean to him. So you copy the question in your own simple words. Leave one line. Third. Now you conclude because of the above stated provision, Mr. X shall be. So whatever is your conclusion, you tell me in this question, is he guilty or not guilty? In question number 2, tell me, question number A, guilty, not guilty? Guilty. He shall be deemed to be guilty of which misconduct? Other misconduct as per, you copy that clause again, clause number 2 of part 4 of first schedule, or sorry, to the schedule to the Chartered Accountants Act. You write full form, Chartered Accountants Act 1949. Now again, whatever is your conclusion, you will underline it. Whatever is your clause number, you will put this in box. Now if I am a paper checker, what I generally see, I want to see the clauses, the part, the schedule, guilty of other misconduct. Then below, what is your conclusion? He shall be deemed to be guilty. This is right. Again, it is copied. It's a 4 mark answer. I'll give you 3 mark. This is the way you have to write the answer. Clause, part, schedule, and the conclusion. Lot of people they write instead of, see, here we'll be learning 2 words, GPM or GOM. What is GOM? Guilty of other misconduct. What is GPM? Guilty of professional misconduct. This is your conclusion basically. If this is wrong, 0. If your clause, if your part, if your schedule is wrong, 0 it is. So the paper checker is very, very good CA. He's very smart. He will for sure give you 0. Hardly I have seen any paper where they have given step marking if the conclusion is wrong. Ethics is a 18-mark short weighted chapter. You can't go wrong in ethics. See, being the first clause today, we have just learned like 2 clauses we have learned out of 35. First question we have done, it looks very difficult. But over the period of time, trust me, the most easy, the most confident chapter is this only. And see, ethics may only this time some amendment came, a new clause is added. So it's quite logical. For like 1 2 attempts, I say will be testing that particular clause. So out of 4 questions, you tell me all 4 questions will come on that clause or only one will come. One will come. So balance will come from other clauses, right? So other clause, there's no amendment, there's no variety. In our book, if you open question bank in ethics, there are close to 110 questions out of 35 clauses. 110 plus questions are there. So something will be repeated from there only. But you should know which clause, which part, which schedule. Okay. Understood how to present the answer? So, like in law, in intermediate, first we used to write provisions. So you write the provisions. So same here also. Then you leave one line and you write in the above case, you copy the question. And third part mate is what? Conclusion. Understood? Lot of people do a mistake. They don't copy the clause part schedule again. See, you have written clause part schedule here for the theory. So this is theory. Now, when you're concluding the answer, you need to tell, na, okay, boss, it is guilty or not guilty. But as per what? So, lot of people write conclusion shall be guilty of professional misconduct, full stop. But how? Why? When? Where? You need to give the reason also. So, copy that clause part schedule again. Okay, one page pe one answer, four questions will be coming. Understood the presentation? So, let's quickly do one more question. So here also see clause number 2, part number 4, first schedule. So he will be guilty. He will be guilty of which misconduct? Other misconduct. See, suggested they have given lot of data. We make sure we do it in three parts. First, the theory, I mean the provision, the clause, then the question, and then the conclusion. Keep the presentation same throughout. Let's do one more easy wala questions. See, this you have read it somewhere. Mr. A practicing CA, failed to return the books of a client and other documents of a client despite many reminders from the client. The client had settled his entire fees dues also. Comment. Tell me, guilty, not guilty? Which misconduct? Other misconduct. As per which clause? Schedule 2. Clause 2. Part 4. Schedule first. So now I have a habit of saying like this. 241. 241. So for the class purpose, we say 241. First one is always the clause. This is what? Part. This is what? Schedule. In the exam, you can't write 241. A clause 2, part Roman may 4, first schedule. But for the purpose of exam, revision will be saying like this 241. Okay. So he would be guilty of professional misconduct. Guilty of other misconduct. Let's do one more. H. H means FGH. Eight questions are there in this other misconduct. It says, Mr. Chetan, a practicing CA, was involved in a family dispute over his ancestral property. Now, to gain an undue advantage, he allegedly forged the will of his late uncle. Forged. Forged means fake signature he did. Okay, of his uncle, presenting it as a genuine document during legal proceeding. Chartered accountant, he knew law. He did fake signature. The forgery was later uncovered and legal action was initiated against him. Although the act was committed in his personal capacity and not in the course of his professional duties. Complaint was filed with the disciplinary committee of the institute. Analyze whether Chetan would be held liable for misconduct. Tell me yes or no. Guilty of which misconduct? Other misconduct. Clause 2, part 4. Partial. Clause 241. Because you have done forgery. Forgery you have done in personal capacity. You are bringing disrepute to the institute. See, forgery is not a legal thing. You're doing illegal things. Obviously, people will say, "Hey, chartered accountant doing illegal things." So you are bringing disrepute to the profession. Understood how the questions are there? So questions are very easy. It all depends upon your classes. Yes, sir. No, tomorrow we'll be learning. There are certain offenses which comes under both disciplinary committee also and board of discipline also. So there, see, don't go on the question. They go here and there. Just see the crux of the question. In personal capacity, he has done something wrong thing. So he will be guilty of other misconduct. Okay. So see the conclusion. He will be guilty of other misconduct as per clause 2, part 4, first schedule to the CA Act 1949. Understood? The paper checker wants your conclusion. Conclusion should be absolutely correct. So we just finished out of 35 two clauses. Part 4, other misconduct. What's the first one? If you are held guilty by any civil or criminal court or an offense which involves imprisonment for less than equal to 6 months. Number two, to disrepute. What will you say? To disrepute. To the profession or institute, whether or not it is related to professional work. Understood? Now, let's do part 3. Guys, part 3 is applicable to which CA? Think, practice, service, general. General means both. Now, your misconduct would be professional misconduct or other misconduct? Professional. It is always professional misconduct. That means it will be related something to your work. Your work, okay? Now come to page 565. Page 565. It says part 3, professional misconduct in relation to the members of the institute generally. So how do you frame the sentence? A member of the institute, whether in practice or not, shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he, clause number 1, very easy, not being a fellow, act as a fellow. Not being a fellow, act as a fellow. Can you tell me, when do you become fellow of the institute? After 5 years. Okay. Niranjan, he became CA in this attempt and he is saying FCA to himself. I became CA since very long. It took 5 years for us to become FCA. He is this attempt ka CA and saying, first attempt chartered accountant FCA. Now you tell me, guilty or not guilty? GPM or GOM? GPM as per clause 1, part 3, first schedule. Clause 1, part 3, first schedule. Very simple. Not a fellow, act as a fellow. Number 2. Clause number 2. In clause number 2, guys, two things are written. What are the two things? Does not supply the information called for, does not comply the requirements asked for. First one is does not supply. Number 2, does not comply. Does not supply, does not comply. Please underline that. Does not supply, does not comply. Because you are supposed to write this full sentence. Does not supply, does not comply. Does not supply the information called for, does not comply with the requirements asked for. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. Institute had called me. I am a practicing CA. AB sir, how many articles are registered under you? Please give me details. I am not replying them. Shut up. I will not reply. ICI is calling me and saying, hey, AB sir, please reply. How many articles are registered under you? I am not giving any information. Guilty or not guilty? Guilty as per clause 2, part 3, first schedule. 231. Clause 2, part 3, first schedule. Praveen is working in Reliance as a CA in service. Institute is calling Praveen. Hey Praveen, when did you join Reliance? Please give us the date. See, because when you're a member of the institute please take cares of you, okay? So institute is asking Praveen, who's a CA in service, please give me the date when you have joined the employer, Reliance Industries. Praveen says, I'm very busy. I am not replying you. Question is, guilty or not guilty? Why he will be guilty? He's CA in service. He has not supplied, but he's CA in service. This clause is applicable to whom? Both. So first example I gave from practicing CA point of view. Second example I gave from the service point of view. So because it's applicable to both. So if he is not supplying information to the institute, he will be guilty under 231. What is 2? Clause 2, part 3, first schedule. So now if you see those words, okay, we need to remember these words. I've written a shortcut. The shortcut is basically A, B, C, D to IQ. A, B, C, D to IQ. Please mark. What is A there? Appellate authority. Please mark A, appellate authority. B is board of discipline. B is board of discipline. B is board of discipline. C, there will be two C. Council or its committee. Council or its committees. D will be two. Director of discipline, disciplinary committee. Director of discipline and disciplinary committee. I would be institute. Can you see institute? And Q would be quality review board. So if these people are asking information and you're not giving information, you will be guilty under which clause? 2, part 3, first schedule. 231, 231. Understood? Okay. So below that also I've written in short, does not supply, does not comply the requirements asked by A, B, C, D to IQ. What is A? Appellate authority. What is B? Board of Discipline. What's C? Council or its committee. D. Director of Discipline and Disciplinary Committee. What's I? Institute. Q. Quality Review Board. Again we do. See, because we need to mark it up because we are supposed to write in the exam this full sentence. What is A? Appellate authority. B. Board of Discipline. C. Council or its committees. D. Director of Discipline or Disciplinary Committee. I. Institute. Q. Quality Review Board. What is Q? Quality Review Board. So if you are not giving information to the institute or if you are not complying with the requirements of ABCD through IQ, you are GPM. What is GPM? Guilty of professional misconduct as per clause 2, part 3, first schedule. Clause 2, part 3, first schedule. Okay. Now clause number 3. Guys, what is 3 ka double? 3 ka double. 6. Clause 3 ka double is what? 6. Now tomorrow I'll be teaching you something about clause 6. Okay. So clause 6 gives us a power to a CA that you can make a website. Okay. It is permitted in clause number 6. Tomorrow we're going to do that. Now on the website making is permitted in clause number 6. But on that website I have put false information. Like for example, I have 10 partners. I have only one partner. 50 articles are there. I have only 4 articles. So I am uploading some information which is false. False means not true. So what it says, you are putting false information on the data which is permitted in clause number 6. So you will be guilty under which clause? 331. When I say 331 means clause 3, part 3, first schedule. Clause 3, part 3, first schedule. Let's read this together. While inviting professional work from another CA, or while responding to tenders or inquiry, or while advertising through a write-up or anything as provided in item number 6 and 7. Item basically means clause. Clause 6 and 7 of part 1 of this schedule. This schedule means first schedule gives the information knowing it to be false. So whatever is permitted in clause 6 and 7, on that information you are giving false information. So you are guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Guilty as per which clause? 331. Clause 3, part 3, first schedule. So I've written in short below that. Clause 6 and 7 ka you have given false information. Clause 6 and 7 ka false information, you will be guilty under 331. How many clauses were there in part 3? 3. So that's another way to remember. Part 3, 3 clauses. Part 3, 3 clauses. What's the first one? What's the first one? Not a fellow, act as a fellow. So how do you remember? Not a fellow, act as a fellow. Number 2. So 2 may, 2 things are there. First one, does not supply the information called for. Number 2, does not comply the requirements asked for. By whom? A, B, C, D to IQ. Try to remember. A, appellate authority. B, Board of Discipline. C, Council or its committee. D, Director of Discipline and Disciplinary Committee. I, Institute. Q, Quality Review Board. Over the period of time, you will remember all this. Okay, A, B, C, D to IQ. 3. What is 3 ka double? 6. Clause 6 and 7 ka false information you have submitted. Understood? So quickly recall all these 5 clauses and we do more questions. Read. Have you understood all the 5 clauses? So let's do again. Part 3, 3 clauses. For the first one, not a fellow, act as a fellow. Number 2 में 2 things. Does not supply the information called for. Does not comply the requirements asked for by A, B, C, D to IQ. 3 का double 6. Clause 6 and 7 का false information. Part 4 में which misconduct? Other misconduct. Number 1, civil or criminal imprisonment for less than equal to 6 months. Part 2, disrepute. If you bring disrepute to the profession or institute, whether or not related to his professional work. Will you remember this? Part 35 we have done 5 clauses. Now we do part 2. Now please think. First schedule में part 2 is applicable to CA in service. Now part 2, 2 clauses. What will you say? Part 2, 2 clauses. Now see. So that's on the previous page number 565 only. Now see. It says professional misconduct, because again it's professional misconduct in relation to the members of the institute in service. So please read the question very thoroughly. Oh, I forgot to do the question. So let's finish these 2 clauses, then we do questions together. Okay. So read the question very thoroughly, whether the question says CA in practice or CA in service, because the clause number gets changed and the part number also gets changed. Okay. So it says a member of the institute, other than a member in practice. When I say other than a member in practice means service, shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he being an employee of a company or a firm or a person. Right there, CFP. If he being an employee of CFP, C is company, F is firm, P is person. If he being an employee of a CFP, company, firm, person. Now see. Now let's understand this by an example. So Niranjan became chartered accountant. Okay, he's a chartered accountant. He's my neighbor. He came to me and said, "Okay, sir, you know a lot of people in the market. I'm a normal person. Can you help me out in getting a job for me?" So I called up my best friend. Hey Mukesh, Niranjan is there. He's our child only. Okay, give him a job. So Mukesh Ambani is giving him a job. I told to Niranjan, whatever is your salary, out of your salary, 10% you will pay to me. So Niranjan is a CA in service. I am not a chartered accountant. I am a normal person. Niranjan is paying 10% of his salary to me. Niranjan is paying 10% of his salary to me. So Niranjan would be GPM as per clause 1, part 2, first schedule. You will think, sir, it is okay now, sir. 10% for getting job, sir, we should pay. Na? Institute says, boss, you are a chartered accountant. Why the hell for the job you want to pay? I am not teaching you what is happening in the practical life. I am teaching what is there in the book. In the book, it says, whatever is your hard earned money, if you pay to somebody else out of your hard earned money, you would be GPM as per clause 1, part 2, first schedule. It says, a chartered accountant service shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he pays or allows or agrees to pay or allows or agrees to pay, whether directly or indirectly, to any person, any share in the emoluments of the employment undertaken by him. If he pays any share of the emoluments undertaken by him. What does the word emoluments means? Emoluments means what? Salary components like basic is there, DA, HRA, all those components are there. Whatever part ka he's giving some percentage, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. As per which clause? Part 1, part 2, first schedule. Clause 1, part 2, first schedule. Boss, if payment is not allowed, you can't pay. That's quite logical. You can't accept also. So for clause 1 talks about payment. Clause 2 talks about the acceptance. Not one more example. If imagine Niranjan is working in Reliance. I am his neighbor. He's a CA in service. I went to Niranjan. Niranjan, sir, you are a chartered accountant in Reliance. I have a business of supplying cement. So can you help me out getting entry into Reliance? So Niranjan, out of his love and affection, he said, okay, sir, very good. I'll help you out. So he assisted me in getting contract from Reliance. So first, I was roaming on cycle. Because of Niranjan, my business got excelled because we were getting every week contract. I took one scooty. Now, because of Niranjan, I took a car. Then I took a truck. Then I took a bus. Then I took my private charter only. He's still on scooty. Now, so one day my wife said, okay, see, Niranjan has helped us so much. Okay, we should be grateful to him. We should be thankful to him. So I went and I said, Niranjan, thank you, my friend. Thank you. So my wife said, don't give him just thank you, give him something. So I gave him 2 lakh rupees out of my love and affection. I am an unknown person. To me, CA Act is not applicable. I am giving 2 lakh rupees to Niranjan. Niranjan is a chartered accountant in service. So think from the perspective of Niranjan. AB is giving to Niranjan. Niranjan is accepting it. Guilty or not guilty? He has not asked money. He is a very down to earth person. He has not asked even 1 rupee till date. But out of my love and affection, I am giving him. Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. What if he has asked, sir, I will make sure you get entry into Reliance on every bill 2% at my house and one bottle at my house? Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. As per which clause? Niranjan is accepting, na? So it is clause 2, part 2, first schedule. 221. Clause 2, part 2, first schedule. Always remember the question talks about paying. Clause number 1. If Niranjan is accepting, clause 2, part 2, first schedule. Okay. So it says if you accepts or agrees to accept any part of fees, profits, gain, write there FPG. Fees, profits, gain. From a, you need to mark. First mark agent. Please mark agent first. Then broker. On the second line, second word, broker. You got agent, you got broker. Then mark customer. Beside agent, there was a customer. Then mark CA on the top of that. And then mark lawyer. So we get a code here ABC2L. So write here ABC2L. ABC2L. What is A? Agent. B? Broker. C? Customer or a CA. L? Lawyer. So if Niranjan as a chartered accountant is accepting any part of FPG, what is FPG? Fees, profits, gains from ABC to L. What is A? Agent. B? Broker. C? Customer or CA. L? Lawyer. Now, of such CFP means company, firm, person by way of commission. Commission means what? By way of commission. He has asked. That is called as commission. Or by way of gratification. Gratification means he has not asked. He is just accepting it. Okay, without asking. So whether it's by way of commission, whether it's by way of gratification, guilty or not guilty, you are guilty. Understood? So from service point of view, there are two clauses only. Number one, if you are paying any part of your earning, guilty. If you are accepting any part of FPG from 4 people, A, B, C, 2, L, 5 people. A, agent. B, broker. C, customer. One more C. CA. L, lawyer. So if you're accepting it, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Understood this? So now let's do the questions on this. Okay. You need to answer this clause. Okay. Random question it is. You need to think. Mr. X, a chartered accountant, employed as a paid assistant with a CA firm. Now think. X, a chartered accountant, employed as a paid assistant of a CA firm. So he's a CA in service. Very good. So when you do a job, okay, in a company, you're called as CA in proper service. Okay, CA in service. But when you do a job in a CA firm, so you are an employer and employee relationship wala contract only, but you're called as what? Paid assistant. Paid assistant. Okay. On 31st December 16, he leaves the services of the firm. So here it is more clear it is CA in service only. Despite many reminders from the institute, he fails to reply regarding the date of leaving the service of the firm. He failed to reply to the institute. He failed to reply to the institute. Think, take your time, take your time. It's the first question. Such random question will come. Now you have to rack your brains. We have done total two, three, two. 7 clauses we have done. Okay. Now think. I am getting very weird answers. First, give me conclusion. Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. I'll give you a shortcut. Out of 4 questions, 3 questions he will be guilty. Okay. I'm talking about history of like 15 attempts. Okay. Out of 4, 3 he will always be guilty. See, that's the logic now. They're asking us. Okay, he will be guilty. So conclusion is correct. Now I need the clause number. Clause 2, part 3, first schedule. 2, 3, 1. Remember 2 does not supply, does not comply. If you're not replying to the institute, you will be guilty under clause number 2, part 3, first schedule. Understood? Let's do one more. Very randomly somewhere. This was a very nice question where a lot of people went wrong. Okay, this is latest exam question. CAF is a CFO of ABC General Insurance Limited. Okay, he is the CFO of ABC General Insurance Limited. Being in insurance business, the company gets majority of its clients through agency contract. CAF has the practice of releasing the commission payments on the condition that he gets 20% of the commission amount from the agent. Comment as per CA Act. So now a lot of things come in the mind. Okay, sir, you told in the first half insurance business you can't do. Here he is doing insurance business only. Is he doing insurance business? No. What is he doing? He is doing job in an insurance company. So ideally he's CA in service or practice. He's a CA in service. Correct? That agency wala thing I have taught for which CA? Practicing CA. Okay? And this much is clear. Number 2. He has a practice of releasing the commission. Now releasing means he's paying, right? On the condition that he gets 20% commission amount from the agent. Now it is paying or it is accepting. So out of so many clauses, okay, first you have to think which schedule will come first. Which CA is service. That means part number 2. Now in part number 2, how many clauses were there? 2. One was pay, other one was accept. Now please use your brain. What it is? They are talking about payment or they're talking about accepting? He says he releases the commission of the agent when the agent gives him 20% commission. So agent gives him 20%. So think from the CA ka perspective. He is accepting 20%. So it is which clause number? 2. Part 2. Partial. So 2 to 1. Answer conclusion GPM or no GPM? GPM. Okay. 2 to 1 GPM. Let's check the answer. Clause 2. Part 2. First schedule. The answer is he is GPM. Understood? So like this question will come in the exam. This is 18 marks like this. How are you finding audit now? How is audit now? Easy? Please speak from the mouth, okay? I'll not come from tomorrow then. See, audit is very easy, provided you study with that interest, okay? See, chapters, I know there are 4 or 5 chapters which are very much technical. But rest 14, 15 chapters are so logical, so easy. The only problem is the society, the environment around us. These mad people, they say, audit is tough, this, that, because they don't know how to study, what to study. A lot of people, what they do, they just read the clause. They don't understand what is the meaning of that clause. If you understand the meaning, any question come, you should know. Answer is there are only two answers. Either you are guilty or you are not guilty. Then you have to choose professional misconduct or other misconduct. And then clause part schedule. So if you practice this like maybe like 10, 15, 20 times, you are the master of code of ethics. Now if imagine if I'm sleeping, you ask me, sir, which clause is what part? Even in sleep, I can tell you which clause, which part, which schedule. Because I've done it so many times. It's more than 1,000 times I've taught this. It is there in the mind. Forget mind, it is there in the entire nerves in the body. But when it comes to following, zero. But when it comes to learning, I know all the 35 clauses. But following is 0 clauses. Okay. Understood? So we are done with CA in service. That's part 2. We are done with part 3. We are done with part 4. Now, the most important is part 1. Part 1 is applicable to whom? practicing CA. Now use your brain. How many clauses were there in part 1? 12. I think before the break, 12 only I had taught. If amendment has come right now, I am not updated. Okay. It is 12 clauses only. Okay. So the time what we are will take for part 1. Okay. That half time of part 1 will be required for entire second schedule. So part 1 is very lengthy. Lot of content is there. Lot of things are there. Wherein the hot favorite of the institute is clause number 6 and 7. Till now, they have never ever skipped any attempt without asking clause 6 and 7. Every time they will ask. If you open question bank, clause 6 pe there are 27 or 28 questions. Clause 7 pe there are more than 17, 18 questions. Cumulatively, there are around 40, 50 questions only on clause 6 and 7. Maximum question mein answer is GPM. Is GPM na? Just you need to think which clause you have to attract. Clause 6 and 7 is brother of each other. Okay. So I'm not teaching you clause 6, 7 today. We'll be doing it tomorrow. We do all the easy clauses today. Okay. I hope you are clear with the diagram. How many schedules are there? Two. First and second. How many parts are there in first? Part 1, 2, 3, 4. Here, part 1, part 2, part 3. Practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general. Others, others. Okay, clauses. Now we would go by our way only. 1, 2, 3. 2 up, 2 down. Total 19. Grand total 35. Balancing 16. 10, 5, 1. Okay. We did first part 2. Part 2 mein what was first one? If you pay share of emoluments to any person, you are guilty. Number 2, accepts any FPG. What is FPG? Fees, profits, gain. From whom? ABC to L. What is ABC to L? Agent, broker, customer, CA, lawyer. Of a CFP. What is CFP? Company, firm, person. By way of commission or by way of gratification. They have designed those shortcuts, those diagram form only for remembering. Because in the exam, you have to write the full sentence. When you write the sentence, then only you'll get the marks. Okay. Part 3, mein how many clauses were there? 3. What was the first one? Not a fellow, act as a fellow. Acha, you became fellow after how many years? 5 years. Number 2, mein two things are there. What's the first one? Does not supply the information, does not comply with the requirements of A, B, C, D to IQ. 3 ka double. Clause 6 and 7 ka false information. Then part 4 is your other misconduct. Other misconduct mein 2 points, 2 clauses are there. Number 1, civil or criminal imprisonment for less than 6 months. 2, disrepute to the profession or institute whether or not related to his professional work. Understood? So part 1 main, now we are doing from practicing point of view. First we are doing all the easy one. We are doing clause number 8. Clause number 8 would be on 559. Now guys, how many clauses are there in part 1? 12 clauses, okay? 12 clauses. Now, so all are very, see, like in other clauses, those are like one liners, okay? In other parts. In second schedule, it's very much easy. Like one line, clause got over. But in part 1, in first schedule, all clauses are very much lengthy. So first we are doing clause number 8. You remember that by a sound. 8, communicate. 8, communicate. What will you say? 8, communicate. So it's very simple. A chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts a position as an auditor previously held by another CA or a certified auditor without first communicating with him in writing. Without first communicating with him in writing. You must have done in your articleship if you had audit clients, okay? So if a new client came to you, you must have sent a NOC. You must have asked an NOC from the previous auditor. That NOC is mandatory. Why? Because of this clause. So understand the logic. Institute says, boss, you are not that beautiful. The client is giving you work. Before you, somebody else was there. So you need to ask that somebody, why did he go? You need to understand the reason from him. So how do you communicate? You can't call him, hey bro, you were the previous auditor. Why did you go? You can't call him. You have to communicate how? In writing. You have to communicate in writing. It is mandatory. It is mandatory. How do you remember? Clause 8, communicate. Clause 8, communicate. Now, the line is very much clear. You have to communicate. You have to communicate with the, if you accept a position as an auditor, which is held by another CA or a certified auditor. Now, understand. This rule says it is mandatory to communicate in all types of company. All means what? All types of company means all. All means every. Every means yella. Yella means stop. Listed, public, private, unlisted, government, OPC. Wherever you are the auditor, you need to first communicate. Provided the position was held by a chartered accountant. Provided the position was held by a chartered accountant or a certified auditor. Who is a certified auditor? Anybody, any idea? We are not certified auditor. We are chartered accountants. Who is a certified auditor? Have you heard about GDCA? GDCA, no? Global Diploma in Cooperative Society Accounts. So in Society Act, there's a power given to BCom graduates. You people, basically. Okay. No, I'm not teasing you. I'm just telling you the fact. Okay. So if CA is not happening to you, okay, maybe it may happen, it may not happen. It's an uncertain future. So what do? You go to Corporate Societies Act, you fill an exam form. It's a 100-mark exam. You go and give the exam. You become the auditor. But you get the power to audit only one entity, cooperative society. So you are not a chartered accountant, but you are a certified auditor as per Society Act. In all the entities, the power is with only one guy. He's which guy? CA. But only in Society Act, two people can audit. One is chartered accountant, other one is GDCA. Okay. So he is called as certified auditor. The rule is very simple. You need to communicate for all kinds of company or all kinds of audit, provided the position was held by a CA or a certified auditor. When I say all kinds of audit, can you give me different types of audit ka name? Different kinds of audit. Stat audit, tax audit, internal audit, VAT audit, stock audit, GS audit, all types of audit you have to communicate. And let's take an example, internal audit. Internal audit. Who can become internal auditor? Who can become internal auditor? Anybody. Let's take an example. I am a chartered accountant. I am holding COP. Okay, I was appointed as an internal auditor. Or let us assume TCS. Now I am a chartered accountant. In practice, CA Act is applicable to me. I opened first schedule. First schedule में part one में clause number 8. What it says, sir, before accepting, first you need to communicate. Now, first example. The previous internal auditor was CA Niranjan. He is also holding COP. My question is, should AB communicate with Niranjan? Yes or no? He was a previous internal auditor. I am the new internal auditor. Should I communicate? Yes or no? I did not communicate it. What will happen to me? You are GPM as per clause. I am not checking you. So you are not checking me. I am checking you. I know the clauses. Okay. You have to answer. Clause number 8, part 1, first schedule, 811. Understood this much? One more example. I was appointed as an internal auditor. Now, I checked the previous auditor. Previous auditor was Mr. Praveen. He is a MCom graduate. MCom. Who can become internal auditor? Anybody. So, TCS had appointed Mr. Praveen, an MCom graduate, to become the internal auditor. CAAB. He is holding COP. He did not communicate with Praveen. He did not communicate with Praveen. You tell me, is AB GPM or no GPM? I have not communicated with the previous internal auditor. GPM or no GPM? GPM, no GPM? No GPM. Institute said you should communicate with people like you. So I will be like, what I am conscious. I will not communicate with you. So you are not guilty. But institute says you should communicate with. It's a healthy practice to communicate. Talk to them. They'll also feel better. At least somebody is talking to them. It's a healthy practice to communicate. But if you have not communicated, guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. But if internal auditor was held by CA plus COP, then it is compulsory to communicate. Now, how will you communicate? In writing. In writing basically means you go and give a handwritten letter. You will not go. Article will go. Take two copies. One he will submit, other one by receiving copy. Receiving copy, you must have done all that thing. Bring back to office. That is handwritten. Number two, via email, via female. Send an email to them. The email has been added recently, like 3-4 years back only. You can do it via email. Third, via UDIN. Now, how it will happen via UDIN, there are no guidelines yet. They have just added via UDIN, you can communicate. What is the procedure? There's no procedure yet. Okay. Fourth, very important, RPAD. See, if the previous CA is in your city only, so you can send the article, take hand delivery, and get the acknowledgement. But imagine if you're from the different city. See, auditor can be placed anywhere, right? They are saying RPAD. RPAD means it is called as Registered Post Acknowledgement Due. What does this mean? RPAD? Anybody? Registered Post Acknowledgement Due. What does this mean? Post. This is not post. It is Registered Post Acknowledgement Due. Meaning is not written in the book. Only word is written RPAD. You are for sure perfect BCom student. It is a registered post, but you get acknowledgement. Now see, institute says, I don't want the proof that you have sent the letter. You have sent the letter. I don't want that proof. I want the proof that the letter has reached to the previous auditor. So how it happens? Like old time. When a letter used to come, the postman or the courier guy used to come. He should take a signature. That signature ka slip is given back to the sender. So if in case of any inquiry, institute will ask, have you sent the letter? I would say, yes, I have sent the letter. What is the proof? That receipt copy is the proof. Today's time mein OTP. Like if somebody, imagine Mintra is sending a parcel to you. How will Mintra get the acknowledgement that the parcel is reached? Via that OTP version. Okay. But that OTP is still not reached in our act. It will take years. Right now it is still only RPAD, Registered Post Acknowledgement Due. Understood? So you will communicate via four modes. What is the first one? Hand delivery. Number two, email. Third, UDIN. Fourth, RPAD. What's the full form of RPAD? Register Post Acknowledgement Due. Now my question is, you should communicate all this after accepting a position or before accepting? Before accepting. So before you are accepting the position of an auditor, you need to communicate this. Okay. Mandatory or voluntary? Mandatory. Now somebody would ask me, sir, why the hell we should communicate? What will happen with the communication? I sent the letter. Now what? Now what? I sent the letter to the previous auditor. So what will previous auditor do? He will revert back to me. He said, boss, because I would be asking him reasons. Sir, why did you leave the organization? I mean, so he says, sir, this client, the current client, was paying me only 5 lakh rupees. And I got a new client. He is giving me 50 lakh rupees. So it's a good client for me. That's the reason I have left. So the previous order gave me a reason that he had got a good business somewhere else. That's the reason he has left. So should we accept the assignment? Yes or no? It's a genuine reason. He has left because of his own reasons. He gives me a reason that, sir, I have left practice only. I'm leaving practice. So should you accept the assignment? Yes. Third reason. He says, sir, my fees was 2 lakh rupees. That Chindi client has not given me my 2 lakh rupees. Okay, it's been 2 years. I'm still asking, give me my money, give me my money. He's not giving only. So that's the reason I have left the company. You tell me, should you accept? Yes or no? No. Because if the previous CA ka fees have not been given, your fees also will not be given. Okay. So this is the first genuine reason. If there is a undisputed, undue, unpaid fees, you should not accept the assignment. Fourth reason, client say, sorry, the auditor says, boss, I was removed. Why? Because I gave an adverse opinion. The previous auditor says I was removed because I gave adverse opinion. You opened previous year audit report, you saw all the data, and it was actually adverse opinion only. But the client removed him. Should you accept the assignment? Yes or no? No. Because it's a restriction on your scope. Now, you were checking the data. You saw actually it should be clean opinion. But the previous order gave adverse opinion. Why? Because the CA fell in love with the daughter of the MD. And the MD is not saying yes. So he said, no, I will take your case. He gave adverse opinion. But as an auditor, you saw last year ka report has to be clean. But the previous auditor gave adverse opinion. That's the reason he was removed. Now you tell me, should you accept the assignment? Yes or no? Yes. See, communication is mandatory on the new auditor or old auditor. Communication is mandatory for old auditor or the previous auditor. New auditor, you have to communicate. Is there any professional obligation on the previous auditor? If he is not communicating, will there be any penalty on him? Will he contravene anything? No. It is just his professional duty. He should communicate. So what do we do practically? We write the days. So failing to communicate within 7 days, within 10 days, or within 15 days, we will assume that you have no objection. So you write a number of days. Okay, after 10 days, we will assume that you don't have any objection. Now, off late, I think in May or September, one question came in bank audit. So what happened in the bank audit? The previous auditor left. New auditor was appointed. So when new auditor was appointed, bank audit ka quarterly, it was a listed bank. So you have to give quarter reports. Now, the rule says before accepting the position, what you have to do? Communicate with the previous auditor. So when you communicate, you need to give some time to him. Around 10-15 days ka time you will give. So he has not yet replied. And the time is such that the due date is very much near. What you should do? So the law says you will give to the client a conditional acceptance. What will you give, guys? Conditional acceptance. Now, what is conditional acceptance? So I will tell to the client, boss, I have communicated with my brother. Brother means previous order. I am still waiting for his reply. But because the due dates are on head, I am starting the work. But in between, if the my previous auditor, my brother says anything wrong about you, I will leave the work in between only. What is called as what? Conditional acceptance. So conditional acceptance is allowed when the work is so that listed company is there, bank audits are there, where the timing, the due dates are so much near, you can't wait for the client. I mean, we can't wait for the previous auditor. So it is called as what? Conditional acceptance. So if you are giving conditional acceptance, allowed or not allowed? As a chartered accountant, if you have given conditional acceptance, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. You will not be guilty. Understood? What is the clause number? 811. How do you remember 8? Communicate. 8, communicate. Hold on. I was showing you one NOC which I received from one of our clients. I mean, one of our CA. Okay, you read clause 811. In the meantime, I'll just search. Oh, yeah, I got it. Here it is. So this was a new form. Okay, VSMP and Co. So they have given me a letter. So this is my form address. So this was a client ka name. Appointment as an auditor. So they said we have been appointed as the auditor of the above mentioned company as a start auditor for the year ending 24-25 for the year ended 31st March 25. Mad people, I know what is 24-25. As informed by him, you were the previous auditor. We hereby request you to kindly grant us your no objection to our appointment as a start auditor of the said assessee. Mad people, you never write assessee. Assessee is written only in tax. Okay. If we do not receive any communication from you within 15 days of the receipt of this letter. They gave me the letter on 30th August. So 15 days basically means 15 September. 15 September, right? Then it will be presumed that you have no objection in our acceptance of the above audit. So and so form, they have signed the partner, the name, the designation, membership number, date, place. The best part is, you know what? They have messaged me, I mean, they have mailed me this letter the last week of September. This is the ground reality. So whatever I'm teaching, it is only for books, for the exam. Practically, it is very, very, very different things. Because generally, if you know AGM ka due date is what? 30th September. On that day, they will finish the work. So because we were messaging client, sir, give your data, give your data. He was not replying. So somewhere deep down my heart, I came to know I am removed. So one day I got three missed call from one unknown number. I was in class. I did not answer. So she called my partner. So my partner said, bro, I said, what happened? 5 lakh loss. He said, how? Something happened in a bank account. Somebody stole the money. He said, no, no, no. One client gone. I said, who? He was just about to say the name of a client. I said, hi, bro. He said, yes. I told him because I'm messaging him almost every day, sir, please give me data, please give me data. Because you also know how do you prepare audit report? How much time does it take to prepare audit report? 2 minutes. Copy paste. Last year I was the auditor. Okay. You just have to change the year. For doing that much, I am getting 5 lakh rupees. But now he's not giving me the data. That means some problem is there. So on 24th September, she messaged, okay, sir, please give your NOC. On that day, I was very much sad. I mean, like I did not had my dinner also. But my wife was asking what happened. I said 5 lakh loss. And it's not about 5 lakhs. See, start audit fees is very normal thing. The problem is the other work. If you see the name, what are they? So they are a merchant banker. If they are merchant bankers, they require a lot of certifications. So they are merchant bankers for all those IPOs and the clients. So they take certifications from us. And when we do certification, look at my face. Will we do in free? No, we will take money. So the component was very high for that certification work. Audit fee, so it's okay. We can handle some other client will do it. But the certification went. So straight away one BMW loss. It was a very big client for us, but it is lost. And the best part, you know what? In 24-25, if you see the tally was with us only. There was only two bills in the entire year. Only two bills they have given, like to their client. The quantum was very high, but only two bills. Imagine if you want to do vouching. My articles were very excited. So we will do the vouching of the bills. How many bills? Two bills. How much time it will take? 5, 10, max 15 minutes में you will complete the audit. Expense side में only electricity 12 months का expense, rent expense was there, director का remuneration and some Sundari. Sundari? Sundari, okay. So 10 minutes में we only had prepared the balance sheet. So doing this time pass was 5 lakh rupees. That is loss. So till today we regret this client because very less people in the company. The promoter is always traveling. Whichever country, even I do not know. He calls me from unknown numbers, different countries. Sometime I got a call from Ghana, Africa. I thought, who is my student in Africa? He's calling me. And he said, okay, I am so and so director. I said, sir, where are you? He said, I'm in Ghana. I said, what are you doing? Enjoying life there. So he took an office on rent. The rent was around 14 lakh rupees per month. In that office, there are only 4 people sitting. Out of that 4 people, one is a director who's roaming here and there. The second person is director ka wife. She is also roaming here and there. So those 2 people are sitting in 14 lakh rupees rent ka office. The office is made very amazing because it's a merchant banker. So they want to do show off and all. Okay. So one day he said, Abhishek, do one thing. You prepare all our balance sheets, all our PNL, okay, my bank statement. So I had his personal bank account details also. So I could log in directly. So remove all the bank statement. I said, sir, what happened? Why are you in so much hurry? We are buying a new car. I said, sir, only at that time in April, only one bill had passed. Okay, it was in crores. Only one bill you have raised, sir. Why are you buying a car? No, no, we have to buy a car today only. So that BMW people came to my office. Sir, the client have so told that you are a CA, you will give all his paper. I said, I'm on his call right now. You wait for half an hour at least. So he bought a car of 2.5 crore rupees on loan. Client ka turnover is approximately 40-50 crore rupees. Okay. Zero expense. Zero expense. Okay. And when we were the auditors for them, okay, what they used to do, they used to get confidentiality principle. Confidentiality. OIPCC. Okay. No. So they used to get a lot of cash because they were merchant bankers, so cash here and there. So we used to collect cash for them. So the cash was kept at my office only. So out of that cash, you want some peanuts, that is also gone. So when a client goes, the problem is not about the audit fees. The other work, what do you get because of that particular client? Okay. So now you tell me, will I reply to them for NOC? No, I said ignore. So now after that, they wanted income tax ID password. So I was only having, no, I did not do that. Okay. So they wanted that income tax ID password when they were uploading IT. I said, yeah, I'm giving. So I told my office guys, don't answer her call. Okay, I told my partner also, don't answer because at least 3 4 days I want to feel that bitterness. Let them feel what big client they have taken from me. So generally in CA, we learn that we are together, we are one, we are unity. Everything is money. In our fraternity, the problem is every CA will not help you. If you see doctor ka community, lawyer ka community, if somebody slaps a lawyer or a doctor in Delhi, the entire lawyers will go on strike, entire doctors will go on strike. But if in our CA community, if some GST department take two chartered accountants in jail, nobody will come to help them. Okay, if you have heard a story about Gurgaon ka two CAs, 27-year-old chap was and one 30-year-old. Okay, both were partners. GST department took them in the jail for 7 8 days. No CA came to help them. Everybody was busy in their work. This is the problem of our community. So there are a lot of chartered accountants in Bombay who abuses CAs, each other only. Because they don't help. They don't help only. So you have been abusing ICA. CAs are abusing to each other only because they don't help. Because here, if I am charging 2 lakh rupees, some CA will say, sir, I will do the same work. 1 lakh rupees. I think from the client ka perspective, for client it is a saving. So he will shift immediately. So our company is the worst company, I'm telling. So it's better you should never disclose client, never disclose fees to anybody. Whatever the work is there, be professional with the client and make sure give services to the client. So whatever I taught in the first half, OIPC, it's waste, rubbish. You know that objectivity, biasness, undue influence, garbage it is, garbage, okay? Client is saying, sir, do this. Okay, sir, we will do it. But not extreme. If the client is doing fraud, obviously you have to give adverse opinion, qualified opinion. In the first half, I taught you that is it your duty to inform to the department the client is stealing the tax? No. Who prepares the ITR? Who prepares the PNL? CA only. How to save tax? Who gives the guidance? CA only. Who manages GST for the client? CA. Okay. When you said about accounting, like accounting services, and I told you it's prohibited. Garbage it was. Practically, who prepares the accounts? Auditor only. Okay. Like client ka accountant is those mad people are there. They do not know what is prepaid. What is outstanding expenses? What is provision ka entry? What is closing entry? The statutory auditor will go and pass all the entries. And we have been taught every time you can't give accounting services if you are the stat auditor. Who finalizes the accounts? Who generally finalizes the accounts? Auditor only. But in academics, what I've been taught? Who prepares the account? Yesterday I was barking like a dog. Holding company management prepares FS. But today I'm telling the reality. Management does not prepare. Who prepares? Auditor only prepares. Who checks? Auditor will check. Will there be any mistake? No. It is 100% correct only. So practically it's very different life. Academic is very different. So the goal is very simple. Give the exam, whatever it is written, follow that, clear the exam. Practical life is very much different. Read clause number 8. Page number is 559. Okay. And one important announcement. What happened in the class stays in the class. Okay. Nobody will leak my video here and there. Okay. Complain. You can complain. It's okay. I will not reply only. It is on me. I will not reply only. I will be guilty under clause number 2, part number 3, first schedule. It's okay. Read clause number 8. Finished? I think one point I had missed this one. In points to be noted, point number B, non-payment of undisputed audit fee. Okay, so you can't accept the audit. Bracket में there's an exception called as sick unit. So sick unit में if the client has not paid previous order का fee, he is saying that I have not got the fees and the company is a sick unit. Can you accept the audit? Generally, if previous order ka fees is not paid, can you accept? Generally, no. But if the client is a sick unit, then you can accept. So the exception is basically sick unit. What does sick unit means? It's a loss making unit where the net worth is completely eroded and there's a loss for continuous 5 years. The loss is for continuous 5 years. So if it's a sick company, then you can accept the auditorship. Okay. So this was which clause? 8. Part 1. Schedule first. Clause 8, part 1, first schedule. Have you understood 811 full? Okay. Let's do the question of this. Now see the second question. B. It says WCA has sent letter under certificate of posting to the previous auditor, informing him his appointment as an auditor before commencement of audit. Guilty or not guilty? Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Certificate of posting means he have just sent a letter via post. You are not allowed to send via post. You are allowed to send via registered post acknowledgement due. I told you, Institute do not want the proof of posting. Institute want that the letter has reached to the previous auditor. Okay. Clause number 8, part 1, first schedule. So 811, he was guilty of professional misconduct. This was a latest question. Understand this. You need to answer. Mr. C accepted the audit of PSU Limited, whose net worth is negative for 1415. Net worth is negative. The audit was to be conducted for the year 1516. The audited accounts for the year 1516 showed liability for payment of tax audit fees of 15,000 in favor of Mr. E, the previous auditor. Now they are talking about net worth negative, they are talking about audit fees. This much is the question. See, right now we are doing clause wise, so you know it's a clause number 8 getting attracted. But imagine in the exam, 35 clauses are there. See, whenever fee ka point will come, it will always be in clause number 8. Remember that, okay? Now, C accepted the auditorship whose net worth is negative. You tell me, guilty, not guilty. Why not guilty? The net worth is negative. Net worth negative means sick units. So in the above case, though the undisputed fees are unpaid, C would not be guilty of professional misconduct since it is a sick unit. Understood? So they have not used the word sick unit in the question, but what they have used? Net worth negative. Either net worth is negative or 5 years continuous losses है. So either of they will be using the words. You can write somewhere in the book net worth negative or continuous 5 years losses. It is a sick unit. This was a question what I was talking about. Read this and tell me guilty or not guilty. Tell me why not guilty? Conditional acceptance. Clause number 8, part 1. first schedule. So clause 8, part 1, first schedule. So you write the theory, you copy the question. In the above case, it can be concluded that CAN has complied with the provision of CA Act and the schedules thereunder. That means he is not guilty because he have given conditional acceptance. Understood? This will be the level of question. So we are stopping here for the day. Have you understood? Part 2, part 3, part 4. Part 1, we have just started. We have just done the one big clause, clause number 8. Balance 11 clause and 90% tomorrow, second show will also get over. If something is left out, we do it on Monday class. Okay. So let's meet tomorrow. What time will be coming? 2:30 tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Bye. Go to your respective home. Huh? Okay. Bye. Online people tomorrow 2:30. Okay. Bye. Good afternoon, people. Okay, we had started with professional ethics yesterday. Do you remember your professional ethics? How many schedules were there? Two. What are the two schedules? First and second. Okay, one second. Huh? Online people, please confirm audible, visible, so we start. Okay, there are two schedules, first and second. In first, how many part are there? Part one, two, three, four. Your part one, part two, part three. Part one is basically practice. Your practice. Your service. Your no service. Then general, general, others, others. How many clauses are there? Total is 35. Here. One, two, three. Two up, two down. Total 19. Balancing 16. Here it is 10, 5, 1. Okay. Try remembering without looking into the book. We did part 2 first. Part 2. Part 2, what was the first clause? Name pays. You can't pay. And second, accept. But that has to be thought from the perspective of a CA in service. CA in service. Part 3. Part 3 mein three clause was there. Number 1, not a fellow, act as a fellow. When do you become fellow? After 5 years of practice. Very good. Number 2, does not supply, does not comply. The requirements of A, B, C, D to IQ. Okay. 3, false information of what? 6 and 7. So clause 6 and 7 of the first schedule, I mean part 1 of first schedule ka false information you are giving. Then part 4. Part 4 mein, what was the first clause? Think. If you are guilty under some other act for civil or criminal for less than equal to 6 months, so you are guilty here. Number 2, disrepute to the profession, whether or not it's related to your professional work. Okay. How many branches I can start? How many branches? A practicing CA, how many branches I can start? Any number of branches. Okay. Provide every branch must have a CA in charge. That's basically a partner or an employee who stays in that city for minimum 182 days. But there were four exceptions. Number 1, hill station ka. Okay. Number 2, within the no, first is premises. Same premises. Number 3, same city. Number 4, within 50 kilometers from the municipal limit of the first city. Okay, you have to count from the border of the first city. Okay. Then we did 5 kinds of threats to an accountant. What are the 5 kinds of threats? Irafi. What's I? Self-interest. R. Self-review. Very good. A. Advocacy. F. Familiarity. I. Intimidation threat. Then we did 5 principles of the auditor. OIPCC. O. Objectivity. I. Integrity. P. Professional behavior. C. Competence and due care. One more C. Confidentially. Generally, I should not disclose the facts of one client to the other. Okay, but there were certain exceptions where it is allowed. Authorized by client. What else? Authorized by law. Authorized by employer also. Employer also. And if there's an investigation going on, then you can disclose it. Okay. What is the name of the act? What we are studying here? Chartered Accountants Act. Year 1949. Okay. When we are talking about group audit chapter mein which Ind AS gives me exemption not to do conso? 110. Exemptions given to dash entity, investment entity. So 110 is not applicable to them, but another Ind AS will be applicable. 109. Which essay talks about holding subsidiary? Essay. 600. 600. What's the name of essay 600? Using the work of another auditor. Which section talks that I need to do consolidation? 129. How many kinds of adjustments are there? Two. What are the two kinds? Permanent and current. Okay, permanent when will you apply? First occasion or whenever there's a change, subsequent occasion. Mein, okay. Number two, current period when will you apply? Every year. Give me any one permanent adjustment. ECG is a code. I am asking one adjustment. Equity attributable to minority or NCI. Okay. And capital reserve or goodwill. Give me any two current period adjustments. Intergroup interest paid or received. What else? Intergroup profits or assets acquired from subsidiaries. Then was subsequent event. Okay. Then equity attributable to minority or NCI. Remember that part? Okay. Give me any two things which will come as a disclosure in SFS, not in CFS. Sources of bonus issue. Unutilized issue of money of public issue. Okay, these are the 2 points. Okay. Then there was expenditure in foreign currency, earnings in foreign currency. Then dividend remitted to non-resident shareholder. Remember that part? So that was group audit 5 mark answer, and we have done half of the ethics. Did I give you homework yesterday? No homework was there. Cool. So and yesterday we started with part one. Part one may we have started with clause number 8. 8. What was 8? Communicate. You have to communicate with the previous auditor. For what kind of company? Which company may you will communicate? All companies. For what kind of audits? All audits. All not star audit. All audits. All kinds of audit provided the position was held by CA or a certified auditor. Okay. Like in a given example of internal auditor. In internal audit, you will communicate only if the previous internal auditor was a CA. But if just a BCom graduate, you will not communicate. But in institutes, it's a healthy practice to communicate. How will you communicate? Written. Let's hand delivery. Then email, RPAD. You did. You did. Okay. So institute says we don't want the proof of posting. We want the proof that the letter has been delivered to the person. Okay. Now, the outgoing auditor, the previous auditor, replies to me and says, "Sir, I have not got my fees. Should you accept the assignment?" No. But there's an exception. Sick units. How do you identify sick unit? Loss for 5 years and one more thing. Net worth is negative. Net worth is negative. Achha, if the previous auditor says, "Ki boss, I have got a very good big client. That's the reason I'm resigning this from this client. Can you accept it?" Yes or no? Yes. Will there be any penalty or a section levied on the outgoing order if he does not reply? No. This clause is applicable to the current auditor to speak to him. Okay. You should communicate after accepting the audit or before accepting. Before accepting it. Okay. But there was one exception, conditional acceptance. If the due date is nearby, can you do a conditional acceptance? Yes. So that is clause number 8 we have finished. Cool. Now, so we continue from page number 560. Online people, is everything perfect? Shall we resume? Come to page 560. Okay. Now see. So we are doing clause number 9 now. Clause number 9. One second. From the short form, I think I forgot yesterday to read clause number 8 for you guys. So in the short, I have written clause number 8, communicate. What it is? 8, communicate. For all types of audit, all companies. How would you communicate? Hand, RPAD, email, you did before commencement of audit. Before commencement of audit. So all the key points I have written. So for quick revision, it becomes easy. Okay. Now we talk about clause number 9. Now can you see this word? What it is? Ascertain. Please count the number of alphabets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Clause number 9. Alphabets are 9. Clause number 9. What is the clause? Ascertain. It's very simple. It says, a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts an appointment as an auditor of a company without first ascertaining from it whether the requirements of section 139, 140, 141 of Companies Act have been complied with. Now you go to your intermediate syllabus. 1 second, if you remember little. What is 139 section? Appointment. 140 was full short-term memory loss. Sir, we cleared inter long back yesterday what you taught. We don't remember today. How we will remember for 2, 3 years? See, 139 is appointment. 140 is removal. 141 qualification, disqualification. Okay. So it says auditor, you are accepting, I mean, CA, you are accepting the position as an auditor. Please check whether the compliance of section 139, 140, 140 is done or not. Who has to comply with those section? Company. Who has to comply? Company. Who appoints the auditor? Company में who appoints? Management. Jump from here, I'm telling you. Okay, jump from here. Who appoints? Members. Day one, you remember my line? Most funniest chart accountants the country will produce. Auditor is always appointed by members. Okay. Via which resolution? Which resolution? Ordinary resolution. So now when you have been appointed as an auditor, you check because members are appointing you, whether they have passed ordinary resolution or not. Then company has to file one form with ROC if you remember. In articles you must have learned appointment ka form. ADT1. Who has to file ADT1? Company. Company has to file ADT1. So whether company has filed ADT1 or not. So all this is written in which section number? 139. Removal is 140. Qualification is 141. Acha. You remember there was a concept called casual vacancy. What is casual vacancy? Within 6 months. After the term. Before. He's saying after. You are saying before. She's saying within 6 months. So many amendments have come. I am not updated. I am sorry. Your basics of audit is, trust me, it's dismantled completely. Now, if somebody is asking you what is casual vacancy, Ashok, tell me one thing. As an individual, you are appointed for how many years? 5 years. Where are you appointed? Where? Company. Company में where? On what date you are appointed? On what day you are appointed? On AGM. I think we should propose to president. Today's president ka happy birthday, okay? We should message him. Okay, sir, let's skip solo exam. Let's have a group exam for our attempt. Five student giving group together. Okay, 5 student giving group one, 5 student giving group together. Okay, so we will make sure that sir, one student will not pass. 5 unity will pass because see, one answer he is giving, half answer he is giving from there. So solo is very difficult for us. So 30th September 2020. Let us assume auditor was appointed. So he is appointed at the AGM, and he is the auditor till 6th AGM. So 20, I take an date 22nd August 25. Okay. So ideally, an individual is appointed for how many years? 5 years. Now imagine during the term, in on 10th May 23, something happened to the auditor. Imagine he died. So there's a vacancy. So that vacancy is called as what vacancy? Casual vacancy. If auditor dies on 22nd August 25, that's on the day of AGM, there is also a vacancy. It is a normal vacancy. So casual vacancy happens when the auditor is appointed, but before the completion of term. And the reason could be any. I gave you one reason as death. What could be the other reason? Disqualification. What else? Removal, resignation. Could be any reason. Firm has dissolved. He has become disqualified. The reason could be any. Now, please use your common sense. Let me check your knowledge. If casual vacancy have arisen, so the new auditor will be appointed. Who appoints the new auditor? Casual vacancy has arisen. So auditor has died. So the new auditor will be appointed by who? Board of directors. Who will appoint? Board of directors. But there was a twist in intermediate. If the reason of casual vacancy is resignation, if the reason is resignation, who will appoint the new auditor? No. Board will only appoint. Board will only appoint. Via which resolution? Oh, you're on which floor? Jump twice. Your basics are so much dismantled. In India, how many kinds of resolution are there? How many kinds of resolution are there? Two. What are the two kinds of resolution? Shut up. It is one is member resolution, other one is board resolution. In member, how many kinds of resolution are there? Three. What are three? Till morning, there were only two. I don't know whether the amendment has come or not. One is ordinary resolution, other one is special resolution. Board may one it is normal simple board resolution, other one is unanimous board resolution. When I say ordinary resolution, how much percent approval? What does OR means? You said you have to pass OR. Auditor appointed by a OR, ordinary resolution. Means how many people should approve? The fourth. 50%. Have you guys cleared CA intermediate? How? Ordinary resolution basically means it's a majority of the members should give approval. When I say majority means more than 50. See, if it is 50, 50 people saying yes, 50 people saying no. So there's no decision, right? So it's basically majority means basically more than 50. When I say special, special means 75%. More than or equal to 75%. Then when I say board resolution, it is also always majority. Who will pass board resolution? Board of directors. Members passes OR and SR. Board of directors passes BR and unanimous BR. When I say unanimous means what? All means how much percent? 100% approval. Okay. Now, auditor is always appointed by members. That's agreed. But in case of resignation, in case of casual vacancy caused due to resignation, who appoints the auditor? Board via board resolution. But plus members have to confirm via OR within 3 months that the appointment is correct. So if the reason is death, board will appoint, job is over. But if the reason is resignation, board will appoint, but members need to confirm within 3 months. All this nonsense is written in which section number? 139. So when you have been appointed as an auditor, you will check whether you are appointed as a casual vacancy auditor or you are appointed as a normal auditor. Because if I am a casual vacancy auditor, who will appoint me? If I am appointed as a casual vacancy auditor, who will appoint me? Board of directors. So I have to check which resolution. If board is appointing, which resolution? I'll check BR. But imagine the previous auditor has resigned. Who will appoint me? Board. Board will appoint. I have to check BR plus whether members have confirmed my appointment or not. So I need to check that. So checking that is called as what? Ascertaining. What it is called as? Ascertaining. Now somebody would ask me, sir, do we need to remember that 139, 140, 141 ka content? The answer is no. You remember just the section numbers. Okay. So the case what I just discussed with you, that casual vacancy, that's the only question on this clause. That's the only question. Okay. So you have to check the requirements of three section. What it is? 139, 140, 141 of Companies Act 2013. Hold on. Don't make changes now. Then amendment came in this attempt. What was the amendment? It said 139, 140, 141 of Companies Act 2013 in respect of such appointment have been duly complied with. Have been duly complied with. Complied means what? Follow. Now, what was the amendment? Institute said, see, 139, 140, 141 are of the Companies Act 2013. But the previous act, what was the previous act? Prior to 2013, what was the previous act? 1950, 65, no, 56, 1956. Now, so the appointment ka provision was section 225. So if some auditor was appointed as per Companies Act 1956, so you have to check the compliance of section 225 of Companies Act 1956 plus any other law for time being in force, any other law applicable for appointment. Now, when I say any other law, now if you have little idea about listed company, listed company means listed where? Which stock exchange? You will say recognized stock exchange. Now, if it is a recognized stock exchange, if you know little idea that the auditor has to be, basically CA firm has to be having a certificate which is called as peer review certificate. There's something as peer review. Okay, I'll be teaching you later on. So basically, peer basically means a CA checking the work of another CA firm. So listed company audit can be done only by that CA firm which has a peer review ka valid certificate. Where it is written in SEBI law. Now, if I have to ascertain, if I am being appointed as an auditor of Reliance, so Reliance is a listed company, I will check section 139, 140, 141, correct? To me, 1956 is not applicable because I've been appointed as a Companies Act 2013. I'll check this provision. But because I am appointed in listed company, one more act will become applicable. Which act? SEBI. So SEBI ka rule says my CA firm has to have which certificate? Peer review certificate. So ideally, they have not written which law, they have written any other law. Any other law is a very broad term. One more example. If you know bank audit, if you want to become an auditor, what is the qualification to become a bank auditor? What is the qualification? First, you have to be a CA plus COP. Plus, one more course you have to do. Have you heard about CISA, DISA? System audit. So, CISA is of US, DISA is of India. So, you have to be a DISA qualified person. So, it is written where? In Banking Regulation Act. So, auditor, please check whether you have complied with those provisions or not. Acha, do you remember Insurance Act? Insurance Act. Do you have Insurance Act idea? Who's the authority in Insurance Act? IRDA. So, when you read IRDA Act, Insurance Act 1938, there it is written that every insurance company need to have a joint auditor. Need to have a joint auditor. What is joint auditor? Two CA firms. Now, if I am been appointed as an auditor of, let us assume, HDFC Ergo. HDFC Ergo is an insurance company. So, it is my duty to check whether there's a joint auditor or not. So, where it is written in any other applicable law. So, till the last attempt, this line was not there. What I have added in red, they have added in this attempt only. So, for sure, you'll have a question in May 26 or maybe September 26 or maybe in 27. Like 2, 3 attempts, you'll have a question clause number 9 because of this line. Any other law. See, 1956 ka to that's such no relevance is there. But because of any other law, they will be making a question for you. I give you entities, SEBI, listed company, Banking Act, banking companies, Insurance Act, insurance companies. Understood? So, in the exam, how would you write the answer now? You will accept, you will be guilty of professional misconduct if you accept a appointment as an auditor of a company without first ascertaining the provision of 3 sections. What are the 3 sections? 139, 140, 141 of Companies Act 2013 and, comma, Section 225 of Companies Act 1956 and any other law applicable for any other law applicable for appointment. Any other law applicable for appointment. In respect of such appointments have been duly complied with. So now what they have added 3 things. First is Companies Act. Companies Act, how many sections are there? 139, 140, 141. Then 1956 ka 225, 225. And third one is any other law applicable for appointment. Okay. Please add this. Please add this. Written. To people in recorded session, I think by the time the new edition come, we would have updated this line. So that time don't write. Because the amendment is the latest one, that's the reason we are writing it. Okay. What is the clause number, guys? 9. How do you remember 8? 8, communicate. 9, spelling. ASCERTAIN, ascertain. Understood? Now, turn the page. Can you see point number 1, 2, 3, 4? Put a curly bracket and write there RTP. What does RTP means? Shut up. Read if time permits. Right there. Read if time permits. Read if time permits. So there are certain points which you just have to read basically. So read for the first and the last time. 4 clauses. Have you understood a certain meaning? So basically to check the provisions of Companies Act 2013, 1956 and any other law for applicable appointment. Okay. Read. Understood? So now you tell me practically, when would, like I told you, you have to check OR is passed or not, ADT1 is filed or not. You tell me practically, all this checking, will the company allow you before appointment or after appointment? Before or after? After. So immediately once you have been appointed, then you have to check it immediately whether OR was passed or not, whether ADT1 was filed or not. If you see the last line of point number 4, however, he will realize this defect only after acceptance, because before appointment, they will never allow you to check ADT1, OR, and all those things. Once you're appointed as the auditor, then only it will be possible for you to check all this. Okay. That is clause number 9. What was 8? Communicate. 9, ascertain. Now 10. So very, very, very important clause, either for MCQ or for descriptive. You will find this clause almost, every attempt, clause number 10. Now see, how do you remember clause number 10? So it says clause number 10, 10. It is basically percentage. What it is? Percentage. Percentage. Okay. Goal. Goal basically means circle. It says chartered accountant practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he charges or offer to charge, accepts or offer to accept in respect of any professional employment fees which are based on what? Percentage of profit, or which are contingent upon the findings or the result of such employment. Percentage of profit, or which are contingent upon the findings or result of such employment. If you remember day one, Niranjan, when I asked you how much fees you will charge, you told me, sir, what is your turnover? Percentage pay I will charge. I told you it's not allowed because of this clause. You can't charge fees basis the percentage. You have to give fixed amount. 5 lakh is my audit fees, 10 lakh is my audit fees. You can't say, "Okay, sir, give me your profit, 5% is my audit fees." It is not allowed. Okay. Or which are contingent upon the findings or results of such employment. For example, client says, "Okay, get me, I mean, my refund is stuck, okay, with the department. Can you get my refund?" So you say, "Okay, yes, sir, I will get your refund, but my fees will be 10% of that refund." So you are charging fees basis the percentage of the amount which will come in the future. It may also come, it may not come, it may come big also, it may come small also. GPM or no GPM? GPM or no GPM? GPM. But practically we charge fees that way only. Income tax refund, GST refund, that is the charge only. Okay. But I'm not teaching what is happening in practical. In the book, it is not allowed. Okay. So if you're charging the fees basis a percentage, okay, you are guilty of professional misconduct. Okay. So either it is a percentage of profit or which are contingent upon the findings or results of such employment. So it is clause number 10, that is circle. Circle basically means in Hindi you say goal, percentage, goal. No, no, that means both goal, 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 goal. Goal, goal means circle, circle, circle. Clause number is what? 10. Now there are certain exceptions. Exceptions are total. I'm writing here like this: 3 plus 5 plus 2. What is the clause number? 10. Do the addition. How many exceptions are there? 10. Clause number 10, exceptions 10. Why I have written like this 3 plus 5 plus 2? Like when we used to study like 16, 17 years ago, okay? At that time only 3 exceptions were there. Then of late they are added more 5 exceptions. Now the latest exceptions are 2 more exceptions. So total how many exceptions are there? 10 exceptions. It is written in which regulation number? 192. You need to remember the regulation number also. What is the regulation number? 192. So totality may will be studying 3 regulations. My first regulation number is regulation number 192. Now see, yesterday when we started this chapter, I told you as a practicing CA, when you are a practicing CA, you can give variety, lot of kind of services. If I am a practicing CA, can I become a liquidator of a company? Yes or no? Yes. Now, if I'm a liquidator, if you have little idea about liquidation, so who gets the first money? The liquidator himself. Who gets the money at the end? Equity shareholder, correct? So if I'm a chartered accountant, I'm a liquidator. I can't tell the client, "Okay, give me 50 lakh rupees, give me 5 lakh rupees." So I charge the fees on the percentage of assets sold. Percentage of the assets sold. I am a chartered accountant. I am charging fees on the percentage basis. Generally, it is allowed or not allowed? Allowed, but it is an exception. So my first exception is liquidator. Please underline that. Receiver or liquidator. Receiver or liquidator. First exception, receiver or liquidator can receive fees based on the percentage of realization or disbursement of asset. So underline receiver, liquidator. You just have to remember those key points, okay? Because in the question, they will be using that word. So you will say it is an exception, then it is allowed. Number two, if you are an auditor of a cooperative society, underline that, auditor of a cooperative society can receive fees based on the paid up capital, working capital, gross or net income or profit. So number two is auditor of cooperative society. Third, valuer for direct tax. You can charge fees based on the percentage of the value of the property valued. It says you can charge fees based on the percentage of the value of property valued. Do you know, gift tax was there? Like when we used to study, there was something called gift tax. Now they removed gift tax, it is abolished. They added in 56 to 10 income from other sources. Mein. So all the gift ka concept is now added in 56 to 10 income from other sources. Now if I am giving the gift to you, okay, I'm giving a property to you. You know, you are supposed to calculate FMV, fair market value. So who calculates fair market value? A valuer. So can a chartered accountant be a valuer? Yes. So now he tells me, okay, sir, I will value your asset or a machine or a gift, whatever you are valuing, but I will not give you a fixed amount. I will charge percentage of the property value. So the value is, let us assume 50 lakh rupees, I'll charge 1% of that. 1%. So the chartered accountant is charging percentage basis. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. It is an exception. So it is a valuer for direct tax. Valuer for direct tax. Okay. So these are the three old exceptions. What is the first one? Liquidator. Number two, auditor of corporate society. Number three, valuer for direct tax. Valuer for direct tax. Basically gift tax. Valuer for direct tax. So see the example also I have written. He can charge fees based on the percentage of the value of goodwill for determining value of gift under Gift Tax Act, as gift tax is a direct tax. Now it is removed because it is in income from other source. Now, five more exception came. What are the five more exception? Number one, management consultancy. Please underline management consultancy. Number two, fundraising services. What does fundraising service means? Fundraising. Fundraising. Have you done articleship? Fundraising means what? Fundraising service. It could be IPO, it could be getting a loan for a client. So I tell to my client, "Ke boss, I'll get you a loan like 1 crore ka loan. You give me 2% fees. So 2% fees of the loan amount. 2% fees of the loan amount. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. It's an exception. Fundraising services. Okay. Third, debt recovery services. What is debt recovery? If client has a debtor, they are not paying the money. So I go and tell them. So see, I can't go be an agent there. I will tell them how to recover the money. So for that, I will charge consultancy fees. So I'm telling them, okay, do one thing. You take gun, okay? You take knife, you take belt, and get the money. So for that, I'm charging fees on the percentage of the debt recovered. Have you heard about something like factoring? Factoring factors, okay? So that basically a chartered accountant can give factoring services. So there you are charging the fees on the percentage of the debt recovered, percentage of the debt recovered. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Fourth, services related to cost optimization. Cost optimization, okay? Fees may be based on percentage of the benefit derived. Now listen, the academy people tells me, "Ki, sir, we are having huge cost. How do we reduce the cost?" So I tell them, do one thing. Lot of CA final students, they sleep in the class. Why the light is on? Switch it off. So we'll compare it. Last month ka electricity bill, this month ka electricity bill. Whatever cost is getting saved, I will charge 10% of that. I am a chartered accountant charging 10%. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. So four new exception. First one was management consultancy. Number two, fundraising services. Number three, debt recovery services. Number four, cost optimization. And fifth one was my favorite, any other. Any other. Circle any other. Now what happens if through any other? See, why do they add any other? Like in future, if government or the department or some authority want to add some more exceptions, they add it via any other. So till 2021, only these 8 exceptions were there. Okay, then 22 made 2 more exceptions added. First one, acting as insolvency professional. You remember liquidator? Can liquidator charge fees on percentage basis? So the new concept was insolvency professional. So now he charge percentage basis pay fees? Yes, it is allowed. But same as liquidator. Very important, which came in the exam also, this line. Non-assurance services to non-audit clients. Please mark that. Non-assurance services to non-audit clients. Non-assurance service to non-audit client. Can somebody explain me what does this mean? Non-assurance service to non-audit client. You can charge fees on percentage basis. Other than corporate and companies means the same. Not necessary. Non-audit client could be anybody. Can you give me an example? I understood what you're trying to say, but I'm asking example. Other than audit means what? Compliance representation. Okay. Now let's take an example. CAAB. Okay. I am the auditor. When I use the word, I always refer to start auditor. Okay. Of TCS. Can I charge 1% as audit fees with TCS? 1% of audit fees. Yes or no? No, not allowed. Okay. Do you remember yesterday we have learned the 26 management consultancy service was there? Okay. Can I give accounting services to TCS? Can I give accounting services to TCS? No, it's a prohibited service, correct? Now, can I give consultancy? Let us assume tax consultancy to TCS. Yes or no? Yes, I can give tax consultancy. Now, can I give accounting services to HDFC Bank? I am not their auditor. As a chartered accountant, can I give accounting services to HDFC Bank? Yes, because it is allowed. Now understand. I am charging HDFC Bank 1% of their turnover, 1% of their turnover as my accounting services ka fees. 1%. Allowed, not allowed. Allowed, not allowed? It is allowed. Why? Non-assurance service. What it is? Non-assurance service to non-audit client. Non-audit client could be anybody now where you are not the auditor. Okay. One more question. I am charging 5% of the tax saved to TCS. Tax saved to TCS. 5%. 5%. Now you tell me, tax consultancy. Is it assurance service or non-assurance service? Non-assurance service. You tell me, can I charge 5% to TCS? Yes or no? No. Please read the line. What it is? Non-assurance service to which client? Non-audit client. Boss, TCS ka we are the auditor. So he is my audit client. TCS is my audit client. Understood? Both the things you have to check. Non-assurance services. To which client? Non-audit clients. Again, non-assurance service to non-audit clients. Clause number 10. How many exceptions? 10. Regulation number 192. What is the first exception? Liquidator. Number 2, order of corporate society. Number 3, valuer for directors. Old exceptions over. 5 new. Management consultancy services. Number 2, fundraising services. Very good. Debt recovery services. Cost optimization. And any other. Then via any other 2 new exceptions. First one is insolvency professional. Number 2, very important. Non-assurance services to non-audit client. Understood? Read clause 9 and 10. Then we do some questions on that. Read 9 and 10. Both. Finished? Okay. Somebody is asking me a doubt. So, what's the difference in liquidator and insolvency professional? See, liquidator is always as per Companies Act. Insolvency professional came as a new concept via one act which is called as Insolvency Bankruptcy Code 2016. Okay, it was there in law syllabus when law was there, but now they have removed it is in SPOM. So what happens is today, see, liquidation is the last thing because if you sell the asset, if assets are not sufficient, shareholder will not get any money. The government came up with the concept of insolvency. What happens there? So a CA or a lawyer or a CS who becomes insolvency professional, they are appointed. Eventually, they don't want to close the company. There is a loss agreed. We want to pay off the creditors. How do you pay off the creditors? You sell some of the asset. You try to manage the company. You try to, like for example, you must have done internal reconstruction. You try to manage those creditors. Okay, sir, okay, give some discount. Let's settle some amount. So all that job is done by whom? Insolvency professional. But after applying all everything, also nothing is happening. It looks like the company will not revive. Then liquidation happens. So the same guy who's an insolvency professional, at that phase, he will be called as what? Liquidator. So we can have two people also, one as A, Mr. A as insolvency professional, Mr. B as liquidator. Or there's a provision that same guy, Mr. A, is an insolvency professional, same he will be carried forward as a liquidator only. Okay. So it depends upon what position you are standing. So whether you are a liquidator or whether you are an insolvency professional, both case may can you charge fees based on percentage basis? Yes or no? Yes. What is the clause number we did? 10. What was 8? Communicate. 9. Ascertain. 10. Percentage of profit. What will say? Percentage of profit. 11. One business, two business. How will you remember? One business, two business. One business, two business. Now, if you are a practicing CA, can you do some other business? If you are a practicing CA, can I start my idli ka stall besides academy? I'm a practicing CA. Yes or no? No, 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 no. Because if you are a practicing CA, if you wanted to start idli ka stall, why the hell you took practice? Correct? So institute says if you're a practicing CA, you can do only one business. What is that one business? Practicing COP wala business, okay? It says a chartered accountant practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he engages in any business or occupation other than profession of CA. Other than profession of CA. Now there are certain exceptions. So it means 1 plus 1, 2, 2 means 2 business. 1, 1, 2 business. Okay, not allowed. What are exceptions? Number 1, unless permitted by council so as to engage. If council has given permission, then you can do it. Number 2, director of a company. Can a practicing CA be a director in a company? Yes or no? So you are a practicing CA, you're getting money from there, and you are being a director, you're getting money from there. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. But in bracket, they have written something. Not being MD or WTD. What is MD? WTD? You can't become MD WTD. What's the logic? Why? The managing director in a company is a full-time job. So if you are having a COP, your office is also there. How will you manage the company? So it is not allowed. But there's one condition also. Can you become a director in a company? Can a practicing CA be a director? Yes. Provided he or any of his partner is interested in such a company as an auditor. Unless he or any of his partner is interested in such a company as an auditor. So they should be the auditor, they should not be the auditor. They should not be the auditor. Or else will become disqualified then. Okay. So the simple rule is if you're a practicing CA, you can do only COP wala business. But there are certain exceptions. First exception, permitted by council. Second exception, director. But when you're a director, you should not be the auditor of that company. Can you become MDWTD? No, no. Okay. Now, we did one regulation clause number 10. What was the regulation number? 192. Now we are doing another regulation. 190A. Circle 190A. It says general permission. Now, for this is a full list given by the institute. It says if you are a practicing CA and if you are doing this kinds of business, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. You don't have to take any permission. We are assuming it is allowed. So there's a list. So you just have to understand the list. You don't have to mug it up the list. Okay. First one. It says a PCA. Guys, PCA means practicing CA may engage himself in the following activities without obtaining any specific permission from council. First one. Employment under CA or CA firm. What does this mean? Employment under CA or CA firm means what? No, you're not a partner. You're doing job there. Employee. But how, sir? If you are having a COP, you are an employee there. How? How it is possible? Employment under CA or CA firm. How it is possible? What? In your office, you must have seen there would be some articles. I mean, they were articles of the firm. Okay. Then they became partner in that firm. And when I say partner, partner basically means your name should be added in the partnership deed. Then you are a partner of the firm. But there are certain CA firm, what they do, they don't make everybody as a partner. They tell them you do one thing, you take COP, but you are doing job in the CA firm. So you have a COP, but you are doing job in the CA firm. So I will not pay you professional fees. I'll give you salary only. What's the benefit here? So the rule says we'll be learning later on that why do the CA firms do all this nonsense? They tell those CAs you take COP, but you will be on the job on the payroll of the CA firm. So you will ask me, sir, what's the use of having COP there? Because if you're a COP, you would like to become a partner, but not everybody will become a partner. Partner would be like 2, 5, 10, maximum 20 partners a CA firm would have, right? But there are so many chartered accountants who have COP. They are not the partner, but they still have COP only for one reason: articles. Articles can be trained only by that CA who have COP. So ideally, what happens in my first year of my COP, I will have to power to train 3 articles. Then next years I'll have 4 articles. Next year, I mean third years I'll have 5 articles. After third year, I'll have only one article I can train. I can add only one article. So my limit is very limited. I can't train like 10 articles under me. So if I need more articles, I need more people to have COP. So to have COP, I need to tell the chartered accountant to have COP. So I will tell them, don't become my partner. Partner means person whose name is there in the partnership deed. So I will tell the CAs, you do one thing, you take COP, give the COP to the firm. You can't sign any audit report. If you remember, who can sign audit report? Audit report can be signed by a practicing partner. Who can sign? Practicing partner. What do you mean by practicing? Holding COP. Partner means whose name is in the partnership deed. So imagine Niranjan is my partner. So obviously he'll be having COP. So we both can sign the audit report. Imagine Praveen. Praveen has COP, but he's not my partner. Can he sign audit report? No, but can he train articles? Yes or no? Can he represent department on behalf of the CA firm? Yes. Understood the logic? So all those big fours. So there are 1,000 partners. There are 1,000 partners in EY. But there are more than 5,000 CAs who have COP. But are they partners? No. The only reason is they have to train articles under them. Like any big four you take out, there are like 10,000 articles. So how 10,000 articles are registered? Not under partners. They are registered under their managers, directors. They are not the partners, but they still have the COP. Understood? So now if you're doing a job in a CA firm, would you require ICI ka permission? Read this point. Would you require ICI ka permission? No. It's generally permitted. Number 2. What it is? Private tutorship. What does this mean? I told you, no fingering on me. I will not finger on you. You will not finger on me. Okay. This is not private tutorship. Private tutorship is basically means you are at home, you are practicing CA. You are at home, you are sitting on the bed or a couch. Students are sitting on the floor. Home tuitions. Home tuitions is private tutorship. Now you tell me, should you take permission? No, it's generally permitted. Okay. Third, what it is? Authorship of books and articles. Can you write books? Can you write articles? No permission required. Fourth, what it is? Holding life insurance agency license only for limited purpose for getting renewal commission. Yesterday I taught you. Can a practicing say open I mean take LIC agency ka code? No. But before 1998 it was allowed. So before 1998 if it was allowed, I have removed some policy in 1997. That person would be paying the premium till today. If that person is paying the premium today, I will be getting what? Renewal commission every year. So can I continue to hold it? Yes. After 1998, Institute said you can't have new LIC ka code. So CAs are very much smart. So they took the code on the wife ka name, brother ka name. Okay. So that's the reason they have written only for limited purpose of getting renewal commission. So whatever policy you have removed prior to 1998, that commission if you are getting, it is allowed, no permission required. Number fifth, what it is? Auditing class and appearing in exam. Can you give CFA ka exam, CPA ka exams, any ACC exam, whatever you want to give? Okay, can you become MP, MLA? Yes, it's allowed. So honorary office of charitable educational institute. What does this mean? Honorary office of charitable or educational institute. Not ICI. Any charitable educational institute. Some school, some college, some trust, where you're going for like 2 hours. You're not taking salary from there. It's an honorarium. Like 250 rupees ka envelope they will give. So they will give you one garland, okay, or one shawl. You're not charging money from them. It's honorarium, okay. Then you can become notary public, justice of peace, special executive magistrate. Then point number 9. Part-time tutorship under the coaching organization of institute. What does this line mean? ICI, ITT, GMCS. Can you go and teach? Yes, a practicing CA can teach. Do you require permission? No. 10th, you can become valuation. You are valuable for a paper settler, head examiner, moderator for any exam. You can do that. Then, editorship of professional journal, not in employment. Editorship of professional journal. Okay. So, have you heard about a magazine called as Financial Express? There's a magazine. It's a very famous magazine, Financial Express. So, those people called me. AB sir, your English is very nice. Can you do editing for us? I did editing. They gave me 1 lakh rupee. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. But the MD of that company, financial expert, told me that AB sir, what amazing editing you have done. Do one thing. You come to our office every day, 10 to 6, and you take 5 lakh rupees per month. So now I am going there. I'm a practicing C. I'm going 10 to 6 every day there, and I'm doing editing for them. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Why not allowed? Because I became in employment. Okay, not allowed. Then, acting as a surveyor, loss assessor under Insurance Act. So you can become a surveyor, loss assessor, no permission. 13. Recovery consultant in the banking sector. You are not the agent there. What you are? Consultancy. We will tell them the ways to recover. Take gun, take bomb, take knife, take sword. We'll give consultancy. But we are not getting the recovery done. Okay, we are the consultant. Circle the word consultant there. Point number 14, my favorite. Owning agricultural land and carrying out agricultural activity. Means you are a chartered accountant. You are practicing CA. And you have your own agricultural land. And what are you doing? Agricultural activity. You yourself are doing, okay? Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. No permission required. But imagine if I tell my articles, instead of bullocks, I told my article, you plow in the field. Articles are fine, very decent, honest people, okay? Then you require permission. If the boss is doing himself, no permission required. If he is hiring the labor, then the permission is required. It will come later on, okay? Now, can you see the next line, which is written in red? Put that in a box. A member who is not entitled, please make the change there. A member who is not entitled to perform a test function. Guys, a test means audit, right? There audit function. That means audit shall not be entitled to train articles. Shall not be entitled to train articles. Can you make it? This is a negative sentence. Can you explain me in positive in simple words? Auditors can hire articles. What is the qualification for an auditor? CA plus COP, which I told you like 5 minutes prior. CA plus COP only can train articles. So here they have written in negative. So I will put it very positively. If you are a CA holding COP, then only you can train the articles. Understood? On this also there was a question. Put this in a box like this. What was the regulation number for percentage of profit? 192. For clause number 11, it is 190A. So whatever list we studied, it was generally permitted, no permission required. Now we are studying permission required. Okay. A practicing CA may engage himself in such activities only after obtaining prior and specific. Circle the word prior. Circle the word specific. Specific permission from council. Prior and specific permission from council. Guys, prior means what? Before doing that activity. Specific means only for that particular activity you will take the permission. Okay. Now, first point. Please understand this. Huh? It says full-time or part-time employment in a business concern, provided he or his relative is not having substantial interest in such concern. Employment in business concern, provided he or his relative is not having a substantial interest in such concern. I got a call from my friend. AB, what are you doing? I said, I'm doing time pass in life. Do one thing, 2 hours you come to my office every day. I will give you 10,000 rupees. So I am a practicing CA. I am going to my friend ka office 2 hours every day, Monday to Friday. It is full time or part time? Part time. So when I am going and doing work there for my friend, any business it could be, okay? Should I take permission or no permission? Permission is required. Now you tell me practically, will anybody take permission? No. See, how would ICI come to know what you guys are doing in that 2 hours? Whether you're in your office or somewhere else, ICI will not keep a check on you guys, right? So we are studying law. Law says you have to take permission. When I say full time means employment in business concern provided he or his relative is not having a substantial interest in such concern. Means full time means what? You are having COP and you are working as a partner with your friend, maybe in any different business. So obviously you have to give your time there also. So you have your COP, you are doing a business there. Okay. Imagine I opened a idli ka stall outside academy with somebody in partnership. I am a practicing CA. I opened a partnership firm and we are selling idli. It's a full-time business. Now, permission required or not required? Required. Number two, employment in any non-business concern. Employment in any non-business concern means charity. Example, any Section 8 company. Section 8 company means NPO. Okay. So every day I am going for 4 hours at an old age home. Okay. And they're giving me 2 lakh rupees salary or 1 lakh rupees salary. I'm doing jobs, I'm giving my services there. Permission required or not required? Permission required. Third, C. Lectureship for courses other than those relating to ICI. What does this mean? CS, ACCA, English speaking courses, common sense courses if I'm taking, okay? Permission required or not required? Required. Skip point number D. What is there in D? What does this mean? You. I told you, no pointing on each other, okay? I have taken permission, okay? Yeah. You think I'm lying? I don't know. Either you are supposed to take permission, okay? You understood all the 4 points? So first one is employment in business concern. Second one is non-business concern. Third one is any other teaching job you are doing. Number fourth, coaching academies. Okay, all the practicing CA, they need to take permission. Once again, somebody has a doubt here. This red wala box. Oh, I taught you that if you are a COP holder, then only you can train articles. So they are using the word attest function. Attest function basically means person who can do audit. So audit who will do? A person who has COP only. If you are a COP holder, then only you can train the articles. Okay. Without COP, you can't train the article. Now, point number two. It says interest in family business concern in which interest is due to relationships inheritance provided no active part in its management is taken by CA concerned. Interest in family business. What does interest in family business means? Interest in family business where the interest is due to relationships inheritance provided no active part is taken in the business. You are a practicing CA. Okay, your father has a business. Okay, let us assume garment business. So generally what happens in India, grandfather is there, after grandfather the father will take, after father the son will take. Okay, now you are a practicing CA. Coincidentally, okay, I mean obviously it will happen one day, your father is no more, so the business will come to you. Did you started that business? No. Are you taking actively part in that business? No. You will just have an interest in that. Interest basically means ownership. You are a practicing CA, you have your own office and you have an interest in that business. ICI says take permission. It is written in book. Practically, you tell me, will anybody take permission? No. Number two, interest in educational institute means Interest in educational institute. My grandfather has a college. My grandfather died. That college came to my father. Example, my father died. Okay. That college will come to me. I am a practicing CA. So that I own a college item because my interest is there. Tell me, should I take permission? Yes. As per law, yes. God, my favorite. Interest in agricultural allied activities with the help of hired labor. So if you are doing as a CA, no permission. But if you are employing labor, I did not say articles, okay? Labor, then you require permission. Okay. Point number three, mark that as important. Now see, when we started this class, I taught you, can you become a director in a company? Yes. Can you become MD? No. Generally, no. But if you want to become a MD in a company, you have to take prior permission. Prior and specific permission. So if it comes in MCQ, generally will say it is not allowed. Because see, because the line is about prior and specific. If the question talks about that they have taken the permission, then you will say permission is taken, it is allowed. If nothing is mentioned in the question, you will say it is guilty. You have to take prior and specific permission. Read point number three. Then editorship of journal other than professional journal. Can you make an example of editorship of journal other than professional journal? Have you heard about a journal or a magazine called as Playboy? What is Playboy? It's an adult magazine. So those people called me, AB sir, do the editorship of adult magazine. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. You have to take permission. I know it's a profession for somebody, but institute says no. You have to take permission. Okay. Fifth, any other business if you are doing, you have to take prior and specific permission. So prior and specific permission ka, what is the regulation number? 190A. Percentage of fees covered is a regulation number 192. Then there's a regulation number one more 191. Circle 191 and check out whether you have done it or not. That para, he may act. Please read that para. Have you read this somewhere? Liquidator, arbitrator, trustee. Can a practicing CA become liquidator, arbitrator, trustee? Yes. So please give a reference here. We have written it on page 26. Sorry, 526. Right there, refer page 526. It is written on refer page 526. Now, can you see regulation 190 as schedule 1 part 1 clause 11? Cancel that line. Now there are three more different paras which ICI has given as a clarification. Okay. Now listen. I'll explain each para for you. Then you do the marking from the book. Okay. First. Now, I just taught you as a practicing CA. Can you teach in the institute? Yes or no? Do you require permission? No. Okay. But if you're teaching in a coaching academy, do you require permission? Yes. So institute says you will take prior and specific permission if you're teaching other than ICA. Okay. But whether you're teaching in institute or whether you're teaching somewhere outside, it says maximum. How many hours you can teach? Maximum 25 hours. Maximum 25 hours per week. How much hours? Maximum 25 hours per week. Don't calculate, I'm telling you. Okay. 6 hours into 6 days, 36 hours. Okay. GPM. So you can teach how many hours? 25 hours per week. So whether you're teaching at ICAI or whether you're teaching anywhere else, cumulatively, it should be how many hours? Maximum 25 hours per week. Understood? MCQ it is. Read the first para and circle 25 hours per week. says it should not exceed. That means minimum and maximum. It should not exceed means max. So write there max 25 hours per week. Now, second para. Now listen. Can a practicing CA be a director in a company? Yes or no? But he can't become what? MD. Generally, he can't become MD WT. But if you want to become MD WTT, take prior specific permission. Okay. Now the question is, have you heard about a word called as promoter? Who is a promoter? Promoter is a person who starts a company. Okay. Now I have an idea. I'm a practicing CA. I have an idea. My I act says CA act says I can become a director in a company, but I can't become a MD. Agreed. Now the question is, can I become a promoter of a company? Promoter means can I start a company? I am a practicing CA. Can I become a promoter in a company? Yes or no? Yes. That says you can become a promoter also. You can become a ordinary director also. So ordinary director ka other name is basically director simpliciter. What is the word? Director simpliciter basically means ordinary director. So you can definitely become a promoter. You can definitely become a director also. Do I need to take permission? No, if I'm becoming a director. No. If I'm becoming a promoter? No, 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 no. It is generally allowed. So you can become a promoter also, you can become a director also. So all these are clarifactory amendments. See what happens whenever the situation arises, ICI comes up with a notification and that notification becomes applicable to us. So somebody may email to institute. Yes, sir, I want to become a promoter in a company. In your act, nowhere promoter ka thing is written. So you should give a clarification, boss. If you are becoming a promoter, it is similar to the director only. So you can definitely become without any permission. Read that. Promoter, director. And beside director, simplicity, write there ordinary director. I hope you understood the last line. No company can practice as a CA. Who can practice as a CA? Either an individual or a partnership firm. Correct? Third para. Now see. This is just a clarification from the previous page only. It says a member of the institute can acquire interest in the family business in any of the following manner. As a proprietary firm, as a partnership firm in the name and HUF as its karta or a member, it would be necessary for the members to provide evidence that the interest in family business concern devolved on him. That means it came to him as an inheritance or succession or partition of the family business. It is also necessary for the member to show that he was not actively involved in that business and the business, what is there in the question, was not created by himself. See, ideally, as a practicing CA, I cannot do any business. Okay. But imagine it was my family business. Because of the death of the grandfather, it came to father. After father, it will come to me. So I'm having an interest there. It says if you are having an interest there, so it should come to you. And we have discussed this here. If your interest is coming in the family business, permission required or not required? Required. You have to take prior and specific permission. Also, imagine if the business came to you because of partition. So, generally in India, property gets divided between the brothers. So the business came to me. I'm a practicing CA. Institute says you are not doing the business, but you have an interest in that business. Permission required or not required? Permission required or not required? You have an interest in that business. Required. See, it's very clear. If your interest is there in a business, you have not created that business. It came to you. How it came? Because of inheritance or succession or partition. So you have to take prior and specific permission. Okay. Read this and write on the top beside it prior and specific permission is required. And beside that, write the refer question U, alphabet U, page 407, question bank. We'll be doing a question from the question bank. It's a very different question. Refer question U, page 407, question bank. What is the clause number? 11. So basically clause 6, 7, 10, 11. These are hot favorite of ICA. So 10 because of those exceptions, 11 because it is very lengthy. So there is generally a question either on 10 or 11. 6, 7 is a mandatory question. 10, 11 may say one will be there in the exam. Okay. Read entire 11 once, then we do questions on this. So we'll do all 8, 9, 10, 11 questions together. Okay. Read entire clause number 11. Now see, what was clause number 8, guys? 9. Ascertain. 10. Percentage of profit. 11. To business. We say to business. Engage in any business other than the profession of a chartered accountant. Okay. Now, this is a question in front of you. You need to answer. CA Mehta was appointed as the auditor of the company for the year 2021 in place of retiring auditor CA Gupta. CA Mehta accepted the appointment after obtaining a certificate from the management that the provision of section 139, 140 have been complied with. 139, 140 have been complied with. Comment as per CA Act and schedules thereto. Which clause getting attracted? 9, part 1. Schedule, partial. So you will say clause number 911. Correct? Conclusion. GPM, not GPM. Why GPM? Perfect. What they have used, you obtain a certificate from the management. You never rely on the management. You have to check the data. You have to go and ascertain. You have to go and check. I do not know. Let's see the answer. Maximum people have told GPM. Some have told no GPM. Let's see the answer. Clause is 9, part 1, first schedule. He would be GPM. Why? Because he has to go and ascertain. You can't go and just rely directly on the management. You must have heard about something called as management representations, WR, written representation. So written representations are basically audit evidence. They are not sufficient, appropriate audit evidence. You have to go and check the data. Okay. Now this is latest exam ka question. You will answer. I'm pretty much sure you will go wrong here. That's my confidence. Read and tell me. Online people, you also write answer in chat. Okay. Tell me. Clause part schedule. Clause 10. Part 1. For sure. 10 1 1. Correct? Answer. No GPM. Why no GPM? Non-assurance service to non-audit client. Let's check the answer. 10, 1, 1. Conclusion. He will not be GPM. Understood? So you write the theory. Regulation number also you need to write. What's the regulation number? 192. So you write both the things, copy the question, conclusion, no GPM. Understood? How's the question, sir? No. Randomly, let's take one question on this also. E. Tell me, GPM, no GPM? GPM. Can he become a director? Yes, provided he or his partner is not the auditor of the company. But can he become MD? No. So you will say he is GPM. But if he wants to become MD, prior and specific permission should be obtained as per which regulation number? 190A. 190A. So you write the theory, but ultimately you will conclude that he is guilty. Okay. Let's do one more. This is an interesting question. CA Prabhu is a leading income tax practitioner consultant for derivative products. Okay. He resides in Mumbai near to ABC Commodity Stock Exchange and does trading in commodity derivatives. Every day he invests nearly 50% of his time to settle the commodity transaction. Is CA Prabhu liable for professional misconduct? Answer. Now you will say, sir, all CAs do all this, right? Derivative. So as per income tax, futures and option is a business. So if I'm a practicing CA, I have my business and futures and option is also a business. You make a tax audit report as per 44AB if you remember. So it is a business. Here he is doing derivative contract. Derivative, correct? Okay, commodity. No, he's buying and selling commodity. So it's a business. One business, two business. Which clause getting attracted? 11, 1, 1. Conclusion. GPM, no GPM. You are GPM. Now there's a clarification on this. The word they have used is what? Commodity derivative. Okay. Now, if I see the answer 1111, he has to take permission from the institute, otherwise, he will be guilty of professional misconduct. Okay. Now, I'm writing derivatives. You guys are champion of AFM, correct? You must have heard about one in the question, it was commodity derivative. Can you give me example of commodity derivative? Gold, silver, chana, guargam, coal, all those you are buying and selling. And there is something called as equity derivative. Equity derivative means stocks, Reliance ka, TCS ka, futures options you are buying. Okay. Then there is called as currency derivative. Dollar, forex you are buying and selling. Okay. So in the question, if you see what they have given, commodity derivative. GPM, no GPM? GPM. Because it's a second business. Okay. Now, 2 years ago, there came a clarification. I'll show you what is the clarification. Now see, please read the first paragraph. ICA members cannot trade in commodity derivatives. The Central Council of CA has given its approval for members to trade in equity derivatives. That means what has happened? Can you trade in equity derivatives? Yes or no? Yes. Permission required, not required? Not required. It is generally permitted. Okay. Then when it comes to clients, a CA institute member cannot trade in both equity and commodity derivatives for them. Why? They are saying when it comes to the client, a CA cannot do trading on behalf of them for trading in equity and commodity derivative for both. Why? Yesterday I taught you na PUB, portfolio management. So it is not allowed only. In personal capital, if you want to do, you can do which derivative? Only equity derivative. Okay. Now, so this much is clear. Equity derivative, it is allowed. Commodity derivative, not allowed. Now the question comes on currency derivative. Let's check that also. Instagram getting open. So ideally it is allowed. Equity derivatives and currency derivatives are allowed. Only commodity is prohibited. Okay. So right on the terrace somewhere, on the terrace below above, I mean nearby somewhere in clause 11. So practicing CA can do trading in equity derivative and currency derivative, but not in commodity derivative. Not in commodity derivative. So I think this is very clear to you guys. Can you trade whether equity, currency, commodity on behalf of client? No, because it's portfolio management. That is not allowed only. Okay, understood? So commodity derivative till now, till when I'm teaching right now in 26, it is not allowed. Maybe in future after 1 year, 2 year, they can bring some other guidelines. Like when we used to study till 22, it was not allowed only. So derivative contract, if you are doing it, whether it's any derivative, it was always prohibited. So practicing say could not do it. People were doing it illegally, but as per act, it was not allowed. So 3, 4 years ago, they came up with a notification that you trade in equity, you trade in currency, derivative allowed, but not in commodity. After 1 year, 2 years, some other guidelines can also come. Okay. Which one? Index. Nifty, bank nifty you're talking about. What is your answer? Equity. Equity. Commodity is pure commodity. Chana, guargam, silver, gold, all those. MCX basically. So you can't trade on MCX. Okay. Let's do one more question. The question what we wrote, that you wala question. Now this is the latest question which came in the exam. U. Imagine till U we are doing V, W, X, Y, Z. 21 questions are there on clause number 11. 21 questions. So clause 6, 7, 10, 11. Hot favorite of IC. Okay. Now see. CA Yug, a practicing CA, is a promoter director of this company. And is also a sleeping partner in his family garment manufacturing business. Is CA Yug liable for professional misconduct as per CA Act 1949? This is the question. Two things are there. Promoter director, sleeping partner in family business. Tell me. Which clause is getting attracted? 1111. That's very much clear. 1111. Two things are there. Number one is promoter director. Tell me GPM, no GPM. So for promoter director, you are saying no GPM. Sleeping partner in family business. Sleeping partner means is it actively taking part? No. But he is a partner in the family business. That means the he is having interest. Is having interest. If he is having interest, what is required? Permission. Have they mentioned anything about permission? So will you assume he has taken permission? No. What will you say? He is GPM. If the question specifically talks about permission, then you will take assume that he has taken the permission. Nothing is mentioned. What will you assume? He has not taken the permission. Let's check the answer. So as a promoter director, he is no GPM. As a sleeping partner, he is GPM because he has not taken prior approval of the council. Understood? So like this question will come in the exam. So we have done half of the first part also. What is clause number 8? Communicate. 9. Ascertain. 10. Percentage of profit. 11. To business. 2 business. Okay. Now we have done 3 regulations also. Let's quickly recall those regulations. 190A was there, 191, 192. What is 190A? Permission, which is there in clause number 11. 191 talks about part-time business which he can do, like liquidator, trustee. This is also written in which clause? Clause number 11. 192 talks about exceptions for percentage of fees. It is written where? In clause number 10. Correct? Do one thing, draw this somewhere on the terrace around 10, 11 class so you will remember the 3 regulation we have to study. Liquidator, trustee, arbitrator. Finished? So 3 regulation 190A, 191, 192. Let's do one more clause, then we'll take a small break. We are doing 190, sorry, clause number 12. Come to page number 564. Now see, it says allow a person not being a member of the institute in practice or a member not being his partner to sign on his behalf or of his firm any balance sheet, any PNL, any report or FS. I am a practicing CA. I am a very lazy person. I told my article, bro, do one thing, sign the audit report. You tell me, can the article sign the audit report? Is he that intellectual that he can sign audit report? No. I told my partner to sign the audit report. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Okay. Now, so it's very simple rule. It says if you're a practicing CA, you have done the audit, you sign, or your partner should sign the audit report. Articles, employees, they can't sign the audit report. I'm making a case for you. There is a CA in my firm who's having a COP, but he's not my partner. Can he sign the audit report? No. Sign would be done either by me or my partner. Which partner? Practicing partner. Practicing partner means who holds COP. Understood? But there were certain routine documents like query sheet was there, invoices were there, which was signed by my article. Can those routine papers, art bills, query sheet be signed by the articles? Yes or no? Yes. Now imagine that query sheet, that invoice was signed by my article. It went to the client place. At client income tax ka raid happened. Income tax people saw that bill. On that bill, my article ka sign was there. Okay, that income tax officer came to my office and he said, AB sir, let's go. I said, why? Sir, your bill. I said, I know sign, article sign. I have not signed, article has signed. Now the question is, the income tax people will take the article or the boss or both? Article, boss or both? Boss. So it's a loophole. If you have little grudges against your boss, okay, so you can do that, okay. So it says, even though article has signed, it does not mean that boss, your responsibility is reduced. Still, always, for all the mess of the article, who is always responsible? Boss. So now see the exceptions. It says the power to sign documents but not report may be delegated. Delegated means, guys, transferred, assigned to assistant. Okay, where professional opinion is not required. However, the fact that the documents have not been signed by a CA is not a defense to him or to the firm in any inquiry regarding professional misconduct. Always boss will be liable. Okay. Cut the last para. Have you understood part one? So part one may we have done clause from 8. 1 second. Guys, what was clause number 8? Communicate. 9, ascertain. 10, percentage of profits or results which are contingent. Then the short notes also have written the same level, 3 plus 5 plus 2. So you remember the way I have taught you. Regulation number is 192. Clause number 11, to business. You require prior and specific permission. There are two regulations we have studied, 190A and 191. Then clause number 12, signing on the FS or report by any person other than partner and person who is a member of ICA. If a person who is a member of ICA and he is my partner, can he sign? Yes or no? Can I sign? Yes. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 we have done. We are just left with 1 to 7. So I think it will take around 1.5 hours. I mean, till the main break, we'll be completing this part. So before the break, big break, we'll be able to complete the entire first schedule. See, second schedule is very easy. Like there are no big clauses except one clause. So there are total 15 clauses. 15 or 16? 16 because of the amendment. Now 16 are there, okay? So out of 16, 15 clauses are like one liners. Only one clause is very big. So it will get over today only. Okay. So let's take a small break of 10-15 minutes. Then we'll meet. Okay. Let's meet in 10-12 minutes. Come to first clause. That's on page number 547. I hope you are clear with the structure of the clauses. We have completed clause number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And now we are just left with 1 to 7. We are left with 1 to we are left with 1 to 7. Okay. Now I'm teaching you the first clause. Clause number 1. Which says a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows any person to practice in his name as a CA. What will you say? Allows any person to practice in his name as a CA. Now, if you have heard about a firm called as EY, what's the full form of EY? Ernst and Young. Can Mr. Ernst practice? Can Mr. Ernst sign audit report and do practice ka work? Can Mr. Young do it? Yes or no? Yes. Can any other person can do on behalf of EY? Mr. Ernst and Young. Can any other person do practice on their name? No. But if you want to do practice on the name of EY, you have to be the partner. You have to be the partner of EY. That's logical, right? Imagine my brother is a lawyer. Can he practice on my name, Abhishek Bansal and company? No. The condition is, if you allow any person to practice in his name as a CA, you will be guilty of professional misconduct. Exception. Such a person is a CA in practice. And he should be what? Either a partner or employee. Both cumulative. Both cumulative means partner plus. No, no. Practice, he should be having COP and he should be my partner or employee. Like for example, if you want to stand in front of department, who will stand? My employee will stand in front of the department, correct? So you will be representing my firm name. So you are assume that you are in practice. Okay. So there's an example that says a CA firm XYZ and company having three partners X, Y, and Z, and its CA employee is Mr. P. Then anybody other than X, Y, Z, and P can't practice as a CA if Mr. X allows Mr. V, who is a law graduate, to practice in the said firm as a CA, he would be guilty. So no lawyer can practice, only my partner or my employee, and they should have what? COP. They should have COP. They can only practice. Read clause number 1 again. Now see, how do you remember in the short? If you allow any person to practice in his name, you are guilty unless he should be a chartered accountant holding COP, and he should be my partner or he should be my employee. Then only he can practice in my name. Never Devaza could. Clause 2 and 3. Similar to this, we have done in part 2. Do you remember part 2? Part 2 was applicable to CA in service. What was the first clause in part 2? Pays. So CA in service, if you pay GPM. If you can't pay, you can't accept also. So that was acceptance. Okay. Same way, at that in part 2, we studied from the perspective of CA in service. Here we are talking from the perspective of practicing CA. Now I am a practicing CA. You guys are my student. Okay. So I tell to Niranjan, do one thing. Now you hunt in Bangalore. Okay. You go to streets of Jayanagar. Get work for me. Whatever work you will get for me, I will give you 30% commission on that. I am a practicing CA. I am paying 30% to my student Niranjan. GPM, no GPM. GPM. Because it is hard earned money of mine, I am paying him, so I am guilty. Institute says, boss, who is Niranjan? Why are you paying him? You can't pay to Niranjan. You have to pay to person like you. Person like you means, if imagine another CA, okay? Another CA is giving you work and you pay him 50% kickback or 30% kickback. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. We have our sisters also. Who's the sister for CA? Yes. Okay. If CS is giving you some work and you're giving 30% kickback to them, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. So you give commission to people like you, not Niranjan. Okay. Now I have a question for you guys. Now it says a practicing CA can't pay money to any other person except which are permitted in this clause, like CS, CA, MBA. They have been permitted. Now what I do in my PNL, I write two office expenses, 10,000 rupees. But that office expenses, 10,000 rupees is given to Niranjan only as a kickback for the work what he got for me. Allowed, not allowed. I am paying 10,000 rupees as a share of profit to Niranjan. But I'm not showing as a professional fees. I am showing as an office expense. And it is given to Niranjan only. Or maybe as a tea expense giving to Niranjan only. The money is of Niranjan, but I'm showing it in a different manner. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. You must have heard about substance over form. Ideally, this money is a commission given to the student, right? Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Okay. It says if you pay or you allow or if you agree to pay. Okay. So it says if you pay or allows or agrees to pay, whether directly or indirectly, any share, any commission or indirectly, any share, commission or brokerage. BCA, that's brokerage commission share in the fees or profits of his professional business to any person. If you pay any share, commission, brokerage in the fees or profits of his professional business to any person, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. Now there are certain exceptions. Now what are the exceptions? First exception is CA. Can you give money to CA? Yes or no? A person like you. Can you give money to a partner? Who's your partner? Unless CA plus COP. Correct? It is allowed. Can you give money to a retired partner? He was your partner, now he has taken retirement. Your partner died, then legal representative of deceased partner, you can pay to them also. Then or a member of any other professional body, please underline that, member of any professional body, or with such other person having prescribed qualification, underline prescribed qualification, for the purpose of rendering such professional service from time to time, whether in India or outside India. Now see what it is. It says if you pay or if you allow or if you agree to pay. If you pay or allow or agree to pay any BCS, what is BCS? Brokerage commission share of profit to any person, you are guilty. Now clause number 2. What is 2 ka double? 4. So there are 4 exceptions. What's the first exception? You can give it to your brother. One is your brother, other one is your real brother. Brother means your any other CA. Real brother basically means your partner in the firm. Then you can give to a brother who has taken retirement, that is retired partner. Then a partner who has died. So you can give money to the legal representative of deceased partner. Then you can give money to your sisters. Who are sisters? Members of professional body or persons having prescribed qualification. What it is? Members of professional body or persons having prescribed qualification. There's a difference. Okay. Members of professional body or persons having prescribed qualification. Now I am a company secretary. Okay. So I am a person having prescribed qualification. I have not done my internship with CS Institute. Okay. So I am not a member of CS Institute. But am I a CS? Yes or no? I have completed all 3 levels. Okay. I was a ranker in CS. Now, am I a person having prescribed qualification? Yes. But I'm not a member of that institute because I have not taken membership. So if imagine any CS is giving money to me, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. So if a person, so it says if a person is a CS, how do you become a CS? When you clear that exam. How do you become a member of CS Institute? You pay membership fees and your name is entered into the ROM, then you become the member of the institute. So it says whether you are the member of institute, that particular body, or you are a person having prescribed qualification, you can pay money to those people. Okay. So 4 exceptions are there. Number 1, a CA or a partner. Number 2, retired partner. Number 3, legal representative deceased partner. Number 4, members of professional body or persons having prescribed qualification. Now see, they have given here. Can you see those notes? Now in notes they have given. What are professional bodies? So there are basically 5 bodies. 5 bodies. Please check what are the 5 bodies. ICSI. Can you see ICSI? Then ICI cost. What is ICI cost? Cost Accountants of India. Okay. Then Bar Council of India. Fourth, Indian Institute of Architects, and then Institute of Actuaries of India. So how many institutes they have given? Five. Okay. So let's do it again. What are the five institutes? ICSI, ICI COS, Bar Council of India, Institute of Architects, and Institute of Architecture. No, Actuaries of India. Okay, five institute. Now those five institute ka five degrees they have given. What are the five degrees? You tell me. What is the degree for ICSI? CA. So CS is covered. Then what is the degree for ICI cost? CMA is covered. Then Bar Council ka what is the degree? Lawyer. Lawyer is covered. Then what is the degree for architects? It is Bachelor in Architecture. Then actuaries ka the degree is actuary. So those five institute ka five degrees are there. Plus three extra degree they have given. What are the three extra degree? Bachelor in Engineering. Then Bachelor in Technology. And the last one, MBA. So five institute, eight degrees they have given. Five institute, eight degrees. Please write there beside this. Five institute, eight degrees. What are the five institutes? ICSI, ICI COS, Bar Council of India, Institute of Architects, and Institute of Actuaries. Those five institute ka five degree will come. Plus three extra degree. What are the three extra degree? BTech, BE, MBA. What will you say? BTech, BE, MBA. Understood this much? Now, so institute says you can give money to this people. Okay? Five institute and eight degrees are there. Now, other concept. So one concept get over here in clause number two. Now, other concept. It says in case of sole proprietorship firm. You know, sole proprietor, single buyer or single seller. Sole proprietor. What does sole proprietor mean? Single buyer or single seller? Single person. He's a single seller. He's a sole proprietor. Basically, he's a single seller. So if I am a chartered accountant, I have a sole proprietorship firm, okay, and I died. So what happens? So my family has a chance to sell my goodwill to another eligible CA. So in case of sole proprietorship firm, the widow of the deceased can sell the goodwill of the firm to another eligible CA. My question is, what is eligible CA? CA plus COP. Eligible CA means CO plus COP. Now imagine there was a CA called as SRK and Associates. Now SRK died. His real wife, Gori Khan. Okay. She will be selling this firm to, let us assume, CA Niranjan. Now the question is, why would Niranjan buy this SRK and Associates? Goodwill, clientele. People know these names, SRK and Associates. Who knows Niranjan? Nobody knows. But people know SRK and Associates. Now, Niranjan can pay in full payment. Like imagine the goodwill was 2 crore rupees. Niranjan can pay 2 crores directly. But Niranjan says, Madam, I don't have that much money. I will pay you in installment. 20 lakh rupees. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. Provided it is mentioned in the agreement, sale agreement. Okay. In the question, if they have not mentioned, okay, anything about the installment ka, you will say it is guilty. It is not allowed. It says you can pay in the installment also. Now imagine he has agreed for the agreement that I'm buying SRK and Associates. Gauri comes to Niranjan. Niranjan, I want subsequent profit of the share in the firm. Subsequent profit basically means he has bought the goodwill. The firm is now in the name of Niranjan, but the actual firm name is what? SRK and Associates. So Gauri Khan comes to Niranjan and says, Niranjan, I want subsequent profit. Because AB sir has taught us legal representative. No, legal representative of the deceased partner can take subsequent profit, correct? So she is allowed to take subsequent profit. But now you tell me, in this case, when she has sold the goodwill, he has bought the goodwill, is Niranjan bound to give subsequent profit to Gauri Khan? Yes or no? No. Because he has already given goodwill money. Okay. Now see, in case of sole proprietorship, the widow of the deceased can sell goodwill of the firm to another eligible CA. However, there could not be any sharing of fees between Gauri Khan and the purchaser of goodwill, that is Niranjan in our example. Such payment can also be made in installment if agreement for the sale of goodwill provides so. Please underline that. It can be made in installment if the agreement of the sale of goodwill provides so. Now, the firm name will be kept in abeyance. Abeyance basically means to hold for how much year? For 1 year, so that the widow can sell the goodwill. Circle 1 year. The firm name will be kept in abeyance for 1 year, so that the widow can sell the goodwill. Okay. So this is a chart which you need to understand. It says when the death of the proprietor concerned ha- happened on or before 30th August 98, on or before 29th August 98. So 98 में a lot of changes happened long back. Okay. So what happened in 98? Will they be asking in 26? Were you there in 98? No, you were not there. Please cancel this part. Now, so what is the rule? So this we have all discussed normal case. It says ICA permission to practice in the firm name of the deceased should be taken within 1 year of the death. The name of the firm will be kept in abeyance for how many years? 1 year from the date of death. Underline from the date of death. 1 year from the date of death. Okay. Now, disputed case. Now, what is disputed case? Imagine there was a CA firm, a proprietor, Dhiru and associate. Dhiru died. He has two kids, Mukku and Annu. Mukku is fighting, Annu is also fighting. Both are fighting. Till now, the legal representative is not yet decided. The institute says generally I'll keep the name of the firm in abeyance for how many years? 1 year. 1 year will be counted from date of death. But here the legal representative is not yet decided. So what is the rule? It says in case of the dispute as to the legal heir of the deceased proprietor, you will first intimate the dispute to the institute within how many days? Within 1 year from the death of the proprietor. So first inform to the institute what was fighting is going on between us within 1 year. Now, institute will keep the name of the firm in abeyance till 1 year. Now, this 1 year will be counted from settlement of dispute. Generally, in the normal case, 1 year is counted from the date of that. But in case of dispute, the question will specify dispute is going on. 1 year will be counted from the date of settlement of dispute. So, why 1 year is given basically? What's the benefit of having 1 year? Institute will keep the name in abeyance means it is kept on hold. So, why? What's the logic? What has to be done in this 1 year? So, the family can sell the goodwill. Okay. Now, what happens if they are unable to sell the goodwill within 1 year? What will happen? After 1 year, what will happen? The name will be released. When the name is released, then anybody can apply for that name. So if you want to buy the name, the firm name, the family needs to sell that within 1 year. Okay. If they are unable to sell, the name would be released. And anybody who becomes a chartered accountant, they want to apply that firm name, the firm name will be given for free. I mean, whatever the ISECA fees is there, only that much you have to pay. Understood? Then, point number two. In case of partnership firm, the widow of the deceased can receive the share of the firm only. Please underline that also. If partnership agreements provide for such provision, underline that. If partnership agreement provides such provision, otherwise not. Can the legal representative get the share of profit? Can the legal representative get the share of profit? Yes. It is an exception. No? You can pay the money to the legal representative of deceased partner. You can pay. It is allowed. It is permitted in clause 2. It is allowed. But it should be written where? Agreement. In the exam, they have not mentioned anything. What will you assume? Not written. If it is not written, we will not pay. Never ever assume that it is written in the partnership agreement. Okay? Third, this is very common with all of us. CA in practice should not extend his service beyond the orbit of his professional practice when working in association with other professionals on a project. Imagine on a project, CA is there, CS is there, lawyer is there, MB, people are together, we guys are working. We are chartered accountants. We know accounts, we know costing, we know FM, we know tax, we know law, everything. We know everything only. So we were doing our work. CS was also doing our work. So we go and help her. What do you want? I also know law. I can help you out. You went to the lawyer also. I can help you out. Don't be so much helpful. Institute says whatever is your work, you do that work only. Don't poke here and there. Okay? Please check out point number 4. You know it or not. We have done that along with the example. Can I show the expenses, office expense, and pay to Niranjan? I'm showing a sundry expenses, not allowed because it's substance over form. Ideally, you're giving money to the student. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. You can give money only to 4 people. Who are the 4 people? CA or a partner. Number 2, retired partner. Number 3, legal representative deceased partner. Number 4, members of professional body or persons having prescribed qualification. How many body they have given? 5. How many qualification they have given? 8. 8 degrees they have given. Okay. So you can pay only to these 4 people. You can take money. You can accept money from those 4 people only. That's your next clause. It says if you accept or agree to accept any part of the profits of the professional work of a person who is not a member of the institute, you will be guilty. Now, if you see the exception, check out the exception. What is the exception? A member of any other professional body or persons having prescribed qualification. You can take money from them only. To whom you can pay, you can take money from them. Understood? 1, 2, 3. What is 1? What is clause 1? Name. If you allow any person to practice in your name, you are GPM. 2, pay. You can't pay to anybody, but you can pay to only 4 people. Okay. Number 3, accepts or agrees to accept. You are GPM. Now, besides clause 2, write one question there. Write this one. Question 4B, May 25, suggested. Very nice question. It is will be doing now. Question 4B, May 25, suggested beside clause 2. Where will you find suggested of ICA? BOS on the website of the ICA again. Okay. So I've already downloaded May 25 ka suggested. I'll just show you. Question 4B. Okay. May 25 suggested. Five mark ka question it was. This is a question. Use your brain and tell me. There are two parts. Huh? In here it is first part. Below this is second part. So you are paying 2.5 commissioner is 2.5 lakhs on the audit fee as a referral bonus. You are paying to MBA. Paying. Paying. Clause number 2. Part 1. First schedule. Correct? So I will use the answer as the answer is you're saying clause number is 211 first part. It is allowed. Okay, it is allowed. No GPM. Correct? No GPM. Number two. So what you have done additionally. So this is a separate part. Okay? As per the state cooperative registrar circular, 5% of the fee, 5 lakh, you are depositing in the state treasury to cover admin expenses. It means again, from your fees, you are paying, you are paying basically you are depositing, correct? To a state treasury. You tell me, allowed or not allowed? State cooperative registrar circular, 5% of the audit fee, that's 5 lakh, has to be deposited in the state treasury to cover admin expenses. The auditor, if he is earning 1 crore rupees, 5 lakh rupees is depositing in the state treasury. State treasury means state government, ka some treasury is there, okay? You are depositing the money there. So from your fees, you are giving money there. You are paying money there. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed, not allowed? Point number two is allowed. See, in the question they have clearly written, as per the state cooperative registrar circular, registrar is telling that you have to do this. That means it is mandatory. So it is practically also it's mandatory. So whenever if you are doing society audit, you get your fees. Some percentage is deducted from the society registrar only to cover admin expenses. It is allowed. Your first answer is wrong. MB from a local university. This was the twist. Local university. So basically, it's not local university. When you read from the Bare Act, okay, Bare CA Act, it says MBA from a recognized university. MBA from a recognized university. What is recognized? They have not defined. They have said it has to be from a recognized university. Basically, I could say IIMs, top B schools of India. Okay. So besides MBA, right there, MBA from a recognized university. MBA from a recognized university. So here he is GPM because he has paid the money to a MBA from a local university. Okay, I'll show the answer for you. Your class part skill was correct 211. So it says the regulation specifies that MBA from universities which is established by law or technical institution recognized by All India Council for Technical Education. Basically, it's recognized university. In the above situation, he pays commission. Therefore, he is guilty of professional misconduct. Understood? Only on one word, the question ka answer got changed. Local university, recognized university. Number two. Additionally, he has deposited 5 lakh rupees. Council decided that such there is no bar in Code of Ethics to accept such an assignment wherein a percentage of the professional fees is deducted by the government to meet the admin and other expenses. Therefore, there is no violation. So in the second part, there is no violation. It is allowed. Understood? So this question was a very new question. It was never asked. This time they have asked. Okay, so we have mapped it. Question 4B, May 25 suggested. Understood? I have one more question for you. Let's see whether you get that right or not. This was the question. When it came in the exam, lot of people went wrong. Okay. This is, I think, May 24 or November 24. I don't remember. Please see this question. Why she can't sell? When did the death happen? 15 September. When is she selling? So you are allowed to sell only within 1 year. Here more than 1 year have passed. Correct? Can she sell? No. The question number two. Can Balwan continue to practice in the name of Ravi and Associate? He can pay what? Fees to whom? ICI. You read clause number 2, where anywhere it was written that you can pay fees to institute? No, please don't use your brain. Whatever is written in the clause, answer as per that only. Again, we do. First question, can Ruhi sell the practice? No. Because if she can't sell the practice, it is logical that he can't continue as a proprietor. See, I gave you extra knowledge that you can take that name by paying fees to ICI, okay, provided the name is available. But you don't have to write that in the exam. You will say when Ruhi only can't sell, then how can he practice? To practice in the name of Ravi and Associate, first the legal rep has to sell it, right? So both the answers are no. What's the clause number? 211. So remember the goodwill wala concept is written in 211. Okay, 211. We'll give a reference of 211. Can Ruhi sell? The answer is no. Ruhi cannot sell. Number two, can Balwan continue to practice? The answer is no. Because if Ruhi only can't sell, then he can't practice. Understood the question? Let's answer this also. So here, this also when it came, I think, in before your syllabus got changed. I think in 23 it came. Very different level of question. This CAP is a newly qualified CA in practice. In order to increase his professional practice and client base, enter into an agreement with Mr. A, a qualified and experienced registered valuer. So there's a guy called as CAP, and there's a valuer called as Mr. A. To share 20% professional fees for all case of valuation referred to him by CAP. So you're paying, basically you will share business, okay? You're paying it to valuer. Based on this, see the question. CAP received 1,20,000, received 1,20,000 during 1819 from Mr. A. He received. Is CAP GPM? He received 1,20,000. Tell me. Why GPM? Which clause is getting attracted? 3. How do you find out it's 3? He have accepted, right? He has received. What is clause number 3? Part 1, first schedule. GPM, no GPM? GPM? I don't know. So clause 3, part 1, first schedule. He would be GPM. Why GPM? Not mention the exceptions. How many exceptions are there? No, 4. Partner, retired partner, legal representative deceased partner, then 5 and 8 people. In 5 and 8, somewhere valuer was written? No. See, I do not know what's the qualification for valuer. If the question says the valuer is a chartered accountant, then can you accept? Yes or no? Yes. If the valuer is a lawyer, can you accept? Yes, because lawyer may they have given exception, right? They have not written valuer anywhere. So he would be held GPM. Understood? Clause number 4. Very easy. It says if he enters into partnership whether in India or outside India with any person. If you enter into partnership with any person whether in India or outside India, I am a practicing CA. Acha, can I enter into partnership with somebody who is doing idli ka business? Yes or no? No. I'll be guilty under 2 clauses. 11 because I'm entering into another business. Fourth because I'm entering into partnership. Okay, can I enter into a partnership with a person who is already a CA and is practicing? Yes or no? Yes. Which is you can enter into partnership whether in India or outside India with any person you are guilty. Clause number 4, 4 exception. What are the 4 exception? Number 1, CA in practice. Number 2, member of other professional body. How many members are there? Members of other professional body. 5. 5 bodies are there. Okay. Third, a person resident without India who, but for his residence abroad, that is the CA residing abroad, would be entitled to be registered as a member under section 414. What does this line mean? A resident without India means a person resident without India means what? Non-resident. Person without India basically means non-resident. That means he's a CA. He took membership of ICI. He got settled in Dubai. So he's in Dubai right now. I'm in India. I'm a practicing CA. He's also a CA. Can we both enter into partnership? Yes or no? Yes. Assuming that he has taken membership of ICA, India Institute. D. Any person whose qualifications are recognized by the CG or council for the purpose of permitting such partnership. So basically any other as may be prescribed. So till now they have not prescribed anything. So they had prescribed, then they removed it again. Now they have not prescribed. So you will find in the question bank a practicing CA enter into partnership with a CPA New York. CPA basically means he is a chartered accountant of US, certified public accountant. Okay, guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty, 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 guilty. Why guilty? South, no, that's outside India. It's basically CPA is not mentioned here. No, you can enter into partnership with whom? CA in practice are basically India ka CA. Number two, members of other professional body. How many bodies they have given? In that CPA was written anywhere? No. Third, what is third? Resident outside India. Here, resident outside India basically means a person who is staying outside India, but he is a member of ICAI. He has taken membership here. So you can enter with them. Fourth one, any other permitted by CG Council. So they have not yet permitted anything. So if you enter into partnership with CPA New York, GPM or no GPM? You are GPM. As per which clause? 411. Partnership it is now. 411. So clause number 4, how many exception? 4 exception. Number 1, CA in practice. Number 2, body people. Number 3, person resident outside India. Fourth, any other permitted by CG or council. Okay. Can you see this note 1 and 2? Put a curly bracket and write there RTP. RTP and read that note and 1 2. Done? No, see. So clause number 1 was if you allow any person to practice in his name, your GPA. Exception CA plus COP and either a partner or employee. Number 2, pays, allows, agrees to pay any brokerage, commission, share to any person except 4 people. 3, accepts or agrees to accept. So only this exception will be carried forward here. Fourth, if you enter into partnership with any person, whether in India, outside India, guilty. Clause 4 ka 4 exception. What's the 4 exception? On the CA in practice. Number 2, describe qualification of members of professional body. Number 3, resident outside India. Number 4, permitted by CG or council. Nothing is permitted yet. That's clause number 4. Now we are just left with clause number 5, 6, 7. Okay. So 5 is very easy. Till now, never they have asked clause number 5. It says, if you secure secures professional business through any person except EMP. What is except EMP? Your employee or means which is allowed or your partner. Imagine, Niranjan is my student. I tell him, okay, go and hunt on the streets of Jayanagar, get work for me. Niranjan is my student. He is getting work for me. I am securing professional work through my student. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Imagine Niranjan is my partner. Can he get work for me? Niranjan is my employee. Can he get work for me? Yes, yes. Employee is allowed now. EE means employee. Or number two is means. Means basically means my website is there, my visiting card is there. So all those means are allowed. It says if you ask somebody to get professional work, you are GPM. Three exceptions are there. What are three exceptions? EMP. What is E? Employee. M means P, partner. EMP. Employee means partner. Read clause number 5. No questions till now. Circle EMP. So in exceptions, they have written that any arrangement as permitted in clause 2, 3, 4. What was 2? Phase. 3, accepts. 4, partnership. Okay, can I ask work from a CS? Can I ask work from CS? Lawyer, BTech, MBA, MBA from recognized university. So whatever is permitted in 2, 3, 4, from them you can ask the work. Understood? Now, clause 6 and 7 both may write. They're very, very, very important. Very important. Clause 6, hot favorite. Now it starts at page number 549. It will end on page number 558. 558. That's basically around 9, 10 sides. Okay. Give me 2 minutes time. I'm charging my pencil. It's getting discharged. Okay. In 2 minutes, we do 6 and 7. Hot favorite of ICI. Every time it is coming in the exam, it's around 10 sides, 6 and 7. You don't have to mug up all the clauses. I mean, all the content. You just have to understand what is written in 6 and 7. Okay. We do it in 2 minutes. I'm charging my pencil. Now, see. I hope you are through with 1 to 5 clauses. You have understood 1 to 5. Now we are left with only 6 and 7. So it says clause number 6. Go with the sound. 6 solicit. What will you say? 6 solicit. 6 solicit. If you're soliciting professional work via CAPR, via what? Via CAPR. And clause number 7 is your advertisement. So 6 is basically soliciting professional work via CAPR and 7 is basically advertisement. Both are connected. Now see. So it says clause number 6, solicit. What will you say? Clause 6, solicit. So solicit clients of professional work through CAPR. Please mark CAPR. What is C? Circular. A, advertisement. P, personal communication. I, interview. A, any other means. So the line is very small, but the content is huge in this clause. Okay. If you're soliciting work or clients via CAPR, you are GPM. Like for example, I am a practicing CA. Can I stand on the streets of Jayanagar and make a pamphlet and say ITR, ITR, ITR? Can I distribute pamphlets? No. Institute says you are a chartered accountant. And moreover, you are a practicing CA. That means you are genius of this world. So you should not beg for the work. The work will come automatically to you. You tell me practically, will the work automatically come to us? No. Can you stand on the metro station and distribute? Like today's a weekend. So I go to Church Street and I'm distributing my visiting cards. ITR, ITR, ITR. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Your GPM. Okay, let's do one thing. This is a very nice building. So this is a corner building, right? So on the left and the right side, I make a very big board. Abhishek Bansal and Company, Chartered Accountants. Very big board. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Forget that. I'll put a neon sign board, colorful board. Green, blue, pink, red, purple, blue, yellow, pink. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Institute says you should not do advertisement of your services. You cannot advertise. The work will come automatically. Okay. Now imagine, so somebody was supposed to come to my office. So around, there's a nearby metro station, right? What's the nearby metro station name? What? Rashtra Vidyalaya. So I have done a signboard. So one arrow was there, 1,000 steps away. Abhishek Bansal and come. Take left, 400 meters away. Take right, 300 meters away. Walk 20 steps, Abhishek Bansal and Company. So I have done this signboard for the person who's coming from that metro station. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Ultimately, what are you doing? You're advertising your firm, right? So institute is very much clear, boss. You can't advertise your services, you can't advertise your firm ka name, okay? But yeah, few exceptions are there. We'll be reading here, okay? It says clause 6, solicit. Soliciting work of clients via CAPR. What is CAPR? Circular, advertisement, personal communication, interview, or any other. Now, see, personal communication. Generally those social gathering, family functions, okay? All the Marwadis, Gujaratis, they have those family function, okay? So what I did, so I stood on the entrance. Uncle, visiting card. Uncle, visiting card. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Okay. So can I tell them, okay, I'm a chartered accountant, I give all these services. Can I wear that the services ka board on my body and roam here and there? No, it is not allowed. Okay. But practically, people get the work only when they talk. Institute says it is not allowed. What are the exceptions? He can apply or request or secure professional work from another PCA. What is PCA? Practicing chartered accountant. So they say you can take the work from practicing CA. Now you tell me, in India, will any practicing CA give work to you? No. Number two, you can respond to the tenders or inquiries by various users of professional services or organization from time to time and secure professional work as a consequence. Like bank audit ka tender gets open, CAG audit ka tender gets open, like government audit. Okay, so you can respond to those tenders. So the point will be coming later on. Okay, now my first rule is about website. Website. Tell me, can you make a website? Yes or no? Which color? Which color ka website? Pink. No, no, I'm just asking you. Can I make pink color website? Yeah. Golden. Yes. Yes. Lavender. Yes. Then there's one more color. I got to know this color when I got married. This is a color. Girls may be knowing it. Okay. Boys, did you know this is a color? No. You know the actual meaning of it, but it is also a color. So when I got married, my wife was like, okay, I need to buy this lipstick. Okay. I said, which color? He said, nude color. He said, hey, nude is a color. She said, yes, it's a color. I have studied from state board. Okay. In our school, what they have taught this meaning. Okay. Do you know the actual meaning of it? But post marriage will come to know was this is a color. Basically, skin color is called as nude color. Okay. Can you make a website of nude color? Nude, no, nude color website. Tell me yes or no. Yes. Institute says you want to make any color as per the taste of CA. You want to make pink color, baby pink, red pink, green pink, purple pink, any color ka website you can make. Can you keep my domain name as www.freeaudit.com? Freeaudit.com. My website ka name. Yes or no? No, it is soliciting client. Okay. Freeitr.com. No. 1+1 freeaudit.com. No. It is soliciting client. So it should be nearly resembling the CA ka name or the firm ka name. Can I have www.ab.com? Yes or no? Yes. Acha, then there's a concept of push and pull mode. The question is the website should be on push mode or pull mode. Pull, push. People who do not know what is pull, what is push, I'll tell you. Uh, uh, do you guys use Spotify or any music app? Okay, the ad comes in between, and by mistakenly you click on that ad, and another pop-up gets open. That is basically push-up notifications. So imagine you guys are listening some song or you're playing some game. Okay, I took my article ka face and made an ad on that, and by mistakenly you click on that ad. So my article ka face was that he was dancing like this. You click on that ad and my website gets open. It is called push-up notification. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. So instead it says somebody has to type your website. So when you type, it is called as pull mode. What it is called as pull mode. So website should always be on pull mode. Okay. Now when I make a website, there will be a lot of buttons here. So what pages you will add on the website? How many pages you can add? Any number. There's no limit on the number. Okay. Now, so my first is generally about home, then about us, services rendered. Can I give me a menu card? Rate card. ITR 5,000 rupees. Audit 10,000 rupees. Yes or no? No, you can't give your rate card. Okay. Can I give my clientele ka list? Clientele ka list. Reliance Industries, TCS, HDFC Bank. This is my client. Tell me yes or no? No, it's a confidential data. See, understand. If you put your clientele ka list, if unknown person is coming, he will go to the client list. HDFC Bank, Reliance, TCS. Wow, what a big clientele it is. I will give my work to this CA only. So it is basically indirectly soliciting, not allowed. Then, can I give my vacancy ka list, number of vacancies? There are like 10 vacancies in my office, in my firm. Can I give those number of vacancies? Yes. The accountancy position is vacant. Can I give those position also? Yes. Can I give articleship vacancies? Yes. You can give number of vacancies, the type of vacancies, the articleship vacancies. Okay. Acha. In contact us. Can you give your phone number, email address? Okay. Your Google Map location. Yes. Your geotag location. It is allowed now. Okay. Can you give your QR code for the Google locations? You are not putting any location there. You are putting a QR code for the location. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Acha. Now, when I talk about home and about us, so can I write about me, my partner's details here? Yes or no? So what you will add? Their qualification, okay, their name, their date of birth, their address, their expertise. You can write all that, okay? Can I write their personal achievements? Personal achievement means they were a ranker in CA course. Can I write that? Yes. Can I write their professional achievement? Professional achievement basically means they have caught a fraud of Reliance. He has done like 30 years ka audit. He has done here and that. Can I add professional achievements? No. Can you add personal achievements? Personal basically means academic. Professional basically means related to work. You can't add professional achievements. Okay. Now, can I write the details about my articles? Article ka name, article ka phone number, article ka address. Because it's very bad, specifically for boys. Imagine you are in a coaching academy, you saw some girl and you started liking her and you want her details. You go to the website of the firm, you saw the details of the article, you started giving miss call to her. Institute says not allowed. You can write details about the employees and the CAs, but not of article. It is clearly mentioned that you can't write details of article. Now, do you understand what's hyperlink? Hyperlinks. Can I put hyperlink of www.friendship.com? You find friends here. Can I put a hyperlink of this? No. Which website ka hyperlink you can put? ICI, government income tax, MCA, GST department. So government related website ka you can put hyperlink. Understood this much? So this was only about website. There are more other content also. So what you have to do, you have to read this permitted features, prohibited information, permitted information within website till here. This page and this page. Please read. This note, this green wala note, I have not taught you yet. Huh? It's still pending. Leave that note. Rest every other point you read. If you're not understanding any point, please ask me. Okay? Read. Finished? So there are few pointers which you need to mark important. In permitted features, first mark point number 4. Very repetitive question. Website should always be on pull mode, not in push mode. Okay. Now, see that note. Generally, when I was teaching this concept, I told you, can you put your client ka name and the rate card? No, but there's an exception. The exception is basically if a regulator is requiring. Now, I'll give an example of regulator. For example, in India, we have SEBI. In US, we have Securities Exchange Commission, SEC. Okay. If they're telling me to put clientele ka list and the rate card, then I can put it. But I have to give a disclosure that this rate card and this clientele list is only for that particular regulator. So regulator basically means the department, the authority. Now read that. Disclosure of the names of clients and or fees charges on the website is permissible only when it is required by a regulator, underline regulator, whether or not constituted under a statute in India or outside India, provided such disclosure is only to the extent of the requirement of that particular regulator. So that regulator requires, then only you can put client card list and the rate card. Okay, generally not allowed. Then in permitted features, can you see point number 2 and 3? Mark that both as important. That was also come in the exam. 2 and 3 important. Then next page pay. Can you see point number 13? Can you give an example of that? The firm can provide link of its page on social networking site. LinkedIn. On LinkedIn you can post, okay, basically. But can you tell those people to like, comment, share, heart? You do all this nonsense? No. It's written there. However, members should not solicit people to visit or like the respective page. Then 14. So all 13 and 14 are new points. Huh? The members of the firm can provide online advice to their clients who specifically request for the advice, whether free of charge or on payment. So I have shared a Zoom link to my client and he's asking some online advice. Can I give? Yes or no? For free, I am giving. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. So I am taking 2000 rupees per hour for that. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. I message in a WhatsApp group. I'm available from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. for free online CA advices. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Because the line is very much clear. You can give advice to whom? To your clients. To your clients, not to unknown people. See, if I'm giving it in a WhatsApp group where there are 300 people already there, I'm putting a like 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. I'm available. So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to solicit new clients, right? So it says you can give advice only to your clients. Okay. Then point number 6, important, year of establishment. Point number 6, year of establishment, important. So, generally when you start any website, okay, when you open the website of a CA firm, they write that Abhishek Bansal and company was constituted or incorporated in the year so and so. So there they have written the year of establishment. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Only year of establishment can be written only on website. We have those letterheads, letterhead. So on the letterhead, can I write like this? Since 2012 on the letterhead top corner? No. But can I write on the website? Yes. Now I have lot of letterheads where they have written since so and so. And those letterhead are on posted on the, like in Bombay we have BKC. BKC my ICI campus is there. It is there on the notice board of ICI. So there are a lot of big CA firms, they use this because see, old time it was allowed. So they're still carry forwarding that. See, nobody cares for you, what you are doing in your life. Today is a happy birthday of president, but he don't care for you. So even if you are doing something, like you have learned so many clauses, you must have thought that your boss is also guilty at a lot of places. Like in India, 90% chartered accountants do FNO. They do equity to commodity, everything they do. So if you are doing commodity derivative, guilty or not guilty? Guilty. You are supposed to take permission. Think about your boss. Have you taken the permission? No. Majority of the people are guilty. So in the entire community, nobody complains because everybody is guilty of some other clause. So nobody comes. Everybody is happy in life. The problem of this chapter is only when somebody complains. Now, other issues related to website. Address of the website. It says website address should be in the name of CA or CA firm. It may be different from the firm, but it should be near as possible to their name. It should not be such as results in soliciting the client, like freeaudit.com, freeitr.com. Then search engine. Can you give me an example of search engine? Google. Can you put your website on Google, on the search engine, search bar? Yes or no? Like you had Just Dial, Just Dial. So Just Dial was for the phone number. Same way Google search history, if you want to put your website, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. So listing of CA ka website on search engine is allowed, but it should be in a criteria such as CA or Indian CP or any other related field. Can you see hyperlink? Rather important. In CA ka website, link or reference of only IC or government related website is allowed. Okay? Now, can you see intimation to ICA? That also important. So presently, CA is required to intimate website address to institute while submitting annual membership fee and form. Full stop. Cancel the old provision. Cancel the old provision. So presently, CA is required to inform website address to institute while submitting annual membership fee and form. So my question is, how many times you have to inform? Only one time. What's the one time? When you pay membership fees. So there are a lot of old questions in the question bank. They will say, you created the website and you have not informed within 30 days of creation. GPM, no GPM? No GPM. See, the 30-day wala rule was in the old provisions. Now the rule has been changed. Now what is the rule? When you have to inform? When you are paying membership fees, at that time you have to inform. Okay, important question. Achha, can I go on yahoo.com and give online services as a CA? I want to give my advices on yahoo.com. So they have called me. Online service. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Can I mention my name, CA Abhishek Bansal? Can I mention partner of Abhishek Bansal and company? No. Firm name is not allowed. In a personal capacity, you can do anything. See, when you write firm ka name, what will happen? Soliciting the client. Okay. It is allowed, provided contact address, firm name, and professional achievement of CA is not given. Only CA ka name with the designation CA is allowed. So you are not allowed to give firm ka name. Understood this much? Then, more important points. First one, empanelment for the allotment of audit professional work. In your office, have you done bank audit? Bank audits. So basically, you get bank audits when you register on the panel of the institute. Okay. So it is called as MEF now, multi-purpose empanelment form. Multi-purpose empanelment form. So previously, when we were articles, so bank audit ka the separate panel was there, government audit ka other panel was there, society ka panel was separate. Now, institute brought all this together and they made MEF, multi-purpose empanelment form. So a CA firm has to register there. Then only they will get the work. Now understand, I'm registering there to get the work. So I'm soliciting the work. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. It is done by institute only. It is allowed. Now I was there on the panel. I did not got the work. Can I go to the institute and this panel people and say, okay, uncle, I'm there on the panel. Why you have not given me the work? Can I fight with them? No. So it says you can register on the panel, but you can't make inquiry. Okay, sir, give me work, give me work. Why work was not allotted to me? You can't do that inquiries. Understood? Acha. If imagine Reliance Industries open a panel for statutory auditor, apply. Can you apply on that panel? Reliance Industries is opening a panel for statutory auditors. As a CA firm, can you apply on that panel? No. Only which panels? Only ICI or government related panels ko you can apply. Use your common sense. In India, forget India, in the entire world, who has the authority to do audit? CA plus COP only, right? We have the authority. Why the hell we should apply to private panels? We can apply only where? Government or institute related panels. Okay. Read point number one. Please underline the last pointer. Not allowed to respond to a panel which require registration fee. Then point number two. It says advertisement. You can't advertise for soliciting work, but you can advertise about change in partnership, address, telephone number, dissolution of a firm, provided it should be a bare statement of fact, that is no extra publicity, and the number of insertion in the newspaper should be limited, and the area of distribution should also be limited. Now I am practicing in Mumbai. Can I advertise about my change in office or change in address or telephone in Bangalore ka newspaper? No. See, I understand. I am practicing in Mumbai, so I should advertise that in Mumbai ka newspaper. Why the hell I am doing it here? To solicit the clients. B. ICI journal news letter. Journal is there of institute. You may also have been getting a journal. Have you ever opened it? No, it's in the dustbin only, right? Everybody does the same thing. So now, if I'm looking for a partnership or if I'm looking for an employee, so can I write like this: seeking a partner or seeking a employee with 10 years experience in a firm called as Abhishek Bansal and Company, Mumbai. Can we put like this? No. Firm name is not allowed. So what you have to do? A leading CA firm with 20 years of experience is looking for a partner. Please contactjobs@gmail.com. You can't give your name. You can't give your firm ka name anywhere. It is not allowed. Okay. Read point number B. Can you give your LinkedIn ka address? Yes, it is allowed. Okay. All this, see, whatever technological changes are happening, ICA is trying to amend that and incorporate in a C Act, but it will take a lot of time. Like I told you about that push-up notification, right? Allowed or not allowed? No, no, it has to be only on pull mode. Correct? Now, last month there was a meeting which said that push-up will be allowed on the permitted websites. The amendment has come, but when it will come in our syllabus, it will take a lot of time. Maybe 2, 3 years it will take. But right now that amendment is not applicable. Okay? Now, publication, telephone, or other directories. Can I put my firm ka name on Just Dial? Just Dial. Yes or no? Yes. But should I pay them like, okay, you take 1 lakh rupee from me and my firm ka name should be number one every time? No. You can't pay fee for that, okay? Acha, the name of the firm should be in like bold letters, font size should be 20. Can I do like that? No. It should be a standardized category where every other CA firm is registered. Okay. That's point number three. Read point number three. The next one is issuing handbills. What is handbills? Handbills means a pamphlet. Like for example, a budget came. So budget ka highlights you're giving. So it says you can distribute handbills containing your name to your clients. Example, budget highlights. He cannot issue handbills to any person other than client. So I stood on the street of Jayanagar. I'm giving budget highlights to everybody. Not allowed. I can give only to whom? Clients, my clients. Then point number 5 and 6, both important exam question. Can a practicing CA write book? Yes or no? Okay. Can he write his name, CA Abhishek Bansal? Can he write personal achievements? Professional achievements? No. Can I write my firm name? Yes. No, it is allowed. Previously it was not allowed. No, it is allowed. So this is my first exception when I can write my firm ka name. So please mark this. Can mention firm name and read point number 5. So if you find around any old question, na, in old question it is not allowed. But new mate is allowed. This is my total, I think 4 exceptions will come where firm name is allowed. The first one is book. You can write books and articles, in that you can mention firm name. Then issue of greeting cards or invitation. Now it says CA can indicate designation. Second exception, name of the firm. Underline that, name of the firm. An address on the greeting cards or invitation for all purpose, marriage, religious ceremony, inauguration of office, and letters regarding change of office. Only for 4 things you can give greeting card and you can mention your firm name. But the condition is provided the above is sent to whom? Clients. Number 2, close friends and relatives. What does close friend means? Very close. How much close? Everybody is logical. No? Close. Yeah. So it is basically you have to send it to clients, close friends, and relatives. Okay. Now close friends, everybody is close to me. Okay. Now you must have seen a not visiting, invitation card. The date, then boy, weds, girl ka name, and below it's basically RSVP. When RSVP is written, so they are writing firm ka name. It's basically the bride or groom ka father ka business firm ka name is there. Okay. Imagine the father is a chartered accountant. Or forget father, the bride or the groom is a chartered accountant. So they are writing firm ka name, stating chartered accountant, and they are writing address. So your firm ka name is written on the invitation card. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed, because it is an exception. So marriage, religious ceremony, inauguration of office, change of office. There are 2 exceptions till now where firm ka name is allowed. Number 1, books and articles. Number 2, greeting cards, which is given for marriage, religious ceremony, inauguration of office, and change of office. Provided it is given to whom? Clients, friends, and relatives. Close friends and relatives. Then, scope of representation. This is also important, right? They're important. You must have learned this part in your intermediate. When auditor is removed, who appoints the auditor? Who appoints the auditor? Auditor is appointed by whom? Members. So who will remove him? Members only. Whoever appoints, he only removes. Okay. Now imagine I was the auditor and members are removing me. You might have heard this line. See, the auditor gets a chance of opportunity of being heard, right? So in my opportunity of being heard, I drafted a letter. My dear member, comma, please appoint me. Please reappoint me, please. So I am telling, please reappoint me. I am soliciting work. I am asking for work. Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. What else will you write in that representation? See, I'm not soliciting client. I was already the auditor there, no? So they are my client only. I'm just telling them reappoint me. It is allowed. But if I write there, my dear member, comma, you forgot that night when we were inside the cabin. I was with you. We were checking the files. And I saw that you have an internal control system. Internal control system, this loophole were there. The director was busy with one maid. Okay. The director ka wife was busy with somebody else. So I am writing all derogatory remarks in that letter. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. So see, you can ask for work. So it is not soliciting because you are already the auditor there. So you are telling them to reappoint. But if you are putting any derogatory remarks either on the company or a person or the director, that is not allowed. Okay. Lot of times they have asked this question. So see, when you are reading all the questions, all the clauses together, it becomes very difficult to think. Like representation wala, it is where it is written. It is written in clause number 6. Where it is written clause number 6. Website, where it is written 6. Books and articles 6. Any extra thing, website, pamphlet, data, all things are written in clause number 6. Read point number 7. Understood point number 7? Eighth, the most bogus clause in the history of ICI. Now imagine I am a chartered accountant. I am a chartered accountant. Okay. I also have COP. Niranjan is also chartered accountant. He also has COP. We both met at a family function. So one Niranjan ka client came to, we both met one client. The client is not mine, is Niranjan ka client. So Niranjan gave a formal introduction. Okay, he's Abhishek Bansal. Client ka name he said. Okay, we got introduced. And then Niranjan went somewhere. So I was busy with that client. That client was not mine, Niranjan ka client. So the client told me, sir, you are a chartered accountant. I said, yeah. Sir, I want to give my file to you. I said, boss, Niranjan is there. Na? He is handling your work. Sir, Niranjan, very mad fellow, sir. He tells me to pay tax every month, sir. How much tax I will pay, sir? Poor fellow, sir. So I tell him, do one thing. This is my visiting card. You come tomorrow. Next day, he came to my office. He said, sir, I will give all my work to you only. You tell me, look at my face and tell me, should I accept the work? Should I accept the work? He's not my client. He was. Now, should I accept the work? Tell me. Look at my face and tell me. Yes, I follow ICI. Institute says you should not accept. You should tell to the client, bro, this is cheating. I will not accept. You first tell to Niranjan that you are giving your work to me and you come via Niranjan, then only I will do your work. You tell me practically. Will somebody tell like this? You go to your CA. If he's give me permission, then only I will do your work. Is it practically possible? No. Here to sir, what fees you are paying to Niranjan? He said 5 lakh rupees. Sir, I will do in 3 lakh only. So here in India, we try to buy out the clients of the other CAs. But instead it says, boss, make sure you tell to the client, come via that CA only. The most rubbish bogus clause it is. Read clause number 8. I mean point number 8. Finished? Now see. Ninth. Do you know what is public interview? What is public interview? Public interview. Have you heard about Arnab Goswami? That mad fellow keeps on shouting every time. Republic, okay? He called me one day. Maybe, sir, please come to our studio. I went. Now, when I was going, okay, he introduced me like, everybody, give a round of applause. Amongst us, we have the renowned personalities, Sri Abhishek Bansal, who have caught the fraud of Reliance Industries. Now, he introduced me as C. Abhishek Bansal. And he said, partner of Abhishek Bansal and company who has caught Reliance ka fraud of 10,000 crores. Immediately, I got a call from institute. Maybe, sir, come now. I said, why? Sir, you are guilty under clause 6. I said, why? Sir, in the public, in front of public, you said your firm ka name and you gave disclosure, confidential data you have disclosed. You have said client ka name. You have told about fraud also. I said to the president, bro, president, I have not said. Arnav have said. You take Arnav. Why the hell you are taking to me? You tell me. Institute will take CA or the interviewer? CA. Anyways, he is not a CA. To him, CA Act is not applicable. So institute says, boss, if you are going for interview, make sure you don't say any confidential data. You too don't have to say. You also make sure that the host also not say the same thing. Okay. So it says it's very much clear that you can't publicize yourself. Firm ka name not allowed, client ka name not allowed. Okay. Read point number 9. Then point number 10. Advertisement under PO box number. I mean, it's very old concept. Have you ever seen post office? Post box. Okay. So previously, see, institutes are, you can't advertise, right? So the CAs are very crazy people, okay? All the chartered accountants are mad fellows. What they did, they said, if you want to file your ITR in 500 rupees, contact PO Box number 1234. He did not say his name. He did not say his firm name. He used PO Box number, post office number. Now, if you, all the people will send letters to that PO Box number. That PO Box number is of the chartered accountant only. So he got lot of clients directly. ICI saw this. You are not smart. We are smart. ICA said, you do indirect solicitation, you do direct solicitation, it is not allowed. If you're doing PO box numbers advertisement, it is prohibited. Nowadays, nobody uses post office, right? It's very old concept. Point number 11, important. This is also latest amendment only. It says responding to tenders. Now see, first let me just explain you via this diagram. Then you read this, the content, and then you draw this diagram. Okay, first let me teach you via this diagram. It says responding to tenders. So, as a chartered accountant, first question, can you respond to the tenders? Answer is yes. It depends upon the area. If it is an exclusive area or if it is a non-exclusive area. My first question is, what is exclusive area? Which is available only to a CA. That work can be done only by a chartered accountant. What are the work which can be done by chartered accountant? Which audit? Stat and tax. These two are our areas only. Nobody can take. Okay. So it says if it is an exclusive area, generally you cannot apply. Like if Reliance is get opening up a panel or a tender that all the chartered accountants, if you want to become my tax auditor, my stat auditor, apply. The answer is not allowed. If bank audit ka panel is open, society ka panel is open, can you apply there? Yes, because it is government rated. If it is a non-exclusive area, can you give an example of non-exclusive area? Consultancy service ka panel is open, or maybe internal audit ka panel is open. Okay, GST filing ka some tender is open. Can you apply? Yes. If it's a non-exclusive area, you can apply. If it is an exclusive area, generally you cannot apply. But if in that tender they have given minimum fee, which fee they have given? Minimum fee. That you will get 5 lakh rupees as minimum fee. Then institute says you can apply. Because that minimum fee is open for everybody. So everybody will apply. So if nothing is mentioned, if no minimum fee is mentioned there, you cannot apply to that tender. Again, we do. If it is an exclusive area, and minimum fee is prescribed in the tender document, you can apply. If it is an exclusive area, but no minimum fee is prescribed, then you cannot apply. Minimum fee means that much money you will be getting for that your work. So it is not a hidden concept. Now everybody would get that much fee. If it is a non-exclusive area like internal audit, GST filing, compliances, can you apply? Yes. First read this content and then draw this. First read that point number 11. Read and then draw. Please underline the word minimum fee. There was a question in September, this latest exam, on minimum fee. We'll be doing that question. Done? Now, let's finish it off, then we'll take a break. Number 12. Advertisement for silver, golden, platinum centenary celebration. You know, a lot of CA firms are very old now. So, silver is basically 25-year-old silver jubilee. Golden is 50. Then there's diamond also, I think. Diamond is 60. Platinum is 75 years. Centenary is 100 years. So if they are giving an advertisement in newspaper that we are celebrating 50 years golden services, okay, and they're writing their firm ka name below, allowed, not allowed? Allowed. See, I'm not soliciting here. It's a very big achievement. 50 years have passed, okay. So it is a basically to grow the network, okay, for interpersonal social relationship. It is allowed. This is my third exception. Read point number 12. Then sponsoring activities. As a chartered accountant, you tell me, can I sponsor like Ganesh festival? Ganesh festival is there. So can I put my board, I mean my photo there, saying that CA Abhishek Bansal with best compliments? Yes or no? Ah, yeah. In my personal capacity, I can do anything. I'm giving money. I want my photo there. It is allowed. Can I write CA Abhishek Bansal, partner of Abhishek Bansal and Company? No, that is not allowed. Why not allowed? Because firm name is there. Okay. It says a member in practice or a firm of CA is not permitted to sponsor an event. However, such a member or a firm may sponsor an event conducted by POU of the ICI, provided such event has a prior approval of CPE, Directorate of the Institute. Like, I don't know what year, in WIRC, they organize this cricket tournaments, interfirms. If I'm sponsoring that tournament, the firm is sponsoring. Allowed or not allowed? Because it is ICI. Imagine if you are sponsoring like Karnataka Cricket League. Can a CA firm sponsor Karnataka Cricket League? No, it is not allowed. Members sponsoring activities relating to CSR may mention their individual name with their prefix CA. That is allowed. However, mention of firm name or CA logo is not permitted. You can't mention firm ka name. Then point number 14, I will not teach you. You can read on your own. No pointing on each other, okay? Please read. Point number 14. Can I put a board outside my office saying that king of audit, father of audit, great grandfather of audit? Yes or no? No, it is not allowed. Okay. If you are practicing, say you are teaching also, you can't use those adjectives basically. So can I put a very big board of mine, king of audit? Not allowed. Okay. It's very clear. It says such member may put outside their coaching teaching premises a signboard mentioning the name of coaching or the teaching institute, the contact details and subject taught therein only. That's it. Can I mention my firm ka name? No. Why? What's the logic? Soliciting. If I write king of audit, all the clients will say, oh, he's a king of audit. So he will be doing audit very good. Okay. So we'll give the work to him only. So it's basically soliciting, not allowed. Somebody had messaged me that stating that, sir, why you can't apply Reliance ka tender? See, understand, if it's an exclusive area, by birth we have got the right to do stat audit. By birth we have got the right to do tax audit. It's an exclusive area. Why then I should apply? It will come to us only. Okay. Now, because of the changes in the society, Institute says if Reliance is opening a tender and they're saying that chartered accountants you apply for audit, I will give you minimum 5 lakh rupee. The tender document mentioned that they will give me 5 lakh rupee. Can I apply? Yes or no? Yes. But they have not mentioned anything for start audit. Reliance is opening a tender. They have not mentioned any fees. Should you apply? No, because audit is my exclusive area. I can apply for exclusive area only when minimum fee is prescribed. If no fees is prescribed, I can't apply. So if Reliance is opening a tender and they're saying that pay 1,000 rupees for registering on the panel on the apply to the tender, pay 1,000 rupees. Can we apply? No, because to get the work, boss, it is my area only. To get work, I need to pay 1,000 rupees. Not allowed. It is not permitted. This point. One second. One second. What was that point? Not allowed to respond to the panelment requiring registration fee. For registration, you can't pay any fees. Okay, tell me. Yes. So it's an opportunity for every CA. Na? If Reliance is a Bombay ka client, no CA cannot apply. If you have applied, you are guilty of professional misconduct. So you Reliance have to hunt for the chartered accountants. They will go to every building. CA office is there. They will meet them. They will discuss. See, I'm teaching what is there in the book. Practically, you get work how via your personal relationships only, right? If I know a CA, okay, Reliance is looking for an auditor. They are looking for Big Four. I have a good connect in Big Four. I'll tell to the Big Four ka partner boss, contact them. Whatever fees comes, 10% is mine. So that way you work practically. Okay. But here what we are saying, you can't do it. Can I ask my uncle to give me work? Think from a exam point of view. Can I tell my uncle, give me work? Yes or no? No. It's not allowed. No? You're asking for work. You're asking for work. You can't. But practically, who will give work? Your relatives only will give you first work, right? Now, point number 15. It says, this is very nice. Sharing firm ka profile with the prospective client. I was traveling in the metro. I got a neighbor there. Okay. We started chatting. So she asked my number. I took her number. Okay. We started talking. She asked me, who are you? I said, chartered accountant, Yeshas Academy. What's her time now? Okay. Yeah. So she went her way, I went my way. And I had a very good profile of mine in a very good HD format PDF. I sent her my profile. We provide following services. Guilty or not guilty? Why guilty? She didn't ask. Obviously, she'll never ask. So Institute says, boss, if it is a prospective client, you can't share the profile on your own. Wait for them. Let them ask, hi sir, comma, please send your firm ka profile. If they are asking, then only you have to send. If they have not asked and you have sent, GPM or no GPM? You are GPM. Read that, point number 50. Full nonsense it is, na? 16th, the most nonsense clause. Educational videos. Now you tell me, can I practicing CA prepare a video? Video, educational video, educational video about GST, income tax. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. It says with the videos, while the videos of educational nature may be uploaded on the internet, that's basically YouTube, by the members, no reference should be made to the CA form, wherein the member is a partner or a proprietor. Further, it should not contain any contact details or website address. Mad people there. President of Institute has a video on YouTube. which mention his firm ka name, his phone number also, website also, address also. Who? President of IC. Can you complain? Complain. Then he will be behind you forever. You want clearance of CA, right? Don't do anything nonsense here, Ender, okay? See, I'm teaching what is there in the book. There are a lot of, you just do YouTube, income tax consultancy. You will see a lot of videos of chartered accountants. They have mentioned their firm ka name. They have mentioned their designation also. They have mentioned their contact details also. They have mentioned their website address also. I told you, this chapter gets applicable only when somebody complains. Even if you want to try to complaining, complain. Nothing happens. Because we stay in a country called as India. Yesterday I taught you something about UDIN, right? UDIN. Unique document identification number. It's mandatory, right? Everybody for everybody. Now, then I taught you that you have to sign. You who can sign? I can sign. My partner can sign. In Bombay, I have a somebody. What he does is, I just tell him, Uncle, there's a document which you need to sign. He's very senior, 55, 56-year-old guy. Uncle, you have to sign. He just asked me one thing. Have you checked? I said, yes, I have checked. So you take any balance sheet, any certification, anything, he will sign. Even if he is not the auditor, he will sign. You appoint him later on. You file ADT1 later on, he will sign. His rate is fixed, 2000 rupees. You pay him 2000 rupees. He's unmarried. Okay, he stays with his mother. Okay, he's handicapped. Charges 2000 rupees. You take any document, anything, he will sign. He will just ask one thing. Have you checked? I said, yeah, uncle, I have checked. Look at my face. Have I checked? No. We will charge 1 lakh rupee from the client, pay 2000 rupees to him, and document gets signed. This year, don't tell this to anybody. So there was a tax audit report. Okay, promise, na promise. Pinky promise. So there was a tax audit report. The turnover of the company is around 130, 140 crores. Okay, 130 crores. Even I know practically it's impossible to check till 30th September. Even the date got extended. Still, it's practically impossible to check everything. Client is busy in his business. It's a listed company. Okay, so start auditors are big four. So we got the assignment for tax audit. So we prepared the tax audit report. That's like I don't sign anything. Today also I don't sign any stat audit reports, no tax audit report. I ask somebody else to sign. But we charge bomb fees. So I told the client, your work could be done. So I called up uncle. Uncle, I'm sending a balance sheet, you have to sign. So his office is a mobile office. Mobile office basically means you have to ask him, uncle, where are you? So old time is it today though you can sign via DSC. Okay, UDIN has to be generated. So somebody has to be in front of the system, correct? Old time mein. So we used to call uncle, where are you? So there are like railway stations. Like Bombay is connected very keenly with local trains, right? So I used to ask uncle, where are you? I am at this railway station. So he used to wait for us. I used to tell him, I'm sending my person. You wait at the platform. Okay. He will open his that suitcase. He will remove the rubber stamp, put the stamp, sign, take the money immediately and go. It was his way of working. Now this time, called him, uncle, you have to sign a balance sheet, it's a tax audit report. I said, okay, send. So he asked me, have you checked? Uncle, yes, I have checked. Everything. The time I sent the balance sheet, he called me again. Abhishek, it is 130 crore ka turnover it is. How do you expect me to sign in 2000 rupees? I said, how much, uncle? At least 40, 50,000 I will take. I said, 50,000. Look at my face. I pay 40,000? I said, Acha, tell me your budget. I said, 5,000. No, little more, little more. So we agreed at 12,000 rupees. Somehow we agreed at 12,000 rupees. And he signed. It is uploaded on the website of the income tax. It is uploaded. Till now, I have not transferred the amount to him because we have not received our fees from the client. We charged 10 lakh rupees from them. And we'll pay him 12,000 rupees. But he's a very, very genuine guy. So I asked him out of my curiosity when I was young. So I know him like from past 17, 18 years of my life. When I joined CA, since at that time, because he was used to come to our office when I did my articleship. So I asked him out of my curiosity, uncle, do you get scared? Like you're signing any unknown balance sheet? Trust me, the level of confidence that guy has, I have never seen such a guy with that level of confidence. He told, why to fear? I am handicapped. And he has gone to institute a lot of times. Institute people call him. They will shout on him. What, sir? What are you doing? Wrong balance sheet you are signing. This, that. He listens from here, remove from here. And he tells, I got 5,000 rupees. You want that? Give 1,000 rupees to me. You take 4,000. I will give you the money. So he have been scolded a lot of times to the institute. For 1.5 year, he was banned. He was banned. He was suspended from the institute. Okay. Then because he knew all the council members, he used his jack. He got that COP back again. He was an auditor in one of my client ka company. So we were supposed to, because we also did not know that he is suspended. And the client was on behind us, "Okay, sir, please get the audit report signed." I called him, "Uncle, where are you?" He said, "I can't sign." I asked him, "Why? What happened to you? Are you all good? I mean, is health proper?" He said, "No, no, I am suspended." I said, "Okay, for how many months?" He said, "For 1.5 year, I can't sign anything." After the suspension got over, again he was active now. And he's very hyperactive. So all the very good CAs of Bombay, they know this guy. Okay, he signs all the balance sheet. And he's like, "I don't care for anybody." See, and he has never ever told anybody ka name, huh? Like from where he got the work. He has, like, today we communicate on WhatsApp. Long back it was on SMS. We prior to that it was on call. So he don't even remember. So I used to tell him, "Uncle Abhishek Bansal, I give you this client ka work. You signed. You went to institute also because of me one day." Okay. So he remember that conversation. He's very old guy. Right now he'll be around, I think, 58 or 59. He's handicapped, but he signs all the balance sheet. Now there are a lot of people in Bombay who does this work. So that's the reason I say, okay, see, something will happen if somebody complains. If everybody is happy, nobody will complain. So also the nonsense shit we are learning, okay? Don't spread this here and there. Huh? I'm telling you. Pinky promise you have done. See, he's very, very basic guy, very small house. He works, he don't have a office also. Somebody pays him 500 rupees. Like one of my known, he gets the same thing done at 500 rupees. Like any tax audit report, 500,000 rupees, somebody will sign. Like, ITR ka certification is required. So if you want to take a loan, so it requires ITR certificate. ITR should be certified. 3 year ka ITR has to be certified. Like I will charge 10,000 rupees per year ka ITR if I sign. So I don't sign. So I know somebody else also who signed all the ITRs in 250 rupees. You bring any ITR to him. What is ITR certification? Put a stamp and sign. In ITR, you don't require UDIN. And those ITR are kept in the locker of a bank. It is not uploaded on any website. See, ITR certification means somebody has uploaded the ITR on the website, you're certifying that. We don't certify whether the figures are correct or not. Certification basically means somebody is uploaded on the website of the income tax, you're downloading from there ITRV, you put your stamp and signature, that's it. The UDIN ka concept came in 2017-18. Old time bill, lot of my students who did not become CA, they have their visiting card with their name written CA. Today also they practice as chartered accountant. And I know they are not chartered accountant because they have failed a lot of times. Yesterday I taught you that penalty wala concept. If you are not a CA, you are using the word CA. How much is the penalty? Up to 1,000. Subsequent offense, up to 5,000. I know so many people, they are not chartered accountants, still they use the word CA on their visiting card. What is visiting card? 1 rupee, one visiting card you will get. In Bombay, there's an area, you go to that shop, he will print whatever visiting card you want. I want 250 visiting card on with CA so and so. He will print that. What is membership number? Random 6-digit shit number. Rubber stamp is of 25 rupees. The stamp pad is of 10 rupees. Investment 400 rupees. And if somebody gives you certification for ITR, one ITR guy, if you're charging 1,000 rupees, every banker will take 3 year ka ITR, 3,000 rupees per minute collection, multiply by number of days. So you require a lot of jacks. See, whatever we are learning, okay, so you have to generate UDIN, you have to do this, that. Only big fours and large firms do all this. Small CA firm. Like imagine if you are practicing in some area of Karnataka. Imagine in Kurg. If somebody did not become chartered accountant. Kurg may let us in the population of around 1 lakh people. If somebody need loan, everybody knows everybody there. So he will come, have you become CA? Do they ask the degree? Will your client ask, show me the degree? Will I print my membership number on forehead? No. So how would somebody come to know that you're a chartered accountant? You just have to display it. Very nice office with a board. Okay, CA so and so. You don't write membership number anywhere. See, that is the reason I say came up with Udinga concept. Because previously everybody was exploiting institute. So there's an area in Gujarat where in that entire complex, 80-90% people are not chartered accountants. Still they use the word CA. I taught you today that partnership wala concept. Can a CA enter into partnership with a non-CA? Yes or no? No, right? I think I have it in my iPad. There are so many firms where they have entered into partnership with non-CA. Basically, that non-CA is a person who's still giving CA final attempt. He believes that he's a chartered accountant. He knows everything, but he doesn't have that degree only. Still, they have entered into partnership. The problem is only if somebody complains. Nobody complains. You learned about that educational institute. How many hours I can teach? 25 hours per week. How many hours I'm teaching? Shut up. I'm teaching 25 hours only, no? I am teaching 25 hours only. Where I'm lying, I'm teaching 25 hours only. Nobody will complain. I pinky promise it is. So all these are nonsense. See, we are learning it only for the exam perspective. And the best part, you know what? All this chapter institute teaches us when our articleship is over or almost over. Okay. Now you will also say, "Okay, why to complain for a boss? What will happen? Nothing will happen. Even if you try to complain, nothing will happen. Now, in recent time, because of that social media, ICA have become little strict. Like you can't do anything wrong. Old time, ICA was least bothered because even the council members, everybody was doing wrong things. I think 2015 or 16, there was a president of institute, okay, 16 or 17. His firm ka name came out in a scam. It came out in a scam that so and so chartered accountant firm was involved in a scam and it's a listed company. Okay. And at that time, the person was president. And you know how curious I am? I mailed to the ICI. Sir, now what will happen as per code of ethics? They did not reply to me only. Imagine because he was the president. His firm name has come because of his firm name. It's a derogatory remark on the entire profession. So I'm scared about my name also. I am also chartered. What people will consider me. So I mailed. They did not reply to me. You know that in 2016 that happened. Demonetization. Okay, in demonetization, two people were caught. Those two people were changing the money. 30% discount may 500 ka notes were getting changed. Okay, those two people were chartered accountants. Those two people can ask tak showcase their name with the photo also. These two chartered accountants are involved in demonetization. They are changing the money at 30% discount. Now everybody in the world, in the country, what CA people, bad name, bad mouthing. The worst part, out of that, I mean, those two people were NIRC ka chairman. One person was NIRC ka chairman, North region, okay? And one was normal CA. The person ka surname was Bansal. That day, that night, next day, I have got so many calls. Sir, your father. Sir, your brother. I said, no, I'm not related anywhere. Sir, do you also do? I said, no, 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 I don't do all this. See, understand if somebody complains, and after 3, 4 days, the Asaka interview was removed, everything was there. It is not there anywhere now. And ICA gave a clarification at that time. But they came up with a notification that because of few people, our name is getting spoiled, but we are the citizens of the country. We are honest people. We don't get involved in all this nonsense. So ICA gave a proper clarification. But those two people were involved. Because that's not about those two people. Every CA was doing the same thing. Demonetization may people who had black money, till today they have black money. Only it was discounted 30%. So whatever 2000 ka note, 1000 ka note was there, 500 ka old notes were there, they got exchanged at 30% discount. Everybody was doing the same thing only. So Institute came up at night. They brought this notification when the Aastak, the news channel was showing that two people from Delhi, chartered accountants, doing this thing. There Modi ji is shouting at 8 p.m. Mitro, okay, we are trying to curb the black money, but who is converting the black money? CA only are doing it. So Institute came up with a notification. All thing, whatever we are doing, it's all time pass. Study it only for the exam pass. Understood clause 6? So let's take a break, then we'll do 7. Okay. What time will be back? 7? Come, Miss Saab, I'll leave you early. Come in 20-25 minutes, I'll leave you early, okay? Bye. 20-25 minutes we meet, guys. Okay, bye. Shall we start? So clause 6 was solicit. If you remember, I have taught you a word solicit. You solicit via CA PR. Can you give me the full form of CA PR? Circular. A, advertisement. Hold on. A was your advertisement. Now, when you read clause number 7, it says advertises his professional attainments or services or uses any designation or expression other than CA on professional documents, visiting cards, letterheads, or signboard. So basically, 6 and 7 goes hand in hand every time. This is a question only on website. You will write 6. If there's a question only on representation, like when you were removed, you wanted to give a representation, you'll always write 6. But wherein they talk about pamphlet, they talk about signboard, you write 6 also, you write 7 also. Why? Because of the word advertisement. Because advertisement in 6 also and in 7 also. In the exam, if you're confused, you can't remember. Play safe, write both. Because you're not writing anything wrong. Write both. Okay? So here you have to think like on the materialistic thing. Like for example, visiting cards, letterheads, signboard. All those are materialistic things. And if that things are getting work for me, I'm following in which clause number? Clause 7. Now see, exception. This we have already discussed. Can you write degree of university established by law in India? Below your name, can you write the university degrees? Yes or no? Yes. So degree of university established by law in India or recognized by CG or a title indicating a membership of Institute of CAs in India. So you can write those degree ka name. Number two, a member in practice may advertise through a write-up setting out the services provided by him or his firm and particulars of his firm subject to such guidelines issued by council. So ICA has given a lot of guidelines. Guidelines will be following that now. What are the guidelines? First one, advertisement in press. Advertisement in press. Generally, it is not permissible. But you can advertise for following things. Number one, recruiting staff in your own office. This we did in the previous clause also. Can I give classified ad in newspaper and newsletter of the institute in ICI journal? There's an opening in my office. Can I put that opening? Yes. Number two, on behalf of client wishing to recruit staff or acquire disposed property. On behalf of client wishing to recruit staff or acquire or dispose of property. In first point, we were recruiting for our office. In second point, what are we doing? We are recruiting on behalf of client. Third, sale of business or property. You can advertise that in your media. When CA concern is acting in a capacity of a trustee, liquidator, or receiver. Okay, you can advertise that. Number two, can you tell me as a chartered accountant, can you appear on TV, press, radio? Yes. Can you call yourself as a chartered accountant? Partner of so and so. No, firm name is not allowed. Read point number two. Understood point number two? Three. Photograph and brief particular CA in magazine. Can your photo can come in magazine? Yes or no? With your name CA? Yes. But firm ka name? Not allowed. It is allowed provided no payment is made for such particulars and no mention of professional achievements. Can they write personal achievements? Like you were a ranker, you got this much marks. Yes. Okay. Training course and seminar. Now you tell me, can a practicing CA can take training for his own staff? Yes or no? For client ka staff? Yes. For other CA ka staff? Yes, yes, yes. But can he take a training for public, generally public? No, because it is soliciting client. So it says a CA can hold training courses, seminar, etc. for his staff. He may also invite the staff of the professional accountants and clients to attend the same. However, undue prominence should not be given to the name of CA in any booklet or document issued in connection with. You can call your staff, other professional ka staff, and client ka staff, not general public. Fifth, publicity for appointment of a position. There's a typo error there. Please write there of local or national importance. Of. OF is missing there. Imagine Modi ji made me as a youth icon. Example. Now, can I write my name as C. Abhishek Bansal? Yes or no? Yes. But with the firm ka name? No. So it says it is permitted, they can mention membership of ICA, but no mention as to firm name. Then, point number 6. Prospectus of a company in which CA is a director. What it says, prospectus of a company in which CA is a director. Understand? Prospectus of a company in which CA is a director. Now, in the prospectus, can I become a director in a company? That company is going for IPO. So they will mention my name in the capacity of director. Can they write CA Abhishek Bansal, comma director? Yes or no? Partner of so and so? No. Firm name is not allowed. See, because I am a director in my personal capacity, na? So they can write my name there. With C. Read point number 6, important exam question. Then point number 7, press note on success of a candidate in exam. Like imagine my article became C, he got rank 1. Can I put his photo and my photo on a big advertisement and writes congratulations? Yes or no? Yes. Congratulations with best compliments from C. Abhishek Bansal. Yes or no? Compliments, best compliments, heartiest congratulations, Abhishek Bansal, partner of Abhishek Bansal and Company. Yes, firm name is allowed. It says it is permitted, it may contain his name, address, his background, his success detail, name of his principal, and name of the firm, circular form, and town which in the principal practice may be given. However, there should not be any undesirable publicity of the article principal of firm. If I write one line like, if you want rank, join Abhishek Bansal and Company. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. It's basically soliciting. So till now, three exceptions we have learned. Huh? What's the first one? Books. Number two, greeting card. Greeting card. Number three, success note of the candidate. Okay. One more was there for that centenary celebration, 25 year, 50 year. Okay. Total four we have learned till now. Okay. Signboard. You can't use glow signboard or large size signboard. At residence, name board of himself is allowed, but not that of firm. This we have discussed yesterday only. Point number 9, important. That also came in exam. Date of establishment of firm. This we discussed long back. It can't be provided on letterhead where you can write only on the website. Okay, right, that important. Now see, designation. This also we discussed it yesterday only. You can write only CA. Only on professional documents like visiting cards, letterhead, signboards, or where stated in clauses. Example, greeting card. Can you use the word IT consultant? Can you use the word IT consultant? Cost consultant, management consultant, insolvency professional, registered valuer. Yes, that is allowed. Okay. Now see the next line. It says, however, there is no prohibition for printing the name of three firms on the personal letterhead. Now understand what it is. These three firms, now it is not a rule. It is an example. So I'm a partner in five firms. Five firms. Okay. So when I will draft my personal letterhead, I will write partner of AB and Co, CD and Co, PQ and O associate, LM and associate. So I'm writing 4 5 names of the firm on my personal letterhead. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. They have used three. In the exam, they asked for four. So here they have written three. In the exam, they asked for four. So a lot of people said, sir, it is not allowed. You understand this three is an example. If you're a partner like seven firms, can I put all the seven firm ka name on my letterhead? Yes or no? Yes. See, I'm not soliciting. I'm the partner in those seven firms. So circle the three firms and write there. It can be more than three also. It is an example. It is not a rule. Three is an example. Then next, last point, a member impaneled as insolvency professional or register valuer can mention, underline that too, insolvency professional or RV, respectively on the visiting card and letterhead. You can add IP and RV. So ideally, how many three things you can add? CA, IP, RV. Three things, okay? Now listen. There is an amendment which came. I'll just show you what is amendment. It is on 19.57 module. I'll just show you. One second. This is not latest amendment, it's an old amendment only. Now see. It says the members are now permitted to mention a title on their visiting card to indicate the membership of a foreign institute of accountancy which has been recognized by council. So how many institute they have recognized? Three institute. One is South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, that's basically SICA. Then Institute of Certified Public Accountants, that is CPA, Ireland, and Institute of Chartered Accountants, England and Wales. So that means if you are a member of these institutes, three institutes, SICA, CPA, Ireland, and ICAEW, so you can write that also on the visiting card. Understood? Three things have been added now. So what will you do? You will write this line here. Plus membership of SICA, CPA, Ireland, ICAEW, and give a reference of module so you remember that is it in the module 19.57. Membership of SICA, CPA, Ireland, comma ICAEW. What is AEW? Institute of Chartered Accountants, England and Wales. SICA is South Africa and CPA Ireland. And bracket में write 19.57 module. Wrote? Then listing in the directory of list of members of a particular body. It says it is allowed. It may contain his name. Now one more exception. His firm name. Circle firm. So five exceptions. Five, right? Total. What was the first one? Books. Number two, invitation card. Number three, that silver jewelry, silver, not jewelry, that silver jubilee, diamond jubilee. Okay. Then fourth one was press note of the candidate, and fifth one is a listing in the directory of the particular body. So you can name the member in such directory should be in a logical order. He may provide directorship held, reasonable personal details and outside interests, but you can't provide the name of clients and services offered by his firm. Example, where a CA concerned is a member of ITAT. If you're in a body of ITAT, you can write your name also and partner of so and so also. It's allowed. Okay. Logo. A common logo which is prescribed by institute, CA can't use any other logo. What is that logo? CA with that India now. India's come. Okay, we'll be discussing that tomorrow. Then, if you're a member of parliament or any elected authority, you can't use member of parliament. Okay, it's not allowed because you're a practicing CA. What is allowed to you? If you're a practicing CA, what you can add before your name? Police CA. Okay. If you're an advocate, you can't use advocate in addition to CA. But can I write BLLB below my name? I can write the degree. Okay. Over. Finish. So with this, your entire first schedule is over. Have you understood the entire first schedule? Let's quickly recall how many schedules we have. How many schedules we have? Schedules we have 35. It take years to understand this. You're talking 35 schedules. Right now, we have two schedules only. Before the break, there were only two schedules. Now, if amendment has come, I am not updated. I'm sorry. Okay. How many schedules are there? Two. First and second. First, my part one, two, three, four. One, two, three. Practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general, others, others. One, two, three. Two up, two down. Total 19. Grand total 35. 35, right? 35. Balancing 16. 10, 5, 1. Okay. Now without seeing, let's try. Give me first schedule ka part 1 ka first clause. First. Name. If you allow anybody to practice in your name, your GPM. 2. Space. 3. Accepts. 4. Partnership. 4 exceptions are there. 5. Full Gajni effect. It is if you're securing professional work through services of a person, employee means which are not allowed. Okay. Then it is GPM. No question. 6. Solicit. 7. Advertisement. 8. 9. Ascertain. 10. Percentage of profit. 11. To business. 12. Sign. If you allow your article to sign your GPM. Part 1 over. Part 2. Pay or accepts. It's applicable to whom? CA in service. 3. 3 में 3 clauses. Number 1. Not a fellow. Act as a fellow. Number 2. Does not supply. Does not comply. The information required by A, B, C, D to IQ. 3. 3 का double. 6 and 7 का false information. Part 4 में 2 clauses were there. Number 1. Civil or criminal imprisonment for less than equal to 6 months. 2. Disrepute to the profession or institute whether or not related to his professional work. Will you remember? With this, your first schedule is over. So, ideally, it takes around 20-25 minutes max to revise all the clauses. So, we'll be revising almost every day. So, the clauses will go into your head. Okay. So, whenever is your attempt, use the short notes so that you revise it almost every day or a week or a month's time. In case if your attempt is very far off. Okay. Have you understood? Let's do easy wala part of second schedule. Okay. Come to the towards the end. Page number 578. Page number 578. Towards the end, from behind it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Around 8 side from behind. 8 or 9 side. Part 3. So now we are doing second schedule, part 3. Now you tell me part 3 is applicable to which CA? Both. Both. Which misconduct? Professionally other? Other. I will not teach you. You know this clause. Can you read and tell me what it is? Similar to this, you have studied in first schedule. There we had studied less than equal to 6 months. Here it is more than 6 months. More than 6 months. My doubt is, what if it is exact 6 months? Where? First schedule. It is less than equal to 6 months then. If it is more than 6 months, it is in second schedule. Over. No question. Now, so let's do reverse. Now, can you see part 3? Above part 3, please add clause 5. Now, that's an amendment. Please add clause 5. This is an amendment. Add clause 5. I'll dictate. Clause 5. Hold on. Now, right there. Act as an auditor. Clause 5. Okay. Act as an auditor of the company in contravention. Similar to this, you have studied 911. What is 911? Ascertain. Ascertain the provision of 139, 140, 141 of Companies Act 2013. This also talks about appointment of auditor. Now here also they have used an auditor word. What is so similar? What is the difference? All the provision. Here only three. 142 is remuneration, 143 is rights, 144 is prohibited service, 145 is signing, 146 is general meeting, 147 is penalty, 148 is cost record. Here, there is no contravention in other sections. Act as an auditor. What does this mean? Act as an auditor. No, that's not allowed only, no. No. Service, CA in service cannot act as an auditor logically. It act as an auditor in contravention means what? See, 911. When do you check? Before appointment or after appointment? 911. Before or after? Before or after? Again, I'm asking you 911. When do you check? Before appointment or after appointment? It is before appointment. I am talking about the rule which is written in the Act. Clause number 9 clearly says if you accept a position as an auditor without ascertaining the provision of section 113 and 140, 141, it is basically before, correct? First, you will check the provision of 130 and 140, 141. Practically, you will go and check later on only. But in the clause, it is written, it is before. So, if the question says you have accepted the position as an auditor without checking these provisions, that means you are guilty. You are guilty under 911. If the question says you became the auditor, you are qualified, but later on you became disqualified. If you remember, can I buy shares in a company and do the audit? No. So, I have not bought any shares, I became the auditor. Now, later on, I bought one share of Reliance Industries and I'm still doing the audit. Qualified or disqualified? Disqualified, and I'm still doing the audit. So I act as an auditor in contravention of Companies Act, correct? So now I will be guilty under which clause? Clause 5. Part true. I will also forget. Okay. Clause 5, part 2, second schedule. 522. Understood? So the thin line cut difference is that is before appointment. This is after appointment. One more example I'll give. So it will be more clear. Listen. So imagine my relative. Can relative hold shares in the company when I'm the auditor? Yes. What amounts? Face value up to 1 lakh. Okay. Now it was 80,000 rupees. Can we be the auditor? Face value was 80,000. Can we be the auditor? We started doing the audit. Now my relative bought shares of 1 lakh 30,000. 1 lakh 30,000. Qualified or disqualified? Disqualified. But they will give you a days. How many days they have given? 60 days to take the corrective action. I need to tell my relative, please sell the shares, keep it up to 1 lakh rupees. Relative is not doing. 60 days are over. What we should do? You should withdraw. You're disqualified, correct? But I'm still continuing to act as an auditor. So guilty or not guilty? Guilty of which misconduct? Other misconduct or professional misconduct? Professional misconduct. Which clause number? 5, part 2, second schedule, 522. Understood? So put a star on clause 5 and write there on the terrace top. This clause has to be seen after appointment. This clause have to be seen after appointment. Understood? Now see, more important, it will be clear when ICF frames questions. It's a new clause. It's just added, okay? So maybe new questions will come, then we'll have more idea, more clarity on that. Okay. I'm framing one more question for you. EB was the auditor of Reliance Industries Limited. Okay. Now, I am indebted to this company, Reliance, for 4 lakh rupees. The question is, can I be the auditor of Reliance Industries? Yes or no? Why yes? The limit is 5 lakh. Correct? Now, I am indebted for 6 lakh. Can I become the auditor? No. Of Reliance Industries, I cannot become. Now, there's a subsidiary, Reliance Infra. They are calling me. This is holding company. This is subsidiary company. I am indebted for 6 lakhs to Reliance Industries Limited. They are not calling me. Reliance Infra, the subsidiary of the holding company, asking me, AB sir, you become our auditor. Qualified, disqualified? Qualified, disqualified. For Reliance Infra. disqualified. If you are disqualified in one company, you are disqualified in the entire family. That we call that in English as CHAS. Company, holding company, associate company, subsidiary of such holding company. So you are disqualified for the entire family. Now this is from the perspective of Companies Act. If I ask you, I have accepted the position of Reliance Infra. I will be guilty under which clause? I will be guilty under which clause? I will be guilty under 911. Why 911? Before appointment. I need to check those provision. I have not checked. I am guilty under 911. See, 522 will be attracted only when you are acting as an auditor in contravention. That means you have been appointed, then you are acting. Understood what is the amendment? So only one clause is there. So this is the latest amendment. No? Then. So I think in the updated, the new book, it will be added so you don't have to write anything. People who are watching recorded. Clause number 4. 4. Very simple. He defalcates or embezzles money received in professional capacity. What does defalcates or embezzles means? Steal. Okay, now listen. I'll take in two examples. First, I am a practicing CM. My client gave me 5 lakh rupees to pay TDS. I took that 5 lakh rupees in my bank account and I went for party. And I am not replying his message. Guilty or not guilty? Under which clause? 4, 2, 2. Clause 4, part 2, second schedule. Imagine, Praveen is a chartered accountant in Reliance. He is doing service in Reliance. He saw 20 lakh rupees in the bank account of Mukesh Ambani. He withdrew that money, went to China. GPM, no GPM. GPM. Under which clause? 4, 2, 2. Why he will be guilty here? Why? Because clause 4 is applicable to which CA? All the CAs. All the CAs. Okay. Now, 3. He includes in I, please mark that. He includes in I means information. Then form F, R, return, S, statement. He includes in IFRS. IFRS. What is IFRS? Information, form, return, statement. To be submitted to. Please check. We have designed a code for that words. What is that word called as? What was that word? A, B, C, D, 2, IQ. Please check. A is appellate authority. B is what? Board of discipline. C is what? Council or its committees. D. Director of discipline or disciplinary committee. I. Institute. Q. Quality review board. Quality review board. Same line it is. What is the word? Knowing them to be false. Now understand the clause. ICA is calling me and saying, AB sir, how many articles are registered under you? Please reply. I am not replying to institute. Guilty under which clause? Now your brain will start racking because we are almost about to finish all the clauses. Now you have to think. See, when you do one clause, it looks very easy. But when all the clauses combine together, saying, I've given you shortcuts also, code also. How do you remember? You are not replying to ICI. 2, 3, 1. Clause 2, part 3, first schedule, because you are not replying. ICI told me, AB sir, how many articles are under you? I replied that boss, 5 articles are there, but only 3 articles are registered. I gave them information. I replied them, but I replied them false information. Guilty under which clause? 3, 2, 2. Clause 3, part 2, second schedule. So now see, understand the concept. If your first schedule is very strong, second schedule becomes very easy. It is all similar clauses now. There you are not replying only. Here you are replying, but you are giving false information. False information. Okay. Now there are 3 examples. Please read those examples. So the logic is you are replying to the insured, but you are replying what information? False information. So the underline that knowing them to be false. That's a hint basically. We'll see the word false information. Now, two. He being an employee. Now, when I say employee, so particularly they are covering which CA service. He being an employee of CFP. What is CFP? Company, firm, person. Discloses which information? Confidential information acquired in the course of his employment. Means if you are an employee of a CA or if you are an employee of a company, you have disclosed confidential information. Guilty or not guilty? Guilty. But the employer has permitted you to go and give the information. Not guilty. Or law has permitted you. Not guilty. There are two exceptions, as permitted by law or as permitted by employer. Understood? So these are two, three, four, five clauses. Hold on. So second schedule is, very, very easy. Now see, part three. Part three, there was only one clause. What was it? Civil or criminal imprisonment for more than 6 months. Now they have added fifth one. It says if you act as an auditor in contravention of provisions of Companies Act 2013. That's the fifth one. Fourth, if you defalcates or embezzles money received in professional capacity, you are guilty here. Three, he includes in IFRS. What is IFRS? Information, form, return statement. Any information which is submitted to A, B, C, D to IQ, knowing it to be false. Knowing it to be false. Then number two, discloses confidential information acquired in employee capacity. You're guilty here. Except permitted by employer or law. Except permitted by employer or law. Understood this much? Now. So we'll be stopping here for the day because this 10 and this 1, 11, total 11 clauses, okay? We'll be doing it tomorrow because those are very different clauses. And few guidelines are pending and I think NOCLAR is pending from yesterday. That will be doing it tomorrow. So let's write something about this chapter. You don't have to write entire chapter. Only few important points we have to supposed to write. Okay, please open your book. We'll be writing. Have you understood ethics? Is it easy? When you revise again, it will go into your head. Okay, please open your notes. Please give the heading as professional ethics or code of ethics, whatever you want to write. Dash 18 to 22 marks. 18 to 22 marks. Now, in that write point number 1. A CA can give a CA can give wide range of services except PUB except PUB dash, what is P? Right there, portfolio management, comma, underwriting, comma, broking, dash, put a dash, and write there, refer page 527 and 528 main book. 527 and 528 main book. Then, number 2, right there. There are 5 threats. To a professional accountant. dash Irafi. So draw five arrows like left, right, center, like this. Five arrows. Okay. Five arrows and write there interest, self-interest below first arrow. R, self-review. A, advocacy. F, familiarity. I, intimidation threat. Intimidation. Intimidation. And write there, refer page 529, main book. 529, main book. Then, point number three. There are five principles. There are five fundamental principles. There are five fundamental principles of a professional accountant. Dash OIPCC. Then again, five arrows. O is objectivity, comma I integrity, P is professional behavior, C was professional competence and due care, C was confidentiality. Right there, refer page 531 to page 534, main book. 531 to page 534, main book. Then, how many points we have written? Three. Now, right there, point number four, maintenance of branch office. Maintenance of branch office, dash section 27, dash section 27, page 544, main book. Page 544, main book. Now, leave that page there only because we need to refer NOCLAR. Once we do NOCLAR tomorrow, we'll come back again and write about NOCLAR here, okay? On the page, draw this diagram. Is there a double page? Everybody has a double page now because I need double page for the schedules basically. I need this double page for schedule. So it becomes easy when you revise. Where can you write this? Where you want to write this? On the left, I mean on the right side, left side, where? Right anywhere. Draw this. There are two schedules. Schedules first, second. First will be referred to Board of Discipline. Second schedule, Discipline Committee, part one, two, three, four. Copy this somewhere. Wherever you get space. On the terrace, below, wherever you want to write. Five clauses you have. Done. I'm sending the screenshot of this page. Okay. So however you want to write left or right or together you want to write. So you will complete this and come tomorrow. Okay. This is first schedule. So second schedule will be writing tomorrow in the class itself. We'll just complete first schedule. It's a request. Try understanding and write. See, because you have revised it so many times today with me. So first schedule is all completely over. Second schedule ka everything else is over. Only 11 clauses are pending. Part 1 and part 2 ka first clause. Okay. So I'm sending the screenshot of this in the group. So we meet tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Bye online people. Tomorrow we meet. Tomorrow 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay. Tomorrow 2 p.m. Bye. Good afternoon people. Okay. Have you completed the homework? I gave you the chart to write. Okay. So let's quickly recall what we studied. How many schedules are there? Two. First and second. First, में how many part are there? Four part. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. No. Practice, practice. Service, no service. General, general. Others and others. So then clauses. One, two, three. Two up, two down. Total is 19. 19. Grand total 35. And the balancing is 16. And here it is 10, 5, 1. Now first schedule ka part 1. Name, correct. 2, pays. 3, accepts. 4, partnership. 5th, secures work through a person. 6, solicit. 7, advertisement. And 8, communicate. 9, ascertain. 10, percentage of profit. What was the regulation number in percentage? 192. Very good. How many exceptions are there? 10. Okay. 11, two business. Okay. And there are two regulation numbers. 190A and 191. That is liquidator, arbitrator, part-time employment you can take. 12 number, sign. 12 number is your signing. Okay. If you allow any your article to sign, you are guilty. Okay. Part 2, service man is pays and accepts. Part 3, three clauses. Not a fellow, act as a fellow. Number 2, does not supply, does not comply. Number 3, clause 6 and 7 ka false information. Very good. Part 4, civil or criminal imprisonment for less than equal to 6 months. Very good. And 2, This review to the profession or institute whether or not related to professional work. First schedule was over. Second schedule में we are left with part one. Okay, part one. Part two का first clause was pending. Part two का first clause was pending. Second clause discloses confidential information in employee capacity. Okay, except permitted by employer and law. Three, no. It includes in IFRS any information which is submitted to ABCD to IQ knowing it to be false. Fourth was your defalcates or embezzles money. And the fifth one was your new one. If you act as an auditor in contravention of Companies Act. Okay. And part three ka only one clause is there. Civil or criminal imprisonment for more than 6 months. Okay. Now how many threats are there? Five. What's the code? Hirafi. I, interest, self-review, advocacy, familiarity, and intimidation. Acha, how many principles are there? OIPCC. O, objectivity, integrity, behavior, competence and due care, and confidentiality. How many branches I can start? N number. Provide every branch must have a CA in charge. Okay, separate CA in charge. Who either must be a partner or employee who stays there for minimum, not more than minimum 182 days in a year. Remember all this? Okay. So we stopped at page number. If we can come to 574. 574. Online people, please check audible, visible. Please confirm. All good. Okay. कोई भी एक इसी ऑन कर लास्ट वाला कर दो which one you want for first or the last one the last one no? So there has to be ventilation and AC is the only mode of ventilation where's my bag what's it okay now listen now part 2 it says professional misconduct in relation to the members of the institute generally. So we are doing part 2. Okay. So second schedule ka part 2 we are doing. Now clause 1 says if he contravenes any of the parag. Parag basically means provisions of the act, regulations made thereunder and guidelines of the council. PRG. What is PRG? Provisions of the act. Okay, regulations of the council and guidelines of the council. So mark PRG, PRG. Provisions of the Act, regulations, and guidelines of the Council. Now, see, ICI have given lot of guidelines. You don't have to remember all those, okay? I mean, you don't have to mug it up. Just understand the guidelines, okay? Now, what are the regulations they have given? So, please write there RTP. Okay, read only on the regulations. It says regulation number 43. This talks about engagement of article assistant. Engagement means article ka engagement. What engagement means? So, when you start the article, we get into a form 102. 102 only, right? 102 you have to get into and you have to fill that agreement and then upload it on the website, correct? Right now you fill online or you have to scan and do it. How did you upload it, that form? Scan, right? So in our time, we used to remove the printout, get it signed, deliver it to the institute, and it was a physical process. Now it's, I think, online everything. So that is written in Regulation number 43. Then registration of article assistant. Oh, premium from article assistants. Now see, today I'm teaching you, right? So you have paid fees. Same way, old time mein, so the concept was that boss is teaching to the articles, right? The work. So the article was supposed to pay the money. Yeah. Right now, what is the culture that boss pays? Correct. Long back, 96, 97, 98, where the rule till 90, the rule was that article was supposed to pay because he is learning from the boss. Now it is stopped. It's premium. Then very important regulation number stipend. Huge stipend you guys are on. Okay. What's the minimum stipend here in Bangalore? 10. Okay. Nice. 8 to 10. Okay. Thank you. Then, oh, very important, termination or assignment of articles. When the transfer is there, when people are removed. Okay. Yeah, no, no, thank you. Then, this is the most rubbish regulation number. Article assistant not to engage in any other occupation. Firstly, article don't have time to breathe also. Here they're saying not to engage in any other occupation. That's logical and we will not be getting in because we signed at 108 form. If you must have also signed a 108 that you are not doing any other course except BCom. 108 or 112? 108 is submission, the 112. 112. I don't know here. So here in Bombay, there's a culture you need to fill the 112 form, get it signed from the college ka principal, and get it from your office, the boss, and you have to give it to the institute that you are not doing any other course except BCom because only BCom is permitted. Then audit assistants. Who are audit assistant? Audit assistant means paid CA. That means you are a chartered accountant, you're working in a CA firm. That's audit assistant. Okay. Then, very, very, very important. Complaint against the employer from article assistant. That is regulation number 67. You can go and read. Okay. Then 190 register of offices and firms. These three we have already done. 190A we have done. 198. What was 190A? 190A regulation number. Where did we study it? Prior and specific permission. Correct. Then we did 191 also. That liquidator, arbitrator, trustee. That is basically part-time employment the CMA accept. And 192 was your restriction on fees. So as a student for the exam, you just have to see this three regulation number. Okay, put a tick mark on those. You know, there's a concept of dummy also. You know what is dummy articleship? What is dummy articleship? You are just registered. You don't go to office. You chill at home. Okay, and the boss will pay you stipend, and then you have to give him the cash back, remove from the bank or whatever it is. Okay, 90% Rajasthan is dummy. They don't do articleship. Articleship culture is only in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, okay, to some extent Calcutta, Chennai. The full North India, I mean, 90% maximum people are dummy articles. In Bombay also, have you heard something about like South Bombay? Sobo we call it, Marine Drive, okay, Kolaba, Kafre. Those are like very expensive areas. Like one house will cost approximately minimum like 50, 60 crores. Minimum, a minimum. Imagine that child is doing chartered accountancy course. Okay. You think he will go for office for that 10,000 rupees? No. So they register under some CA. They are sitting at home, chilling at home, enjoying life, and they complete their articleship. But here, otherwise in Bangalore, like okay, you have to leave house morning, get into metro, train, bus, scooty, some other mode, reach to office, learn everything. Because the culture is already taught that okay, we have been taught that way. Because articleship is very much important, but it is not. It's not that people who don't do articleship they don't become CA. They generally become CA in first attempt because they don't have anything to else in life. They will study. Okay, and even though if you have imagined like very good articleship experience, imagine you have been a article of like a big four or maybe with the best firm of the Bangalore, okay, of your city, of your town. Still, imagine if your marks is 149. Are you a chartered accountant? Waste it is. So generally this should be taught at intermediate level. But institute teaches when everything is over. Student can't do anything now. He has to do. So a lot of my students, they are dummy article, they're chill, they have become CA also. They're enjoying. Today they're earning good amount. People who have done articleship, they are still struggling to clear CA exams. Because the problem is the mental torture, the trauma, which as an article student faces, it hampers your final CA. Obviously, it hampers your final CA. So people who are just started their articleship, I'm not making you scared, okay? It's a fact I'm telling you. So don't give that much importance to office. The articleship, it is important, agreed, but it is not that important. I- Whatever experience you have gained in articleship, you tell me, will it come in exam? Not even 1 point. What is there in the book, it will come that. Like today, what is the due date for GST? You're in Bangalore, in Karnataka. For one is 11, okay. For payment, 20th, correct? In the book also it is 20th only. In the direct it is 20th. Bombay we follow 25th. Because since the COVID times, the dates have been changed. So they have not updated. So we follow 22 for corporates and for non-corporate we follow 25th, the payment ka due date. So whatever is happening in the academics and what is happening in practice very different. By that time you will become CA, even I do not know GST will be there, not there, how many changes would be there. So there are a lot of people like they will bunk classes, they don't attend lectures because office is important. And you understand, the boss will still make money. He's not relying on your shoulder that you will come, you will do the business, you will do work, then only he will earn money. He has done the business, he has got the money, he will earn money. But the poor article, he don't realize this. And lot of students fail because of articleship. So all my like South Bombay students are super duper rich. Like one guy he stays at 120 crore ka house, huh? 120 crore. It was a very good place, okay. Each house cost approximately 30 crores when it was launched. 3 or 4 BHK. 30 crores one. Okay. He has four of it. Four. So he stayed at I think 48th, no 52nd floor. 52nd floor. The buildings are I think 70 floors. He stayed at 52nd floor. And his house is like full circular like this. Because his father's taken all the 3 BHK, 3 or 4 BHKs. I think it's 3 BHK, 3, yeah. So 12 BHK, huge drawing room. When I went to his house for the first time, okay, uh, like recently, okay, so we were talking on the dining table. So in life, you have seen a dining table, right? You must be having at your house. I'm very poor person. I don't have a dining table. Or what material you have seen dining table? What material? Wood. What else? Metal means which metal? Steel ka, okay. Glass, granite ka, okay. First time in my life, I saw a dining table of silver. Actual silver, silver. So his mom is like, sir, you know what? See this dining table. I thought, let's make it of wood. But then I realized it. Wood, after 10, 15 years, it will get wasted. So I went to Jaipur. I took a dining table of silver. I asked, is it real silver? Yes, it is real silver. I said, this dining table is of silver, actual silver. She said, yeah, it's a 12-seater dining table. I said, what about chair? Chair is also of silver. So the student is very amazing guy, okay? He's very down to earth, very genius. He's super genius. Huh? So his father ka turnover, okay, is approximately 10, 12,000 crores per annum. Okay, they are very big exporters. His father is a very big investor in share market. Very good guy. Okay, all these people like South Bombay people, what they do is once they clear inter, okay, parallelly they start their CFA parallelly. So they give CFA ka exams parallelly in those articleship ka phase. Okay, and once the CA final comes, so they take a break. So few of them they go to UK to do the MBA. So the chunk is such a way they once they clear the intermediate, so they start preparing for all those IELTS and TOEFL exams to go to US, okay, GMAT and all. So what they will do is during their articleship phase, they will go to do MBA of 1.5 year, 2 years. So they will do MBA, come back before CA final. Parallelly, they'll be giving CFA ka level 1 and level 2. And once the CA final is nearby, okay, so they will take a leave. They will not do in their course. And once CA ka final exam is over, the next attempt they give CFA ka level 3. So by the age of 22, 23, they are chartered accountant, they are MBA, and they are CFA, all the level clears, all three level clear. And I have a plenty of like the students. They are very much clear. They don't do articleship because the culture is that only there. Because father is super rich, they will not go for stipend. It's not that they don't want to do it. They utilize their times in some other thing. So they and majority like other parents are either chartered accountants or somebody is in like in a very good position. This guy he did articleship in EY for like 6, 7 months. The father is super rich. He has good connects in EY. So he did for 6, 7 months. He used to go to office in BMW. He has his own personal BMW X1. Okay, he used to go in personal BMW. After 6, 7 months, he's like, sir, I'm bored good doing going for EY. What should I do? I said, do something else in life. So he gave level 1 of CFA, level 1 clear, level 2 clear. Now I am a proposer for his form. So one day he told me, sir, you have to be my proposer. That proposer means what? Sir, I'm going to UK. Like after he's appearing in May 26 with you guys, okay? So he's going in July to UK. So his admission was there last year. So at last time, I being a chartered accountant, I proposed him that he's a nice student. I mean, like, he's academically very good. So I was a proposer. So I told him, why are you going to UK? He said, sir, I don't want to do MBA. He's doing masters in finance. Masters in finance. So he's a CFA. Level 3 will be appearing in June. May he will be giving CA final. And he'll go to UK in July for that 1.5, 2 year ka period. And he'll be masters in finance from UK. Life is sorted. In the house, there are only three people staying, mother, father, and the son. There are seven servants. Seven. I counted, legitly, I counted seven servants, okay? And that servant is okay. Everybody can afford seven. But the servants are in uniform. For the first time in my life, in my career, I saw servants at home. See, in office, you can see people in uniform, right? The security guy, the kitchen people, okay? But in a house, everybody was wearing the same uniform. So his mother like, sir, do one thing. My driver will drop you today. I said, no, my driver has come. No, sir, you send your driver. My driver will drop you today at your house, okay? So the driver, for the first time in my life, you know that chauffeur driver in car with that cap, white cap. For the first time he was there. I was sitting like this behind in the BMW, but not mine. Okay. It was chauffeur driven car. So I felt so proud about it. But imagine that those kids, okay, they're very much sorted in life. And it's not the first. There are like around 20, 22 people in the entire family. So like family, friends, cousin, relative, everybody I have taught them. So they're super rich guy. The first student, until date, the only student who told me on my face, okay, till today, nobody has told me, but he was the only guy who told me on my face, sir, I will become chartered accountant in first attempt. So when I heard this, I'm like, are you mad? CA is very tough. How can you become first attempt CA? And he was very confident, sir, I will get exemption in all papers. I said, nonsense, audit. It is very difficult. No, no, sir, I am very much confident. In the evening, his father came. His father is like, sir, I know that. My child will become CA. I'm like, both father and son are mad. How can you be so confident? Like you're giving six exam opposite deep down the heart, somewhere you feel like you will fail, right? But both are confident. And his parents, mom, dad, both are CA. And his mom comes on CNBC almost every day. They're very super duper rich people, okay? So when he was studying with me in 2015, he sold his startup. He had a ketchup ka startup, B2B ketchup, sauces, okay? He sold it to his co-founder only. He got, I think, around 120 crores at that time, 2015, when he sold that startup, okay? So I asked him one day, his name is Siddharth, okay? Siddharth, I mean, why the hell are you doing CA? Bro, you can afford me also. I can be your servant. He's like, no, no, sir. My parents are chartered accountant. I want my father to feel very proud. I want to get exemption in all papers. I'm like, are you mad? I mean, how it is possible? Obviously, you can aim. Aiming is very good, but it has to be more realistic. He said, no, no, sir. I will clear. So November May, he was the first guy, okay? He gave November May CA final ka group 1. By the time he had come and he had done that MBA ka part during that articleship phase, November May he gave CA final like group 1, he cleared. Okay, then June, no, no June, December may he give CFA level 1. Then after 6 months, June may he give level 2. I asked him, give make CA ka exam. He said, no, no, sir, I'll give level 2. I said, level 2 is a little difficult. He said, sir, I'll clear. He cleared. Then the same November, he gave CA final level group 2. He cleared. The next June, he gave CFA level 3. He cleared. At the age of 24, he was MBA from UK. He has done CA. He has done CFA. All three cleared. Okay. And in CA, out of 8 papers, in 7 papers, he scored exemption. Imagine that super duper rich guy. One day his photo was with Shah Rukh Khan. Okay. He kept a WhatsApp status. I messaged him in the morning. Why are you not studying? Your exams are near. He's like, sir, Shah Rukh Khan came in my building. So again, I messaged him. Boss, if they are coming for shooting, what time pass you are doing? He says, sir, he's not coming for shooting. He come to meet Deepika. I asked, who Deepika? Deepika Padukone. I said, what? Sir, she stays in my building. So Deepika owns 3 flats in that same building. So he stays in a very, very posh tower of Bombay. Like very, very posh tower. So him, at that time, his girlfriend, now his wife, okay, cousins, brothers, sisters, they all have the same legacy. Do articles, I mean, do clear intermediate in first attempt, go to UK, do some course, come back, give CA final, become CFA, and live your life. Today, his net worth is approximately, he's an individual, is more than 5,000 crores. More than 5,000 crores. And they're the biggest brokers of stock market. You must have been learned in AFM arbitrage. Arbitrage, okay? So his family does arbitrage. If you do not know, you can ask your FM teacher what is arbitrage. One day I was sitting with him. He's like, sir, see the profit. So I opened the bank statement. I was seeing how much profit they made. Okay. I said, this is how many years ka profit? He said, sir, 1 week. 700 approximately crores. Huge people. Huge. But the thought process is very much clear. Okay? It's not that they do not want to go office. They will go, they will learn something. But thought process is clear. Okay, why to waste time? You also, whatever nonsense shit you are doing in office is full time pass only. Only July, August, September. 3 months are important. Filing ITR is July. Filing company return is September. Rest 9 months. Remove printout. Okay. Put the stamp. Okay. OTP. Nowadays it is OTP only. Take OTP, give OTP, take OTP, give OTP. And imagine if the client is like little senior guy or age guy who's not educated. So we will tell him, sir, do the SMS. No. Wait, I'm giving you the OTP. He'll cut the phone and then again he will call you. This is the OTP. By that time, that 60 seconds get over. So understand this. So give that same guidance to your juniors also. Do articleship in that firm where you have a jack with your boss. I mean, you should know the boss very closely because you require proper leave for CA final. CA final 6 subjects are there now. But all the six are bigger subject. I mean, each subject has an importance. You can't give only 5 days to audit or 10 days to audit. It requires like 15, 20 days dedicated study. So you require proper 6 months ka leave. Okay. And peace. If you see like big four articles, they generally clear in first attempt. Even though they have lot of work, but they clear in first attempt. Because there are two reasons. Number one reason, they are everyday motivated. Because what people they see around themselves, everybody is a chartered accountant. Their manager, director, senior director, everybody is a chartered accountant. So it's a sense of motivation. Plus the co-articles. So in our office, there will be 5 articles, 10, 20 articles. There it is in kilos. 1,000 articles, 5,000 articles. Okay. So everybody is doing CA course, everybody is a chartered accountant. So that's the first. Inside only you will get the motivation. Number two, when you're a big four article, they will give you proper 6 months ka leave. Proper, legitly 6 months ka leave without any phone from office. No phone, nothing. So that as a student, you're mentally very much relaxed. Okay, I just have to study. But as compared to the other mid-size or small firm, boss will say, "Arey yaar, this client is, can you handle it? Can you come for 2 days? Can you come for 5 days?" So what happens? Your routine gets broken. So at that time in CA final, you require a lot of concentration to study. Okay? So make sure you don't give your life for the office. Office will still run even if you die. Office will still run. Even if you fail, office will still run. But whatever is your attempt, it will never come back. So like in my office also, like where we did articleship, okay. So our boss was very much clear. Become CA in first attempt. That's it. That was the only logic. So my boss is 1992 ka CA. 1992. He became CA 1992. Okay. Till today. Till today, 2025. Whoever has been registered under him, everybody of us is a first attempt chartered accountant. Everybody. Everybody of us is a first attempt chartered accountant. Everybody. Like my brother is also CA. So he's also was registered under him. Everybody of us is first attempt chartered accountant. My boss ka son, okay, he was my student, all three levels, foundation, inter, final. He took attempts. Foundation also 2, 3 attempts, inter also 2, 3 attempts, final I think 4 attempts he cleared. But he's also not doing this regular audit and all those nonsense. Because it's very much clear. Anyways, father ka entire legacy will come to him. Okay, he did some built a startup with somebody in Bihar. He sold that startup to Bihar government. His share was around 60, 65 crores. He got that when he was just 24 or 25 years. 2022. Post COVID, he sold that startup to Bihar government. Now he's doing some other thing in life. So there people are very much logical because life is once. So they know what to do in life. They don't dedicatedly give for office. Because of you, office is not running. Office is running automatically. So make sure when you're studying, don't answer boss ka phone. Study. That's more important. Even if you are failing, your boss will not come and help you out. Even if you have got 39, even if a boss is the president of institute, he can't make you clear. Clearance has to come from your end only. Okay? Now, so the dummy card concept was like in dummy, what happens is people, uh, the CA who gives dummy articles, it's illegal if you know it. It's illegal. Dummy articles is not legal, it's illegal. But we stay in a country called as India. Here everything is manageable. So all the stipends are paid via bank. Your stipend also will be coming in bank account. Why? Why they don't give cash proof? So institute says I need a proof that you have paid the stipend. So even for dummy articles, they will send the money via bank transfer. Okay, and the article will remove cash or will give cash to the boss back. It's a mandatory requirement because of the first point. Monthly payment of stipend to every article. It must be confirmed beyond all doubts that the payment has been made. That means the proof. Proof has to be there. Point number two, nonsense point it is. It is the CA. It is the duty of the CA to forward Article D to ICA. Who forwards in today's time? The article only have to do everything. Point number three, very amazing point. A CA can't take loan from any enterprise in which the article is interested. However, he may accept the same from any enterprise wherein article ka relative is interested. But it must not be taken as a consideration for admitting the article into form. Means the boss is very much poor. Okay, he's taking loan. From whom? Article से तो you can't take loan. Okay, article का father. So boss is taking loan from whom? Article ka father. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. Relatives is interested, right? You can take. But it should not be like quid pro quo. You give me loan, then only I will give articleship to your son. It should not be such. Now imagine the proudness of that article. Na? My father has given loan to my boss. So boss can't say anything to me. Okay, point number four. I hope you understood this. Now No premium can be accepted by a CA from the article. You understand that now? Because prior to 98 it was allowed. Now it is not there. Point number 5 came in exam. It says practice work should be performed only after obtaining COP. Only after obtaining COP. Now, notifications. How many of your May people, May attempt people? May. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So there's an amendment here. Okay. Which is not applicable for May, but applicable from afterwards. Okay. So first I'll teach you what is the provision. Now, do you understand what is start audit? Start audit. How many start audits we can do as an individual? 20. Correct? Now see. Now, when I talk about first statutory audit, three partners are there: Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C. All three are chartered accountants. All three have COP. When I talk about start audit, Mr. A, how many start audit he can do? 20. B, 20. C, 20. So the limit of 20 is applicable per practicing partner. What will you say? Per practicing partner. Mr. C is not having COP. How many audits Mr. C can do? Mr. A is doing 20 audit, B is doing 20, C is not having COP. How many audits he can do? 0. Limit is applicable to whom? Per practicing partner. He is not practicing. Mr. C is a company secretary. Can he be a partner in the firm? Yes or no? Because the rule is what? Majority of partners should be CA plus COP. 3 ka majority will come at 2. 2. How many audits the firm can do? 40. 40. Okay. Mr. A have signed all the 40 stat audit report. Mr. A have signed all the 40 stat audit report. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Because the limit is very much clear, 20 per practicing partner. Don't say person, per practicing partner. Understood this much? This was about stat audit. Stat audit is always as per Companies Act. Now, when you talk about tax audit, I hope you know there's a section on my name, 44AB. You know what is 44AB? Tax audit. What is the rule there? Can somebody tell me? What is the rule? If your turnover is more than, you have done your articleship, right? What do you have done in articleship? OTP, OTP. If your turnover is gross receipts is more than 1 crore, okay, then your account should be audited by a chartered accountant, okay, holding COP. Outside, if it is from via banking channel, 95% are received through banking channel, the limit is 10 crores. If you are a professional like a CA, it is 50 lakhs. It is 50 lakh rupees, correct? Now, three partners, same rule, A, B, C. All three are chartered accountants. All three have COP. What is the limit? It is 60. How much is the limit, guys? 60. So for tax audit, what is the limit? 60. So year 60, year 60. Total how much? 180. Now, in the question, they will be giving a lot of confusion. They will be using 44 AD, 44 AE, 44 AF. Those are not tax audits. Those are presumptive, if you know. 44 AD, AE, AF are presumptive. So you have to ignore whatever number they will give in the question, ignore. You have to just see the limits of what? 44 AB. Because tax audit is written only in 44 AB. Now, imagine Mr. C does not have a COP. How many tax audit he can do? He do not have a COP. How many tax audit Mr. C can do? 0. Because limit is applicable as per CA plus COP. Now imagine he is a COP holder. To total 60. Cumulatively for a firm, how much it is? 180. Now 180 ka 180, 180 ka 180 tax audit report is signed by Mr. A. GPM, no GPM. GPM, no GPM. No GPM. It is allowed. Start audit may. Let us assume he was also a CA and he was also COP 20. If 60 ka 60 start audit signed by Mr. A, you are GPM. But if 180 ka 180 tax audit is signed by Mr. A, no GPM. Because tax audit is not written in Income Tax Act. Neither it is written in Companies Act. It is via the guidelines of the ICM. So guidelines permitted that chartered accountant, if you are signing 180 tax audit report, because you are not signing in individual capacity, you are signing on the behalf of firm. Provided that for that particular financial year, no other partner is signing any tax audit report. So 180 ka 180 if it is signed by Mr. A, GPM or no GPM? No GPM. Understood this much? This rule is applicable for May 26. That means till here. Now amendment came. I'll just show that amendment also. Let's see from which date it is applicable. See, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has announced revised norms for maximum number of tax audit a CA can undertake annually, effective from 1st April 16. Sorry, 1st April 26. So April, May, June, July, August. 6 months are getting over in August. April, May, June, July, August, September. So I think for September also, whatever I have taught you, the same rule will be applicable. What is the new rule? The guidelines aim to enhance the audit quality by maintaining the existing limit of 60 tax audit per member per financial. That is similar to stat audit concept applicable to both individual and partnership capacities. So the revised guidelines specify that the limit of 60 tax audit cannot cannot be distributed or shared among partners in the chartered accountancy firm. Understood? So what was the old rule? The old rule was that all, like imagine we are three partners. All three are CA, all three have COP. So total is 180. 180 ka 180 tax audit report I alone can sign. This was the old rule. Now the rule is changed. The rule is changed from which date? 1st April 26. Now the limit is what? 60 per member or per practicing partner. So this rule is applicable from 1st April 26. So ideally for May 26, old rule. 90% for September 26 also old rule. It will be from Jan 27. So if your attempt is after Jan 27, see we need to wait plus ICI will give clarification from what date this rule will be applicable. So I'll just write the note there. So because in the book still it is old provision only because we're still in the old phase. This will be applicable. ICI will update us from which it will be applicable. Understood? So please write on the terrace. That's on page number 576. Okay. With effect from was April 26. The limit of 60 is applicable as per practicing partner. As per practicing partner. Bracket में write wait for ICI RTP clarification for the applicability in your attempt. Wait for ICI RTP clarification for the applicability for your attempt. Okay. I hope I am very much clear. Right now in the book it is old provision only, but we need to wait from which attempt it will be applicable. Okay. Read point 1 and 2. Achha, one more point. Sorry, I missed that point. So I have taught you both the things for tax audit. Start ka how much is the limit? 20. Tax ka 60 per partner. We are going with updated limit. It is 60 per partner. Okay. 20 per partner. Okay. Now, if you remember stat audit, it said if you are doing stat audit, the limit is 20. 20 companies ka audit you can do. Excluding four kinds of company were there. Does anybody remember? Very good. OPC. Dormant. Very good. Small company. And no, not section 8. A private company having a paid up share capital of less than 100 crore. Less than 100 crore. That means if I am doing like 45 OPC, allowed or not allowed? Allowed. 1,000 dormants. Allowed. 5,000 small company got it. Allowed. My 20 ka limit will not be excluded. Now, somebody would say, sir, 5,000 company audit only if you will do, what other CA will do? So ICI came up with a notification. So in the Companies Act, they have written 20 company excluding this 4. But as per ICI guidelines, how much it is? It is 30 companies. How many companies, guys? Maximum 30 companies excluding, you will say DO. Excluding DO. DO means D is dormant, O is OPC. Excluding DO. DO means what? Dormant and OPC. So logically, what is the limit now? That means in this 30, this small company and this private company would be excluded. Now, as a student in exam, what you have to do? If the question they're asking about Companies Act, what is the limit? 20, excluding 4 companies. If they're asking from the perspective of ethics, code of ethics, what is the limit? 30, excluding though. What is though? Dormant and OPC. Which one is the correct limit? Both are correct, no? Companies Act it is 20 they have given, excluding 4 companies. But as a chartered accountant, I have to follow both CA Act also and Companies Act also. So my max limit is 30. So as an individual, I can audit only 30 companies, excluding 2 companies. What are 2 companies? Dormant and OPC. Understood? Don't get confused. Both limits are valid. Companies Act cut is 20, Ethics cut is 30. Read 1 and 2 point. And copy this on the top later on. First you read, then you copy. 1 and 2 point only. Don't read 3. Done? You have written the start audit and ICA guidelines. Write the start audit as per Companies Act. Huh? Start audit, this is as per Companies Act. May and September 26 people will follow the same rule, old wala. 180 ka 180 tax audit if individual have signed. GPM या no GPM? No GPM because the rule is not yet updated in the book. Huh? From 27 Jan 27 attempt it will be updated. Okay. Till now you will follow the old rule only. Now, point number 3. There was a question on this also. A CA in practice has to maintain proper books, including cash book and ledger. In your office, there would be a ledger tally also, your office ka tally, not client ka tally. So for reimbursement also, you must be maintaining that slips, voucher signing and all, because it is mandatory. Then, a member who's an employee shall be deemed to be guilty if he is willfully and grossly negligent in the conduct of duty as a employee. Employee means which employee they're talking about? CA in service, whether you're working in a CA firm or you're working in a company. Then, he can't become the auditor of a company which is an employee of cost auditor of a company. He can't become the auditor of a company which he is an employee of cost auditor of a company. Means you have a CMA firm also, you have a CA firm also. Can both the same firm, be the auditor of a company? Like stat auditor firm and cost auditor firm. Can it be same? No, it has to be separate basically. Okay. Then point number 6 and 7. Mark that as important. 6 and 7 important. It says a CA in practice would be GPME except auditorship of a concern while is indebted to the concern or he has given guarantee for the limits fixed in the statute. And in other case, it is exceeding 1 lakh. Now, what does this mean? Do you remember Companies Act? Companies Act mein indebtedness mein this was a limit. How much is the limit for indebtedness? 5 lakh. For guarantee? 1 lakh. Guarantee is 1 lakh. So, if you are auditor in a getting appointed in a company, indebtedness ke liye will follow 5 lakh, guarantee ke liye will follow 1 lakh. It is a limit given in the Act. Partnership firm. I want to become an auditor in a partnership firm. I want to audit partnership firm. Or in partnership, there's no limit given. The institute says, now imagine the partnership firm was selling laptops and I'm indebted to them. For let us I've taken a MacBook, 2.5 lakh that is a laptop. So it says you can't audit. So my question was, sir, why I can't audit? It is nowhere given there. So institute says we are coming up with the guidelines. The guidelines what? If in the statute, the limit is given, follow that limit. If no limit is given in the statute, you'll follow our limit. What is the limit? 1 lakh. So you can be indebted to that concern. It could be trust, HUF, AOP, BOI, any other, because there no limit is given. Limit is given only in Companies Act. What is the limit? Indebtedness cut is 5 lakh, guarantee cut is 1 lakh. Rest for every other concern, whether it is guarantee or whether it is indebted, what is the limit? 1 lakh. What if it is exact 1 lakh? I am indebted for 1 lakh. Qualified or disqualified? Qualified. You will become disqualified when? If it exceeds 1 lakh. Understood? Underline that. Other cases exceeding 1 lakh. Then, point number 8. Now, see, I am an auditor and my start audit fees is 5 lakh rupees. And my other services like certification ka work I am doing, or maybe for some consultancy, some GST ka consultancy I am doing. In a year, I am charging 8 lakh rupees. How much is the start audit fees? 5 lakh. Other service ka fees? 8 lakh. Tell me, allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. Always remember, the father is the father. You got certification ka work. Why? Because you were the start auditor. Boss, the start audit fees have to be supreme. That means how much you can charge maximum? 5 lakh. But you know what? We stay in which country? India. Where there's a will, there's always a way. Now the CA people, I'm telling you, they're very smart. Institute says it's very clear, start audit has to be done by a CA firm, individual or partnership firm, agreed. I am charging 5 lakh only. In your office, that CA firm must be having a private limited company. and we call it as consultancy company, right? Almost every CA firm makes a consultancy company. So all other work, stock audit, consultancy, GST consultancy, certification are routed via that consultancy because of this clause. Because what institute have said the CA, I mean, the start audit fees have to be supreme. So imagine the client is just paying me 5 lakh rupees as a start audit fees, but my other worker fees is like 25 lakh rupees. So I can't charge because I would be GPM. So what I did, I made a private limited company. And that private limited company ko CA Act is not applicable. Because CA Act is applicable to whom? CA basically individuals, proprietorship firm, partnership firms, LLP, not to a private limited company. So almost every mid-size or a large firm will always have a private limited consultancy company. Only for this reason. Understood? Read. Point number 8 and mark that is important. But this rule is applicable when which companies? PSUs, listed company, government company, and other public company having turnover of 50 crores or more. When I say 50 crores or more means minimum or maximum, right there minimum. There was a question on this 50 crores ka limit only. Then I hope you understood the line. On a remuneration which in total exceed the fees payable for carrying out the stat audit, he will be guilty. So always remember stat audit fees is supreme. That has to be the maximum limit. 8 and 9 we have already discussed in one clause. You need to tell me which clause may we have discussed. Clause part schedule for 8 and 9. Both the same. Fine. Certain, no. My previous auditor ka fees has not been given. So I should not accept the assignment. Where we have studied? Communicate 811. 811. So they have just copied it. See, when guidelines come, they put it in this clause. Once it become very common, then they put it in the respective clause. Now we have already studied that in 811. Understood now? Okay. So just write there, put a curly bracket 811. So the clause is what? If he contravenes any of the PRG, what is PRG? Provisions of the Act, regulations made thereunder, guidelines of the Council. Again, provisions of the Act, regulations made thereunder, and the guidelines of the Council. Understood clause 1? Okay. Now come to the first clause. Page number is 567. Now see, let's quickly recall from the short part. Part 2. If he contravenes PRG, provisions of the Act, regulations made thereunder, guidelines of the Council. A lot of guidelines you have given, okay? Number 2, discloses confidential information in employee capacity, except permitted by employer and law. These are two exceptions. 3, he includes in IFRS any information submitted to ABCD to IQ knowing it to be false information. 4, defalcates or embezzles money received in professional capacity. Fifth, the new one act as a Auditor in contravention of Companies Act. And part 3 is basically civil or criminal imprisonment for more than 6 months. Understood? Now, now there are 10 clauses. Very easy clause. Only I think one will take little time. Rest everything will get over in like 10-15 minutes. One line it is. Now, do you remember this clause discloses confidential information? This was in regard to employee capacity, except permitted by employer and law. Almost similar. Almost similar. Discloses confidential information acquired in professional capacity. What do you mean by that professional capacity? See, in practice, when you are the auditor, basically. So, if I have got, imagine I am a chartered accountant holding COP and I am auditing Reliance, I've got confidential information and I disclose that information to my friends. Guilty, not guilty. As per which clause? 1. Part 1. Second schedule. Not 2 schedule, second schedule. 112. 112. Okay. But Mukesh Ambani told me, Arey, AB sir, you please inform this to bank. Then you are not guilty. Acha, law is permitting me then? Not guilty. Acha, I am a practicing CA. I did not disclose. Niranjan is a chartered accountant who's working with me. Okay. We both went for Reliance audit. Okay. He got some data access to of Reliance and he shared that with his friends. I did not disclose. Niranjan is working as a paid assistant in my firm. GPM, no GPM. AB GPM, Niranjan GPM, both GPM. AB GPM, Niranjan GPM, both GPM. Why the hell I will be GPM? Did I disclose? No. I did not disclose. He disclosed. CA Act is applicable to him also. So he will be GPM. I need the clause number. I am a chartered accountant in practice. I have a CA firm. I went for audit of Reliance. I took my paid assistant with me. He's a CA working in my firm. We both went to the audit of Reliance. I got a lot of access to data, but I did not disclose. I follow OIPCC. He got in for access to the information of Reliance. He shared those information with his friends. Clause 2, part 2, second schedule. Why 222? Because he's CA in service. Understand? If the question says practicing CA have disclosed, then clause 1, part 1, second schedule. If CA in service have disclosed, whether you're doing service in the company or in a CA firm, you are CA in service. Okay, so it will be chu. Clause 2, part 2, second schedule. Understood? Now, the exception here is what? Client and law. Exception is what? Client and law. Understood? The line is discloses confidential information acquired in professional capacity, your GPM. The exception is what? Client and law. Yes, madam. No, if they talk about comment as per CA Act and schedules there or too, if they write this line, then you will have to write this. If they're talking about what are the principles of confidentiality, like you will know, okay, it's a theory answer coming up. Yeah, what are the exceptions to the confidentiality? Then you will write yesterday wala theory, that OIPCC wala. In the CA Act, mein see out of 4 question, 3 mein you have to write clause part schedule. If they're asking a specific direct question, it will be visible. That's a direct question. Then you write that confidentiality wala part. And if there's a story, a chartered accountant in practice, then this clause gets attracted. A chartered accountant in service discloses confidential information. Then obviously clauses will get attracted because they're making a story. So all the case-based answer, story-based answer, mein 35 clauses will get attracted. Okay. Read clause number 1. Can you see this duty in relation? Duty in relation. Write there RTP. Okay, what is RTP means? Read if time permits. Okay. I have one question. Do we know that our client do not pay taxes? Do we have that information that the client is not paying tax? Yes or no? Generally, yes. Is it our duty to go and inform to the income tax uncle, client not paying tax? No. But is it our duty to have to give support to the client? Hey, client, don't pay tax. I'm there now. No. Institute says you should not support him. You should tell him, you should convince him, sir, please pay proper taxes. Because if you don't pay proper taxes, obviously there would be monetary penalty. Plus, there would be like Friday check-in, Monday check-out. Imprisonment also. Will be taken to jail also. So you should convince, you should persuade to the client that he should pay proper taxes. You should not support him in the wrongdoings. But it is also not your duty to go and inform to the income tax department. Okay. But imagine if he has not paid lot of taxes. GST may also he has done a lot of fraud. What you should do ideally? You can see that he is doing fraud there. What you should do? Sir, it's not working out. It's not you. It's me. Let's break up. You withdraw. The best part is you should withdraw. Now, once you have withdrawn, institute says go to the income tax department and tell them I have withdrawn. I'm not telling him, I mean, I'm not telling the income tax guy that boss, he has done fraud. I'm just telling him I have withdrawn. Use your common sense. What does that logically means? Why would a CA withdraw? Something is fishy there. Understood? So we are not taking his case directly. It is indirectly. So institute is very much clear. It is not your duty to report to any department. It is a duty of the department to find out the loopholes there. Okay, to find out the fraud there. Okay. So here they have given more explanation. As such, it is not an exam question. Never they have come in the exam. You just have to read only once. Ideally, the clause is only this much. If you disclose confidential information acquired in the course of professional engagement to any person other than clients who are engaging him, you are GPM. Exception is what? Client and law. This is the main clause. Okay. Read the other part. Finished? Clause 1 is disclosing confidential information in professional capacity, except permitted by client and law. Client and law. 2. It says he certifies or submits in his or his firm name a report of an examination of FS. A report on examination of FS. Guys, report of an examination of FS means audit report. Unless examined by himself, his partner, employee, under CA in practice. Now this means what? If you remember clause number 12 of part 1, what was clause number 12? Sign. If I am not signing, I allow somebody else to sign, I am GPM. Here I am only signing, but I have not checked it. Ideally, who should check? Four people should check. Who are the four people? Himself, partner, employee, another CA in practice. Who are the four people? Himself, partner, employee, another CA in practice. So without checking, you have signed. So you will be GPM under clause number 2. Okay. So it says if you submit a report on his or his firm names, unless examined by four people. Who are the four people, guys? Himself, partner, employee, and the CA in practice. That says he can render a report on his name only if the work has been undertaken by him or under his or by another CA, that is joint order. So somebody has to see it. So person like me should see. Person like me basically means either my partner or another CA. Somebody has to see. Now, in the clause, they have just written report of on examination of FS. So ideally, when you see report basically means kind of an audit report. But via clarification, via some clarification, they have given that report will also include certificate. Imagine if I sign some excise ka certificate. I have not checked only. GPM or no GPM? GPM as per clause 2. Because report will also include certificates. So please write there, it also includes certificate. Then over, clause over. So now in schedule 2, very small clauses are there. Okay. So this is he certifies or submits a report without examining of four people. Who are the four people? Himself, partner, employee, and the CA in practice. Clause 2 over. 3. After 3, what comes? 4. Now, how do you remember 3? It says he permits his name or his firm name to be used in connection with an estimate of earning which are contingent upon future transaction in a manner which may lead to believe that he vouches for the accuracy of forecast. Now you tell me, as a practicing CA, can you help client in preparing forecast? Forecast basically means projections, CMA data basically. Can you help client? Yes or no? Yes, you can help client in preparing CMA data. But you are telling to the client, "Arey, sir, I am telling now, sir, mother promise, God promise, your turnover will be like 10 crore rupees for sure." Can you vouch for the accuracy of forecast? No, we are not babas. We are not saints, okay? We can't predict the future. We can assist them in preparing, but we can't vouch for the accuracy of forecast. How do you remember? In Hindi, we have written 3 के बाद 4 आता है. Like after 3, there's 4. So 4 basically means forecast. Forecast. Clause number 3, forecast. So it says, as per Psi 3400, we'll be doing it after some days. As per Psi 3400 on PFI. What is PFI? Prospective financial information. A CA can participate in the preparation of financial forecast and their review. What are the conditions? You should say clearly source of information, basis of forecast, major assumptions, and you should not vouch for the accuracy of forecast, as forecast can't be ascertained with accuracy. It's very much clear because you can help them in preparing it, but you can't vouch for the accuracy of forecast. Understood? What was clause 1? Discloses confidential information in professional capacity. 2. Certifies a report on FS unless examined by four people. Who are four people? Himself, partner, employee, and the same practice. 3. After 3, what comes? Forecast. So you can assist them in preparing the forecast, but you can't vouch for the accuracy of forecast. Okay. See, for the first time, it looks a little difficult language. After 2, 3 times, when you start reading, it will go into your head. Okay. 4. Right? Important clause. Fourth is important. He expresses his opinion on FS. He expresses his opinion on FS where he or his firm or a partner in his firm or his relative has what? Substantial interest. So he expresses opinion on the FS where he, partner, relative, firm has what? Substantial interest. Clause number 4, 4 exceptions. Clause number 4, 4 exceptions. That's not 4 exceptions, 4 people are there. He, firm, partner, relative has substantial interest. Now you tell me, my brother has a company. Can I audit my brother ka company? No. Can I audit my father ka company? No. Can I audit my father-in-law ka company? As per law, yes, but as per ethics, no, no, because you have a substantial interest there, correct? But then you will apply some safeguards. Okay. Now my brother is telling me to do one thing. You prepare an internal control system for me and give it to me. So I'm preparing a report on internal control. That report will be with my brother only in his cabin. He will not submit anywhere. Allowed or not allowed? My brother has a company. I can't do start audit. That's logical. But he's asking me to prepare an internal report, kind of a system ka report. Okay. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed. See, if any paper, any report, any certificate has to be submitted to an outside authority, like GST department, excise department, any department, and you are signing it, then you are GPM. But if it is for internal purpose, then it is allowed. Now see, if the appointment is meant for, please circle that internal information system, evaluation of cost of various products, then it is allowed. Then it is allowed. So I have written in short, it says express opinion on affairs where himself, partner, relative firm has a substantial interest. Now listen, I have a question for you. AB and Co is a CA firm. Reliance Industries is a company. CA Praveen is working in Reliance as a chartered accountant. He is a CA in service. Can Praveen audit Reliance? Imagine he's a director of company as a practicing CA and he is a practicing CA. One second. He is a director in Reliance. Can a practicing CA be a director in a company? Yes. Can Praveen audit? Why no? It has been written in law. Disqualification. Officer or employee of body corporate is disqualified. Companies Act is clearly written. Plus substantial interest is there. You can't audit as per clause of, code of ethics also. Correct? 10th June 2025. He resigned. He started his own firm, Praveen and Company. Now the question is, he was first the director of Reliance. Agreed, he can't audit because he's on the board, he's the employee of Reliance. Now, he has left from the directorship. Now, his firm is Praveen and Company. So, on 15th June 25, after 5 days of resignation, can this firm do audit of Reliance? Today, he is not the director because he has already resigned. Can he do the audit? No. Companies Act says, yes, you can do audit. Companies Act, what is the prohibition? Officer or employee of body corporate. But when he has resigned today, is he the officer? No. So as per Companies Act, it is allowed. You can do that because law may you're not getting attracted. But institute says, no, bro, listen. Obviously, Praveen must be knowing everything about Reliance. His interest would be getting there. So you have to wait for how many years? 2 years. How many years? 2 years. So there's a cooling period of how many years? 2 years. So immediately you can't do the audit. So after resignation, there has to be a cooling period of how many years? 2 years. Then only you can do the audit. Okay. Now listen. In the old attempts, like prior to 24 old syllabus mein, this 2 years wala line was it came as a guidelines from the institute. So when I talk about guidelines, which clause would be getting attracted? Guideline. We just did clause 1, part 2. Second schedule. Guidelines are written in clause 1, no? But now in the model, what they did, they removed that guidelines from say, those guidelines may say, and they have added in clause number 4. So they have added in clause number 4. So recent time mein now it is a part of clause number 4. How would you remember? It is 2 year ka restriction. What is 2 ka double? 4. So clause 4, part 1, second schedule. Clause 4, part 1, second schedule. So again and again we'll be revising this. That 2 years wala restriction is written in which clause number? 2 ka double 4. Clause 4, part 1, second schedule. Clause 4, part 1, second schedule. Understood this? Read this clause. Clause number 4. Read the entire points to be noted and the diagram also. Can you audit the trust where you are a trustee? No. Where you are a liquidator? No. You're working in a college? No. And the last red line, please write the important because it's been added and write there 412. Finish? No, I have a question here. Let's see whether you can get this right or not. It is a tough question. Huh? It came in MCQ. Now see, this was a question. It's a two-marker question. So the question is this. In response to the management offer, this is November 24 ka paper, okay? Guide CAM whether to take up the assignment of stat audit of HT Institute of Professional Studies for the year 23-24. You have to choose the correct option, okay? But to understand this question, you have to read the story. The story of HT Institute is written here, okay? This box. Read this box. Then we'll see the options. Read? Let's see the options. Choose. Online people, you also answer in chat, okay? Very much confusing. How's this say? Can he accept or can he? He cannot. He cannot, correct? So your A goes away, C goes away. This much is clear. He cannot accept. Now decide. So either it is 4-1-2, either it is 11-1-1. Ball, dog. Who's online people? What's your answer? You also write in the chat. You want me to open the box again? Either it is 4-1-1 or either it is 11-1-1. This is written in B, this is written in D. Tell me what's your answer? What's your answer? 4, ball. Ball, everybody. Ball. Somebody has written dog. D, I mean D. Now, if you read the theory of 4-1-1, I mean 4-1-2, sorry, this is 4-1-2. My part-time lecturer in college. Can you open that part? If you are a part-time lecturer in college, you cannot accept the authorship of college. Where it is written 4-1-2. Maximum people in the exam, they ticked on 11 only. I mean D wala option. Institute, I think, gave wrong. Let's check the answer. This was 15th question. 15th answer is B. 4-1-2. See, business is basically when you're doing a business. Okay. Here he joined, agreed he has joined there. But they were talking about auditorship ka perspective. 11-1-1 mein, we have already spoken about business. We have never spoken about auditorship. Auditorship is written clearly in 4-1-2. Clear? Let's do latest exam का question also so that you get confidence. 14th question. September 25 exam question. Tell me the answer. In which of the below assignments undertaken by RS have violated the provision of regulation? Answer. C. Everybody C. 14C. Online people, what's your answer? B. Because yesterday we have learned those exception. As a liquidator, you can charge fees. Auditor of a corporate society, you can charge. Cost optimization, I give example of electricity, say I'll charge 10%. So these are covered in exception. I marked regulation 192 also. This is nowhere written. I agree practically you do this. I told you yesterday, don't think of practical, I have to do it what was there in the books. 192, mein there are 10 exceptions. If you remember 3 plus 5 plus 2. If your exceptions are clear, the answer is correct. Understood? Like this question will come in the exam. These questions you will never find anywhere, nowhere it is in the book. In module also. It's all on your concepts. Understood the level? Let's quickly revise 1, 2, 3, 4 clauses. What is first one? No, it's for CA in practice. Basically, if you disclose confidential information acquired in professional capacity except permitted by client and law. 2. Certifies report on FS unless examined by himself, partner, employee under CA in practice. 3. He vouches for the accuracy of forecast. He vouches for the accuracy of forecast. 4. He expresses opinion on FS where poor people. He relative firm partner has what? Substantial interest. You cannot audit the same company where you were the director for how many years? 2 years. Where it is written? 412. 2 ka double 4. 412. Okay. Now, 5 and 6 are brother and sisters of each other. 5. FAILS. Fails. Fails to disclose material facts. FACTS. Which is known to him. 6. If you remember 6 of the first schedule. 6 solicit. 6 solicit. Here, 6 miss. How will you remember? 6 miss. Same level. 6 miss. Now, what does this mean? Fails to report misstatement, and the fifth one is fails to disclose material fact. Now, what is the logic here? Now, basically, if as a chartered accountant you are doing the audit, you came to know that company has taken a loan, okay, on some machine, and they have not disclosed that loan amount in the balance sheet. You know the fact they have taken a loan, but they have not disclosed it. So you fail. You fail to disclose material fact known to you. You know it, right? So if you know it, you will be GPM under which clause? 5, part 1, second schedule, 512. 512. One more example. They took a loan of 50 crore rupees, but in the books they have shown only 40 crore rupees. Does this fact came in the books? I mean the FS? Yes or no? It was reported, but it was reported at wrong amount. That means he fails to report. He fails to report what? Statement is there, but it is what? Misstated. See, if something has not come in the books only, in the FS, you know it. You are GPM under 512. If something has come in the books, but it has come in the wrong amount, 612. Fails to report misstatement. 5 is 5 alphabets. FAILS, FACTS. Facts. Go with the sound. 6 is your miss. Understood the logic? So in the clause, they have not given any explanation. You read, then we will write that with the shortcut for 5 and 6. You read 5 and 6. 1 second. That's on page number. What's the page number? 571. Small clause. Read 5 and 6. 5 may you have to remember by alphabets. FACTS. 6 by the sound. Misstatement. Okay. So on the top right there, people who understand Hindi, you can write in Hindi. 5 में वो आया ही नहीं. That means it did not came. And 6 में it came, but it came at the wrong amount. Okay, वो आया पर गलत आया. So I'm writing in English also for you guys. It did not came. And 6 में it came, but at wrong amount. Something did not came in the FS. That is 512. Something came, but at wrong amount. It is 612. Okay. Now beside 512, right there, all PF questions. All PF questions. All PF questions. Right there, all PF. PF means Provident Fund. Will fall in 512. In the exam, in the question bank, you will see lot of question on PF. The company has taken loan on employee provident fund, and they did not disclose in the FS. They did not disclose in the FS rather than using your brain. Anyways, it is very tiny. So you directly you say your GPM under which clause? 512. So whenever you see the provident fund, any employee provident fund, public provident fund ka question, it is always 512. 512. Now, 7. 7 is very easy. He does not exercise due diligence or is grossly negligent in the conduct of his professional duty. He did not exercise what? Due diligence or is grossly negligent in the conduct of his duties. In all the question, they will say he was grossly negligent, due diligence did not exercise. That means you have not checked the data correctly. So will be guilty under which clause? 712. Now they have defined what is DD, what is gross negligent. Write their RTP and points to be noted also RTP. The question will thoroughly specify DD and grossly negligent. So your brain should start processing which clause will come? 712. Grossly negligent due diligence. 1 second. What was one? What was one? Discloses confidential information acquired in professional capacity, except permitted by client and law. Two, certifies report on FS unless examined by himself, partner, employee, another CA in practice. 3. After 3, what comes? 4. So he vouches for the accuracy of forecast. 4. Expresses opinion on FS where 4 people. He, relative firm, has or partner substantial interest. 5. Fails to disclose material facts. 6. Fails to report misstatement. 8. If he is grossly negligent or did not exercise due diligence. Grossly negligent or did not exercise due diligence. Okay. Do you remember the first schedule ka clause number 8? How did you remember? 8, communicate. 8, communicate. Here we say 8, negate. What will you say? 8, negate. Now what does this mean? Now listen. A chartered accountant, a chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he fails to obtain evidence to warrant the expression of opinion, or his exceptions are sufficient material to negate the expression of opinion. Guys, warrant the expression of opinion means what? Alert, no, support, proof. I am saying that client ka audit report is adverse. But boss, if you are saying adverse, you need to have basis for that. I don't have the basis. I'm just saying it is adverse. So the line is what? If he fails to obtain evidence to support the expression of opinion. I am saying adverse opinion, but there is no basis. I'll be guilty under clause number 812. Or his exceptions are sufficient material to negate the expression of opinion. Negate basically means change. In India, we do audit of 100% checking or sample base. Sample base. So if I would have changed my sample or whatever things I have left out, imagine I chose sample of like 10%. I on 10% basis I decided that it is a qualified opinion. But if I would have changed my sample or if I would have checked some other data, my opinion would have changed. So I would be guilty under clause number 812. His exceptions are sufficient important to negate the expression of opinion. Negate means change the opinion. So I would be guilty under clause number 812. If you see all these clauses in second schedule part 1, they are regarding your work like auditorship. You have got the work, you have not done audit properly, your opinion is incorrect, then you are guilty under second schedule. In rather in part 1, it was of all those clauses were till that you are getting the work. Here you have got the work and you have to prepare a report. But in preparing report, you have done some blunder. So you tell me as a chartered accountant for you, which is more important schedule, the first or the second? Second. Second schedule, mein you are the auditor and you have, see, as an auditor, you have only one work. What to give? Audit report mein opinion. If that is only incorrect, that means you are not doing your primary duty. You are guilty under clause number 8. Okay, 812. To read this, points to be noted of clause number 7 and clause number 8. And besides negate, just write there change. Besides negate, write there change. And besides warrant, write there support the expression of opinion. Read 7 and 8. Both 7 and 8. Done. What is five? Five. Fails to report material facts which are known to you. Six. Fails to report misstatement. Seven. Grossly negligent or due diligence did not exercise. Grossly negligent or DD did not exercise. Eight. Negate the expression of opinion, or he fails to obtain information to warrant the expression of opinion or negate the expression of opinion. Okay. Now, nine. Right there, important. It's in trend right now. So, do you remember nine of first schedule? How did we remember? Nine. Ascertain. A S C E R E A I N. Nine alphabets. Here also same logic. If he failed to invite attention to any material departure, how many alphabets? D E P A R E U R E. Nine alphabets. Same logic. Okay. Departure from gap. What's the full form of gap here? Generally accepted audit procedure. What it is? Generally accepted audit procedures applicable to circumstance. There's a typo error there. Please make a change there in nine-letter word departure. Departure. Now what it is? Now basically it is a departure from gap. So they have given some audit procedures. If you are not following that, you are guilty under clause number 912. Now what it is? Number one, if he fails to perform the audit as per the procedures, his report shall draw attention to the material departure from such procedure. At intermediate level, you must have heard about these words, TOC and TOD. Test of controls and test of details, compliance procedures, substantive procedures. Okay. If you are not following either TOC, basically you check internal control system. Test of detail basically means you check accounting system, tally, SAP. You are not following that. So your report may you have to mention. If you are not mentioning it, your GPM under clause number 9. Number 2. Failure to perform certain statutory function and duties is not an excuse by giving a qualification or reservation in the auditor's report. Like for example, I wanted to do stock verification. Okay, I did not do. I was very much lazy now. And I gave qualified report. Why? Because I could not do it. Is it a valid ground for qualification? No. So failure to perform certain functions is not excused merely by giving a qualification report. So 1 and 2 pe there is no question. 3, 4, 5 pe there are question. What is 3? Now yesterday I think I had told you listed company may audit can be done only by that CA firm which has a peer review certificate. This line, peer review line, is written in which clause number? 912. Previously, it came into guidelines. Now, ICI removed from the guideline and put it in 912. So, please underline that. As per SEBI notification, start audit of listed companies under Companies Act shall be done only by those auditors who have subjected themselves to the peer review process of the institute and they hold a valid certificate issued by peer review board of ICI. The first rule is peer review board. Second, you tell me day before yesterday when we started ethics, I have shown that format of signing. You write CA firm ka name, then sign, then name of the person signing, membership number, designation. That rule is mandatory or voluntary? Mandatory. So you have to mention your membership number FRN. That is written in again 912. The members are required to mention the membership number, FRN number on all the reports to any attestation engagement, including certificates, is signed by proprietor or partner of the firm. So that is signing ka requirement. Third, guys, generation of UDIN mandatory or voluntary? Mandatory for all kinds of report. The members may know that UDIN is mandatory from 1st July 19 on all corporate or non-corporate audit, attest, assurance function. Thus, a member of the institute shall generate UDIN for all kind of attestation, certification, GST, tax audit report, other audit, assurance, and all functions taken by him. For all kinds of report certificate, UDIN is mandatory. So in 912, three important things they have written. First one is peer review. Second one is membership number FRN. Third one is UDIN. Remember that way. See, previously, if you see old questions, mein na, these three were not here. These three were in the guidelines wala part. Now, in the module, they have removed from there and they have added in 912. In November 24, there was a question on peer review wala point. So, ICI gave right only if the student has written 912. Because in module, they have updated, so you have to follow 912 only. Again, we revise. Three things should be there. Peer review, membership number FRN, third one UDIN. All these three things are written in which clauses? 912. Clear? Last clause. 10. Fails to keep money of the client or money to be expanded in a separate bank account or use such money for the purpose for which they are intended within a reasonable time. Fails to keep money in a separate bank account. In your office also, you must be having a client account. I mean, it is in the name of your firm only. It's a current account basically. But it is in that account, you don't put your money, you put client ka money. Imagine client says, I'm paying you 20 lakh rupees, you pay my GST. So you don't take it in your normal current account. You take it in a dedicated client account. It is in the firm ka name only. And from that account, say you are paying the GST. It is a mandatory requirement. Your boss may be taking in your account in normal accounts. It's illegal basically. But again, somebody if complain, they check, then it will be out. Okay. So big firms, when they take like TDS ka payment is there, GST ka payment is there, client is not available. So what do the client says? Okay, you take some 1 crore rupees, you put it in your account and you pay on the due date. I'm traveling. So that 1 crore rupees, you can't take it in your normal current account. You have to take it in which account? Separate account. That is in the name of CA firm only. Okay, this is mandatory. Now understand one question. Client gave me 2000 rupees on Friday. That AB, listen, tomorrow and tomorrow court is closed. You go to court, okay, on Monday, buy one stamp paper and do the notary of it. That 2000 rupees I did not deposit it in a separate bank account. I kept it in my normal account or maybe in cash. I did not deposit in a separate bank account. Guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. See, Friday ko he has given. When I have to spend? Monday. It's a reasonable time, right? So what is reasonable time? It will depend upon case to case basis. Okay? One more example. Client gave my fees, 5 lakh rupees. I did not transfer it to a separate bank account. Guilty, not guilty? Not guilty, it is my fees. The year is just started, okay? Today is April. Now, client has given me 5 lakh rupees advance. Total is 20 lakh rupees. Today he gave 5 lakh rupees. I'll be starting the audit after 2 months. He has given me advance fees. I have not deposited that in a separate bank account. Guilty, not guilty? Not guilty because it is my fees. Whether it's a fees or advance fees, I don't have to deposit in a separate bank account. Rest, all of the money should be kept in a separate bank account. Understood? What's the clause number? 10. Fails to keep money in a separate bank account. MONEY 5. 5 ka double 10. Okay, money. You do double. Okay, that's separate bank account. 1 second. One more question. Client gave me 5 lakh rupees. Okay, sir, on the GST card due date, you pay the GST card due date. Today, so what? 5th. Payment will come on 20th. You pay because we are traveling. I and my articles, we went for Goa for party. Guilty, not guilty? Which clause? 10, 1, 2, and embezzlement. What is the clause number? Full gaj nahi. 4, 4, 2, 2. Clause 4, part 2, second schedule. Why embezzlement? You misutilize the money. No? You have stolen that money. He gave you to pay the tax. You did not deposit in a separate account. So that is 1012. And you embezzle that money. That is basically 422. Understood? Read clause number 10. Finish, guys. So we have completed all the 35 clauses. So something will come from this clause, this part only. Okay. Let's do one more MCQ came in the exam. Answer fourth one. This is September 25, our latest paper. And then people, you also answer in chat. Tell me. B. Why B? Advance receive. It's your fees. It should not be deposited in a separate bank account. Correct? B, everybody. 4B. Let's check the answer. 4B, 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 4, 4, 4 is B. Understood? Like this question will come in the exam. This is latest. Now, let's do some descriptive part which came in the exam so that you get confidence. This is a tough question. Huh? C. This is question 5C, September 25 ka paper. Huh? Tough it is. You have to use your lot of brain power. Lot of brain power. First, decide whether you're guilty or not guilty. That's the first thing. Guilty. Nothing. Where it is written. Up. So as a management consultant service, can she give this services selection of advertising agencies? Coordinating with bankers? Yes. And coordinating with brokers? You can coordinate. You can give all kinds of services except underwriting. There she went wrong. Guilty or not guilty? She is guilty. Now see, what's the answer? So same thing is written as per section 224. The same question is there in the question bank also. It is an old question. You can give entire range of management consultancy and other services. Then they have used the question. You can be a banker to the issue, collection center, broker, all this, except PUB, except PUB. A chartered accountant in practice are not permitted to undertake PUB, portfolio management, underwriting, broking. Question they have copied. Okay. Conclusion. CNAI is permitted to provide the service of an advisor or consultant to the issue as a part of management consultancy and other services as per section 224 of C Act 1949. However, she would be held GPM if she has underwritten the public issue. Understood? Majority people, when this question came in the exam hall, they wrote 1011 percentage of profit because 1% na commission, so she has taken 1%. The majority will have her percentage of profit. It is not about fees. Here it is, she is doing what? Underwriting. Your brain should start processing. Boss, underwriting is prohibited. Prohibited is written in management consultants wala part. Okay. This is one question. This. Yesterday we had discussed this. G for genius. See, generally ethics ka question hai na, there is a pattern. You will find it in C wala part. 5C, 6C, 4C. Generally, towards the end only you will find ethics ka question. So that means you have to do A and B because C is ethics. That's very easy. So A and B you have to do it there. Now 6C and 6C may generally there are internal option or so and so. It depends upon where ICA is putting on. It could be 6A or 6B or 6C. Okay. Now this was a question from ethics. Tell me. First you said guilty, not guilty. What? You're waiting. No, no. First, whatever is your answer, tell me. Everybody is saying not guilty. What is your answer? You're saying guilty. Which clause is getting attracted? You have to write clause. Because they have written comment 6, part 1, first schedule. 6 came from this side, part 1 came from this side, first schedule somebody shouted. I told you, joint exam. Group exam is mandatory for you. Solo to it can't happen. And I told you also, boss 611, 711, for sure it will be there in the exam. They have never ever skipped. This is basically responding to tender. Responding to the tender, okay? Now there was a twist which he has identified. You please open your book where you have drawn the diagram. And I have told you also, please mark that line very thoroughly. There's something, some twist is there. What is written there? And you're talking about stat audit. Guys, stat audit is an exclusive area, non-exclusive? Exclusive. Exclusive, if they mention minimum fee, then you can apply. Apply. Correct? Now here it is an exclusive area, but what they have written? Maximum fee. That means you should not apply. But they have applied, they have responded to the bank and submitted quotation. So ideally they should be GPM. This should be my answer. And that is, I think, his answer also. What's your name? Manoj. That is all. Your also answer GPM. You guys have said not guilty. Let's check who's right. We may be wrong. You may be wrong. The first 611. At least this much is right. Let's check the answer. He shall be guilty of professional misconduct because of only one word, maximum fee. Stat audit is an exclusive area. I give you example. Two areas are exclusive, stat and tax. Only we can do it. In that, if minimum fee is prescribed, then you can apply. If minimum fee is not prescribed, you can't apply. Here what they have given? Maximum fee. You applied to them, you are guilty. Every word is important. Welcome to CA Final. Now, if you wrote 611 and the answer is opposite, like you wrote you are not guilty, zero it is. Huh? There's no step marking. Paper checker just needs two things: clause part schedule, and the conclusion. That's it. Understood? This was latest September ka paper. One more question came. So generally 3 to 4 questions come in the exam. One more question came, which we have not done yet. It is from the guidelines, ethical guidelines. It's still pending. Have you understood this? Now, there's one more part. Let's do the easy wala part. Come to page number 579. So see, by the people who are appearing in 27, by the time you appear, you'll have 24 ka attempts, 2 attempts. 25 may 3 attempts. 26 may again 3 attempts. So solve past papers. I'm not saying only for audit paper, for all subjects. So there are a lot of people who don't do hard work. They don't study everything. They're very much smart. They just download the paper of ICA, see what question is coming, what chapter is getting attracted, because there's always a trend which ICI follows. Eventually, if I have a risk of like 5 to 10 marks. I'm least bothered for that 10 marks. Whereas my 90 marks is secured. So people are appearing like 27. So you should just download the suggestion because all the suggestions are available. Download it, segregate it, which chapter ka question is coming it out, okay? And just do that chapter very much. Like, ethics, 3 question will be there for sure. So all the part, and see, until unless there's an amendment, audit may hardly there's any amendment. 1 or 2 year and then it will come. Same way AFM may hardly any amendment. FR maybe there could be some amendment because of index by the time you appear. DT is always an amended subject. IDT is again an amended subject. At least for FR, AFM audit, if you just do past papers very thoroughly, trust me, 60 marks sure shot. To reach to 70, to reach to 80, you require a lot of hard work. But there's always a pattern which you need to detect it. Okay. There are a lot of people who have cleared by that way only. There are a lot of people. Today also, if you ask me what is income from salaries, I do not know. Today also, it's been 16 years for me to be a chartered accountant. 3.5 years of cutter articleship, like hardcore articleship. And our time it was 3.5 years. Because we have already done VAT audit. Whatever the sir was teaching in class at income from salary, those deductions were there. Hilly compensatory allowance, 1000 cc ka car. So I never understood what it was. Because the teacher who taught us way back in 2009, 2009, he came to teach tax. The first chapter he started was set off and carry forward. I did not know what is income. He's teaching us set off and carry forward. So from that day, tax became a phobia for me. When I cleared intermediate, I cleared all 3 levels in first attempt. Okay, when I came to CA final, I met a different DT teacher. I told him, sir, I do not understand why do we do PGBP also. So he asked me only one thing, what do you want? I said, sir, first attempt CA, that's it, nothing else. He said, okay, do one thing. If you don't understand, mug it up. So PGBP, you do net profit, then you add something, then you do less, then you do less, then you add. Why do you do it? Even I don't know today also. He told me just remember Allah. ALLA. Allah. You add, you less, and you add. Okay. So he gave me that formula. And by using that formula, all my answers were coming right. Because he told me only one thing paper checker needs a matching principle. Your answer should get matched. Why, what, when? Become CA and then hunt, then do research. Because we were very much clear. See, once you become chartered accountant, I'll keep people to work now. Who the hell? I mean, why the hell I'll work? Right? I have chartered accountants who are working. Plus, I was little smarter. Because when you file ITR in the software, they give the amount of deduction. Why the hell I should remember? Put so much strain on the brain. Anyways, the brain is very tiny. It's minute only. Why do you have to take so much stress? Because it is there, and by the time we become chartered accountant, practical life is very much different. Like our teacher, like he has given like 80 a full list, mug it up, mug it up. In our time, the deduction was 60,000. ATC, long back, okay, 15 years back. Then eventually increased to 150, then 2 lakh. Today's time, Nirmala auntie removed it only because everybody is now following new scheme. Okay, new scheme, there is no deduction only. So people who are crazy enough to mug up all those deduction, ATC, ATU, blah, blah, we had ATI, nonsense shit it was, okay. Today also I did not remember. My only idea was to clear the exam in first attempt. And the best part, for me, consistency is very much important. I never crossed 45 marks in any of my practical paper. Tax was fixed 40. Consistency, inter also 40, final also 40. Because nobody will ever ask you marks once you become chartered accountant, okay? See, when you get a walk-in client, will he ask you how much marks you got in tax? If you have got exemption, then only I will give you my return. He will not ask you. He will just ask you whether you are a chartered accountant or not. Acha, first attempt is also very important for your first job. For your first job, because they will ask you how many attempts you took. Okay, so like before they write in that JD job description, maximum 3 attempts allowed, maximum 2 attempts allowed. So if you only the struggle is for the first job. After first job, nobody will ever ask you how many attempts you took to become chartered accountant. But first attempt, if you become, it's very good because you start your career early, you start making money very fast. So always remember, my agenda is to clear the exam. If you think, no, no, I want knowledge, I want to be like the next Warren Buffett, I want to understand what is interest swap, currency swap, waste. Today, everything is done by software. Algo is there, right? You can put a trade, automatically it will happen. You do, and see, whatever your sir must have taught you, like all those strategies, straddle, butterfly, nonsense shit it is. Nobody follows those strategy. It works on tip. Share market works on tip. Like my uncle told me tomorrow, he has a listed company. Tomorrow the share price will increase. Uncle is 10th pass. I am a chartered accountant. He told me price will increase. It will increase. Definitely it will increase. Understand, market is not God made. It is a man made system which is run by a person sitting there. All those AFM teachers, let's do straddle, butterfly, all those strategies, option future. We must have learned some strategies. Waste, it is waste. And to some extent, technical analysis required. Rest, everything is on tips. Like imagine yesterday, US captured that Venezuela ka president. तो उसका impact will have on India का market. No, this is not taught by my AFM का teacher that in future Venezuela का president would be captured by US. It will hamper my market. Like gold, silver rising today. There's no logic for that. So agenda should be very much clear. Whenever is your attempt, there would be a lot of people who will have that feeling. Sir, I do not know whether my syllabus is over or not. I have not finished studying. Trust me, in your life, you will never finish studying. Whatever has finished, it is okay. Go and give the exam. What is the worst thing will happen with you? Fail. Nobody will put you in jail. Rhyming it is. But what if you clear? What if you clear? Even if you clear at 41, it is absolutely okay. It is absolutely okay when if you clear at 41 marks also. The agenda should be appearing in that respective attempt and clearing the exam. See, don't shift your attempts. I tell this to everybody, don't shift your attempts due to any reason. You are not well, something happened at home, or maybe you are sick, you have not finished studying, your syllabus is not over, it's absolutely okay. That attempt, like once you clear your inter, after 3 years, your final CA is due, right? So that attempt has been destined by God. He has chosen that attempt for you. If you change God ka plan, God will change your plan forever. Even if your attempt is like September, January, whatever attempt it is, okay, go and give the exam. Trust me, maybe both the groups will get clear, maybe one attempt would get clear. Like my first 7 articles of my life, okay, 7 articles. Everybody was from Hindi medium, core Hindi medium. Huh? They have done BCom also in Hindi. Some of them have cleared intermediate also in Hindi. Then they became CA. Today they are earning in lakhs. They're happy in life. So the agenda is just to clear the exam. Whatever marks you get, it is absolutely okay. I'll tell you my marks, okay? I remember my final ka marks. In final at our times, we had 8 subjects, okay? Eight subjects. Intermediate, mein we had 6. Like we had only one accounts. You had one accounts or two accounts? IPCC, okay? Two accounts. Advanced accounts also. So we had 36 chapter in one accounts, okay? Tax was, I think, in group 2. I don't remember my inter. We never said inter. No, not IPCC. I'm very much older. PCC. Professional competence course, long back, long back. Okay, very old. This was 208. This was 196. Total 404. Passing is 400. That tough, yeah. First attempt. First attempt. My brother is elder to me by 1 year. Border. He works in Citibank today. He has worked with Big Four. Okay, after Big Four, he shifted to Citibank. We both are first attempt chartered accountant. We both are company secretary. I was a ranker in CS course. He did not got rank. But the thing is, appear in that exam, clear. Nobody will ever ask you, man. I'm not ashamed. I'm proud of my marks. It's first attempt. It takes a lot of guts to be a first attempt chartered accountant. Everything in first attempt. Plus, when you clear with that proudness, you start your career early. You start making money early. You retire early. Today, I'm sitting chilling at your. People are working at my office. CAs are working for me. I'm happy. Okay, I just raise a bill. I just check my bank account in the evening. How much has been credited, and we are happy. So you start early everything. If you delay one attempt, then everything gets delayed. Your life, your career, your marriage, your family, everything gets delayed. It's better become CA. Like if you clear everything in first attempt, so you become CA at the age of 21 or 21 and a half. Everything at first attempt. But if the age passes, imagine if you are 24, 25 already, by the time you appear CA final, your father will be around 48, 50. So he needs to work. He will be working because you're still studying. So his retirement gets delayed. If you want to make your parents retire early, it's better you become chartered accountant. Okay, and as soon as possible. Your parents get retirement very early. Like my father's chill. It's been like 8, 9 years. He comes to my office. He roams here and there. Talk to my staff. Chill, relax. He doesn't work from 2015. In 2015, we told him take a retirement. So morning he'll wake up, do yoga. His physiotherapist come. He does their exercise, do some puja and all. Eat lunch, go to office, do time pass for 4 hours. Again he comes, play some games. He's relaxed. The sooner you become chartered accountant, the sooner your parents will be chilled in life. And I think everybody has that same agenda to become chartered accountant for money. So you will get freedom when you have a lot of money. So for that, you have to be very much focused. The ICI will never ask you from outside the books. Everything will come from the book. Provide how well you prepare yourself. Stick to ICI material very thoroughly, like module, RTP, MTPs. If you do that thoroughly, pass papers. Trust me, FR, AFM, audit, to some extent DTI, DT also. See, the amendments are there, agreed. Finance Act has changed, agreed. But the pattern of the question is exactly same. Only you have to answer as per the new act, which is whichever is applicable to your attempt. So download ICI papers. Okay, I think most of you would be going office. Remove printout from office only. That's a birthright. I mean, when you have joined the office, the printer, the stapler, the punching machine, the green pen, you never buy all this stationery. Okay, it is implied that is your property only. Okay, laptop also. Okay, everything is yours. But make sure when you're studying, be focused. Okay, make sure your FRAFMs are very strong. You have to get around 75, 80 marks there because that aggregate ka issue can be managed only by FRAFM. You can't trust audit to get 80, 85. Trust me, AFM, if it is very strong, people get 90, 95 marks. Like a lot of my students have 95 marks, 98 marks in AFM, 98 marks. AIR 4, Akshat, I remember his name is from Bombay. His father is also chartered accountant. He scored 99 marks in AFM, 99. FR में 95 marks. He was AIR 4. And audit में he scored around 68 or 69. But he was AIR 4. And he's also CFA. So the logic is very clear. Focus on practical subject so that your aggregate ka issues resolved. If your aggregate ka issues resolved, you'll have the extra marks for the next group. That's the best part. So either of the group what you choose, which is your core, maybe somebody would be good at DT. Like I'm very much phobiatic. You would be good at DT, maybe. So make that subject, make that group as very strong. Use the extra mark for the other group. And ideally, what happened like long back, like 10, 13 years back, my actual attempt was May 12. Like, when you used to do CPT, after CPT, there was PCC, then there was CA Final. So the actual attempt was May 2012. Institute came with a notification that if you want to give attempt, you can give attempt 6 months prior. So I chose November 11. So what I spoke to my boss, sir, I want to give an attempt early. So what will happen? Your articleship is getting over in May only, around May. But your classes would start early. You would need leave early. And the season was July, August, September. So my boss was very much cooperative. He said, okay, you go and give the exam. So classes started double classes, morning and evening classes. So we used to reach office at around 11 o'clock. Leave office by 5 o'clock because the class time was 6 to 9 p.m. Morning 7 to 10 and 6 to 9. In between, BCom was also going on. In between, CS was also going on. In between, Babu was also there. Everything had to be handled. Now I spoke to family also. Family said, it's your risk. Anyways, if you fail, every other friend of yours is appearing in May 12 only. So I believed on myself, I played a trump card. Let's try. What if I fail? If I fail, I will always be with my friends because everybody is appearing in May 12 only. So we were like around 5, 8 people. We thought let's try a trump card. So we played a trump card, we worked hard, we cleared, life got sorted. Since that day till today, there's never looking back. So the timing is very much important and trusting yourself is very much important. If you study like 6 hours a day, it's okay. Push yourself to 6.5 hours. That half an hour is very much important. Then gradually you will study for like 12, 14, 16 hours a day. But directly you can't study 12 hours a day. So slowly from start to day only you have to be very much focused. People appearing in like towards the end of September 26 or maybe like 27 attempt. Today I know we are in just start of 26. But you know what? When CA final comes up, so you never know what will happen like next 1 year in your life. Some financial issue, some health issue to you, maybe your family, anybody, anything can happen. It's better when you're doing the course with the teacher itself, you start working hard. Not maybe like 100% part, but maybe 60, 40% part. Because when you revise, at that time, your time would be saved. Like FR is the most lengthiest subject, most lengthiest. It's like 200, 250 hours. When you do self-study, it takes 1 month. Self-study 1 month, proper 1 month will take every day 8 to 10 hours. Then you will be able to finish one revision of FR. Ideally, for if you aim a rank, okay, and clearance, you require at least 3 to 4 revision. If you listen every ranker ka interview, na, he will say, I require 4 revision at least. But if you aim for 4, you will finish up by three revisions. Imagine FR takes 1 month revision. 20 days will be AFM ka revision. Audit maybe like will take 15, 18 days revision. So my 2.5, 3 months are going only on one revision. DT is again Indian Ocean. So much content is there in the DT. IDT is a little smaller, maybe 15, 20 days. So around 4.5 months is your pure revision ka days, where you just have to revise. And that revision will be only once. Before appearing for CA final, I always say at least you have to revise twice. That at least you'll be able to write the paper. On one revision, it's very difficult because you'll not be able to remember the content. And the more you revise, the more thing will you be remembering. Like every day I'm asking you like ethics, group audit chapter, because that remembrance is very much important. And this you should apply for every paper. Every paper. I'm telling you, once you become first attempt chartered accountant, it's a very proud moment for you also and for the entire family also. But for that, start working hard. Will you work hard? Okay. Let's do last part and let's take a small break. Then we'll continue the other guidelines. So this came in November का paper. Flowchart of the disciplinary proceeding mechanism. Complain against the member of the institute of the alleged misconduct along with the prescribed fee. Whom you will complain? Please underline that. Whom you will complain? Disciplinary directorate. Then the director of discipline shall arrive at a prima facie opinion on the occurrence of the alleged misconduct and decide whether it is a GPM or GOM. Now see, if it is a first schedule ka matter, first schedule, you will place the matter before whom? Board of discipline. If it is a matter of second schedule or both the schedule, second schedule or both the schedule, you'll place the matter before disciplinary committee. So this is again an MCQ. If it is first schedule, board of discipline. If it is second schedule, it is disciplinary committee. Disciplinary committee. Now read parallelly. Read parallelly. If found guilty, you can reprimand the member. Reprimand the member. Then remove the name of the members up to 3 months. There, remove the name of the members up to permanently or for any duration. Fine up to 1 lakh. Your fine up to 5 lakh. So the penalty is parallel. Huh? It says reprimand the member, reprimand the member. Remove the name of the member up to 3 months. Here permanently or for any duration. Fine up to 1 lakh, fine up to 5 lakh. Understood this much? Okay. Niranjan, this is the last one interview. You have to be a very properly in the class, or else I'll throw you out of the class. Reprimand. It is the meaning of reprimand. Reprimand. So basically scolding. So institute will scold the chartered accountant. Example it was, sorry. Okay. So reprimand basically means scolding. They will not remove you from anywhere. They will just scold you. What CA? What you are doing nonsense? Sit down. So they'll just scold you. That scolding is called as what? Reprimand. Then, if you are not happy with the order, any member agree by the order of the board or discipline committee. Once again, board or disciplinary committee. You can prefer an appeal. What are the days for appeal? 90 days. You have to file the appeal with whom? Appellate authority. So they have asked this question for 2 marks also. If you are not happy with the order, you will file an appeal within how many days? 90 days. To whom you will file the appeal? Appellate authority. What will appellate authority can do? They can confirm, modify, set aside the order. They can increase, set aside, reduce or enhance the penalty. They can remit the case back to Board of Discipline or Disciplinary Committee or may pass such order as it may deem fit. So this is a basic point of appellate authority. So when you do DT, IDT ka part also, na, in appellate authority, same rules are there. They can confirm the order, set aside the order means cancel, cancel the order, okay. So this diagram you should remember. If the offense is following in first schedule, you will refer the case to whom? Board of Discipline. If it is following in second or both the schedule, disciplinary committee. Okay, penalty, both the cases. Reprimand, reprimand. Remove the name of the member up to 3 months. Here, permanently or for any duration. Here, fine up to 1 lakh, fine up to 5 lakh. If you are not happy with the decision of the disciplinary committee or the board, what will you do? Appeal to appellate authority within 90 days. This also came in the exam. Understood? Now we are just left with some guidelines of the institute. It will take approximately an hour to finish it off. Let's take a small break of 10 minutes, then we will continue. Okay. Company, non-executive director. Okay. He or his firm in which he is a partner should not accept the appointment of a start or of a company which is a joint venture of the original company as it would impact independence. Once again, Reliance Industries. Can I become a director in Reliance? So I became non-executive. Non-executive basically independent director. So you are whether independent director or normal director, you are a director there. So you can't audit that company. Can I audit Reliance का subsidiary? No. Reliance का associate? Reliance का joint venture? No. So it was not written in the ethics. So they brought it again. So write there CHAS. Yesterday I explained the meaning of CHAS. Company, holding, associate, subsidiary, subsidiary of such holding. So you are disqualified everywhere. Then 9. It is clarified that the internal auditor of a company cannot undertake GST audit. See, right now GST audit is removed, if you know. It is not voluntary audit, it's a departmental audit. So if department will tell us to do the audit, then only you can do the audit, okay? But previously, till 2000, I think 19 तक GST audit was there. Voluntary was supposed to do if 5 crore का turnover was there. Two people could do it. CA also and CMA also. It was there. But institute, why the hell CMA should do it? So they did not remove CMA. They removed GST audit only. So they approached GST department and said, okay, let's remove this GST audit concept. So at that time, there was a question. So if you are an internal auditor of a company, can you do the GST audit of the same company? The answer is no. It's similar to like stat audit. If you're an internal auditor of a company, can you do stat audit? No. Same way you can't do GST audit also. 10. This we discussed right now. It is not permissible for members in practice to join network other than the networks registered with institute. Have you heard about BNI? BNI, BNI? BNI. B for Bombay, N for nose, I for ice cream. BNI. So BNI is a network basically. It's also a network which covers all other professionals like restaurateurs, caterers, some technicians, some TV guys, some AC guy. All those people come together. They form a network to get business. To get business. ICI says if you want to become a part of that network has to be registered with institute. But this BNI is a global network, which is there in almost every part of the country. Like in Bangalore would be there, Bombay would be there. So institute says you can't be a part of this network. I know a lot of CAs who are part of BNI. They get business. So like the rule of BNI is like, for example, if we talk about Jayanagar, okay. So BNI, one name would be like BNI Crown. So all the people who reside near BNI and Jayanagar, they will become part of this network. And they will do working. They will share business. For example, I am a interior designer. Okay. She is a Vastu consultant. So I will tell, okay, I'm an interior designer. If anybody need any interior designing, you can contact me. I have to pay the registration fees. The registration fees are around 40,000, 50,000 per annum. Okay. But there are 50 people in that network. And the best part of BNI is that from one profession, only one person would be there. Like if I am from interior designer, no other interior designer will be in that particular BNI group. She is a Vastu consultant, so she will be only from Vastu ka side. So what happens, like if imagine one of my client, interior and Vastu is connected. So I will pitch to my client, "Acha sir, do you need Vastu consultancy?" So she says, yes, I need. So I will tell her, okay, madam, you go and meet her. I don't charge any fees from her. She will not charge any fees from her. We just give business to each other. So here basically what happens when we meet in the next. So every Friday, like in Bombay, they have days fixed. Every Friday morning, 7 a.m., you have to be present in BNI. Okay. So you introduce yourself, who you are, what services you give. So people come to know about you. Like imagine if I'm a chartered accountant. So in CA also they have a category. Like I am going for tax consultancy. Tax may also DT ka consultancy. So I will be only giving tax consultancy. So I will tell them, okay, all those members of BNI, I am a chartered accountant and give tax consultancy. So now everybody will listen this. So now tax consultancy, everybody want consultancy for that. So I will get clients from there. So when you read this point number 10, you tell me, can you register in BNI? No. A lot of people have registered themselves. Bogus. Please check 11. You know it. Correct? You did mandatory or not mandatory? Mandatory. 12. Write there important besides 12. It says it is not permissible for a member in practice being a stat auditor to prepare BRSR. What is BRSR? Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. We'll be doing this a chapter in the syllabus to audit clients. However, he may provide advisory service on the same. It is permissible for a member in practice being a stat auditor to be an assurance provider of BRSR core. for the same client. What does this mean? Now, if you see Starbucks, okay, Starbucks is not an Indian company, okay, it's a US company. Tata has brought it. Okay. Now, in India, all the global companies are working on ESG score. ESG, environment, social, governance. How much impact because of you you're creating, you're adding or giving good points or disadvantage to environment, how you're impacting social, how you're impacting the governance. ESG score, it's a mandatory thing. Okay. So now, right now it's applicable to top 1,000 listed entities, only top 1,000 in India. Okay. Global it is now everywhere. India may only top 1,000. So let us assume Reliance. So Reliance comes in top 1,000 listed company. So we are the start auditor of Reliance. So Reliance have to prepare one audit report on ESG score. Audit report on ESG score. Okay. Then it's not working. Here it is working. So we are the start auditor. So now first they have to prepare a BRSR report. BRSR report. Ideally, who has to prepare this report? Management. We are the start auditor. Can we go and prepare this report? No. We can't prepare BRSR ka report. We can prepare an audit report on BRSR. Who will it's like financial statements. Who prepare FS? Management. And we prepare audit report. Same way, understand BRSR is like a financial statement. Who will prepare that? Management. We will prepare what? Audit report on that. Okay. Important. So I think by Thursday we'll be doing a chapter. ESG ka chapter is there in our syllabus. Okay. So at that time this point will come again. 13. This is logical. Start auditor of an entity is not permitted to engage in assignment of compilation engagement of that entity as per SRS 4410. So SRS is there in our syllabus. We'll be doing it. So it basically means start auditor of an entity is not permitted to engage in assignment of compilation engagement. What is compilation? Preparing accounts basically. Company ko Ind AS was applicable, and you guys will be the champions of Ind AS. So and you are the auditor of the company. Company says, "Acha, do one thing. Previously, AS was applicable. Now you convert into Ind AS for us." Boss, you are the auditor. Can you prepare the accounts on Ind AS? No, because you are the auditor then. Same way, company is a holding company. To them, subsidiary is also there. So for them, CFS is applicable. And you will learn CFS in FR. You are the auditor of a company. Can you help them to prepare CFS? No. Who can prepare CFS? Who has to prepare CFS? Management. Okay. Then 14. It is permissible for member in practice to engage in the services assessment of performance audit, underline performance audit of the centers of skill development of the government. You know, there's a skill development centers of government. So you can do performance audit for the same as these are permissible under management consultancy. 15. It is permissible for a member in practice to accept the assignment of mystery audit. You know what is mystery audit? No mystery audit. So we do a lot of mystery audits. It's basically part of kind of a stock audit only. So here the best part is no obligation. The report what you give, it has to be given to the client only. It is not submitted to any authority. So we did for a company. There was an energy drink company. Okay, so they launched in Mumbai. So they have spent on marketing, assume 5 crore rupees. So marketing agency will do marketing for them. So they gave a plan. Okay, was on this day we are going outside this college because youngster will buy that energy drink, correct? So there's a client, there's a company. They hired one marketing agency. They gave 5 crore rupees. They appointed us. Okay, AB, you go and check whether that marketing agency is doing marketing as per the plan or not. So I got the plan. Okay, on day one at this time they are outside this college. So they will be talking about the company, about the energy drink. They will be giving free samples. So this was completely confidential. We were not supposed to disclose who we are. So we went there. We behave like we are college students. We asked them few questions. What is the energy drink? Okay, we click the photos along with the date and time. See, iPhone and all those phone came latest, okay? I'm talking about 2014, 15. So we had those digi cameras. So digi camera, we were supposed to put the date and time also. So this is called as mystery audit. So without knowing to the opposite person, you're doing the audit of it. It is called as mystery audit. What happens in a lot of FMCG companies. Have you heard about Shopper Stop? Shopper Stop, okay. So Shopper Stop may, those are workers, like people who work there, okay. So Shopper Stop also does this. So they will appoint chartered accountants, go and do the mystery audit. So there are people who are trained there. Like if a customer is asking this question, this should be the answer. If customer is asking about the restroom, you should guide them. If the customer is asking about the exit way, you should guide them. If the customer is asking about billing counter, you should guide them. People sitting at billing counter, what are like if they're asking about discounts, policies, what it is about shop or stop reward points, so you have to explain them. So one day we got shit. I breached confidentiality principle. So once we got for Shopper Stop only, so we they gave us like around 50 odd questions to ask with female staff. This question should be asked for male staff. This question should be asked at the billing counter. This question should be asked. So those questions were there, and everything was recorded. Okay, so we had those camera camcorder pens. We took that pen, we recorded that conversation. Okay, and then there were few employees who were not helping, who were not answering, so they were removed immediately. So without knowing the opposite person, you are doing the audit. It's called what audit? Mystery audit. It's a part of statutory compliance or non-statutory? Non-statutory. It's only for the management. Okay? So you can take mystery audits. Check out 16 whether you know 16 or not. Can you write director of a company? On the website of the company, can you write? Yes, but can you write firm ka name? Professional achievements? No. Then 17. It is permissible for a member in practice to become a professional director like CA, CA, CMA in the board of management of a cooperative bank. So you can be a part of a director of the cooperative bank. It is allowed. 18. It is permissible for a member to set up practice in IFSC and GIFT City. Where it is? Gujarat. Okay, right. It is in Gujarat only. It is permissible for a member to render professional services to IFSC units from offices outside IFSC. So it is basically in Gandhinagar. IFSC and GIFT City is in Gandhinagar. So if you have an office in Ahmedabad, can you give services to the companies who are registered in GIFT City? Yes, you can give. 20. A firm is not. You must have heard about a subject called as SM. You must have studied in intermediate. Mein. Mission, vision. As a practicing CA on my visiting card, can I write my vision to become the number one CA of the country? No, mission, vision, values are not allowed because we don't follow only. Okay. Read point number 20. But if he is asking, then you can give. Okay. The vision mission may be printed on the form ka profile, may be provide response to a specific request. You can't print on visiting card. In the profile you can write. Okay. 21. Do you understand what's ODCC? OD. What is OD? Overdraft. CC? Cash credit. Working capital basically. Okay. So that CC working capital OD is basically linked to the stock and the data of a client. The HDFC Bank may one client was there who has taken OD on the basis of his stock. I am the stat auditor for HDFC Bank. Bank tells me, Acha, AB, do one thing. You go to this client, you go and do the audit of his stock. I am the stat auditor of HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank is telling me to do the audit, not statutory audit. They're asking me to do the stock audit of that stock on the basis of which they are giving ODCC. Allowed, not allowed? Not allowed. It's a prohibition. So bank audit is clearly written. See, if you're a stat auditor of a bank, you can't do any kind of audit for their customers. Their customers, it's not allowed. Okay. Read. Point number 21. And you will see a word called ASM. Write the full form of ASM as Agencies for Specialized Monitoring. Agencies for Specialized Monitoring. Understood 21? 22. A member in practice cannot be appointed as an internal auditor and procurement officer simultaneously in the organization. What is procurement officer? Purchase officer. So there has to be separate people. Okay, you cannot be the same guy. Why you cannot be the same guy? Who can become internal auditor? Anybody. So basically, purchase is a very important aspects of a company. It says if you're an internal auditor, you cannot be the purchase officer. But can you be the employee of the company? Yes. Then it is permissible for members in practice to charge fees. One more exception. Huh? Charge fees on percentage of utilization amount of an educational institute for certifying the amount spent by an educational institute out of grant. Imagine 100 crores are given to, let us assume, Bangalore University. Now, Bangalore University has spent that money, okay, and they're asking a certificate to be given to Government of India. So they approached us. So they're asking, sir, how much will you charge? I told them, whatever amount you have spent, uska I'll charge 5%. Allowed, not allowed? Allowed. So this is one more exception for clause number 10. Now they may test in exam. 24. It is not permissible for a member in practice to accept the appointment of chart audit of a company wherein he is immediately, sorry, chart audit of a society, where his immediate family members, that is spouse or dependent of member holds honorary position of the one of the managing committee of the institute governed by society. You know, housing societies are there. Housing society, okay. So they have a committee. Imagine my father is a secretary of that committee or a chairman of that committee. I am a practicing CA. As a practicing CA, I can audit a society. But here my father is the secretary of that society. Can I audit? No. Why they have used the word honorary position? Because they don't get paid. The chairman, secretary, they don't get paid. It says basically it's a conflict of interest. So you can't do the audit. 25th. There is no conflict of interest in a CA who is a member of a trust being the auditor of said trust. One second. If you are the trustee of that trust, can you audit? No. But if you are a member of that trust, member basically means beneficiary. Beneficiary. So I am getting some benefits. Okay. So can you audit that? The answer is yes. See, it's a very remote relation. Understand how many trustees would be there in a trust? 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 20. How many beneficiaries would be there? N number will be plenty. So imagine if you're a chartered accountant. So if you are a CA, there are other people would be also CA. So it says it's a very remote relationship that you can influence the decision of the trust. See, trustees are only 10, 20. So if you're a trustee, you can't do the audit. But if you're just a beneficiary or a member, then you can do the audit. Okay. Bogus clause. 26. It is not permissible for a member to use messaging applications to send messages to make people aware about his practice. Which messaging application? WhatsApp, Telegram, all those. Okay. Waste. It is permissible for a practicing CA holding COP to become a member of this. We have discussed it already. Become a member of the board of management in a urban cooperative bank. You know, we discussed it above. You can become a member or a director in a urban cooperative bank. Now they have explained it. The ethical standard board noted that the position of a member of board of management in primary cooperative bank and the role attached to the position similar to that of a director, where there is no involvement in the day-to-day functioning and not signatory, and they're only getting what? Sitting fees. What did they get? Only sitting fees. 28. This came in exam. Sitting fees is given for what? Where do you sit? Board meeting. Board meeting you get sitting fees. Okay. 28 came in exam. Huh? Member in practice cannot act as a trademark or a patent attorney. Attorney means lawyer, mediator or lawyer. You can say lawyer. You use the word. However, professional advice in relation to IPR is a routine professional work which a CA can do. So you can give advice for trademark. You know, generally, who fights for the trademark and patent application? Lawyer. You are a chartered accountant. You can advise the client, sir, you can use this logo, this brand, okay, this color combination. You can give advice, but you can't fight the case for them. Okay. 29. This too we have already discussed. There is no prohibition for the internal auditor of a company to acquire purchase shares of the said company. Understood this much? So these are the 29 guidelines, latest guidelines of the institute. One second. Now, there's a MCQ. Please answer this. September ka paper. CAX is an engagement partner of Good Work Limited since last 5 years. Since he is familiar with the working of the company, they have approached CAX to perform various other assignments for them. Okay. Which assignment out of the below can be accepted by CX as per the recent decision of Ethical Standard Board? So one question, if there's an amendment in that list, they will ask you. So they asked September, May, which you can do. Can you prepare compilation of the same FS? No. Can you become a non-executive director of its joint venture company? You are the auditor, then joint venture CHAS. No. We'll have with BNC. Which one is can be accepted? Can be accepted. Can you become attorney? No. What is left with B? So you can become an authorized representative of a foreign customer. Okay. B 15 ka B 15 ka B. Understood? So decision pay one MCQ will come in the exam. Now please tell me what is left from our end in the book. Come to page 540 once. Can you see that recent decisions? There are 21, 540, 21 decisions. Okay. Most of it we have covered in the latest guidelines. Okay. So you just read this today. So this is I'm giving you homework for the day. Okay. You read these decisions. The updated decisions are the latest, which I have added behind. Okay. Now, now we are left with the last part, no clar. So let's do no clar, then I'll give you a break. Okay. So then the chapter will be over. Now listen. I think nothing else is left now. Rest everything we have done. Yeah, only no clar is left. Page number is 536. Around your KYC wala concept. Now see, no clar. So no clar ka full form is guys non-compliance with laws and regulation. Non-compliance with laws and regulation. Now see, as a chartered accountant, the institute says that we are chartered accountants. The society says, boss, you are highly reputable guy. Modi ji said you are the youth, you are the citizens of the country. People rely on you. So whether you are a chartered accountant in service or you are a chartered accountant in practice, no clar is applicable in both the case. What is no clar? Non-compliance of laws and regulation. So the funda here is basically if you are practicing CA, so at the client place, or if you are a CA in service at the employer ka place, you saw any non-compliance which you, as per your intelligence, think it is a non-compliance. You are not a judge to decide whether it's a compliance or non-compliance. You are seeing that Acha, they are not complying with the laws and regulation. So what do you have to do? Because Modi ji believes on you, you have to inform to an prescribed authority within prescribed days in prescribed form. Okay, by following prescribed procedure, by paying prescribed fees. What is prescribed? Nothing is prescribed. This is nuclear. If you are auditor at a client place, I mean practicing CA, or where you are doing a job, that is CA in service, you saw something called as non-compliance, which as per your intelligence is a non-compliance. You go and inform to the authority. Which authority? Prescribe. Which form? Prescribe form. Days? Prescribed days. That thing has been prescribed. It may come, it will come, I do not know when it will come. Okay, this is called as no clar. I'll give you a very simple example. Imagine we are the auditor in a company. The company may children were employed. If you know the definition of child, till what age you are called as a child? 14. Till 14 is a child. Okay, you are not child. Okay, 14 to 18, not teen. You call it adolescent. Adolescent. ADOLSCENT. Adolescent. After 18, 18 and above, adults. Common sense. Okay, now listen. So you saw 12-year-old guy working there. Now you being an auditor, children is working. I mean, children are working there. Now, when children are working there, it's basically non-compliance of which act? Child Labor Act. So you need to inform. This is nuclear. Imagine when you work as a chartered accountant in a company, you will, boys, you will hear one word very common. No, 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 no. Posh. Posh. What is posh? Prevention of sexual harassment. Okay. Which is always against men, favoring women every time. Okay. You saw the director doing something with someone. Yeah. You can't see. You don't have to see. Okay. You have to close your eyes. Now you saw something wrong is happening there, and you are a CA in service. So what do you have to do? It's a non-compliance of laws and regulation. You have to inform to prescribe authority within prescribed days and prescribe from along following prescribed procedure along with prescribed fees. This is basically no class. Okay. So it covers non-compliance. As per your judgment, as per your professional judgment, you don't have to be an expert of law. See, it may or may not be a non-compliance, but you think it's a non-compliance, you just go and inform. Acha, now imagine you saw one couple working in a company and they're fighting like cats and dogs. Couple means husband wife. Now, when husband wife is there, that means divorce ka proceeding is there. You remember me. AB sir has told us something is happening in non-compliance. Marriage is not working together. Let's go with Marriage Act. Now you tell me, Marriage Act, will it be covered here? No. Acha. You saw, let us assume one more example is there. Personal misconduct. Basically, personal misconducts are not covered here. Personal misconduct, imagine if somebody is stealing, let us assume your office, okay, in a CA firm. Somebody is stealing stapler every day, punch machine every day. Stealing is a crime, correct? So 20 rupees ka something is been stolen, 40 rupees ka something is stolen. It's a very petty theft. You remembered me. AB sir has told us. It's a non-compliance of laws and regulation. So we should file a case. Like petty theft. Will you file a case? Will you complain? No, it is a personal thing. You should not complain. So they have given a list which all thing will be covered here. Okay. So you do some marking with me. So on line number two, it says a professional accountant may come across an instance of non-compliance of laws and regulation or suspected nuclear committed or about to be committed by the client. Circle the word client. When do you see client? See in practice. Or the employer. Employer means the in service. Or by TCWG or management or employees of that client or employees. So it's covering both the C's. Okay, put a bracket there. Then again they are repeating. Non-compliance of laws and regulation comprise of the acts or omission or commission, intentional, unintentional, which are contrary to the prevailing law or regulations. It could be committed by whom? A client or a professional accountant's employing organization that is practicing CA in service. Number two, TCWG of the client or employing organization, or management of a client or employing organization, or other individuals working in the client or employing organization. What does this mean, other individuals? I understood client, I understood TCWG, I understood management. Other individuals means employees. Other individuals basically means whom? Employees. So the crime has to be done by the people working there. People working there, okay? However, nuclear does not cover personal misconduct unrelated to business act, like the divorce wala thing, okay? Personal fight is going on, it is not getting covered here. Then, as per IESBA, following examples would be covered in nuclear. So please mark all those: fraud, corruption, bribery, money laundering, terrorist financings, securities market trading, banking, other financial products, data protection, environmental protection, public health and safety, tax and pension liabilities. All these are covered in the nuclear. All this. Some important facts. During the course of providing a service, okay, service, nuclear will be applicable if a professional accountant. Guys, professional accountant means CA in service also, CA in practice also. Accountants or is made aware of non-compliance or suspected non-compliance in the course of when he's providing a service to a client. However, please underline that he is not required to investigate, nor responsible for ensuring complete compliance. It's complete, huh? There's a typo error there. It's complete compliance. My pencil is not working. Please write the complete compliance. Then, expertise of law not required. An accountant is expected to apply knowledge and expertise and exercise professional judgment. However, please underline that he is not expected to have a level of knowledge of laws and regulation greater than that which is required to undertake the engagement. Whether an act constitutes non-compliance, who will decide? It has to be determined by a court or an appropriate adjudicative body. You can't decide it's a compliance or non-compliance. Then, certain matters which are covered out of the purview. Matters which are clearly inconsequential. Write the number one. This they can test in MCQ. Clearly inconsequential. Like example I give you, like petty theft. Or relating to personal misconduct like divorce proceedings. Okay. Pertaining to business are not covered. Disclosure which is contrary to law. Any disclosure which is contrary to law, it will also be prohibited. Contrary to law means against the law. Like imagine we are auditor of PNB. PNB, the Nirav Modi did the fraud. Nirav Modi, the Diamond King wala fraud happened in PNB. So I saw that the fraud has happened there. I want to complain. But imagine if I complain, it will create a panic in the market that PNB mein fraud has happened. So everybody would sell the shares. Everybody would withdraw money from the bank. So the PNB will go down completely. But it was prohibited information. Now news what came in the market was around 25,000 crores. But the actual fraud is more than 1.5 lakh crore. 1,50,000 crore ka fraud is there. RBI came in between and they said, okay, we are funding. If that was detected on that day, the entire fraud, okay, PNB would have closed at that time only. So PNB ka, like Yes Bank. So Yes Bank ka price was 350 rupees. It came to 2 rupees because of the ego of the director of Yes Bank, the person who started Yes Bank. But PNB being the government bank, so government came in between. They wiped off all the evidence. They said, okay, because the fraud was out in the market, so they gave around 24 or 25,000 crore ka fraud has happened. See, it was a very bad impact. The share price was crashed like around 40-50%. 40-50% was down. If imagine it came as like 1,50,000 crore ka fraud has happened. So the price would have crashed. Forget that. People ka money which is kept in the bank. Everybody would have rushed to the bank. They would have removed the money from there. And they would have, I mean, the bank would have become liquidated. Have you heard about Lehman Brothers? Lehman Brothers. So it was a bank which became bankrupt because fraud was happening there. So same way PN would have become bankrupted. But government came in between. Okay? So it was a prohibited information. So if you're not disclosing, it is allowed. Write the number three. So three things are covered here which we will not talk. One is clearly inconsequential. Number two, personal misconducts. Number three, contrary to the law. It is not covered in NOCLAR. Then, applicability of NOCLAR in India, put a tick mark there and write that important. It came in exam. Now understand this. This is important. First is professional accountant in service. Circle the word service. NOCLAR is applicable to whom? NOCLAR is not applicable to every CA in service. Read that line. It is applicable to whom? Senior, professional, accountants in service. Being the employees of which company? Listed companies. Like you became CA in this attempt. You are working in Reliance. Reliance is a listed company. Is NOCLAR applicable to you? No. It is applicable to senior person, senior CA. Senior CA means like MD, the director, the CFO of Reliance Industries, if he is a chartered accountant. So they have defined what is senior professional accountant. So senior professional accountant means the directors, the officers, the senior employees who are able to exert significant influence over and make decisions regarding acquisition, deployment, control of the employing organizations, human, financial, technological, physical, intangible resources. It also includes key MP. Key MP means key manager. That's CEO, CFO basically. Like imagine Jindal ka CEO is a chartered accountant. If Jindal mein some fraud is happening, he's a chartered accountant. CA in service. Okay, and Jindal is a listed company. Will NOCLAR be applicable to him? Yes. I became CA. I'm working in Jindal right now. Will NOCLAR be applicable to me? No. Understood? CA in service. Now CA in practice. Now professional accountant in public practice. Circle the word public practice. Basically CA in practice. To whom it is applicable? It is applicable to audit engagements of entities, the shares of which are listed on recognized stock exchange, circle and having a net worth of how much? 250 crores or more. That means minimum 250 crores. Now, can somebody summarize for me? For CA in service, NOCLAR is applicable to senior professional accountants working in listed entities. Full stop. If I'm a practicing CA, NOCLAR ka concept that I have to complain to the authority is applicable when I'm doing audit. Which company? Listed company. And that listed company may the net worth should be 250 crores minimum. See, for service, they have not given net worth criteria. It's only directly listed company. But for practice, they have given listed maybe how much criteria? Minimum 250 crores. This have come twice in the exam. Okay, the both applicability in service and practice ka. Okay, important. On the page. Now, nuclear versus SA 250. Nuclear versus SA 250. I have not taught you SA 250. You have little. You must have had little idea from intermediate. It's a non-compliance of laws and regulations. Okay. So SA 250 is applicable only in case of audit, but nuclear applicable for audit also and service also. No, correct. So let's do the marking. It's a distinguish basically. So 3 points are there. First one, SA 250 is applicable only on audit, not on other assurance engagement. However, nuclear is applicable in service also and in practice. That's the first point. Please mark. Now, once again, point number two. I'll just explain for you. So point number two says nuclear, SA 250 talks about the impact on financial statement. Impact on financial statement, whether direct or indirect. Basically, monetary fines and penalties. Wherein nuclear, like you saw, nuclear may what all things are applicable? Fraud, money laundering. This is finance. Security market trading. To some extent, it is finance. Banking is finance. Data protection. Is data financial aspect? No. Environmental protection. Is it financial aspect? No. So SA 250 talks only about financial impact. Nuclear covers everything, financial as well as non-financial. Read point number two and mark what I have marked. Then, third, SA 250 does not define stakeholders. However, nuclear is related to the effect of non-compliance on investors, creators, employee, and general public. It's basically everywhere. That's point number three. Can you see as per nuclear till SA 250? Put that bracket and write the RTP. Write the RTP. Last answer, documentation. So documentation requirements in nuclear. So what documentation you will keep? So it says number one, please mark there number one, how the management and TCL which have responded to the matter. Number two, the course of action the accountant considered, the judgments made, and the decision that were taken with regard to the with having regard to the reasonable and informed third party test that you will keep. Third, how the accountant is satisfied that the responsibility of public interest has been fulfilled. Fourth, this document is in addition. Circle the word addition to complying with the documentation requirement under applicable auditing standards. Can somebody tell me which auditing standards tell us to keep documents? 230. So 230 ka documentation is the requirement which you have to keep. But if nuclear is applicable, you have to keep three extra. Is three extra. Always remember in any provision, if there is three concept, fourth ICI will make something else and they will ask find the odd man out. Which one is not the requirement? So this is a way of making a MCQ. Huh? So the three concepts in a provision or in a concept. The fourth point, I shall put something else. So here they are saying that as per SA 230, you will prepare the documents. Plus, because of nuclear, you have to prepare these three documents also. Okay? Please cancel. For example, requiring a professional accountant performing audit of FS to cancel this. Cancel. Done. The entire chapter is over. We have completed full professional ethics. It was the most lengthiest chapter, but we have completed. And trust me, generally I take around 24, 25 hours to complete this. But with you guys, you are very quick in understanding. There's a difference in Hindi and English students. Hindi may we teach in Hindi. They understand in Hindi, they read in English, and they write in English. So obviously, there is a difference in the communication level. But here, what happens is I am teaching in English, examples are in English, jokes are also in English. You are understanding in English, you are reading in English, writing in English. It becomes very easy. Okay. So I have given one homework today. You have to read those guidelines and schedule 2 ka chart. Schedule 2 ka chart. That you will be writing it today. Okay. Let's take a break. Then we start with a new chapter. Okay. So 2 chapters are over. What time will be back? 30. Come by 25. Okay. Bye guys. Around 6:25 we meet. Bye. Take care.